Yi Chen, a graduate of a prestigious university, toils diligently until the age of 40, yet remains unable to afford a home in Jianghai City. Years spent in the stock market have left him ensnared for decades, and despite his relentless efforts, he ultimately achieves nothing of significance. He harbors a deep sense of guilt towards his parents, feeling that his life is fraught with regrets. When fate grants him the opportunity to be reborn during his university years, he resolves to rectify the shortcomings of his past existence and amass immense wealth. Those he failed to connect with in his previous life, he vows to retain this time around. Armed with invaluable memories, he initially plans to invest in stocks. He deceives a beautiful mentor into providing him with 200,000, which he uses to earn his first pot of gold in the stock market. Subsequently, he leverages his substantial capital to invest across various sectors, and with foresight that transcends decades, Yi Chen reinvents his life through astute investments in stocks and diverse industries. Chapter 1. Rebirth during university years. Yi Chen, you have been dismissed from the company. There is no need to come in tomorrow, Monday, echoed the voice of the department director, Lin Yingwu, from the phone. Yi Chen felt a buzzing sensation, his mind momentarily incapacitated. After diligently working for several years in the company and finally attaining the position of department supervisor, he is now unexpectedly terminated. He suspects he knows the reason. Just yesterday, Lin Yingwu had asked him to take a new employee, Lin Xiaolu, to a social gathering. Lin Xiaolu, a recent graduate, has only been at the company for 3 months. At the gathering, aside from Lin Yingwu, there was also a vice president present. The vice president and Lin Yingwu relentlessly pressured Lin Xiaolu to drink, their intentions unmistakable. Yi Chen feels a sense of responsibility towards Lin Xiaolu, as she is a member of his department whom he has mentored. He understands that he should ingratiate himself with his superiors and navigate office politics with finesse. However, he cannot reconcile this with his conscience. If something were to happen to Lin Xiaolu, he feels there would be no distinction between himself, Lin Yingwu, and the vice president. He might even be deemed more despicable. He attempts to shield Lin Xiaolu from excessive drinking, offering her kind words, but the leader's objectives remain unfulfilled, leading to an inevitable outcome. Lin Yingwu, you are nothing but scum. Yi Chen no longer conceals his disdain, unleashing a torrent of insults. Lin Yingwu chuckled derisively. Let me inform you of one more thing. After your dismissal, the deputy supervisor will assume your position, and Lin Xiaolu will become the deputy supervisor of the department. Do you understand? Yi Chen is taken aback. This revelation is more difficult to accept than his recent termination. Was Lin Xiaolu merely pretending? Was she using him to position herself advantageously? Such deep-seated cunning. In that moment, the ideals he had steadfastly protected seemed to shatter like glass. Will integrity and kindness truly be rewarded? Can diligence lead to prosperity? Do good people receive good fortune? Yi Chen feels lost, as a flickering light on his life's path dims and brightens. He sits despondently in his rented room, reflecting on his life. After nearly 2 decades of stock trading, he still struggles to recover his losses. At 40, he remains unable to purchase a home in Jianghai City, confined to a cramped rental space of merely a few dozen square meters. While his peers are on the brink of becoming grandparents, he has yet to marry or start a family. The thought of his aging parents yearning for grandchildren fills him with guilt. Of the 3 greatest failings in filial piety, having no descendants is the gravest. When he graduated high school and gained admission to a prestigious university, his family was filled with excitement and joy. He too was brimming with ambition, envisioning a bright future where he would achieve great things. Time has slipped away, and now at 40, not only has he accomplished nothing, but he also lacks a family. He perceives his life as a failure. The more he contemplates, the heavier his heart grows, and darkness envelopes him as he collapses onto his bed. Suddenly, his phone rings. I have breathed the evening breeze that you have. So do we count as embracing? Yi Chen, half conscious, answers the phone. Hello, who is this? Hello, Yi Chen. I am Li Qian, the head of the HR department at Yaxing Technology Company, Limited. You have passed our interview and may commence work tomorrow, Monday, from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Yi Chen is momentarily stunned. Hadn't he just been dismissed? He hadn't even submitted a resume. Yaxing Technology Company, Limited? Isn't that the company where he worked during the summer of his junior year? With a sudden jolt, he sits up in bed, staring at the familiar yet strange surroundings of his university dormitory, utterly bewildered. Am I reborn? He cannot believe it and pinches his arm hard, wincing in pain. Yi Chen, are you there? Li Qian's voice resonates again through the phone. Yi Chen hurriedly responds, Yes, Qian Jia, I'm listening. I will be there on time tomorrow. Li Qian replies, Great, see you tomorrow. After hanging up, the exhilaration within him spills forth. He never anticipated being reborn to his university days. Memories long buried resurface with striking clarity. Faces flash through his mind, along with unforgettable events. His expression grows serious as he clenches his fists. The events of his past life must never be repeated. I shall alter my fate and rewrite my life. After a long moment, Chen finally calms his restless spirit. He surveys his dormitory, feeling a profound sense of nostalgia, akin to reuniting with a long-lost friend. It is currently summer break, and he is alone in the dormitory while the other 3 roommates have returned to their hometowns. Chen has not gone home. He hails from a rural family in Ludong province with modest means. During summer breaks, he typically seeks employment to alleviate his family's financial burden. Jianghai City is a top-tier metropolis with salaries significantly higher than those in his hometown. Thus, he chooses to remain here in search of work. Yesterday, he interviewed for an assistant programmer position at Yaxing Technology Company, limited to gain some practical experience. He is enrolled in the prestigious College of Electronic Information and Electrical Engineering at Jianghai University of Communications, pursuing a degree in computer science. Yaxing Technology Company may not be a large enterprise, yet it offers a decent salary of 5,000 yuan per month, covering both meals and lodging. In his previous life, Chen commenced his career at this very company after graduation, which was thriving at the time. After a year of diligent work, he ascended to the position of department head. However, tragedy struck when the company owner perished in an accident, resulting in the disintegration of the organization, which lost its guiding force. He was saddened by this turn of events for a time, as the owner, Lu Zixuan, treated her employees exceptionally well, akin to a caring elder sister, embodying the qualities of a capable female leader. Chen hurriedly rose from his bed, powered on his computer, and accessed the Donkai website to examine the current stock market. In his previous life, he was a seasoned stock trader, aspiring to turn his fortunes around through the stock market, yet he ultimately suffered a devastating defeat. Initially, he boarded the tail end of a bull market and made a modest profit, but when the bear market emerged, his losses were so severe that his face turned pale with despair. To him, the stock market resembled a casino where 90% of participants would inevitably fall prey to the house, becoming mere fodder for large institutions. While a select few might manage to profit, they were as rare as a phoenix among hens. He had diligently studied various trading strategies and technical analyses, but to little avail. Longfei Technology, he typed the name of a company into the search bar, revealing a stock price of merely 2.31 yuan and a market capitalization of 800 million. Upon seeing this, he felt a jolt of excitement. This stock had yet to take off. His mind was filled with vividly clear memories. On the upcoming Tuesday, July 19th, at 10:30 a.m., Longfei Technology would commence its ascent. Major institutions and speculative capital would engage in a frenzied trading spree, with the stock price poised to multiply tenfold within a month, reaching a peak of 24.2 yuan. Following this surge, a sharp decline would ensue, ensnaring countless investors. He could even recall that on August 19th, at 9:30 a.m., the stock would hit the daily limit up, only to be shattered 30 minutes later, resulting in a dramatic reversal that saw it ultimately plummet to the daily limit down. Thereafter, each day would witness a continued decline, leaving ordinary investors trapped with no escape. By the time they could finally exit, their accounts would suffer devastating losses. Chen was somewhat astonished. This was nearly 20 years ago, yet he remembered it so vividly. Was this the advantage conferred by his reincarnation? He was immensely thrilled, but the smile quickly faded from his face. This was due to a stark reality he realized. His bank account contained a mere 2,000 yuan, the remnants of his frugal lifestyle. Even if he were to multiply that some tenfold, it would only amount to 20,000 yuan, hardly a solution to any problem. If he invested the entire 2,000 yuan, he would starve before the investment could even yield returns. Where can I procure more funds? Chen fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 2. The art of deception. Chen had but a few friends, with 3 roommates being the closest. However, they hailed from ordinary families and were not born with a silver spoon. Their financial resources were limited. Borrowing 1,000 or 2 was feasible, but anything beyond that would be a stretch. In his previous life, after graduation, they frequently kept in touch, sharing grievances about their jobs. As time passed, and they each started families, their communication dwindled, with some relocating to other cities for work. Turning to his parents for financial assistance, a spark of realization ignited within Chen. This seemed to be the only viable option. Although his family's financial situation was modest, his parents had managed to save some money throughout their lives, earmarked for his future home and marriage. Yet, he had not utilized these funds, as they had been spent on medical expenses for his parents, and even then, it had fallen short, forcing Chen to dip into his own savings. The hard-earned money accumulated over a lifetime had evaporated due to a single grave illness. What excuse could he conjure to request money from his parents? As a university student, asking for 100,000 yuan would undoubtedly raise questions regarding the necessity of such a sum. Had he injured someone? Had he accidentally scratched a luxury car? These excuses felt utterly flimsy. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, prompting him to swiftly dial his father. After 2 rings, the call connected, and he heard his father's familiar voice. "Xiao Chen, what is the matter? Yi-chun hesitated momentarily before replying, Dad, my counselor's mother is ill and hospitalized, and she urgently needs money for the surgery. My counselor doesn't have that kind of money on hand right now. His counselor, Zhou Wanqing, was a master's graduate from the same university, now serving as a faculty member. At 29, she was responsible for the daily academic and personal affairs of her students in Class 18. 1. Zhou Wanqing was an exceptionally dedicated individual, often showing great care for Yi-chun, perhaps due to his earnestness, shyness, and commendable academic performance. He had frequently spoken to his parents about how kind she was and how much she looked after him. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to this pretext to borrow money. Moreover, given his reputation as an obedient and honest son, he felt confident that he could deceive his father. His father inquired directly, How much do you need? Yi-chan's kuntenans biriktinit. 100,000 yuan. Teacher, Zhou has been very good to me. She said she could repay it in a month or two. The request momentarily stunned his father. This was no trifling sum for their family. But considering the support Zhou Wanqing had provided to his son, he hesitated for a few seconds before responding, I only have 30,000 yuan on hand right now. I'll transfer it to you first thing tomorrow morning. Yi-chun replied, Thank you, Dad. What are you doing now? His father chuckled, watering the crops. It's been scorching lately. If I don't water the corn seedlings, they wither. After a brief exchange, Yi-chun ended the call, his mind racing to devise another plan to procure more funds. He contemplated reaching out to Counselor Zhou Wanqing. The call connected swiftly, and her melodious voice resonated through the phone. Yi-chun, what is going on? Teacher, I'm in a bit of a predicament at home. May I borrow some money from you? In his mind, Zhou Wanqing was a gentle, kind-hearted, and responsible person. Deceiving her should not be too difficult. A twinge of guilt flickered within him, yet thoughts of the astronomical stock dragonfly technology overshadowed that feeling. Once he earned money, he would surely repay them handsomely. Zhou Wanqing paused for a moment. How much do you need? 100,000. If you can't spare that much, anything you can lend would help. If it's not possible, I'll find another way. Yi-chun employed a strategy of retreating to advance. He was no longer that introverted, shy, and quiet university student. He was now a man bearing decades of life experience. After their conversation, Yi-chun felt a flutter of anxiety. Although Zhou Wanqing was indeed kind, 100,000 was still a significant amount. She remained silent for a few seconds before saying, Please send me your bank account details. I will transfer the money shortly. Yi-chun's face lit up with joy. Thank you, Teacher Zhou. I promise to repay you as soon as I can. Zhou Wanqing's tone remained calm. There is no rush regarding the money. Your primary focus should be on your studies. Have you returned home yet? Yi-chun responded, Not yet. I found a job yesterday and will start working tomorrow to alleviate some of the pressure at home. Zhou Wanqing inquired, Are you considering pursuing a master's degree? Yi-chun replied, I don't plan to. Pursuing a master's would require an additional 2 years. Zhou Wanqing understood that Yi-chun might be contemplating his family's situation, wishing to enter the workforce sooner to earn money. Yi-chun in this day and age, a master's degree significantly enhances one's employment competitiveness and future prospects. I believe you should consider it, as it is for your better future. Yi-chun recognized the validity of her words, having experienced it firsthand in his previous life. Graduates with only a bachelor's degree found it challenging to compete in the job market, where many held master's or even doctoral degrees, not to mention some international students. Of course, if one were willing to work for a small company, the pressure would be minimal. All right, teacher, I will think about it. Zhou Wanqing continued, There is no urgency regarding the money. I don't require much, and your studies should take precedence. Such a wonderful teacher was rare to find. He wondered who would eventually gain her favor. After graduating in his previous life, he had little knowledge of the school's affairs. He felt too embarrassed to reach out to Zhou Wanqing, thinking it would reflect poorly on him. Guilt festered within him for not having visited her after graduation, considering how she had cared for him during his university years. Okay, Teacher Zhou, I will give it careful thought. I'll send you my account details shortly. After hanging up, Yi-chun promptly sent his bank account information to Zhou Wanqing. He then pondered whether he should pursue a master's degree. In truth, it wouldn't significantly impact his future. With his intellect, he was destined for an extraordinary life. As he contemplated further studies, he thought of Wang Yusin, her image flashing through his mind, a shy, innocent, and kind-hearted girl from a rural background. She had left her master's program abruptly, and he had never heard from her again. Later, he learned from his roommates that she had allegedly been harassed by her graduate advisor, a scoundrel named Guo Gaoyong, who had silenced the matter with a monetary settlement. That shameless old man, he vowed to make him pay. Just then, a notification pinged on his phone. Glancing at it, he saw that the 10,000 yuan had been transferred to his account. He quickly messaged Zhou Wanqing on WeChat. Thank you, Teacher Zhou. I received it. Zhou Wanqing responded. No need to be polite. If you need more, just let me know. Really, teacher? Actually, it's not enough. Could you possibly lend me another 100,000? Chen was unreserved in his request. Zhou Wanqing was momentarily taken aback by his message. What has happened at home? Chen replied, my grandmother is hospitalized with cancer, and the doctor says the surgery will cost several 100,000 yuan. I promise to return the money to you as soon as possible. Sorry, grandma. Please forgive your grandson in spirit. Chapter 3. Do you have feelings for me? Upon reading his message, Zhou Wanqing contemplated for a moment. I still have over 100,000 on hand. I will transfer another 100,000 to you for your grandmother's treatment. There's no rush on repayment. We can discuss it later when you're working. Chen was taken aback by her generous offer. That she would lend him 100,000 was already a surprise. He felt a mix of gratitude and guilt, realizing he was exploiting Zhou Wanqing's kindness. Thank you, teacher. I appreciate it on behalf of my grandmother. Soon, Zhou Wanqing transferred him another 100,000 yuan. The fact that Chen was able to deceive both his father and Zhou Wanqing for money was primarily due to his usual demeanor of being obedient, honest, and somewhat introverted. They believed in their hearts that Chen was not the type of mischievous child prone to deceit. Would teacher Zhou report me to the authorities if she discovered the truth? Chen glanced at the time. It was now 3 in the afternoon on a Sunday. After a brief wash-up, he looked into the mirror at his youthful, slightly handsome face and couldn't help but exclaim, youth is truly wonderful. My hair is a bit long. I should get trimmed. As Chen exited the dormitory building, he noticed the campus was sparsely populated, most students having returned home for the holiday, with only a few remaining. After getting his hair done outside the school, he headed to the South Canteen for dinner. The other canteens had already closed, leaving only the South Canteen open during the summer break. While eating, he spotted a familiar figure, Wang Yusin, a classmate. She wore a pair of inexpensive white sneakers, faded jeans, and a white t-shirt, her long hair tied back in a simple ponytail, with bangs framing her face. Though her clothes were worn, they were clean and tidy, failing to conceal her graceful figure and natural beauty. Perhaps due to her social anxiety and introverted nature, she kept her head down while getting her meal, avoiding eye contact with anyone around her, and found an empty corner to sit and eat. Her delicate and vulnerable appearance stirred a protective instinct within him. Recalling her past misfortunes, Chen felt a surge of anger. Gua Gaoyang, you heartless wretch, how could you harm such an innocent and kind-hearted girl? In this life, I will strive to change that. It is better to teach a person to fish than to simply give them fish. Only by transforming oneself can one face future challenges with composure. He picked up his meal and approached Wang Yusin's table. Yusin, aren't you going home for the holiday? And no. Wang Yusin stammered, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her head to eat. Chen seemed to perceive her nervousness and offered a gentle smile. Are you looking for a summer job? Have you found one? Wang Yusin nodded slightly. Yes, I have. Curious, Chen inquired, where is it? What are you doing? At a Jianghai City, she replied. Their conversation was predominantly led by Chen's questions. A few minutes later, Wang Yusin hurriedly finished her meal and quietly said, I have to go now. She quickly stood up and left, as if Chen were a formidable beast. Watching her slender figure retreat, a tender spot within Chen was touched, sending ripples through his heart. He swiftly finished his meal and returned to the dormitory. Having already amassed 300,000 yuan, he pondered whom he could deceive next to gather more funds. The more money, the better. After contemplating for a while, he struggled to identify a suitable target. He opened WeChat on his phone and found a contact named Li Qingya. Upon seeing the name, Chen's expression turned complex. They'd been desk mates in high school, sharing mutual feelings yet never expressing them. After graduation, Chen attended Jianghai University of Transportation College of Electronic Information and Electrical Engineering, while Li Qingya pursued her studies at Jianghai Fudan University School of Economics. In his previous life, after graduating with a master's degree, Li Qingya became a selected officer and took on the role of deputy town mayor in a certain location. As the name suggests, selected officers are outstanding graduates from key universities chosen by government departments to work at the grassroots level. After Li Qingya had worked for 6 months, Chen one day received a message from her. Why didn't you pursue me in college? A whirlwind of emotions surged within him as he read her message, leaving him at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that she had harbored feelings for him all along. Regret for his youthful cowardice and timidity washed over him. Before he could reply, Li Qingya sent another message. If one day I leave this world, will you still remember me? I will never forget you, was Chen's heartfelt response. Subsequently, he learned through their high school group that Li Qingya had committed suicide by jumping from building. The news struck him like a thunderbolt, reverberating painfully in his heart. Some in the group speculated that she had succumbed to the pressures of work and developed depression, while others whispered of corruption leading to her tragic end. Not long after, the head of her county was placed under investigation for various misconducts. Chen's heart took a long time to calm. He messaged Li Qingya, "I'm sorry." A few seconds later, she replied, "What are you doing? Have you returned home?" He asked. Li Qingya felt puzzled. Why the sudden apology? "I feel I failed to protect you in my past life," he confessed. Seeing his message, her lovely face broke into a smile as her fingers flew across her phone screen. "Did you learn those cheesy pickup lines online?" When did the shy and introverted Yi Chun learn to say such things? Yi Chun couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated at her assessment, though she was right. It had indeed been that way. "I was merely youthful and shy, not foolish." "Have you gone home?" she inquired. "Not yet. I found a summer job in Jianghai City and will start tomorrow," he replied. "What job?" "Assistant programmer, to gain some practical experience," he said. "Next semester is your senior year. Aren't you planning to take the graduate entrance exam?" "Should I? Are you taking it?" Yi Chun asked knowingly. "Of course. I'm so bored studying at home every day," Li Qingya replied. "Studying requires balance. We can chat in the evenings after your day of studying," he suggested. "I usually finish at 6, get back to school around 7, and if I eat and tidy up, it should be around 8. If I have to work late, I won't know what time it will be," she explained. "You used to not chat with me much. Why the sudden interest today?" she asked. This was a question he needed to answer thoughtfully. Although Li Qingya had some feelings for him, a poorly constructed answer could extinguish that spark. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I had a dream at noon today. In it, my youthful naivety and timidity caused me to lose many important things. Upon waking, I reflected for a long time and realized that if I like someone, I should strive for it, regardless of the outcome. At least I won't regret it in the future because I made an effort." Li Qingya, upon reading his message, understood his implications, her fair and beautiful face slightly flushing. She responded with a smile. "Do you like me? I'm not thinking about dating right now. I need to focus on preparing for the graduate exam. Perhaps after I get into graduate school, I might consider a relationship." Li Qingya was rather proud and aloof. This attitude often masked her gentle and shy nature. Outwardly, she appeared indifferent, but inwardly, she was tender-hearted. She would use her pride to conceal her true feelings, a rather endearing facade. Once certain conditions were met, she would gravitate toward the person she liked. In his previous life, Yi Chun would have interpreted her words as a rejection. However, now, with his enriched experiences, he clearly understood Li Qingya's thoughts. Her words were both a concealment and a test. If he persisted, she would eventually succumb to his affections. Chapter 4. Tenfold Demon Stocks. Yi Chun and Li Qingya engaged in a lengthy conversation before retiring to bed. If a woman harbors no interest in you, she would not squander her time in such a manner. The following morning at 7 o'clock, after completing his morning routine, Yi Chun made his way to the bus stop near the school. Habitually, he reached into his pocket, intending to retrieve a cigarette, only to discover it was devoid of any contents. At that moment, he had not yet taken up smoking. In his previous life, he only began after entering the workforce. He decided to bide his time until he could afford to purchase a Zhonghua cigarette. Soon, he arrived at the bus stop at Jiaodong University, where dozens of individuals, primarily students from Jiaodong University, awaited the bus. The number 2 bus soon approached, already filled to capacity, leaving many standing. Yi Chun positioned himself at the back of the bus. After just 2 stops, the vehicle was overcrowded, with barely any room to stand. This scene transported him back to his previous life, where he endured daily commutes on crowded buses and subways. As he gazed at the scenery along the route, a loan advertisement caught his attention. Indeed, he could consider online borrowing. The current lending platforms had become quite legitimate, unlike the chaotic state of previous years. Platforms such as WeChat's Weili Loan, Alipay's Weshang Loan, along with Meituan, Baidu, 360, Xiaomi Finance, and JD Finance, all backed by reputable corporations, assured him that borrowing would pose no significant issues. He began to operate his mobile phone, first checking his borrowing limit. Being a university student without a stable income, his limit was not substantial. Each platform offered approximately 10,000 as a limit, with an annual interest rate of around 10%. Borrowing 10,000 would incur an interest of about 1,000 over the year. However, he intended to borrow for only 1 month, which would amount to approximately 100 in interest for that period. He proceeded to submit his application for the loan. The current loan process was straightforward. After submitting his information, the platform would conduct a review, and upon approval, the funds would be directly deposited into his bank account. Within half an hour, he had submitted applications to 5 major online lending platforms. Once everything was settled, the bus arrived at Haining Road Station. Yi Chun disembarked and headed towards Haining Building. Upon arriving at the company, it was precisely 8:50. He recognized the receptionist, whose name he recalled as Li Jing. "Sister Jing, I am Yi Chun. I came for an interview the day before yesterday, and Sister Chen informed me to come to work today." Li Jing, noticing the young handsome man, smiled slightly. "Sister Chen mentioned you. She just arrived, and I will take you to see her. She led Yi Chen to the Human Resources Department, where Li Qian arranged for his onboarding procedures, which took about half an hour. Finally, she brought him to the RD department, to the familiar position. Li Qian introduced him. Yi Chen, this is Lu Feng, the supervisor of RD department. Lu Feng, this is our new programming assistant. Yi Chen extended his hand with a smile. Hello, Brother Feng. I hope to receive your guidance in the future. Lu Feng shook his hand and nodded slightly. No need for formalities. I have reviewed your programming work, and it is quite impressive, truly worthy of a student from a prestigious university, far superior to those from ordinary institutions. Brother Feng, you flatter me. I still have much to learn from you experienced seniors. Humility is a commendable virtue that invariably earns the goodwill of others, regardless of the setting. After some pleasantries, Lu Feng guided him to his workstation. Familiarize yourself with the environment. Feel free to ask me any questions. The RD department comprised a dozen individuals, as the company was rapidly expanding and in urgent need of manpower. Yi Chen had a good understanding of Lu Feng. He was a quintessential tech-savvy individual, proficient in his field yet somewhat taciturn, fundamentally a decent person. In his previous life, Lu Feng had treated Yi Chen well, possibly in an effort to retain him. The work atmosphere in the department was quite pleasant, which was one of the reasons Yi Chen had chosen to work here after graduation. The company had promising prospects, and the boss had a wide network. Had the boss not encountered misfortune, Yi Chen's career trajectory might not have been so lackluster, a pivotal moment in his life. A notification pinged on his phone. Yi Chen picked it up to see that 100,000 yuan had been deposited into his bank account. Shortly thereafter, his father's call came through, inquiring if he had received the funds. Upon hearing that his son had indeed received the money, he promptly hung up and rode home. Yi Chen's bank account now boasted 300,000 yuan. He had already downloaded the Jianghai Securities app on his phone and, following the prompts, proceeded to apply for an account. Simple and efficient, completed in 10 minutes. After opening the account, he transferred the entirety of the 300,000 yuan into his securities account. By 10 o'clock, Lu Feng approached him with a work assignment. The task involved assisting in the development of a system platform for a company. His responsibilities were relatively straightforward, primarily involving simpler tasks, with the core programming not requiring his input. Drawing from his experiences in his previous life, his technical skills surpassed those of everyone present. Yet he saw no need to showcase his abilities, as that would only invite complications. His summer job had paid 5,000 a month, and taking on work valued at 20,000 would be rather foolish. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the funds from the 5 lending platforms began to arrive, which he subsequently transferred to his securities account. The hours swiftly passed, and by 6 o'clock, Yi Chen meticulously completed his work. After informing Lu Feng, he left for the day. The regular employees were often required to work overtime, a common occurrence for programmers. Upon returning to school, it was already 7:20. After having dinner and refreshing himself, he settled down around 8 o'clock. Lying on his bed, he sent a message to Li Qingya. "What are you up to?" Li Qingya replied, "I'm out with my parents, taking a stroll in the park." "Have you finished work?" "Yes, just wrap things up." "How is the job?" "It's quite good. My colleagues are all pleasant." "Are your parents with you?" "No, my mom is dancing in the square, and my dad has gone for a walk." "You're so beautiful. Make sure to stay safe on your own." Upon reading his message, Li Qingya's lips curled into a satisfied smile, and she let out a soft hum of approval. "Stop flattering me. Since when did you become so smooth-tongued?" Though she secretly enjoyed the attention, she feigned indifference. Yi Chen responded, "What smooth-tongued flattery? I speak from the heart." Li Qingya relished his words. "Yi Chen, if you plan to pursue graduate studies, you should start preparing early. The competition at Jiaodong University is quite fierce. No worries, the entrance exam isn't a significant concern. You know my capabilities. I consistently outperformed you in high school. I merely let you win." After chatting for about an hour, Yi Chen deemed it time to say goodnight, and they both retired to sleep. July 19th, Tuesday. This marked the day of his soaring stock, Longfei Technology. Yi Chen arrived at the company and settled at his workstation, eagerly awaiting the stock market's opening at 9:30. The domestic stock market operated for a total of 4 hours each day, from 9:30 to 11:30 in the morning and from 1 to 3 in the afternoon, with weekends and holidays being non-trading days. As the clock struck 9:30, he opened the Jianghai Securities app on his phone and located Longfei Technology. The current stock price stood at 233 yuan per share. He decided to purchase the full amount of 1,502 lots, equating to a total of 150,200 shares, with a transaction fee of 17,498, leading to a total investment of 34,979,102 yuan. Chapter 5. The Bus Pervert. The phenomenon of tenfold soaring stocks is exceedingly rare. Sometimes, there may not be even one a year. What constitutes a soaring stock? The essence of the narrative revolves around a particular stock experiencing an unreasonable surge in a short span, not due to the company's fundamental strengths or operational excellence, but rather through the relentless speculation by various investors. Once the fervor subsides, such stocks are prone to a precipitous decline, plummeting rapidly. These so-called demon stocks must embody certain characteristics: a low market capitalization and a thematic concept that resonates with current trends. Take Longfei Technology, for instance. With a market capitalization of merely 800 million, its modest size renders it susceptible to manipulation by larger players. With its speculative allure stemming from the burgeoning support of national policies for the renewable energy sector, which promises a bright future, Yichen's modest investment of several hundred thousand would likely go unnoticed due to its small scale. However, had he possessed a more substantial capital, tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, his entry would undoubtedly draw attention. Major institutional investors or market manipulators would realize that a significant player had entered the fray, potentially causing them to abandon the stock due to insufficient accumulation of shares, which implies minimal profit possibilities and risks benefiting the larger investor who has stealthily entered the market. They are not naive and would not willingly support another's ascent. There is even a possibility they might hastily divest their holdings to ensnare the unsuspecting larger investor, subsequently redirecting their efforts toward other stocks. The stock market is fraught with peril, and despite his memories from a past life, Chen remains exceedingly cautious. Without those memories, he would unequivocally avoid engaging with stocks. The domestic stock market is riddled with systemic flaws and shortcomings, primarily benefiting large institutions and market manipulators, thus earning its classification as a speculative market. Most individuals who venture into this arena ultimately become fodder for the larger players. Between 9:30 and 10:30 a.m., Chen frequently glances at the performance of Longfei Technology stock. Despite his past life's recollections, he feels a twinge of anxiety, as the funds he is utilizing were acquired through dubious means, with a portion sourced from online lending platforms. Should any misfortune arise, he fears he could find himself in dire straits. At 10:30 a.m., Longfei Technology's stock begins to rise sharply, spurred by an influx of capital. In less than 10 minutes, it reaches its maximum allowable increase, a 10 surge. This revelation brings a sigh of relief to Chen, confirming that his memories have not failed him. His securities account swells by over 34,900, bringing the total market value of his holdings to more than 380,000. Chen feels a surge of excitement. This phenomenon is precisely why the stock market attracts so many retail investors. Who does not yearn for wealth? Who does not wish to earn without labor? Newcomers to the stock market often brim with ambition and dreams of prosperity, yet the harsh realities soon diminish their zeal. Much like those newly entering society, who envision poetry and distant horizons, only to be met with a harsh awakening. Life offers no poetry or distant dreams, only trials and tribulations. As Chen observes Longfei Technology's stock firmly locked at its peak, he allows himself to relax entirely. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the stock will likely hit its limit at the opening bell for the next few days, rendering it impossible for retail investors to purchase shares. On the fifth trading day, a midday fluctuation followed by a surge to the limit will likely occur, designed to shake out smaller investors. Chen reviews the stock's performance over the past month. The previous stability suggests that market manipulators have been accumulating shares, preparing for today's ascent. Of course, this may also involve transactions between company shareholders and market manipulators. The trading system in the domestic stock market operates on a T1 basis, with limits on price fluctuations, 10 for the Shanghai and Shenzhen exchanges and 20 for the SciTech Innovation Board. T1 indicates that shares bought on one day cannot be sold until the next trading day. In contrast, the U.S. stock market, due to its maturity and other factors, employs a T0 system, allowing for immediate selling after purchase. Chen's spirits are buoyed this day. Following the completion of his work, he leaves promptly at 6 in the evening. Standing on the crowded, stifling bus, he feels no discomfort. Many buses in Jianghai City lack air conditioning, relying instead on open windows for ventilation. Fortunately, the weather is not too hot in the early morning and evening. Chen's workload is light. He consistently completes tasks assigned by supervisor, Lu Feng, by 6 o'clock. After freshening up in the evening, he engages in conversation with his high school sweetheart, Li Qingya. Watching his account balance grow steadily, he finds himself enjoying life immensely. 5 days pass in the blink of an eye. On July 25th, a Monday, he rises earlier than usual, possibly fueled by excitement. He has been waking up early for several days now. After washing up and having breakfast in the cafeteria, he heads to the bus stop at Jiaodong University. There, he spots a familiar figure, Wang Yusin. She is already in line, and knowing her shy nature, he refrains from greeting her, opting to stand behind her. Today, Wang Yusin is adorned in the Jianghai Jiaodong University uniform, a white t-shirt emblazoned with the school emblem and azure pants, sporting a backpack and a neat ponytail, exuding an air of freshness and cleanliness. Yichun feels that the uniform suits her perfectly, making her exceptionally attractive, drawing glances from several nearby young men. Perhaps due to her striking beauty, she appears captivating regardless of her attire. After a few minutes, bus number 2 arrives, and the crowd boards. Yichun positions himself in the bus's middle section, gripping the handrail and leaning against the connecting point of 2 carriages, conveniently close to the rear door for disembarking. Wang Yusin stands nearby, holding onto the railing, her gaze directed outside. The bus swiftly arrives at the next stop, where a surge of new passengers boards, filling every available space, even the steps at the front and rear doors. Shortly after the bus begins to move, Yichun notices a man standing behind Wang Yusin, swaying excessively. Though the bus occasionally jolts due to sudden stops or turns, this man's movements seem deliberate. Yichun immediately suspects that he is intentionally taking advantage of the situation. In crowded buses, contact is often unavoidable, but this man clearly acts with ulterior motives. Most women would choose to endure such behavior, while a few might retaliate. However, given Wang Yusin's temperament, she is unlikely to react explosively and can only endure. Yet, the more one tolerates such behavior, the bolder the aggressor becomes. This is a lesson Yichun learned from his past life. He stretches out his hand and pulls the man back. Onlookers, including the man in his 30s, turn to gaze at Yichun. He speaks up, addressing the older man. At your age, you should have some decency. Should you be married with children by now? How can you act so shamelessly? The man's expression darkens. What are you talking about? Do I know you? Standing at 1.78 meters, Yichun has a robust build, cultivated from years of labor in the countryside. He points at the man with an air of authority. I recorded everything on my phone. You know exactly what you did. Shall I take you to the police and let them sort it out? The man's demeanor shifts, panic evident on his face as he stammers. It was just the bus swaying. I didn't mean to. Wang Yusin had also sensed something amiss earlier. She attempted to lean forward, but he continued to touch her deliberately. Having never encountered such a situation before, she is at a loss for how to respond and can only do her best to distance herself. Yichun turned to Wang Yusin and said, Wang Yusin, please come over here. After uttering these words, he grasped one of her hands, guiding her to the spot where he had just been leaning against the bus compartment. Throughout the entire exchange, Wang Yusin remained silent, her head slightly bowed, though it was evident that her cheeks were tinged with a faint blush. Those around them, seeing that nothing unusual was occurring, continued to engross themselves in their mobile devices. Chapter 6. 9 out of 10 men are lustful. In a previous life, had Yichun found himself in such a predicament, he might have hesitated to confront the instigator. However, he would assuredly have pulled Wang Yusin away, refusing to turn a blind eye. Thank you, Wang Yusin murmured softly, her voice barely audible, yet Yichun managed to catch it. He smiled and replied, we are classmates. There's no need for formality. Should you encounter such situations in the future, do not remain silent, for that will only embolden certain individuals, understood? Wang Yusin gently nodded in acknowledgement. Yichun reflected on how, in his previous life, had Wang Yusin known how to handle such incidents. Perhaps she would not have fallen victim to the scoundrel Wu Gaoyang. Next time you face such a situation, do not hesitate to slap him across the face. If you prefer not to resort to violence, raise your voice to stop him and call the police. While you excel academically, there are many lessons that school cannot impart. These must be learned through personal experience and growth, particularly in navigating interpersonal relations and responding to unforeseen circumstances. Yichun was unsure why he felt compelled to voice so much advice. Perhaps it was the memory of Wang Yusin's past suffering that moved him to wish for this kind-hearted and naive girl to avoid repeating her mistakes. Hoping she could grow stronger, Wang Yusin subtly raised her gaze, stealing glances at him, her heart stirred by a ripple of emotion. Later, Yichun himself felt he had perhaps spoken too extensively. Some lessons in life are not learned merely through words, but require time to unfold. He initiated a casual conversation. At which stop do you disembark? Channing Street, she replied. I'll be getting off at the next stop, Haitan Road. What time do you finish work in the evening? Usually around 7. Yichun smiled. Then we can commute together from now on. Our schedules align, and it would be nice to keep each other company on the way. Wang Yusin offered a soft, almost inaudible affirmative. After more than an hour, the bus arrived at Channing Street Station. I've arrived. Yichen iklimet. I'll wait for you here tonight. Wang Yusin did not respond, but exited the bus, walking away into the distance. A few minutes later, Yichun alighted at his stop and made his way to the office. At 9:30, the domestic stock market commenced trading. He retrieved his phone, launching the Jianghai Securities app to review his account. With today marking 5 consecutive limit-up days, his account balance reached 570,000, yielding a total return of 61%, with profits exceeding 210,000. He opened the current market status of Longfei Technology. The stock hit its upper limit right at the opening bell, maintaining its position as the market's hottest topic. Numerous comments flooded in. Wow, incredible. 5 limit-ups. This stock might double. Big player, give me a chance? I want in. I only bought 5,000 shares. Who knew it would surge so aggressively? It's bound to plummet soon. Those in profit should run. Who dares to enter now? It's too risky. Those who are greedy should be cautious. It's time to take profits. Once trapped in such a volatile stock, it could take 5 years to recover, or it might even delist. The comments vary greatly, with some lamenting their small purchases while others express skepticism about the excessive rise, deeming it perilous. As Chen read the barrage of comments, he recalled his former self, once part of this very crowd. He remembered how those who initially profited by chance ultimately lost it all through sheer lack of skill, often to the point of losing their principal investment. Chen. A voice suddenly broke through his concentration. He turned to see a familiar figure and quickly stood up. President Lu Zixuan, with her striking beauty and elegant features, had long, slightly curled brown hair cascading over her shoulders, clad in a fitted black dress. Her figure exuded a mature allure, radiating an aura of confidence. She regarded Chen with a calm expression, revealing no hint of her feelings. Chen felt a twinge of anxiety. Being caught trading stocks during work hours by the higher-ups typically resulted in a stern reprimand. Come to my office, she instructed, turning to exit the RD department. Chen followed, unable to resist swallowing hard as he admired her graceful silhouette. In his past life, he had entertained fantasies about Lu Zixuan, imagining how splendid it would be to have such a wife, wealthy, beautiful, and with an admirable demeanor. Even if it meant driving a luxury car and living in a villa, he would gladly accept. Such thoughts are not uncommon among men, though few dare to act upon them. As the saying goes, 9 out of 10 men are lustful. The remaining one is either pretending to be decent or has issues. An unverified online statistic suggested that as long as a man draws breath, he cannot be devoid of desire. As a man himself, Chen could not refute this. For it rings true. He followed Lu Zixuan into her office, where she sat in her chair and regarded him with a smile. I've heard from Supervisor Lu that your work performance is quite commendable. Tasks assigned to you are completed efficiently and effectively. Truly, as a student from Tongji University, you embody excellence. Chen returned her smile. Thank you, President Lu, but I still have much to learn. Lu Zixuan maintained her smile. Just call me Lu Jie in private. There's no need for formalities. This company is like a family. We are all one. Lu Jie, he responded. Lu Zixuan nodded with a smile. So, Xiaoya, you're entering your senior year next semester, right? Are you considering pursuing a master's degree? I do have plans to pursue further studies, Chen replied. That's a wise choice. Pursuing a master's degree opens up greater opportunities for your career. Many top companies seek graduates from prestigious institutions. Lu Jie, I believe our company is excellent in terms of both work environment and growth prospects. If you don't mind, I hope to return to this company after completing my master's degree. Lu Zixuan chuckled. Oh, are you painting a rosy picture for me? You seem quite savvy, young man. Chen let out a dry laugh. Lu Jie, I'm simply speaking the truth. While large companies may offer attractive initial compensation, the competition for advancement is fierce and daunting. I believe our company presents ample opportunities for growth. Lu Zixuan nodded in agreement. If you truly return here after completing your master's, I can guarantee you a starting salary of 300,000 for your first year. After that, it will depend on your abilities. Thank you, Lu Jie. I will certainly prioritize our company when the time comes. Lu Zixuan gazed at him and inquired, were you trading stocks just now? Chapter 7. The Wealthy Sister. Chen hurriedly acknowledged his mistake. I apologize, Sister Lu. I should not have engaged in stock trading during work hours. Lu Zixuan replied in a calm tone. It's quite normal to take a break during work and play on your phone. Employees are not machines. It's essential to balance work and leisure. However, stock trading can be quite addictive, so you must be cautious not to become overly engrossed. Staying grounded is paramount. Her words were a sincere reminder to Chen, as she had been through similar experiences and understood the realities of the domestic stock market. For ordinary retail investors, making a profit is exceedingly challenging, and even wealthy individuals can end up as mere fodder in the market, unless one possesses robust connections within the stock exchange to gain insider information. The odds of success are slim. Chen discerned her genuine concern for him. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Lu. Lu Zixuan continued. It's acceptable to dabble a bit. Perhaps invest 20% of your spare funds. Even if you were to lose it all, it wouldn't significantly impact your life. However, if you invest all your savings, take out loans, and leverage your investments, it could lead to irreparable consequences. Many who have jumped from buildings did so under such circumstances. Yi Chen felt as though Lu Zixuan's words resonated deeply with him, as his trading capital was indeed borrowed, including from online lending platforms. If he were to incur losses, it would truly be catastrophic. You are right, Sister Lu. Lu Zixuan remarked, I have been trading stocks for several years, and I have made some profits during the bull market over the past 2 years. Let me take a look at the stocks you purchased. I can provide you with some analysis. She regarded Yi Chen as a talent and wished for him to feel her sincerity from all aspects so that he might consider joining her company in the future. Yi Chen paused momentarily upon hearing her words. Lu Zixuan smiled and said, Come here, let me see which stocks you bought. Unable to evade her request, Yi Chen navigated around the desk to stand beside her, opening the Jianghai Securities app on his phone. Lu Zixuan took his phone, deftly accessing his holdings. Upon seeing his gains and losses, her eyes widened in surprise. Gains and losses, 18, 189, 133, 52. As the limit up had opened, the major players were adjusting their positions, causing Yi Chen's returns to dip slightly. Previously, his profit had been 21, 337, 252, 61. 5 limit ups had resulted in a return rate of 61. As the capital was compounded, she glanced at the stock Yi Chen held, Longfei Technology. You actually purchased Longfei Technology? What extraordinary luck. Yi Chen nodded with a smile. I bought him before it took off. My luck indeed played a part. Lu Zixuan checked the market data and noted that it was up by 121, but fluctuating significantly. This stock has already hit 5 limit ups. Today, it is evident that the major players are offloading their shares. You should sell now. A 50% return is quite impressive. I've only achieved a 10% return over the years I've been trading. Yi Chen replied, I believe it has further potential. This is merely the beginning of its ascent. The government has just announced policies strongly supporting the development of the new energy sector, which will have a significant impact. It is the direction of future growth and not just a fleeting trend. Longfei Technology is a quintessential leading stock. It won't merely surge for a few days. The new energy sector, in particular, is likely to enter a rapid growth phase in the coming months. Lu Zixuan, hearing his analysis, found it somewhat persuasive and pondered it deeply. Yi Chen continued, in domestic stock trading, one essentially trades based on policies and industry concepts. Whichever industry receives substantial government support will see growth and attract capital. The future prospects for the new energy sector are vast, although it has risen somewhat already. I believe it will continue to climb. Lu Zixuan, impressed by his articulate reasoning, acknowledged his insights. Despite her years of trading, she had never delved deeply into the subject. Her experience had been rather superficial. Do you think that Longfei Technology isn't just the major players offloading, but rather consolidating positions? Will it hit the limit up again this afternoon? Yi Chen replied, yes, but this is merely my personal judgment. It may not be entirely accurate. Lu Zixuan queried, how many more days do you think can rise? At least 10 more days, Yi Chen casually responded. Lu Zixuan laughed, saying, then I shall buy a bit today for fun. With that, she pulled out her phone and opened her Jianghai Securities account. Upon seeing the funds in her account, Yi Chen's eyes widened, 8 digits, over 30 million in total. Remembering her earlier comments, he thought to himself, is this what she considers 20% of her spare funds? Lu Zixuan must have a cash flow exceeding 100 million. Big sister, I no longer wish to strive, he mused. Lu Zixuan turned to him, somewhat astonished. He, a university student, appeared remarkably composed before her, speaking with poise and grace, making her feel at ease, as if he were a seasoned veteran of society. Little did she know that Yi Chen had lived 2 lives, and his mindset and experiences transcended ordinary understanding. Feigning displeasure, Lu Zixuan wished to see how he would respond. You have quite the audacity to joke with me. Yi Chen, adept at reading her intentions, retorted, Sister, I am a dog in the zodiac. I am obedient without needing to be reprimanded. Lu Zixuan couldn't help but laugh, her charm radiating brightly. Enough of that. How much do you suggest I invest? Sister, my judgment might not be accurate. I would feel guilty if you incurred losses. Yi Chen watched as she purchased over 10 million in stocks, with an additional 20 million in spare funds, worrying that she might invest the full 20 million into Longfei Technology. A larger sum could potentially trigger a butterfly effect. Lu Zixuan reassured him, I understand. I want to hold you responsible. Just buy a bit for fun. With that, she began her transaction, ultimately deciding to invest 2 million. She was uncertain about the future direction and would never risk 2 million outright. Standing beside her, Yi Chen's gaze inadvertently drifted to her fair neck and alluring figure. He quickly averted his eyes, though they seemed to have a will of their own. Lu Zixuan returned his phone, saying, Xiao Yi, you may return to your work. Chen returned to the RD department to resume his tasks. During lunch, he realized he had not yet added Wang Yusin as a friend. He found her in the class group and sent a friend request. 2 minutes later, it was accepted. Chen messaged her. This is Chen. I know. Have you eaten? I'm eating. Is work tiring? It's all right. Wang Yusin's personality was quite introverted, and she had not engaged much in conversation, mostly responding to Chen's inquiries. Chatting with her could easily lead to awkward silences, but fortunately, Chen's experiences from his previous life helped him navigate the conversation without faltering. After chatting for a while, Wang Yusin returned to her work, as she had no lunch break. At around 2:30 in the afternoon, Longfei technology surged sharply, sealing its limit up within 10 seconds, leaving retail investors with no chance to react. Concepts such as major player withdrawals, technical analysis, candlestick patterns, and moving averages held no weight against a stock like this. Substantial capital was simply determined to stir it. Having completed her tasks in the office, Lu Zixuan opened the Jianghai Securities app to check. Upon seeing that Longfei technology had indeed hit the limit up, her expression froze in disbelief. He was right. It had reached the limit again. By 6 in the evening, Chen finished his work and clocked out. Exiting the office building, he headed towards Chongning Street. After a 30-minute walk, he arrived at the bus station. After waiting for over 10 minutes, he spotted Wang Yusin approaching from a distance. Wang Yusin walked up to the bus stop sign and began a queue. Chen approached her from behind. Just finished work? Wang Yusin, upon hearing his voice, turned her head to glance at him, surprised that he would indeed come to this place. After waiting for so long, he offered only a mere such reticence. She blushed even when speaking to the opposite sex. This reminded him of Chen's timid demeanor in high school, when he too felt bashful and dared not meet the gaze of others. Chapter 8. Profiting 2 million. On the bus, Wang Yusin stood within the carriage, gripping the railing, her gaze either cast downwards or fixed on the window. Chen understood well that it would be exceedingly difficult to coax her into initiating conversation. At times, he even suspected that Wang Yusin might possess a touch of social anxiety. While autism is often associated with childhood, it seems she simply preferred silence. Wang Yusin, you must learn to communicate with others, even if just the fundamentals. This is an essential lesson for navigating society. Otherwise, you may find yourself marginalized and neglected in the workplace, leading to an even greater withdrawal into yourself. Though Wang Yusin remained silent, he was certain she was listening. He continued, if you persist in this manner, you will ultimately be cast aside by society, regardless of your prestigious university education. Therefore, you must acquire certain skills and mature. The noise of the bus proved too overwhelming for further discourse, so he refrained from speaking more. Once they disembarked, Chen asked, have you eaten? Not yet. Perfect. I haven't either. Let's go to the cafeteria together. As they walked, he inquired, if you were ostracized by classmates or colleagues, do you know how to respond? Wang Yusin remained silent. Chen continued, first, consider the reasons within yourself. Is it that your personality is too reclusive that you rarely engage with them? They may not understand you and find you difficult to approach. Additionally, have you inadvertently encroached upon their interests? I believe your social exclusion stems from your aversion to interaction and preference for solitude. You must work to change this. What would you do if you were bullied? And if you were harassed? He was hesitant to elaborate too much, fearing it might overwhelm her. I will provide you with detailed guidance another day, sharing specific examples and strategies for coping. Having experienced much in his previous life, he felt confident that he could facilitate Wang Yusin's growth. Should she encounter that scoundrel Guo Gaiyang again, she might know how to confront him, preventing a repeat of her previous tragic fate. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, they began their meal. As Chen ate, he shared, in high school, I was much like you, too shy to speak with the opposite sex. Blushing at the mere thought of it, unable to meet their eyes. I was the same when I first entered university, but gradually I began communicating with my roommates. Then others. The more you engage, the easier it becomes. Wang Yusin discerned that Chen's words stemmed from a place of concern for her well-being. Yet, she remained puzzled as to his motives. Chen recognized that individuals like Wang Yusin often harbor strong defenses and are slow to trust. However, his intentions were purely to guide her. She would surely realize that his advice was beneficial. After dinner, as they exited the cafeteria, Chen instructed her, Wang Yusin, please wait for me here tomorrow so we can go to work together. Wang Yusin did not respond, merely walking towards the girls' dormitory. Upon returning to his own dorm room, Chen tidied his belongings, and by the time he finished, it was already 8:30. He retrieved his phone and saw Li Qingya's profile picture, thinking to himself, she must be waiting for me to message her first. With her proud disposition and feminine reserve, she seldom initiated contact with him, especially since they were currently classmates. Were they in a romantic relationship, it would undoubtedly be Li Qingya who would reach out. What are you up to? Chen sent the message, silently counting down in his mind. 3, 2, 1. Li Qingyao replied, I'm reading. Did you work overtime today? Typically, Chen would finish around 8 o'clock. Today, however, it was already 8:30. A smile crept on his lips. He felt the bait had nearly hooked the fish. I didn't work overtime today. The traffic was quite bad. There was an accident on one of the roads. Li Qingyao responded, Oh, several classmates are pursuing me, but I'm not interested in them. What should I do to turn them down? Chen advised, just be clear with them. If you wish to refuse, then do so. Otherwise, they might think you're interested. I've turned down several, yet some still persistently pursue me. Blocking them doesn't seem right. They're classmates after all. There is nothing wrong with it. If you've already rejected them and they continue to pursue you, it's their failure to recognize boundaries. You need not spare their feelings. The following morning, after completing his morning routine, Chen stepped out of the dormitory. Upon reaching the entrance of the cafeteria, he spotted Wang Yusin waiting for him. Dressed in a charming white and blue school uniform, she appeared quite endearing. Good morning, Wang Yusin. Seeing him approach, she turned and entered the cafeteria. During breakfast, Chen intended to impart more lessons, feeling somewhat like her life mentor. Today, he would discuss interpersonal relationships and communication skills. He commenced a lengthy discourse, distilling the essence of what he had learned from various books in his previous life, sharing it with Wang Yusin. He had read extensively to succeed in the workplace, which had proven immensely beneficial. On the bus and along the way, Chen continued his teachings, unfazed by the curious gazes of passers-by. In fact, this served as a way to help Wang Yusin grow more comfortable. Initially, she felt awkward and shy, but after a few days, she gradually acclimated, the stares of strangers becoming less piercing. Before long, it was August 15th, a Monday. Chen had been instructing her on life's lessons for half a month, covering topics such as social interaction, communication techniques, social psychology, and the frailties and ugliness of human nature. He later provided concrete examples from his past experiences, encouraging her to engage in independent analysis and strategizing. Tonight, I will give you the final lesson. Have you noticed any changes during this time? Wang Yusin nodded slightly, casting a fleeting glance at him before quickly averting her gaze. Chen chuckled, Look, you can now meet my eyes, even if just for a brief second. That is a significant improvement. Initially, when I spoke to you on the bus, you felt embarrassed, but now you seem to have grown accustomed to the gazes of others. Thank you. Wang Yusin's voice was soft, yet Chen heard her clearly. He felt a sense of satisfaction. As a fellow student, he could not stand idly by and watch her life be diminished. Tonight will be your last lesson, after which you won't have to endure my incessant chatter any longer. Upon hearing his words, Wang Yusin felt an inexplicable sense of loss. The bus soon arrived at Channing Street Station. She disembarked and made her way to her workplace. A short while later, Chen arrived at the company. At 9:30, he opened the Jianghai Securities app on his phone. Longfei Technology had unsurprisingly reached its daily limit up. To date, Chen had enjoyed 20 limit up days, yielding a remarkable 67-fold return, with a current portfolio value of 234,359,983 yuan, translating to nearly 2 million in profit, with 230,000 in capital. A single limit up the following day would yield an additional 23,000. Longfei Technology had 4 limit ups remaining before it would run out of steam. His funds have the potential to multiply tenfold. Xiao Yi, come to my office, Lu Zixuan's voice echoed from behind him. Chapter 9. The enigmatic stock of Tianhai Investment. Chen followed closely behind Lu Zixuan, admiring her mature and graceful figure. She was clad in a fitted gray dress, accentuating her alluring physique. With her already enviable form, she became even more captivating. Even a pure-hearted college student like him couldn't help but steal a few glances, let alone their colleagues at the company. Upon entering the office, Lu Zixuan settled into her chair, her charming face adorned with a smile, a stark contrast to her previously serious demeanor outside. Longfei Technology has hit the upper limit again today. Should we sell? Chen approached her and inquired, Sister Lu, how much profit have you made now? Lu Zixuan opened her phone. Counting today, I have enjoyed 16 consecutive limit ups, yielding approximately 45 times my investment, with profits around 7 million. Currently, the market value of Longfei Technology stocks stands at 9 million. Seeing her profits, Chen felt an overwhelming sense of envy. Having abundant funds is truly advantageous. The more one earns, the better. Let's wait for a couple more days before selling, Lu Zixuan said nonchalantly. She had already made a substantial profit, and if the stock were to drop in a couple of days, it would merely mean a slight reduction in her earnings. What about you? How much are you up? About 2 million, he replied. Lu Zixuan remarked, for a college student, earning millions on your own is quite impressive. Where did you get the initial capital of 300,000? Did you ask your family for it? Chen chuckled awkwardly. It's all borrowed. Part of it even comes from online loans. My family is from the countryside, and my parents would never give me money to invest in stocks. Lu Zixuan's expression turned serious for a moment. You are quite bold. Yichen reassured her. Fortunately, the outcome has been favorable. Once I sell in a couple of days, I will repay the loans. Lu Zixuan cautioned, you must not engage in such risky practices in the future. One misstep could lead to disaster. I understand, Sister Lu. Thank you, he replied, inhaling the fragrant scent that lingered around her, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards her fair neck and figure, stirring a sense of restlessness within him. All right, you may return to your work now. Remember to inform me when you decide to sell, she said. Back at his workstation, Yichen plunged into his tasks. During lunch, he pondered his next target, realizing that Longfei technology was nearing its peak. It was August 15th, and memories from his past life began to resurface. Names of numerous speculative stocks flooded his mind, some of which had already been fully exploited while others had yet to be realized. While Longfei technology experienced a meteoric rise, several other stocks were concurrently being speculated upon. However, none could rival Longfei technology, as most would plateau after 5 or 6 limit-ups. Suddenly, a company name crystallized in his mind, Jianghai Investment. Memories from his previous life surged forth. Jianghai Investment began to be speculated on August 22nd, achieving roughly 15 limit-ups. A fourfold increase, with its speculation centered on the real estate sector, including construction materials and urbanization. This could be regarded as the final flourish of the real estate industry, as if paying tribute to an era. 3 months later, news of the collapse of the largest real estate company in the country would send shockwaves across the nation. Following that, the real estate sector would falter, with real estate companies collapsing in succession and property prices beginning to plummet. The demise of these companies was a result of the government intentionally puncturing the real estate bubble, implementing a soft landing to preemptively mitigate the impending global financial crisis. But that was a story for another time. He opened the Jianghai Securities app, searched for Jianghai Investment, and added it to his watch list. The stock price of Jianghai Investment was under 8 yuan, with a market capitalization of 6 billion. He planned to sell Longfei Technology on the 19th, allowing him to purchase Jianghai Investment. Since the 20th and 21st were weekends, there would be no trading. Jianghai Investment would start to gain traction on the 22nd, and he intended to position himself beforehand, waiting for the major players to elevate his fortunes. At 3 in the afternoon, Yichen received his salary for July, amounting to 3,300 yuan, with additional compensation for his exemplary performance and weekend overtime. Veteran employees in the RD department earned around 20,000 yuan, while Lu Feng, the department head, received an even higher salary. Lu Zixuan had previously mentioned that upon graduation, he would secure a position in the company with a guaranteed annual salary exceeding 300,000, surpassing even the veteran employees. As Yichen juggled work and leisure, he completed his tasks just in time. Exiting the office building, he walked towards Chongning Street, contemplating his future. His initial goal was to amass his first fortune in the stock market, accumulating sufficient capital for future investment opportunities. With the knowledge from his past life, he was acutely aware of which industries would flourish and which companies would rise to prominence. He also foresaw the emergence of technological talents worldwide, along with an impending global economic crisis that, while brief, would leave a lasting impact. Amidst the crisis lay opportunities, and seizing them would lead to a transformative leap. Before he knew it, Yichen arrived at the bus stop on Chongning Street, standing there with a focused expression, deep in thought about his future. So engrossed was he that he failed to notice Wang Yusin approaching him. Wang Yusin, not wishing to interrupt, stood beside him, stealing glances with curiosity at his concentrated demeanor. Yichen's eyes gradually brightened, a confident smile gracing his face as he felt a surge of ambition. Upon realizing Wang Yusin was beside him, he exclaimed, "When did you arrive? Why didn't you call out to me?" Wang Yusin quickly diverted her gaze, lowering her head slightly, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. "I just got here a little while ago. I saw you deep in thought and didn't want to disturb you." Having spent half a month building rapport with Yichen, she felt more comfortable conversing with him. Spotting the bus number 2 approaching, Yichen urged, "The bus is here. Let us get on." The bus during rush hour was packed with people. They squeezed in, and thanks to his height, Yichen was able to grasp the overhead railing for support. Wang Yusin, approximately 165 centimeters tall, though not short, had no railing to hold on to, making it difficult for her to maintain her balance. "Hold onto my arm. Otherwise, you might stumble and fall onto someone else when the bus sways," Yichen advised. Wang Yusin hesitated for a moment before reaching out to grasp his arm. The sight of her delicate demeanor softened Yichen's heart. He hoped his recent guidance would positively influence her, preventing her from making the same mistakes again. "I was going to give you another lesson, but it seems that's unnecessary now." Are you preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination next semester? Wang Yusin nodded gently. I plan to take the exam. Are you? Yes. Has your workplace distributed salaries yet? They have. How much did you receive last month? 2,600. Chen chucked it. Considering how much I've taught you over these days, treating me to a meal seems fair, doesn't it? What do you want to eat? Anything from the school cafeteria is fine. You'll treat. Through their conversations over the past few days, Chen learned that Wang Yusin hailed from a rural village in southern Sichuan, her family conditions poorer than his, as evidenced by her modest attire. Despite the recent economic development in the country, many areas remained impoverished. At that moment, the bus abruptly braked. Chen's body lurched forward due to inertia, but he managed to hold onto the railing, tilting slightly. Wang Yusin, however, lost her balance and fell into his embrace. Chen was momentarily stunned, feeling the softness against his arm. Are you all right? Wang Yusin lowered her head and hurriedly straightened up, yet Chen could distinctly see the flush creeping up to her ears. Chapter 10. The Transformation of Wang Yusin. Previously, Chen had harbored a disdain for aggressive bus drivers, but today he found himself rather fond of one, even to the point of enjoying the ride. However, as the bus made numerous stops, the crowd began to thin, allowing Wang Yusin to occupy the seat beside him. At 8:06 a.m., bus No. 2 arrived at Jianghai University Station. The two disembarked and strolled towards the campus, with Wang Yusin deliberately lagging half a step behind, stealing glances at his profile. Walking alongside, Chen instilled a sense of security within her. Perhaps this was what true safety felt like. Before long, they reached the cafeteria. Chen ordered 2 sumptuous dinners, swiping his card for a total of over 40 yuan. The meal included braised pork, chicken legs, fish, and vegetables, a standard that would easily cost more than 40 yuan elsewhere. Thanks to government subsidies, university cafeterias offered significantly more affordable prices. Wang Yusin asked, "Aren't I supposed to treat you?" Chen replied, "I was merely jesting. It would be unreasonable for a beautiful woman to pay when dining with me." They found a spot to sit and began their meal. At this hour, the vast cafeteria was sparsely populated with only a handful of diners. Chen enjoyed it. "Eat more meat. How else will you grow?" Wang Yusin softly responded, "I'm already 22. I've stopped growing." Chen recalled that she typically consumed mostly vegetables, rarely indulging in meat. The body requires nourishment, and long-term malnutrition may lead to issues. After all, one's health is paramount. "Braised pork is quite delicious. Do enjoy it," he urged. Wang Yusin picked up a piece of braised pork and lowered her head to eat. Chen continued, "I've been chattering in your ear these days. You must be tired of it. From now on, you needn't wait for me tomorrow." Wang Yusin paused briefly, then resumed eating. Chen noted her reaction. "You should know what to do in unforeseen circumstances from now on." Wang Yusin remained silent, focused on her meal. After about 10 minutes, they exited the cafeteria. Suddenly, Wang Yusin asked, "Why do you teach me these things?" Chen halted. "I mentioned my concern for your naivety. Do you believe me?" "Ido. That is precisely why. I see you as a kind-hearted and innocent girl, and I wish to shield you from the deceitful and unscrupulous." Wang Yusin softly acknowledged this with an O. Chen smiled. "Did you initially think I approached you with ulterior motives? It's wise to be cautious and not trust anyone too easily." Wang Yusin said, "I'll head back now." "All right, rest early," he replied, turning towards the men's dormitory. Upon returning to his dorm, his phone rang. It was a video call from his mother. "Hello, Mom." Upon seeing her son, his mother's face lit up, her crow's feet becoming apparent. "Xiaoqin, are you off work?" "Yes, just got back to the dorm." "Have you eaten?" "Yes." "How's work? Is it tiring?" "Not at all. I mostly sit and work on the computer," Chen assured her. "Do you still have money? If you're short, just let us know." "I have some. I just received my salary today. I worked over 10 days last month, and my boss thought I did well, so I got a little extra." "How much did you get?" "Over 3,000. How is your teacher's mother's health?" Chen hesitated momentarily. The surgery was quite successful. She hasn't been discharged yet. But Teacher Zhou said she would repay us this Friday. After finishing his conversation with his parents, Chen lay down to sleep. Li Qingyao had gone on a trip with her family a couple of days ago, and they had not chatted since. The next morning, at 6, Chen awoke early. Likely due to the recent stock market gains, feeling invigorated. After freshening up, he jogged a couple of laps around the school playground, feeling refreshed. He then headed towards the cafeteria. Upon arriving at the entrance, he spotted Wang Yusin standing there, momentarily taken aback. Seeing him approach, Wang Yusin turned to enter the cafeteria. Chen observed her retreating figure, his heart unsettled. As usual, they sat across from each other after breakfast. Wang Yusin silently consumed her meal, not uttering a word. Chen, too, remained quiet, his mind racing with thoughts. After breakfast, they walked side by side towards the bus stop outside the campus. "Are you working this weekend?" Wang Yusin asked. Yes, it's quite busy on weekends, she replied. Yi-chan's company typically took weekends off, but he had been working overtime recently, finding companionship with beautiful colleagues more enjoyable than idling in the dormitory. I'll also work extra. It's rather dull staying alone in the dorm. Wang Yusin said, if you're tired, you should rest. Yi-chan reassured her, my work is quite light. The management is nice. Why don't you consider joining our company? We're currently hiring, especially for summer positions at Jianghai Transportation University, which offer higher pay and lighter work, as well as valuable practical experience. Wang Yusin hesitated. Don't feel shy. Just say what you need to. The company is actively recruiting, and I can speak to our manager for you. I'll give it a try. Wang Yusin replied, a hint of apprehension in her voice. At 9 in the morning, Yi-chan arrived at the company and sought out his supervisor, Lu Feng, who appeared weary with slightly reddened eyes from recent overtime. What's the matter, Xiao Yi? Having worked at the company for nearly a month, Yi-chan had cultivated good relationships, not only with Lu Feng, but also with the boss, Lu Zixuan. Brother Lu, a classmate of mine wishes to join our company for a summer internship. Her academic performance surpasses mine. Are there any openings in our department? Lu Feng smiled. That's wonderful. When can she come? I'll call her and check if she can come today or tomorrow. Having said that, Yi-chan called Wang Yusin. How'd it go? What did the manager say? The manager agreed. I just finished settling the accounts. Yi-chan replied, then come directly to my side. I'll send you the address. About 10 minutes later, Wang Yusin arrived at Yaxing Technology Company. Limited. Yi-chan was chatting with the receptionist, Li Jing, when he noticed Wang Yusin entering cautiously and waved her over. Wang Yusin, let me introduce you. This is Sister Jing, our receptionist. Sister Jing, this is my classmate. Wang Yusin. Hello, Sister Jing. Li Jing, taken aback by Wang Yusin's beauty, remarked playfully, S&T this little sister, just lovely? Xiao Yi, are you pursuing her? Women in the workforce often possess a wealth of experiences and enjoy jesting. Her teasing was relatively mild compared to some who resorted to crass humor. Wang Yusin's cheeks flushed instantly. No, absolutely not. Yi-chan chuckled. Sister Jing, please don't tease. Yusin is quite shy. Oh dear, now I see the protective side. Yusin, let me take you to the HR department to complete your onboarding process. With that, she led Wang Yusin away. Once Yi-chan returned to the RD department, it wasn't long before Wang Yusin was brought over by the HR personnel. Liu Feng, remarque to Yi-chan, Xiao Yi. Take good care of your classmate and help her get acquainted. Sure thing, Brother Liu. He guided Wang Yusin to a workstation beside him, offering her a brief overview. Since she was already studying this field, she quickly adapted to using various software. Lu Feng assigned them several tasks, all of which were manageable. Chapter 11, The Revelation. Yi-chan and Wang Yusin commenced their work. In areas where comprehension eludes her, Yi-chan will provide thorough explanations. She is exceptionally intelligent and possesses a solid foundation. She grasps concepts with remarkable ease, requiring little effort. Lu Feng and others are also occupied, as they constitute the backbone of the company, primarily responsible for the establishment of the system platform. At 9:30 in the morning, the stock trading market opens. Yi-chan glances at his phone and notes that Longfei Technology has reached its upper trading limit. Ordinary retail investors are unable to purchase shares at this point. There are few sell orders and an abundance of buy orders. However, with 21 consecutive upper limits today, very few dare to buy at such elevated levels. Being trapped in a soaring stock could mean a lifetime of difficulty in recouping losses. Goodness, this is astonishing. It has nearly multiplied tenfold. I regret not seizing the opportunity when I had the chance due to my timidity. The prospect of a tenfold stock has led me to miss a fortune. With 21 upper limits, if this were to collapse, it could ensnare many. For now, all I can do is observe. It is certainly not the right time to buy, given the excessive price. The comments in the live chat are plentiful, with the majority expressing a bearish sentiment, believing that the increase has been excessive. 21 upper limits are quite alarming and a rarity in the stock market. It is more common to see 6 or 7 consecutive upper limits, or even more than 10. Yi-chan notices that his account has gained over 230,000 today, feeling an inner calm, accustomed to such fluctuations. He sets his phone aside and resumes work. By 6 in the evening, the two finish their tasks and take the bus back to campus. The bus is crowded. Wang Yusin and Yi-chan sit closely together, acutely aware of each other's body heat. Yi-chan had previously loathed the rush hour commute on crowded buses and subways, regarding his former self as overly narrow-minded. Now, he finds enjoyment in it, particularly appreciating the boldness of the bus driver. Meanwhile, Zhou Wanqing attempts to call Yi-chan, but no one answers. She intends to discuss matters regarding the graduate entrance examination and his family's health. After 3 unsuccessful attempts, she resorts to calling Yi-chan's home. After 2 rings, the call connects, and a middle-aged man's voice is heard. Hello, who is this? Zhou Wanqing smiles and replies. May I ask if you're Yi Chen's father? I am his counselor, Zhou Wanqing. Yi Xiafeng quickly responds. Oh, Teacher Zhou, hello. I am Xiaoqing's father. Zhou Wanqing inquires with simple concern. How is Xiaoqing's grandmother's health? Huh? Yi Xiafeng appears puzzled. Teacher Zhou, Xiaoqing's grandmother passed away when he was around 8 or 9 years old. Now it is Zhou Wanqing's turn to be bewildered. Her mind buzzes, and it takes her several seconds to respond. You mean Yi Chen's grandmother died long ago? Yes, Teacher Zhou. I heard Xiaoqing mention that your mother is ill. Is she doing better? Huh? Zhou Wanqing initially offered a casual inquiry, not expecting such significant information. Suddenly, everything clicks into place. Yi Chen must have told his parents that his counselor's mother was ill, then deceived them out of some money. Turning around, he borrowed money from himself, fabricating a story about his grandmother having cancer. Zhou Wanqing's face turns pale. She never imagined that the student she trusted and cherished the most would deceive her. The feeling and taste of betrayal are akin to being backstabbed by a dearest friend. Teacher, are you there? Zhou Wanqing regains her composure. I have something to attend to. I must hang up. After disconnecting, she takes several deep breaths to steady her tumultuous emotions. She had never anticipated that Yi Chen could be this kind of person. Simultaneously, she wonders what Yi Chen intends to do with such a large sum of money. Choosing not to confront Yi Chen's father about the matter, she harbors a sliver of hope deep down, not wanting to escalate the situation without understanding. Perhaps Yi Chen has his reasons. After Yi Chen and Wang Yusin disembark, they remain oblivious to Zhou Wanqing's attempts to contact him. After dinner, upon returning to the dormitory, Yi Chen finally notices Zhou Wanqing's call. He is momentarily taken aback before hastily dialing her number back. Zhou Wanqing is seated in her bedroom, so upset that she has lost her appetite for dinner. As her phone rings and she sees it is Yi Chen returning her call, she answers. Yi Chen, I just got off work. The bus was crowded, so I didn't notice your call. I'll be able to return the money in a couple of days. How was your grandmother's health? Zhou Wanqing's teeth nearly grind together as she speaks. Yi Chen replies, the surgery went quite well. We will need to observe for any risk of metastasis. Zhou Wanqing can no longer contain herself upon hearing his fabricated tale. Yi Chen, I never expected you to be this kind of person. Yi Chen is momentarily stunned, a sense of unease washing over him. Teacher, what is wrong? Zhou Wanqing retorts, what is wrong? You still ask? Don't you know in your heart? You appear to be quite honest and obedient. I never imagined it was merely a facade. Upon hearing her words, Yi Chen realizes that his deception has been uncovered. He is unsure where he went wrong, but it is evident that Zhou Wanqing is caught on. He hastily responds, Teacher, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to deceive you. I was afraid that you wouldn't lend me money for other reasons. I apologize. Hearing his sincere apology, Zhou Wanqing's anger diminishes somewhat. You borrowed 200,000 from me and 100,000 from your parents. What on earth did you do with all this money? Yi Chen instantly realizes where the issue lies. Zhou Wanqing must have contacted his parents, leading to his exposure. The fact that his parents have not called him indicates they are still unaware of the situation. Considering his father's temperament, if he were to discover that Yi Chen had deceived them out of such a large sum, he would likely come to Jianghai City to give him a thrashing. After a moment of hesitation, he admits, I invested in stocks. Zhou Wanqing's anger, which had subsided somewhat, flares up again upon hearing that he used such a substantial amount for stock trading. Yi Chen, have you lost your mind? I'm sorry, teacher. Do you have time this Friday? I would like to explain everything to you in person. Please don't be angry. It's all my fault. I take full responsibility for my actions. I'm at fault. In such a situation, any attempt at justification is futile. The only course of action is to sincerely admit one's mistakes. Upon hearing his heartfelt apology, Zhou Wanqing's anger diminishes further. Yi Chen, you had better provide me with a perfect explanation this Friday. With that, she angrily hangs up the phone. Yi Chen ahulis deeply. On Friday, he plans to sell Loan Fei technology, which will allow him to repay his debts, but the favor he owes remains. In this era, those willing to lend you money are undoubtedly invaluable friends. Moreover, 200,000 is no trifling amount. He finds Zhou Wanqing on WeChat and messages her, Sister Qing. Thank you for not telling my parents, otherwise my dad would have skinned me alive. Please don't be angry, it's all my fault. Take care of yourself and eat well. Sincerity is indeed the ultimate weapon. Zhou Wanqing sees his message but chooses not to respond, though her anger has lessened somewhat. Nevertheless, the thought of him borrowing such a large sum for stock trading infuriates her all over again. Is there any difference between this and gambling? Her father had dabbled in stocks in his youth and had been ensnared for decades. He had consistently warned her to steer clear of such ventures. Her earlier anger stemmed not only from being deceived, but also from concern that Yi Chen had fallen into such a detrimental habit. Chapter 12. Capital multiplies tenfold. Yi Chen, realizing that Zhou Wanqing has not replied, understands that she is still upset. However, he He hopes her anger will subside somewhat. He promptly sent another message. Sister Ning, I apologize. If I have caused you any distress, I would feel deeply remorseful. Please take care of your health and rest early. I will go to bed now, as I have work tomorrow. Good night, Sister Ning, thank you. Zhou Wanqing still did not respond to him. However, under the influence of his heartfelt sincerity, her anger had dissipated significantly. She stepped out of the room and asked, Mom, is there any food left? I am hungry. A middle-aged couple in their 50s sat on the sofa. There's food in the pot. Help yourself, her mother replied curtly. While eating, Zhou Wanqing inquired, Dad, have you made back your stock losses? Zhou Jizai replied, not yet. Zhou Wanqing retorted, didn't you say this is a bull market? How come you haven't regained your losses? Zhou Jizai felt a bit awkward. I've been chasing highs and cutting losses recently, which led to further losses. Otherwise, I would have almost broken even. Zhou's mother interjected with irritation. Enough already. You've been trading stocks for over 30 years and still haven't recouped your losses. The interest on that money in the bank for 30 years would have been substantial. Or, if you had bought a house back then, you'd have made a fortune. Zhou Jizai sighed. I had a chance to catch a tenfold stock, Longfei Technology, which has already had 21 consecutive price increases. Unfortunately, I hesitated to buy when I had the opportunity. Otherwise, I would not only have broken even, but also made a considerable profit. Zhou's mother, growing impatient, replied, all right. I've heard you say this hundreds of times already. On August 17th and 18th, Yi Chun and Wang Yusin went to work together as usual. The bus was exceptionally crowded. I enjoy going to work. I relish the experience of squeezing onto the bus. I thrive during rush hours. On the morning of August 19th, shortly after 6:30 a.m., Yi Chun arrived at the cafeteria entrance and spotted a stunning figure waiting for him. Upon seeing Yi Chun approach, Wang Yusin turned and entered the cafeteria. After breakfast, as they walked, Yi Chun moved ahead while Wang Yusin lagged slightly behind, anxious about being seen together. Only in the evenings, when returning from work, would she walk side by side with Yi Chun. Yi Chun felt relaxed, humming a little tune. Today, he could sell Longfei Technology. Once completed, he would possess over 3 million, sufficient to repay Zhou Wanqing's 200,000, the family's 100,000, the 5,000 from online loans, and still have more than 3 million left. Suddenly reminded of his promise to Zhou Wanqing, Yi Chun planned to invite her to lunch, hoping to explain himself and seek her forgiveness. The number 2 bus arrived swiftly. Initially, it wasn't crowded, but after 2 stops, it became a sardine can, with barely any room to stand. Wang Yusin grasped the railing, leaning against the junction of 2 carriages. Yi Chun stood opposite her, squeezed closely due to the crowd. How annoying! Why do people keep pushing from behind? At Yixing Technology Services Company, Yi Chun and Wang Yusin arrived right at 9 o'clock. After organizing his desk and booting up his computer, he sought out Lu Feng to discuss the day's work tasks. Once finished, he sent a message to Zhou Wanqing. Sister Ning, do you have time for lunch today? I'd like to explain things to you in person. Where? Zhou Wanqing replied promptly. Yi Chun sent her the address of a nearby restaurant he had never visited but had spotted on the way, which appeared to be quite upscale based on its decor. Sister Ning, I'm at my workplace nearby. All right, what time do you finish? 11:30. Okay, I'll wait for you. After concluding the conversation with Zhou Wanqing, Yi Chun checked the time, noting it was already past 9:20. He stood up, exited the RD department, and approached the general manager's office. After knocking, he heard Lu Zixuan's voice from inside. Come in. Upon entering, he found Lu Zixuan busy at her desk. She looked up and smiled. What is up, Li? Sister Lu, I'm planning to sell Longfei Technology when the market opens. Lu Zixuan opened her phone. Selling today? It looks like it might rise further. Sister Lu, Longfei Technology has seen 24 consecutive price increases since it started on the 19th of last month. Such a volatile stock cannot sustain itself for long. While it may rise further, it could also plummet. No one can accurately predict the peak. We have already achieved substantial gains and can afford to withdraw. Lu Zixuan nodded slightly. You're right. I've already enjoyed 20 price increases, which translates to approximately a 67-fold return. She had invested 2 million in Longfei Technology, which meant a staggering profit of around 13 million. Yi Chun, on the other hand, had only made over 3 million. At 9:30, once trading commenced, Yi Chun sold all his shares of Longfei Technology, with his account balance reflecting over 3.49 million. Lu Zixuan quickly followed suit, selling her 13 million worth of shares. The sell orders at the price ceiling began to dwindle rapidly. Within about 5 minutes, the price ceiling was breached, leading to a swift decline, followed by a rebound, only to be forced back down again. 3 minutes later, it was locked at the price floor, with sell orders piling up in the tens of thousands. Initially, no one could buy. Now, with the reversal, those looking to sell found it impossible. Observing this outcome, Chen mused that Lu Zixuan's entry had indeed triggered a butterfly effect. In his previous life, Longfei Technology had opened at the price ceiling at 10 o'clock in the morning before being locked at the price floor. Now, it was barely past 9:40 and already at the price floor. The primary reason was that Longfei Technology had a small market capitalization, initially valued at only 8 billion. Lu Zixuan was taken aback as she saw Longfei Technology quickly hit the price floor. Thankfully, we sold quickly. Now it's at the price floor. Chen, standing beside her, remarked, "It seems we're in for several consecutive days of price floors." Lu Zixuan turned to him, smiling. "Little Yi, I didn't expect you to be so adept at stock trading. Is this what they call a perfect exit?" Chen chuckled awkwardly. "We can only say we were lucky." Lu Zixuan grinned at him, revealing her pearly white teeth. "Little Yi, you helped me make over 10 million. How should I thank you?" Chen understood that for her, a million was not a significant sum. "Sister Lu, I actually have a favor to ask of you. Could you lend me 350,000? My funds will only be available next Monday, and I promise to return it by this Friday." This was due to the stocks he had just sold. According to regulations, the funds couldn't be transferred to his bank account until the next trading day. With the weekend off, he would have to wait until Monday to access the money, which he needed to repay Zhou Wanqing and his parents. Lu Zixuan smiled. "What is the big deal? Just give me your bank details." After Chen provided them, she promptly transferred the 350,000 to him. "You don't need to pay this back. Consider it a token of thanks from your sister." Chen quickly protested. "Sister Lu, this is a loan. I'll return it to you next Monday once my funds are available. We must keep things separate. It is crucial not to become arrogant about one's achievements. This is a grave mistake in life, whether in politics, the workplace, or interpersonal relationships. Those who take pride in their accomplishments often suffer the consequences. History is replete with examples of those who fell from grace due to their arrogance. No leader favors such individuals." Chapter 13. Inviting Sister Ning to dinner. Lu Zixuan asked playfully, "Are you hoping to have your sister owe you a big favor?" Chen clarified, "Not at all, Sister Lu. I believe the money you earned is due to your own choices. If I suggested that a particular stock would profit, no one would believe me. They would think I was spouting nonsense. You are kind-hearted and beautiful, and I feel honored that you trust me." Lu Zixuan's smile grew even sweeter, clearly pleased by Chen's words. "Xiao Yi, I find it hard to believe that you are merely a university student. The elite members of the sales department in my company are far less adept in their dealings and discourse than you." Chen smiled and replied, "Sister Lu, you are the truly exceptional one. At such a young age, you already own your own company, and you manage it so proficiently, truly a paragon of female empowerment in the business realm, a model for us all to emulate. Are you buttering me up?" "I speak nothing but the truth, Sister Lu." Chen's praise was neither exaggerated nor insincere. It was grounded in reason and thus impervious to criticism. Lu Zixuan inquired, "Xiao Yi, which stock do you plan to purchase next? Have you made your selection?" "Tianhai Construction Investment," he replied, subsequently opening his account and locating the stock. "Investing approximately 3 million. Lu Zixuan, intrigued, asked why that one. Chen responded, "Intuition. Don't you analyze the technical aspects? If technical indicators such as candlestick patterns and moving averages were truly effective, many would have already profited. Sometimes, trading relies on that elusive gut feeling, akin to a woman's sixth sense. Of course, we must establish our own trading rules, setting standards for profit-taking and loss-cutting. I currently have faith in Tianhai Construction Investment. Should the subsequent performance falter, with a decline exceeding 5%, I will resolutely sell to prevent further losses." Lu Zixuan, somewhat understanding, remarked, "Then I shall also invest in Tianhai Construction." Having witnessed the previous success with Longfei Technology, she held a degree of trust in Chen. She proceeded to purchase 10 million worth of Tianhai Construction stock, which caused the stock price to rise by 2 points, though it soon fell back down. Fortunately, Tianhai Construction had a substantial market capitalization of 60 billion. Thus her investment stirred only minor ripples. Without the support of major players, a surge to the limit-up price was unattainable. The two had injected over 10 million into the market, and some institutional investors had certainly taken notice. However, in comparison to their billions, this amount was negligible and would not impact their substantial earnings. Had they invested over 100 million, it would have undoubtedly affected the interests of the major stakeholders. The remarkable quadruple gaining stock of Tianhai Construction might not be replicated. Upon exiting Lu Zixuan's office, Chen yore asimide. If he agreed to accept the 35,000 she offered, it would be a short-sighted decision. Moreover, he was not in want of that sum. With the memories of his past life, he could amass considerable wealth. What Lu Zixuan had thus far revealed was sufficient to indicate her extraordinary nature. Her status and position were not something ordinary individuals could compare to. Cultivating a good relationship with someone like her and becoming friends would significantly benefit his future endeavors. Such assistance far surpassed the value of 35,000. Networks and connections, at times, cannot be purchased with any amount of money. Chen had no intention of being employed. He aspired to establish his own company and venture into the business world, where he would undoubtedly need to seek her guidance or assistance. In this country, money is not always omnipotent. Power often reigns supreme. Upon reaching a certain level, one inevitably encounters that exclusive circle. Born into humble beginnings, devoid of connections or a background, he must forge his own path. Chen cherished a particular saying: though life may resemble that of an ant, one should harbor the ambitions of swan. Though destiny may be fragile as paper, one must possess an indomitable spirit. Returning to the research and development department, Chen first repaid the money borrowed from the online lending platform, 50,000 in total, with just a few hundred in interest. He also had his father's 100,000 to settle. He called his father to inform him. As for the 200,000 owed to Zhou Wanqing, he planned to repay her during lunch. At 11:30, Chen tidied his workspace and turned to the nearby Wang Yusin, saying, "Wang Yusin, I need to step out for a moment. Have you ordered takeout?" Wang Yusin nodded slightly. "Yes, it will arrive shortly." Chen left the company and walked towards the nearby Zidu Western restaurant. Just as he was about to call Zhou Wanqing for inquiries upon reaching the restaurant entrance, he noticed the door of a white BMW open. Zhou Wanqing emerged, clad in a charming floral dress, her expression inscrutable. "Sister Qing, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Let's head inside." Chen was somewhat surprised. He had not seen Zhou Wanqing drive a BMW before. It seemed evident that her family's circumstances were rather favorable. Zhou Wanqing proceeded into the establishment, and Chen hurriedly followed. Once inside, he requested a private room on the upper floor by the window. In the room, he handed the menu to Zhou Wanqing, saying, "Sister Qing, please see what you would like to eat. This is my first time in such an upscale restaurant, and I lack experience." Zhou Wanqing casually selected a few dishes. Observing the prices of her selections, Chen noted they were not particularly expensive. This indicated that her previous anger had somewhat subsided. By avoiding pricey dishes, she aimed not to impose excessive costs on him. He then ordered several signature dishes, including 2 servings of their famous steak, which were relatively costly. "Don't order so much. 2 people cannot possibly finish it all." "It's all right, Sister Qing. If we can't finish, we can take it home." Once the waiter exited, Zhou Wanqing, with her bright and clear eyes, asked, "Have you made gains or losses from trading?" Chen pulled out his phone to show her. Upon seeing the balance in his account, her expression shifted in surprise. 3,500,000? You made 10 times your investment in Longfei Technology. She had heard her father mention Longfei Technology yesterday, referring to it as a 10-fold stock. Chen explained, "Last month, I borrowed 100,000 from my parents, 20,000 from you, and 5,000 from an online lending platform. A total of 35,000, all invested." Zhou Wanqing exclaimed, "How could you be so audacious? Aren't you afraid of losing it all? Sometimes, life requires a gamble. If I fail, I might face irreparable consequences. My parents and you might never forgive me, and my life could very well reach an end." As he spoke, Chen's demeanor reflected a poignant sense of melancholy. To Zhou Wanqing, he appeared as one traversing through darkness, where one misstep could lead to eternal obscurity, while another might glimpse the light. To conquer a city is to advance. To win hearts is to ascend. Chen's strategy was to assuage her anger over the money he had borrowed through psychological means. He continued, "Sister Qing, when I needed to borrow money, aside from my parents, you were the only person I could think of. In my early university days, I was naive and introverted, plagued by insecurity. You were like an elder sister, kind and patient, guiding me diligently. In my heart, you are my son, illuminating my path forward." Having laid on the sentiment, Chen quickly shifted to the main topic. "Sister Qing, I did not intend to deceive you. I acknowledge my mistake and promise never to do so again. Can you forgive me this once?" Zhou Wanqing regarded him thoughtfully, softly replying, "This shall not happen again." "Thank you, Sister Qing." Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him, his face breaking into a radiant smile, genuinely elated. Chapter 14, The Stock Trading Prodigy. Zhou Wanqing was sincerely trying to assist him, and he did not wish to lose someone who had treated him well. Chen picked up his phone. "Sister Qing, I will repay you the money now. Isn't your money in the securities account? You can't withdraw it today, can you?" Chen nodded. "I borrowed 35,000 from our company, yes, boss, and I have already repaid the online loan and my parents' money. I will return it to my boss once the funds are available next Monday." Zhou Wanqing shot him a disapproving glance. "I'm not in a rush for the money these days. Why go through the trouble of borrowing from others? Debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay." Chen smiled in response. Our company's boss had previously invested in Longfei technology alongside me, and she also made a considerable profit. So there's no debt of gratitude involved. Now that you have so much money, what are your plans moving forward? At that moment, the waiter knocked gently before entering, placing the dishes upon the table. Sir, madam, please enjoy your meal, he said. Once the waiter had exited, Chen spoke up. I plan to withdraw 490,000 next Monday. After repaying my debts, I will have over 100,000 left for daily living expenses, while the remaining 3 million will be invested further. So, Van Ning Inquiret. I noticed you just purchased 3 million in Jianghai construction investment. Chen replied, indeed. Sister Ning, do you dabble in stocks? Jianghai construction investment is promising. It is bound to appreciate in value. Zhou Wanning shook her head. I do not trade stocks. I lack understanding of such matters. However, my father has been trading for 30 years and is still at a loss. Upon hearing this, Chen felt a twinge of sympathy for her father. Were it not for the memories of his previous life, he would never have ventured into stock trading. Perhaps you could suggest your uncle invest a little, he offered. Zhou Wanning nodded slightly. I will mention it to him when I return. Chen neatly sliced the steak and presented it to her. Sister Ning, do take a moment to savor the steak from this restaurant. I can manage on my own, she replied. Zhou Wanning ate at a leisurely pace, her demeanor graceful, indicative of her refined upbringing and cultivated manners. She treated her students with gentleness and patience, embodying the essence of an intellectual sister, exuding a refreshing aura of wisdom and grace. After nearly an hour, they emerged from the restaurant together. Zhou Wanning settled into the car and lowered the window. Xiao Chun, return to work safely. Chen replied, Sister Ning, please drive carefully and let me know when you arrive home. Watching Zhou Wanning's car depart, he let a long sigh. Her family appeared quite affluent. Could she be yet another wealthy sister? He hummed a tune as he made his way to the office. Upon returning home, Zhou Wanning was greeted by her mother, who was seated on the sofa. With whom did you dine at noon, Wanning? A student from my class, Zhou Wanning responded. Was it a boy or a girl? Her mother asked. A boy, why? Zhou Wanning replied. You're telling me your student is only going into his senior year this summer? Isn't that quite an age gap? Zhou Wanning shot her mother a disapproving glance. What are you implying? He is merely a student who borrowed money from me last month and returned it today alongside a meal. Her mother chuckled awkwardly. You've never gone out to eat with anyone before? I thought you might be in a relationship. Your father and I were excited for nothing. Zhou Wanning remarked. Are you all that eager to see me married off? At your age, you ought to be seeking a partner. Otherwise, you'll be an older single woman, making it harder to find a worthy companion later on. You should take advantage of your youth and find someone soon. Hearing her mother's marriage pressure, Zhou Wanning hastily changed the subject. Where is Dad? He's in the study, engrossed in his stock research. I doubt he'll ever break, even at this rate. Zhou Wanning entered the study to find her father seated at his desk, staring intently at his computer. Welcome back, Wanning. When will you bring your boyfriend home to meet your parents? She approached him and squeezed his shoulder firmly. Dad, stop with the nonsense. He is just a student from my class. Her father chuckled. Are you embarrassed? Afraid your parents might disapprove? Your mother and I have modest expectations. We just hope he is a good man who treats you well. Dad, you're just like Mom, always pressuring me. Did you make any profits from stocks today? Today's market was poor. I experienced a slight loss. Zhou Wanning couldn't help but tease him. Look at you, trading for 30 years. And yet you're still not doing as well as a student who just started. What do you mean by that? He queried. Zhou Wanning sent a message to Chen. Xiao Chun, please send me a screenshot of your stock account's earnings. Moments later, the screenshot arrived. She displayed it before her father. See this? My student has achieved a return rate of 1,006 in less than a month. Her father's expression turned to one of astonishment as he beheld the vivid red numbers. Tenfold returns? Did he invest in Longfei technology? So, Van Ning noted. Yes. He mentioned he bought Longfei technology. As a seasoned investor, her father understood the significance of that achievement. Zhou Wanning, being a novice, could not grasp the intricacies involved. He remarked, this individual is quite remarkable. Does he possess insider information? That's impossible. My student hails from a rural area in Ludong province, and his family is of modest means. The funds he used for trading were borrowed from his parents and me. He could not possibly have insider information. Her father's demeanor turned serious. If he has achieved this without insider knowledge, then he is extraordinarily gifted. One could even call him a genius in stock trading. Surprised by her father's praise, Zhou Wanning inquired, is he really that impressive? Her father continued, Longfei Technologies stock began its ascent on the 19th of last month. Given the return rate, he must have purchased it before the rally. Otherwise, such a tenfold return would be unattainable. What did he borrow money from you? Zhou Wanning thought for a moment before responding. I believe it was on the 17th. He managed to position himself ahead of the curve, anticipating the market movers, which indicates an exceptionally keen sense for the stock market, far exceeding the average person. He elaborated, following that, Longfei Technology's stock experienced a series of limit up days. When it hit the fifth limit, the main players executed a shakeout, yet he remained firm, demonstrating an impressive insight into their tactics. After the shakeout, Longfei Technology opened each day with a limit up. You must understand, many investors struggle to hold their positions during downturns, often selling at the slightest uptick due to fear of further losses, ultimately missing out on gains. I've been guilty of this for decades, selling at the first hint of profit instead of holding on. He maintained his position through 24 consecutive limit ups, a testament to his incredible willpower and self-control. But what is even more astonishing is his mastery of selling points for Longfei Technology, which is nothing short of extraordinary. To execute trades so flawlessly without insider information is truly remarkable. Chapter 15. Zhou Wanning's father. Zhou Wanning was taken aback by her father's high praise for Yichun. Dad, are you sure he is as exceptional as you say? He is still just a college student. Her father opened the market chart for Longfei Technology for the day. Look, at 9:30, the stock hit its limit up. 10 minutes later, it opened up, then instantly fell to its limit down. This indicates he sold within the first 10 minutes of trading, capitalizing on 24 limit ups with pinpoint accuracy. If that isn't remarkable, then what is? He might very well be a trading prodigy. As Zhou Wanning absorbed her father's detailed analysis, she couldn't help but acknowledge Yi Chen's impressive skills. Today he asked me if I traded stocks. I informed him I didn't, but my dad does. He suggested I have you invest in Jianghai Construction Investment, which I see he bought 3 million of. Her father quickly opened the Jianghai Construction Investment page. The stock price is 788 yuan, with a market cap of 6 billion in the real estate and construction materials sector. Could this be another standout stock? What do you think of your student? Zhou Wanning replied, I think he is genuinely kind, sincere, and quite bold. Her father said, I should invest a little as well. He opened his brokerage account, which showed a total of 4,700,000, with an overall loss of over 200,000. How much should I invest? He hesitated, a bit anxious. This reaction was entirely natural. Anyone would feel the weight of investing hard-earned money and worry about potential losses. Zhou Wanning reassured him, Dad, I believe he wouldn't deceive me. As his counselor, what benefit would he gain from misleading me? Besides, I owe him a favor. He has already invested 3 million. You might as well invest a little and see how it goes. All right. Listening to his daughter's words, he resolved to no longer hesitate. Without delay, he liquidated all his other stocks and placed a bold bet on Jianghai Construction Investment. Dear daughter, please send me that screenshot shortly. Zhou Wanqing expressed some confusion. What do you need that screenshot for? Zhou Jitsai chuckled. I'll share it in my buddies group chat to let them broaden their horizons. All right, I've sent it. I'm off to bed now. Make sure to keep in touch with your student. Inform me of any news at the earliest opportunity. Got it. Returning to her bedroom, Zhou Wanqing messaged Yi Chen. Xiao Chen, I'm home, and my dad invested in Tianhai Construction Investment. Yi Chen replied, All right, Sister Qing. I'll keep you updated on any developments. I'm heading to bed now. Wishing you sweet dreams. Meanwhile, Zhou Jitsai opened a group chat of over 30 members and shared the screenshot within. Wow, whose is this? Where did old Zhou get it? Which genius managed to capture 24 consecutive limit ups in Longfei Technology? This is incredible. Old Zhou, who is this? It can't possibly be yours, can it? Seeing you profit makes me feel worse than my own losses. His single image sparked considerable excitement in the group. Not mine, but a friend of mine. Someone, with a tinge of sarcasm, remarked, Old Zhou, if you had friends like that, you wouldn't have been stuck in the stock market for 30 years without recovering your capital, would you? Right? You must have found that image online. A member named Old Wang chimed in. To achieve 24 limit ups in Longfei Technology, that person is remarkable. Old Zhou, is he truly your friend? Invite him to join us for discussion. The stock market sage, Old Wang, emerged. How were your returns last month? Old Wang. Not bad. I made about 20% from 2 companies in the renewable energy sector last month, and this month is already at 10%. Impressive. Truly deserving of the title stock market sage in our group. Zhou Jitsai felt a surge of displeasure at their pretentiousness. Despite their ages, the 2 eternal joys for men, showing off and admiring beauty, remained undiminished. As a certain elder's words circulated widely online, I must see beautiful women every day. I harbor no other intentions, just for my own amusement. Why is Old Zhou silent? Bring your friend in to chat with us, someone pressed. Old Zhou must be boasting. If he really knew him, he would have invited him long ago. Zhou Jitsai clenched his jaw at their remarks. Just wait and see how I'll turn the tables on you. He had pinned all his hopes on Tianhai Construction Investment. Around 6 in the evening, Yi Chun and Wang Yusin exited the company, only to discover that rain had begun to fall. Wang Yusin retrieved an umbrella from her backpack, shielding both as they made their way to the bus stop. The umbrella was somewhat small, yet most of it was directed towards Yi Chun, leaving her own clothes dampened. Yi Chun felt a twinge of appreciation and shifted the umbrella slightly towards her. Classmate Yusin, getting wet doesn't bother me. A big man isn't afraid of a little rain. Despite the rain, the bus was still crowded, filled to the brim with passengers. Wang Yusin found herself pressed against Yi Chun, her head bowed in a shy demeanor. As they approached the Jianghai Transportation University stop, the crowd thinned. Wang Yusin instinctively distanced herself from him. Tomorrow was Saturday. They were to work normally, with Sunday off. Upon disembarking the bus, Wang Yusin promptly opened the umbrella. Yi Chun spoke up. Wait a moment, your shoelace is undone. Hold the umbrella while I tie it for you. He squatted down to assist her. Wang Yusin's cheeks flushed as she averted her gaze, fearful of being seen by those around them. Her shoes were quite worn, with visible signs of wear and tear. Yusin, what size are your shoes? 39. Size 38. After tying her shoelace, Yi Chun rose and smiled. All done. Let us head back and have dinner. By now, it was past 8 in the evening. Although streetlights illuminated the path, visibility was nowhere near as clear as during the day, and one could easily step into a puddle. After dinner, Wang Yusin accompanied him to the boys' dormitory before returning home. Yi Chun watched her slender figure retreat, feeling a wave of emotion. She was a kind-hearted girl who deserved the world's kindness, not bullying or humiliation. Gui Gaoyang, you old scoundrel, won school resumes. I shall find a way to ruin you. Back in his dormitory, Yi Chun tidied up before lying on his bed and pulling out his phone. He noticed Li Qingya's avatar and opened the chat. What are you up to? Reading. Li Qingya replied almost instantaneously, clearly waiting for him to initiate the conversation. Yi Chun, reading so late? Take care of your eyes. You finished work quite late today. It's already past 8:30. A smile spread across his face upon seeing her message. It was evident that she was anxiously awaiting his response, yet she refrained from messaging first. It rained in Jianghai this afternoon, and I got drenched since I didn't bring an umbrella. Li Qingya, don't you check the weather forecast before heading out? Hurry and warm up. Drink some ginger syrup. Yi Chun's heart warmed at her concern for him, finding her increasingly endearing. I'm in excellent health. Thank you for your concern, Qingya. Who is concerned about you? You are just being overly sentimental. Drinking ginger syrup to ward off the cold is common sense. Li Qingya stu burlidania. Chapter 16. The birthday gift on Saturday, Yi Chun and Wang Yusin went to work as usual. The company had been particularly busy lately, with Lu Feng and others working overtime until the early hours. They not only received a salary, but also project bonuses. As summer interns, Yi Chun and Wang Yusin earned fixed wages without needing to work extra hours. Initially, they could have taken Saturday off, but after discussing, they decided to work Saturday and rest Sunday. On August 21st, Sunday, Yi Chun awoke habitually around 6, washed up, and jogged a few laps around the playground. When he arrived at the cafeteria, he spotted Wang Yusin standing there, seemingly waiting for him. Upon seeing him approach, Wang Yusin turned and walked into the cafeteria. Yi Chun was taken aback. He and T expected her to be there waiting for him for breakfast. After finishing breakfast, the two sat facing each other. Luckily, it was still summer vacation, and the cafeteria was bustling. Otherwise, Wang Yusin might not have dared to sit with him. You're up early today, since you don't have to work? Wang Yusin replied softly, I'm just used to it. Yi Chun, you should take a good rest today. You've been working for over a month continuously. Wang Yusin nodded gently. After breakfast, they parted ways to return to their dormitories. Yi Chun soaked his clothes and sheets before leaving the school and heading towards the bus stop. He planned to buy clothes at the nearby mall and, while he was at it, pick out a birthday gift for Wang Yusin. When Wang Yusin joined the Yaxing Technical Service Company, she had to fill out some information, revealing her birth date to him, August 21st. After spending so many days together, Wang Yusin had left a profound impression on him. She was innocent and kind-hearted, pure of spirit, introverted yet enchanting, and evoked a sense of protectiveness. In his previous life, he knew Wang Yusin was beautiful and somewhat reserved, but they hadn't interacted much. Back then, he too was quite introverted, timid, and insecure, too shy to approach beautiful girls. Now, they could be considered good friends, right? It was perfectly normal to give a gift to a good friend on their birthday. He went to the mall, purchasing a pair of shoes and a complete outfit for himself, spending just under 600 yuan. He then purchased a pair of ivory-colored sneakers for Wang Yusin, along with a complete athletic ensemble, totaling 645. In the past, he would never have dared to make such a purchase. During his university days, his monthly living allowance was merely 1,200. Now, he had spent the equivalent of an entire month's allowance on just 2 outfits and 2 pairs of shoes, none of which were particularly high-end brands, but were nonetheless well-known names in the country. By the time Yi Chun returned to campus, It was already past 11:30. He dropped off his belongings in the dormitory before heading to the cafeteria. Upon reaching the entrance, he did not see the familiar figure that he had grown accustomed to waiting for him, leaving him with a subtle sense of emptiness. He refrained from entering, instead surveying his surroundings. After a while, he spotted Wang Yusin approaching alone, suggesting that he had arrived a bit early. Upon seeing him, Wang Yusin felt a stir in her heart. During their meal, their conversation was minimal, yet the atmosphere was not awkward. It felt as if they both relished this tranquil moment. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen washed his clothes and bedding before indulging in an afternoon nap. When he awoke, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. He noticed a message on his phone from Zhou Wanqing, sent an hour earlier. Chen, my dad has sent you a friend request. Please accept it. Chen paused for a moment upon reading the message. Okay, Sister Qing, I just woke up. Soon after, he noticed someone had requested to add him as a friend, with the name Hua, Kai Fu Gue. Hello, Uncle Hua. I am Chen, a student of Sister Qing. It seemed the other party had not seen the message and did not reply. Chen tidied himself up, and soon it was time for dinner. He looked at the shoes and clothes on the table, planning to gift them to Wang Yusin later that evening. Upon arriving at the cafeteria entrance, he found Wang Yusin waiting for him. A knowing smile crept onto Chen's face. After dinner, as they exited the cafeteria, he suddenly said to Wang Yusin, "Could you please wait for me at the entrance of the dormitory?" With that, he dashed towards the dormitory. Wang Yusin gazed at his retreating figure, her eyes filled with confusion. 5 minutes later, Chen arrived at the entrance of the girls' dormitory, carrying 2 bags. Wang Yusin looked at him and the bags in his hands. Chen smiled and said, "Happy birthday, Wang Yusin. This is a gift for you." Wang Yusin was momentarily taken aback and replied, "But today is not my birthday. Aren't you born on August 21st? Chen asked. Wang Yusin clarified, "My ID shows the Gregorian calendar. My birthday is actually on the 22nd of the lunar calendar." Chen glanced at his phone and noted that today was the 24th of the lunar calendar. Her birthday had actually been 2 days prior, on Friday. "Then consider this a belated birthday gift," he said, extending the bags to her. Wang Yusin's cheeks flushed instantly, and she hesitated to receive the gift, feeling it was too extravagant, a brand-name pair of shoes and clothes. Simultaneously, she wrestled with her feelings. Noticing her hesitation, Chen spoke up, "Wang Yusin, do you not consider me a friend? Is it so wrong for a friend to give a gift on their birthday?" At last, she reached out to accept the present. "Thank you." Chen beamed. "No need to be polite. By the way, make sure to try them on when you get back. If they don't fit, I can exchange them." Wang Yusin softly acknowledged him. Thankfully, the night concealed her embarrassment. Otherwise, she would have felt even shyer. "Try them on, and remember to let me know how they fit. I'll head back now." With that, Chen turned to leave. Wang Yusin let out a sigh of relief, though a tinge of disappointment lingered in her heart. The scenario she had envisioned did not unfold as she had anticipated. In the past, she had received gifts from others, but she had never accepted any. Back in her dormitory, she opened the bags to find a complete set of branded casual wear and a pair of white sneakers. Her gaze lingered on the white sneakers, her eyes sparkling with delight. Yet, as she considered the prices of the brand-name items, she hesitated. Chen did not come from a wealthy family. Buying such things must have cost him a considerable sum. Meanwhile, Chen returned to his dormitory and saw that Zhou Wanqing's father had replied to his message. "Xiao Chen, I just want to buy groceries and have finished dinner. What do you think about Tianhai construction?" Chen replied, "Uncle Zhou, I believe the real estate sector, where Tianhai construction operates, is poised to be the next hot topic. Recently, numerous policies have emerged in the real estate industry. Sectors like new energy, pharmaceuticals, and consumer goods have already been speculated upon. It is highly likely that real estate will be next. Tianhai construction meets all the criteria for speculative stocks, along with a few others. But I believe Tianhai construction holds the greatest promise, which is why I chose it. However, I feel its speculative duration may not be as prolonged as that of the new energy sector. We need to analyze the daily market conditions." Zhou Jizai listened intently to his words, nodding in agreement. "Xiao Chen, you truly possess a profound understanding of the stock market. It's impressive." Chen responded, "Uncle Zhou, if I make any moves, I will inform you immediately." Zhou Jizai replied, "All right, Xiao Chen, your success will determine my fate." Chapter 17. Tianhai construction hits the limit up. After concluding his conversation with Zhou Wanqing's father, Chen sent a message to Wang Yusin. "Are the shoes and clothes a good fit?" Wang Yusin replied with a simple, "Just right." Chen responded, "That's great. Get some rest early." "When is your birthday?" Wang Yusin replied, "My birthday has already passed. It's the 16th of the 4th lunar month." Wang Yusin took note of this date in her mind. Noticing her silence, Chen began chatting with Li Qingya. On August 22nd, a Monday, Chen and Wang Yusin arrived at the company together. At 9:30, the stock market opened. and he opened his phone to monitor the performance of Jianghai Construction. Just 1 minute after opening, the stock surged 2 points, only to plummet back to -12. This stock is finished. It lacks main support. Better sell and get out. When will I break even? I'm still down 22%. I'm out of here. Had I known, I would have bought new energy stocks. Look at them. They've surged over 20 points. I was blind to choose you. It's always high at the open, then low, trapping retail investors. New energy is always the god. The real estate sector is on a downward trajectory. I advise you to sell quickly. The comments on the Jianghai Construction stock were filled with a variety of opinions, most conveying pessimism and criticism. Meanwhile, Zhou Jicai was also monitoring Jianghai Construction. Upon seeing the multitude of bearish comments and noting that the stock had already dropped by over 2 points, he felt uneasy and contemplated selling, fearing further declines. Not only Zhou Jicai, but many retail investors are influenced by such commentary, leading them to doubt their decisions. Initially, they felt confident in their purchases, but the overwhelming negative sentiment made them waver. Zhou Jicai turned to Zhou Wanqing, "Sweetheart, is your student reliable?" Jianghai Construction has already fallen by over 2 points within minutes of opening. Zhou Wanqing replied, "I think he is quite reliable. Didn't you praise him for being impressive before? Why the doubt now?" Zhou Jicai countered, "Even experts can misjudge. Ask him if we should sell. It's already down 3 points." Zhou's mother chimed in, "I think you should just liquidate and stop playing. After 30 years in the stock market, you still haven't recouped your principal. Don't you fear being laughed at?" Zhou Jicai had been indulging in stock trading for many years, driven increasingly by a desire to reclaim his dignity. Upon glancing at the fluctuating stocks of Tianhai Jiantu, his expression shifted dramatically. "It's dropped by 5 points. My dear daughter, that student of yours is utterly unreliable. I've been led to ruin. I must sell immediately, or else I could suffer catastrophic losses. I've only just managed to recover a portion of my funds." Zhou Wanqing, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Dad, you praised him so highly the other day. Now you're calling him unreliable. Aren't you just contradicting yourself? Let me inquire on your behalf. Do ask quickly. My gains from 2 months ago are rapidly evaporating, and I'm further from breaking even." Zhou Jicai urged with a hint of anxiety. Zhou Wanqing dialed Chen's number. Just as she did, the stocks of Tianhai Jiantu skyrocketed, surging upward like a rocket, and within 3 seconds, it hit the upper limit. "Goodness, it's reached the limit," Zhou Jicai exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief and exhilaration. At that moment, the call connected, and Chen's voice came through. "Sister Ning, what can I do for you?" Zhou Wanqing explained, "My dad wanted to speak with you. He just saw Tianhai Jiantu's drop and is feeling quite anxious." Zhou Jicai chuckled awkwardly. "Not really. I merely asked Wanqing to get your perspective on the trend. Who would have thought it would hit the limit in mere seconds?" Chen replied, "Uncle Zhou, the entire real estate sector is rallying now. We are in a bull market, and with favorable policies stacking up, this should continue for at least 10 days to half a month." "All right, Xiao Chun. You should get back to work. It seems there's nothing to worry about now." Chen added, "Sure, Sister Ning. If anything comes up, feel free to call me. I'll give you a heads up if I make any moves." He hung up. Zhou Wanqing turned to her father, who sheepishly grinned. "I suppose I was a bit hasty." Xiao Chen truly possesses a commanding presence. While the major players were causing a sell-off, he remained unfazed. No wonder he was able to secure 24 consecutive limits with Longfei technology. He certainly has his merits. Zhou's mother interjected, slightly bemused, "But that's not what you said earlier. I distinctly recall you calling him unreliable. You really shouldn't be trading stocks. You fail to recognize your limitations. Just focus on being a professor." Zhou Wanqing interjected, "All right. Mom, why do you always undermine Dad? You should encourage him, support him, and praise him." Zhou Jicai nodded in agreement. "My daughter is indeed well-versed and empathetic. I haven't raised you in vain. It's wise to heed her counsel." Zhou's mother's expression darkened as she stood up. "Zhou Jicai, are you implying I lack understanding and empathy?" At Yaxing Technology Services Company, Limited, just after Chen hung up, Lu Zixuan entered the RD department. Summoning him, many in the department exchanged puzzled glances. Why was President Lu consistently calling him to her office? Following her, Chen couldn't help but admire her graceful silhouette. Mature and alluring, exuding femininity. In the office, Lu Zixuan turned with a beaming smile. "Xiao Yi, you were incredible. Tianhai Jiantu hit the limit. I nearly sold my shares just now." Chen replied with a calm smile. "We were fortunate this time." Analyzing Tianhai Jiantu's market trends and capital flow, it seems we chose the right leading stock in the real estate sector. Lu Zixuan appraised him with intrigue. "Xiao Yi, you're quite remarkable. You could easily trade stocks full-time." Chen met her gaze without flinching. "I hadn't considered going full-time." He was aware of many stocks' future trajectories and knew that profiting in the stock market was not particularly challenging. He was well-versed in the expected movements of companies like Matai, Wuliangya, Neo, BYD, and Huawei's related stocks. However, companies like Matai and BYD had already appreciated significantly. Even if he entered the market now, the potential gains over months would only be around 30 to 40%, insufficient compared to the explosive growth of other stocks, which could multiply several times over in a short span. Currently, Matai's stock price was around 1,500. In 6 months, it might rise to over 2,400. Such modest gains were not worth the investment of time for him, especially unless superior options became available. Lu Zixuan approached the coffee machine, pouring 2 cups. Xiao Chun, take a seat and enjoy some coffee. As Yi Chun sat across from her, he took a sip of the rich, slightly bitter brew. How is it? Is it to your liking? Lu Zixuan inquired with a smile. It's decent. It's my first time trying it, Yi Chun replied, with a playful smile. Lu Zixuan asked, Xiao Yi, is that new girl your girlfriend? Yi Chun shook his head. No, she's just a classmate of mine who is rather shy. She's quite beautiful. I initially thought she was your girlfriend, Lu Zixuan remarked. Suddenly, Yi Chun remembered something. Sister Lu, could you give me your bank account details? I'd like to repay you. Lu Zixuan rolled her eyes playfully. You've already earned over 10 million with my help. Do you really think I would need that few 100,000? Yi Chun insisted. Sister Lu, this is money I borrowed from you. Her expression turned serious. If you're adamant about repaying, then you should stop calling me sister. Yi Chun chose not to press further, insisting would only risk straining their relationship. Then thank you. Dear sister. Lu Zixuan smiled faintly. That is more like it. The company has been a bit busy lately. Once things calm down, I'll treat you to dinner. Sounds good, Sister Lu. Curious, Lu Zixuan probed. Where's your hometown, Xiaoyi? As they chatted, she sought to uncover his background. Yi Chun's uncanny ability to time his stock trades from Longfei Technology to Jianghai City left her astonished, leading her to wonder if he had insider information or a notable background. Yi Chun responded cheerfully, I hail from a rural area in Andy City, Ludong Province. And you, Sister Lu? I'm from Jianghai City in southern Zhejiang Province, working hard here in Jianghai City. Yi Chun remarked, Sister Lu, you're truly impressive to have established such a large company at such a young age. At 28 or 29, Lu Zixuan had embarked on her entrepreneurial journey, and her company was flourishing. Impressive? Running a company is incredibly taxing. If this continues, I might age prematurely, she replied. How could that be? Sister Lu, how old are you? Not yet 25, I presume. I'm already 29, she responded. You don't look it at all. I assumed you were around 24 or 25. He complimented. Lu Zixuan smiled coyly, her eyes sparkling with allure. Xiao Yi, your flattery is as sweet as honey. I can only imagine how many girls you'll charm with those words. Yi Chun's face flushed. Sister Lu, I pride myself on my integrity and kindness. Just then, Lu Zixuan's phone rang, prompting Yi Chun to excuse himself and step out of the office. Reflecting on rumors from his previous life regarding Lu Zixuan, he recalled whispers that she was a wealthy second-generation heiress or perhaps a mistress of a powerful figure in Jianghai City during her university years. The veracity of these claims remained unclear to him. Starting a company is no trivial endeavor. Funding is paramount. Given her youth, it seemed unlikely she possessed such capital without assistance, either from a wealthy family or a benefactor. Nevertheless, her background was of little concern to Yi Chun. Forging a connection with her could expand his social network, which might prove advantageous in the future. Upon returning to the RD department, he resumed his work. During lunch, he turned to Wang Yusin and said, Wang Yusin, why aren't you wearing your new clothes? Autumn will be upon us soon, and you want to be able to wear them. Wang Yusin replied softly, you shouldn't buy such expensive things. We are still students and should practice thriftiness. Yi Chun smiled and said, are you concerned that I might struggle to afford my meals? Come, let me show you something. With that, he opened his securities account for her to glance at. Wang Yusin, upon seeing a string of numbers, was taken aback, staring blankly for several seconds. Is this money? She asked incredulously. Indeed, Yi Chun replied. I recently made over 3 million from stock trading. He then transferred over 490,000, and moments later, a notification arrived on his phone confirming the deposit. He looked at Wang Yusin with a smile, saying, there's no need to worry about my meals. I'm not lacking in funds. If you ever find yourself in need of money, don't hesitate to let me know. Wang Yusin replied with a soft lowering her head to continue her lunch. Time swiftly passed, and it was now August 26th, a Friday. With less than 20 days remaining until the end of summer vacation at Jianghai Transportation University, they planned to work until September 9th, as classes commenced on September 13th. After disembarking the bus, it was already past 7:30, and darkness had enveloped the sky. Wang Yusin took a few steps and remarked, some people at the company have been speaking ill of you behind your back. Yi Chun paused momentarily, inquired, who? What did they say? Wang Li said you were a kept man, being supported by President Liu, she disclosed. Yi-chun chuckled lightly. Perhaps he is simply envious of my youth and charm. It's quite normal for gossip to circulate in the workplace. It's an unavoidable reality. Who hasn't been the subject of talk at some point? Wang Yusin was also curious as to why President Liu summoned him to her office daily. Yi-chun looked at her and asked, Wang Yusin, do you think I have become President Liu's toy boy? She shook her head. I never thought that. Yi-chun continued, in truth, President Liu seeks my advice regarding stock trading. I have a knack for it and have helped her earn quite a bit. Wang Yusin responded with an O. Tomorrow is Saturday. What do you plan to do? He inquired. I'll be studying in the dormitory, she replied. Do you not like the clothes I bought for you? I never see you wear them. No, I really like them, she protested. Is it that you cherish them so much that you hesitate to wear them? When I was a child, I saved new clothes for the new year to visit relatives. You can wear them casually. In the future, I'll buy you more. Wang Yusin's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, no need, I can manage on my own. Yi-chun felt that offering gifts outright might not be appropriate and sought a more reasonable justification. He considered her introverted nature, mindful of her pride. Stopping in his tracks, he gazed at her earnestly. Wang Yusin, through our time together, I have come to admire your innocence, kindness, and pure heart, as well as your enchanting and endearing demeanor. I have already come to regard you as my dear sister, and I wish to be your brother. Would you be willing to accept that? Upon hearing his initial words, Wang Yusin lowered her head, her cheeks burning, her heart racing, her small hands anxiously fidgeting with her clothes. Assuming Yi-chun was confessing his feelings, she was momentarily at a loss, akin to a startled little rabbit. However, upon hearing his final statement, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. She thought this was quite nice. If it had been a confession, it would have been too sudden, and she was unprepared. Yet deep down, she felt a hint of inexplicable disappointment, her emotions a tangled web she struggled to articulate. Yi-chun, noticing her silence, retreated to advance. If you are unwilling, then so be it. I shall not force you. I am willing. Wang Yusin's voice was barely a whisper, her face still tinged with crimson. Yi-chun smiled gently. Then let us go celebrate with a meal. Your big brother will treat you. At 8 o'clock that evening, Yi-chun had just returned to his dormitory when he received a video call from his mother. She missed him and simply wanted to chat. After finishing the conversation with his parents, it was nearly 9 o'clock. He sent a message to Li Qingya. Are you asleep? I am, came her reply, tinged with a hint of annoyance, as though reproaching him for reaching out so late. Yi-chun could almost envision her pouting, cutely upset. My mom just called for a video chat, he explained. Oh, so Annie is looking for you. She must miss you since you haven't returned home this summer. Li Qingya remarked. Yi-chun added, it's been years since I've seen you. I have no idea how you look now. Send me a recent photo. Chapter 19. Sister takes you to the sea. Li Qingya huffed at his message. Have you forgotten what I look like? How could that be? We were desk mates for 3 years in high school. They say girls change a lot after 18. I want to see if you become even more beautiful, he replied. Li Qingya's lips curved into a smile. Let me show you some photos from my recent trip. With that, she sent dozens of pictures all at once. Since starting university, he had seen Li Qingya infrequently, only during the winter holidays or at high school reunions. Back in school, his introverted and self-conscious nature had prevented him from approaching her. Not only had he refrained from seeking her out, but he had also been too timid to even strike up a conversation. After viewing her photos, Yi-chun felt a rush of warmth. Li Qingya, standing at 167 centimeters, was stylishly dressed in a pleated skirt and a low-cut t-shirt. Her chestnut hair cascading elegantly, exuding grace and charm. Especially captivating were her long, slender legs and her delicate waist, leaving Yi-chun feeling parched. Indeed, she had transformed dramatically. If she were to walk down the street now, he would scarcely recognize her. She was 100 times more beautiful than before. Li Qingya's face lit up with a proud smile. Are you implying I wasn't attractive before? No, you were quite stunning in high school. People said you were the belle of Pinggu No. 1 high school, Yi-chun replied. Li Qingya playfully asked, so do you think I'm the belle of Pinggu No. 1 high school? Absolutely. Not only at Pinggu No. 1 high school, but you're also at the level of a campus beauty at Fudan University, he affirmed. Li Qingya's mood brightened, and she couldn't suppress her smile. Yi-chun, have any girls pursued you during your 3 years at the Transportation University? Yes, he replied. Are you in a relationship? She probed. I didn't agree to it. There must be quite a few girls after you, right? Over the 3 years of university, 2 girls had shown interest in him, but he felt no attraction to them. His heart still leaned towards Li Qingya, though he had lacked the courage to express it before. Li Qingya continued, in my first year, a bunch of people wrote me love letters, which I tossed into the trash. Surely among all those admirers, there were some outstanding individuals? She replied, what does being outstanding matter? Love is about chemistry. Do you think we have chemistry? Yi-chun yokit. I'm heading to bed now. Let's chat another time, she said, though she did not respond. It felt like an unspoken affirmation. A smile graced Chen's face as he set down his phone and drifted off to sleep. The following morning, shortly after 6, he finished his run on the track and spotted Wang Yusin at the entrance of the cafeteria. While having breakfast, his phone rang suddenly. It was a call from Lu Zixuan. "Hello, Sister Lu. Little Yi, do you have time for lunch today? I'll treat you. Whenever Sister Lu calls, I always have time. I'll send the restaurant location to your phone. I'll be waiting for you there at noon." "Okay, Sister Lu." He hung up and soon received the location details from Lu Zixuan. He turned to Wang Yusin. "Sister Lu is treating me to lunch today, so you don't need to wait for me." Wang Yusin nodded slightly and continued her breakfast. After finishing, Yichen returned to his dormitory to wash his clothes before leaving the school. He took the bus heading towards the Bund Western restaurant, which was located in Suwei district, quite a distance from Jiangpu district where he lived. On a Saturday with light traffic, it took him an hour and a half to reach his destination. This restaurant exudes an air of sophistication, adorned with a unique decor, and is splendidly situated by the seaside, offering breathtaking views. Upon entering, Yichen was immediately greeted by a waitress. "Good day, sir. Welcome to the Michelin 3-star Bund Western restaurant. Hello, my friend. Ms. Lu has reserved a private room." He replied, "You must be Mr. Yi. Allow me to escort you there." Upon reaching the private booth, Yichen spotted Lu Zixuan waiting for him. "I apologize for keeping you waiting, Sister Lu." Lu Zixuan smiled. "I just arrived a short while ago. Please sit and let us commence with the meal." Yichen settled across from her. "Sister Lu, the dishes here must be quite pricey, I presume?" Lu Zixuan reassured him, "Not all. If one dines normally, 2,000 to 3,000 is sufficient. 2,000 to 3,000 for a single meal is not considered inexpensive. My monthly living expenses barely exceed 1,000. Suddenly, it dawned on him that he, too, could be considered affluent, as his securities account had reached 4.8 million. Tianhai Construction Investment had seen 5 consecutive daily limits on stock price increases. "Did you not go to the office today, Sister Lu?" Yichen inquired. Lu Zixuan smiled in response. "I visited this morning, but there was little to do. I am merely awaiting the research department to finalize product development." "Are you in Jianghai City all alone? Are uncle and aunt not here?" "It's just me. They're back in our hometown." As they conversed, the waiter entered, presenting the dishes with a detailed introduction. The dishes were exquisite, resembling works of art, and the flavors were delightful. While dining, Lu Zixuan engaged him in conversation. "Xiao Chen, is there a girl you fancy?" Yichen's mind briefly flickered to the faces of Li Qingya and Wang Yusin. "Yes. Does she reciprocate your feelings?" Lu Zixuan asked with curiosity. "I am uncertain. Perhaps she does." Lu Zixuan smiled warmly. "I truly envy your age. If you like her, you should boldly confess your feelings. Do not wait until regret sets in. Indeed, I shall strive to seize the opportunity. When the time comes, I will seek Sister Lu's guidance. I possess a keen eye for people. When the time arrives, I shall treat you and your companions to a meal and assist you in selecting a suitable partner." Yichen sensed a slight change in Lu Zixuan. She appeared to carry a hint of melancholy. Her manner was affectionate, as though she regarded him as a younger brother, occasionally inquiring about his personal life and academic pursuits. Yichen remained uncertain whether her concern was genuine or merely superficial. Although he had worked at Yaxing Technical Services in his previous life, where Lu Zixuan seemed amiable toward her subordinates, their understanding of one another was not profound. It is challenging to truly know a person. One may recognize their face, but not their heart. After a brief month of acquaintance, he found it difficult to ascertain Lu Zixuan's true character or whether her words were sincere or a means to exploit his stock trading acumen. Nonetheless, based on their interactions thus far, he regarded Lu Zixuan favorably. Yichen also recognized the importance of networking, preparing himself for future ventures into the business realm. At 8:10, the two exited the restaurant together. Lu Zixuan turned to him. "Xiao Chen, do you have any plans for this afternoon? Would you accompany me for a stroll along the beach?" "I have no engagements. In fact, I have been yearning to explore the seaside. Having lived in Jianghai City for 3 years, I previously refrained from indulging in leisure activities out of fear of expenditures." Lu Zixuan appeared astonished. "Really? You have not ventured out for fun during your 3 years at university?" "My monthly allowance barely covers food and living expenses. How could I afford leisure? Our hometown is in the plains. I have never seen mountains or the sea. I have always longed to climb mountains and witness the ocean." Lu Zixuan smiled playfully. "Sister will take you to see the sea." She wore a sleeveless, flowing dress that accentuated her graceful curves, exuding elegance and poise. Chapter 20. The Alluring Sister. Yichen felt his heart race at her captivating smile. Lu Zixuan possessed an undeniable femininity. Her beauty was striking, with an alluring figure and remarkable demeanor, presenting a significant temptation to men. The two crossed the street and arrived at the beach. The sea breeze brushed against their faces, refreshing and invigorating. And as Chen gazed at the vast azure ocean, a sense of ambition surged within him. In this life, I shall rewrite my destiny. Lu Zixuan tilted her head slightly back, extending her arms, and closed her eyes to savor the gentle caress of the sea breeze. Yi Chun cast a glance at her, thinking, Sister Lu has an exquisite figure. Xiao Chun, you should also embrace the sea in this manner. Lu Zixuan's voice called out suddenly. Yi Chun opened his arms, tilted his head back, and closed his eyes. The sea breeze met him, as if responding to his embrace. Only at this moment do I feel all fatigue dissipate. Truly allowing myself to relax, Lu Zixuan remarked. Yi Chun chuckled. Sister Lu, do not burden yourself with too much pressure. You are already remarkable. In just half a year, the company has grown to over 100 employees, generating monthly revenues exceeding 10 million. Lu Zixuan gazed at him, suddenly kicking off her shoes and sprinting ahead. At that moment, she resembled a carefree little girl, frolicking along the beach. Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback, then picked up her shoes and hurried after her. With a soft thud, Lu Zixuan stumbled, her fitted dress restricting her movement, causing her to fall when she took a larger step. Yi Chun rushed to her side. Sister, are you all right? Lu Zixuan grimaced in pain, but it seemed nothing serious. Yi Chun smiled. Sister Lu, are you no longer running? Lu Zixuan shot him a glare. And why are you laughing? Yi Chun helped her to her feet, brushing off the sand that clung to her dress. Once she was cleaned up, Lu Zixuan looked at him with a hint of reproach, resembling a slighted child. It's all your fault for making me fall. Yi Chun grinned. I apologize, Sister Zixuan. It was my mistake. Very well, I forgive you, Lu Zixuan replied with a slight smile. In that moment, she appeared as a playful young girl, a stark contrast to her mature demeanor at the company. Everyone possesses dual facades, one for the public and another for the private sphere. After a leisurely stroll along the beach, Lu Zixuan spoke. Xiao Chun, shall we return? Thank you for accompanying me for a moment of respite. Sister Zixuan, as your brother, there is no need for such formality. If you ever feel troubled, simply confide in me. I will be here to chat and offer comfort. Yi Chun, with decades of experience from his past life, felt somewhat hypocritical for saying those words, knowing they were meant to maintain a beneficial relationship for future advantages. However, should Lu Zixuan genuinely care for him, he would reciprocate with sincerity. Lu Zixuan's eyes sparkled. Very well, from now on, you shall be my dear brother. How did you arrive here? I took the bus. I will drive you back. Upon returning to the parking lot of the restaurant, Lu Zixuan led him to a Porsche Panamera. Yi Chun's eyes lit up with admiration at the sight of the car, a luxury he had always dreamed of owning. As they settled into the vehicle, he inquired Sister Zixuan, how much did this car cost? Over 1.8 million. Do you like it? Indeed. I must own one and drive it back to my hometown someday. Later, at around 4 in the afternoon, a pink Porsche stopped at the entrance of Jianghai Transportation University. Yi Chun said to Lu Zixuan, drive safely, Sister Zixuan. If you ever feel down, just tell me, and I will accompany you for a stroll. All right, I'm off now. Yi Chun watched as Lu Zixuan drove away, feeling a pang of self-reproach. Why am I so hypocritical? Back in his dormitory, he lay on his bed for a moment's rest, only to be interrupted by the sound of his phone. Yi Chun glanced at the message from Zhou Wanqing's father. Xiao Yi, how should we operate Tianhai Construction Investment next Sunday? Zhou Jizai had been in high spirits lately, having enjoyed 5 consecutive limit-ups. Not only had he recouped his previous losses, but he had also earned a remarkable profit of 51 million yuan. For 30 years, he had struggled to break even, but now he had not only returned to his original capital, but also gained over 200,000 yuan. This newfound success allowed him to hold his head high in front of his wife, standing tall and proud. Yi Chun replied, Uncle Zhou, there's no need to rush. The trend will likely continue. Could this be the next Longfei technology? Unlikely, but it shouldn't be too disappointing either. You are truly remarkable, Xiao Yi. You are a stock trading genius. Yi Chun smiled awkwardly, thinking to himself that in his past life, he was no different from Zhou Jizai, struggling for decades without ever breaking even. What stock trading genius? It's all thanks to the memories from my previous life. Uncle Zhou, you flatter me. It's merely luck. Do not be modest, Xiao Yi. This is not just luck. You undoubtedly possess a talent for stock trading. I might have a slight gift, but I'm still young and lack experience. There are many areas in which I must learn from you, Uncle Zhou. You have been in the market for so long, having witnessed all sorts of situations, and I will certainly need your guidance and insights in the future. Zhou Jizai looked pleased, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Speaking of experience, you indeed have much to learn. I have personally witnessed the stock market plummet from 5 or 6,000 points down to 1,000, and also rise from 1,000 to over 3,000. My wealth of experience is extensive and could fill days and nights of conversation. Uncle Zhou, Please share your insights with me. I wish to broaden my understanding. Experience is a precious asset, and I believe under your influence, I will continue to improve. How hypocritical. Chen thought, wishing to give himself a couple of slaps. Zhou Jitsai began to talk animatedly, recounting his early days in the stock market. He spoke for nearly 2 hours, with Chen playing along, indulging his vanity. I'll share more with you another day. Your aunt is calling me for dinner. All right. Uncle Zhou, I need time to digest all this information. I'm certain I will benefit immensely from your extensive experience in the stock market. If only I had met you sooner, Chen replied. Meeting you, Xiao Chun, gives me the feeling of a missed connection. But I must go. Your aunt is calling again. With that, he exited the study. Zhou's mother remarked curtly, what is this? Have you become arrogant for making money in stocks? You can't even come out for dinner when called. Zhou Jitsai replied, I was just sharing insights with Xiao Chun, discussing stocks. Engaging with him gives me a sense of having found a kindred spirit. True friends are hard to come by. Zhou Wanqing paused for a moment. Dad, have you two really become such close friends? If only I were a few decades younger, I would definitely consider him a brother. It's rare to find a true confidant in life. Zhou Wanqing felt a sense of relief. If you two are becoming such close friends, how should I address Chun? Should I call him Uncle Yi? Zhou's mother scoffed. You think you can be friends with him? Do you even understand your own level? A person who has been in the game for 30 years and still hasn't broken even, what level do you think he is on? Zhou Jitsai felt slightly embarrassed as his wound was reopened. You don't understand what it means to be kindred spirits. It's about sharing a spiritual resonance. You wouldn't comprehend. Chapter 21. Worth millions. Time passes swiftly in moments of joy. Before long, it was September 9th. The trajectory of Jianghai construction investment mirrored its history, with daily limit ups. Chen's account had swelled to over 11 million. Today was Friday, and Jianghai construction investment had one final limit up. Zhou Wanqing's father frequently chatted with him, exchanging experiences. Chen engaged in discussions, occasionally flattering him to satisfy his vanity, which further deepened Zhou Jitsai's sense of having found a kindred spirit in Chen. Through their conversations, he discovered that Zhou Wanqing's family resided in Jianghai City and were local residents. Both Zhou Jitsai and his wife were university professors with considerable reputations in their field. Building a good relationship with them was certainly advantageous. Esteemed professors possess vast networks. Their students span numerous industries, including many outstanding talents. Today also marked the final day of work for Chen and Wang Yusen. After today, he would no longer experience the cramped public transportation with her, and he felt a tinge of regret. Upon arriving at the company, Chen sent Zhou Jitsai a message. Uncle Zhou, sell all your Jianghai construction investment shares at the market open today. Noticing Zhou Jitsai hadn't replied, he called Zhou Wanqing. She answered while having breakfast. Xiao Chun. Sister Ning, what is Uncle Zhou doing? Dad is in the restroom. Please remind Uncle Zhou to sell all his Jianghai construction investment shares at the market open. He must act swiftly and without hesitation. Okay, I understand. Zhou Jitsai's account now held nearly 20 million in Jianghai construction investment shares. Chen had over 10 million, while Lu Zixuan possessed more than 40 million. Together, their total approached 100 million. If they all sold simultaneously, a chain reaction would inevitably ensue. Anyone lagging behind might miss out on the optimal profit. After hanging up, Chen headed to Lu Zixuan's office. Lu Zixuan greeted him with a smile. Xiao Chun. Sister Zixuan, we need to sell all of Jianghai construction investment shares today. Don't hesitate at the market open. Lu Zixuan nodded, understood. Chen continued. Given our current capital size, this small cap stock could easily crash due to our selling. The two waited in the office for the market to open at 9:30. Meanwhile, Zhou Jitsai emerged from the restroom and entered his study to open his computer, eagerly anticipating the market opening. At 9:30, Jianghai construction investment opened once again with a limit up, with orders exceeding 300 million. Chen, Lu Zixuan, and Zhou Jitsai sold almost simultaneously. The number of orders began to dwindle sharply, as they were not the only ones selling. Within 10 seconds of the market opening, the limit up was breached and the stock price plummeted. Moments later, Jianghai construction investment hit its limit down. Chen furrowed his brow at this turn of events. Indeed, the three of them had triggered a butterfly effect, one even greater than that of Longfei Technology last time, primarily due to the size of their capital. Following historical trends, it would typically take over half an hour for Jianghai construction investment to open its limit up, followed by a tug of war before it would hit limit down in the afternoon. Seeing his account swell to 12 million, Chen smiled. He sent a message to Zhou Jitsai. Uncle Zhou, did you sell? Zhou Jitsai, in high spirits, replied, I did. I sold at the very first second of trading. Xiao Chun, which stock should we buy next? Chen responded, Uncle Zhou, I need to think it over. Our current capital size is substantial, and small-cap stocks are not suitable for our large-scale operations. I'll let you know once I've decided. All right, Chen. Zhou Jizai hummed a tune as he stepped out of the study. Zhou Wanqing looked at her father. Dad, did you sell? I did. How much did you earn? I started with 5 million. My account balance is now 19 million. I made a net profit of 14 million. He glanced at his wife. Zhou's mother shot him a disapproving look. Do you even know how you made that money? What is there to brag about? If it weren't for Chen, you'd never break even in your life. At Yaxing Technical Services Company, Lu Zixuan's beautiful eyes sparkled. Chen, how are you so impressive? Yichen wore a humble smile on his face as he replied, Sister Xian, it's merely good fortune. Lu Zixuan rose to pour him a cup of coffee, asking, What fortune? This is skill. Have you selected the right stocks for the next purchase? Yichen responded, Sister Xian, our capital has grown significantly. Such speculative stocks are rather unsuitable for us unless we opt for smaller investments. As he spoke, he reminisced about the stocks from his previous life. The A-share market was never lacking in speculative stocks, with various ones hitting the daily limit almost every day, regardless of whether it was a bull or bear market. These stocks proliferated incessantly. The sheer volume of stocks in Yi Chen's mind was overwhelming. He pondered as he observed the market, seeking to stimulate his thoughts. Lu Zixuan stood beside him, watching as he sifted through potential stocks. He was searching for those capable of doubling their value, not speculative stocks, but those with robust support for speculation, which posed quite a challenge. After a span of over 10 minutes, upon seeing the name of a company in the semiconductor sector, a vivid image of its future trajectory appeared in his mind. His eyes lit up as he opened the K-line chart for the stock. Huaguan Technology had already surged over 30% recently, with a stock price of 162 yuan and a market capitalization of 18.2 billion. Based on historical trends, the stock had the potential to triple within the following 2 months. The reasons for such a dramatic increase included an unexpectedly high revenue report for the third quarter, bolstered by performance support, alongside strong national policies favoring the development of the semiconductor industry. Huaguan Technology was not a speculative stock. It had only experienced 5 or 6 limit-up instances, with most fluctuations being in the range of 4 to 7%. This stock looks promising, Yichen remarked, noting the continuous influx of main capital, which suggested further increases. The current market activity indicates that it will not be short-lived. And with the third quarter report due at the end of the month, if the performance is favorable, it will likely continue to rise and attract speculation for some time. Lu Zixuan smiled and said, I'll trust your judgment, Chen. If you believe it's a good choice, then I shall buy. Currently, her account held over 40 million, all pure profit, as the principal had already been withdrawn. Yichen cautioned, Sister Lu, do not purchase all at once. Such a move would clearly indicate that a large investor is entering the market. Instead, buy in batches to maintain discretion. Very well. I will buy Huaguan Technology in phases today, she agreed. Now, I must return to work, or my colleagues in other departments will start gossiping again. Lu Zixuan playfully inquired. Were they gossiping about? Yichen replied, just some unflattering remarks. Sister Xian, it's best not to listen. Today is my last day at work, and I shouldn't have much to worry about moving forward. With a smile, Lu Zixuan teased, Are they suggesting you are my kept man? Yichen was somewhat taken aback. You know about this, Sister Xian? She replied with a faint smile. If I am unaware of company matters, what kind of boss would I be? Chen, you go ahead and work. I'll treat you to dinner this weekend. Chapter 22. Inviting Wang Yusin for hot pot after leaving the general manager's office, Yichen returned to the R&D department, where many cast him sidelong glances. He had spent nearly half an hour in Lu Zixuan's office, and such a duration could only provoke certain assumptions. Yet, Yichen remained indifferent to the scrutiny and opinions of others. In his previous life, he had learned the invaluable lesson to never overly concern oneself with the perceptions of others, for life is meant to be lived for oneself. He took out his phone and began purchasing 3 speculative stocks. The market was never devoid of such stocks, and with a capital of 12 million, he invested approximately 4 million in each. These 3 speculative stocks had reached a maximum of 5 limit-ups, while the remaining 2 had 4. When they peaked, he planned to sell and invest in another speculative stock. Yichen's mind was filled with numerous speculative stocks, but few compared to those like Longfei Technology and Tianhai Construction Investment. There had been no significant speculative stock recently. He refrained from allowing Lu Zixuan to follow suit for 2 reasons. First, entering the market simultaneously would alter historical trajectories due to their large volumes. Second, consistently precise operations would inevitably raise suspicions. After completing his purchases, he sent a message to Zhou Jizai, advising him to invest in Huaguan Technology. Upon receiving the message, Zhou Jizai opened the stock for Huaguan Technology to assess. Chen, Huaguan Technology has reached a new high. Is it safe to buy now? Yichen replied, un nizzle. Observe the recent main capital inflow. It is bound to continue breaking new highs. The third quarter report will be released around the 20th, and if it meets or exceeds expectations, it will undoubtedly surge further. This stock has the potential to double. Zhou Jitsai, encouraged by the analysis, confidently invested in Huawong Technology. How do you think the stock can go? He asked. Based on the current market conditions, it will undoubtedly rise significantly once the third quarter report is published. If the performance exceeds expectations, hold on to it firmly. Should the market take a downturn, I will advise you to sell. All right, Xiao Chun, are you at work? Yichen confirmed, yes, Uncle Zhou, today is my last day. School resumes next Monday. Come over for dinner tomorrow. I must express my gratitude to you. Zhou Jitsai insisted. You needn't be so modest. It is I who should thank Ning Jia. Without her, I wouldn't be where I am today. Over time, Zhou Jitsai had developed a notably favorable impression of Yichun. His humility, respect for elders, eloquence, and grateful spirit were all commendable attributes. You must come tomorrow. I'll let you get back to work now. Zhou Jitsai then opened a group chat with over 30 members. How has everyone fared with their stock investments this month? The market has been promising. I've made over 10%. I've had a bit of good luck, hitting 21%. Zhou Jitsai asked Old Wang, what is your return rate this month? 33%. Zhou Jitsai praised, impressive. That is a fantastic yield. Old Wang, you truly are the stock god of our group. Old Wang sensed something was off with Zhou Jitsai today. Old Zhou, what is your return rate this month? Zhou Jitsai sent a screenshot of his monthly yield, 412. The group fell into a brief silence, each member staring at their screens in disbelief. Moments later, messages flooded in. What the hell? No way, did I read that right? Fourfold returns? Is that really yours, Old Zhou? Or is it someone else's? Zhou Jitsai retorted, my name is on it. If it's not mine, whose could it be? The group members were astonished, unable to comprehend. Which stock did you invest in to achieve such high returns? Zhou Jitsai replied, Jianghai Construction Investment. You dare to play with speculative stocks? Aren't you afraid of getting stuck if it delists? Zhou Jitsai chuckled smugly. What skills do I possess that would allow me to get stuck? Old Wang then realized. So you invested in Jianghai Construction Investment. How much did you put in? I went all in, probably made about 15 million. After that, he sent another screenshot, shut down his computer, and left the study. Showboating and then leaving? That is so thrilling. At lunchtime, Yichen turned to Wang Yusin and said, Yusin, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. What would you like to eat? Wang Yusin replied softly, the school cafeteria is fine. Yichen took out his phone to show her his securities account. I've made another 10 million. Shouldn't we celebrate outside? Aren't you happy for your brother? Upon hearing him refer to her as brother, Wang Yusin's cheeks flushed. I'm not sure what I want to eat. Yichen suggested, how about hot pot? I've been craving it. Wang Yusin gently nodded in agreement. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Yichen and Wang Yusin commenced their work handover, subsequently proceeding to the Human Resources Department, and finally concluding their day at the Finance Department where they received their salaries. Once their tasks were complete, it was nearly 6 o'clock. Over the course of the nearly 2-month summer vacation, Yichen and Wang Yusin had earned approximately 10,000 yuan. Exiting the office building, Yichen remarked, Yusin, I recall there is a hot pot restaurant on Chongning Street. Shall we walk there? Wang Yusin nodded in agreement, following him toward Chongning Street. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the hot pot restaurant and casually selected a table. Yichen turned to her and inquired, Yusin, can you handle spicy food? Wang Yusin nodded affirmatively. Yichen ordered a spicy hot pot along with an array of ingredients. As it was Wang Yusin's first experience with hot pot, she found herself somewhat bewildered when it came to ordering. Moreover, her social anxiety made it difficult for her to glance around at the other patrons. Noticing her discomfort, Yichen asked, Yusin, have you ever had hot pot before? No, she replied. I haven't had it very often either. The hot pot from the Sichuan-Chongqing region is renowned nationwide. I hope to visit your area someday to savor authentic Sichuan hot pot. After speaking, he stood up and said, let me take you to prepare the dipping sauce. Upon their return, the dishes they had ordered had already arrived. Yichen placed beef, shrimp paste, meatballs, duck intestines, and chicken feet into the pot. Wang Yusin sampled the tripe, noting that it only required a brief cooking time to retain its desirable texture. He served her 2 generous pieces of tripe, placing them onto her plate. The beef is ready too. Make sure to enjoy some meat, along with the duck intestines, chicken feet, and shrimp paste, he encouraged, loading her plate until it was nearly overflowing before attending to his own meal. Given her introverted and shy nature, had it not been for Yichen's kindness in serving her, she might not have had enough to eat. After some time, Yichen found himself sweating profusely from spice. Observing that Wang Yusin showed no signs of perspiration, he expressed his surprise. Yusin, aren't you finding it spicy? Not all, she replied. Wang Yusin was eating quite a bit, yet not a single bead of sweat adorned her brow. Yichen remarked it. The girls from Sichuan Chongqing truly have a high tolerance for spice. Is it delicious? Wang Yusin nodded slightly. It is. A smile crept onto Yi Chen's lips as he proposed. Then, how about I treat you to this often in the future? Wang Yusin's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head to focus on the shrimp paste on her plate. The bus at 7:30 in the evening was still quite crowded. The two returned to campus by 8:30. The number of students on the campus pathways seemed greater than usual, as the freshmen had already begun their semester, participating in orientation celebrations and military training, thus commencing their studies a bit earlier. Yi Chen suddenly suggested, Yusin, shall we take a stroll around the playground? Wang Yusin gently nodded, following him to the schoolyard. The playground was not overly populated. They occasionally spotted small groups of boys or girls walking together. As they meandered through the playground, they appeared like a couple, drawing glances from passersby. Wang Yusin felt the weight of their stares, her face burning with embarrassment. Yet under the cover of night, Yi Chen remained oblivious to her discomfort. Yi Chen continued, tomorrow, we won't have to squeeze onto the bus for work. I find myself a bit reluctant to part ways with our daily commute together. Wang Yusin had also grown accustomed to this routine, but felt too shy to articulate her feelings. Yi Chen added, with the influx of students on campus, you won't need to wait for me in front of the cafeteria anymore. I imagine that would be quite uncomfortable for you, given your social anxiety. Wang Yusin remained silent, quietly listening to him speak. Yi Chen then asked, Yusin, do you have admirers? Yes, she replied. Who are they? Are they from our class or different ones? Both, she answered. Yi Chen was not surprised. It's only natural for someone as innocent and beautiful as you to attract attention. It would be unusual if you didn't. How do you respond to them? I don't respond. Have you ever been in a relationship before? No. Have you ever considered the idea of dating? No, never. Well, you're not exactly a child anymore. Some experiences are worth exploring. The two strolled around the playground for a couple of laps, and before long, it was already 9 o'clock. It's getting late. Let us head back so you can rest. I'll walk you home. The playground was a fair distance from the girls' dormitory, and it took them 5 to 6 minutes to arrive at the entrance. Wang Yusin softly said, I'll head back now. You should get some rest too. Yi Chen suddenly asked, Yusin, could you call me brother? Wang Yusin felt her cheeks flush instantly, her face turning crimson. However, hidden beneath the night's veil, Yi Chen could not see her embarrassment. After hesitating for a few seconds, she softly and melodiously called out, Brother. Yi Chen chuckled. Ah, that sounds delightful. With her face still flushed, Wang Yusin hurriedly turned and entered the dormitory. Yi Chen Yachit had figura disappear, humming a little tune as he turned to leave. In his heart, she was but a sister, yet he mused that the term sister held a certain charm. On his way back, Yi Chen took out his phone and noticed a message from Zhou Wanqing sent around 8 o'clock. Xiao Chun, tomorrow my dad said to invite you over for dinner. I'll be going to the school dormitory to drop off some things, and I'll call you once I arrive at school. All right, Qingjie. Let me know when you get here, and I'll help you with your things, he replied. Zhou Wanqing quickly responded, Okay, are you still awake? Yes. I just returned from dinner out. I came back a bit late. What about you, Qingjie? I'm just playing on my phone. Get some rest early. Next semester, you'll have a heavier workload for your graduate school entrance exams, so take some time to study these days to prepare. Sure, Qingjie. Rest well. Good night. After chatting with Zhou Wanqing, Yi Chen arrived back at the dormitory just in time. He glanced at Li Qingya's profile picture, opening the chat window. Are you asleep? I am. It was evident that she was somewhat annoyed, given that it was past 9 o'clock when Yi Chen finally messaged her. Yi Chen Aplaneth. Today is the last day of my summer job. After work, I went out to dinner with my colleagues and just got back a little while ago. I haven't even taken a shower yet. Dining out with colleagues seemed quite reasonable to her, and Li Qingya's irritation lessened a bit. How much did you earn this summer? Seeing her return to a more casual conversation, Yi Chen knew she was no longer upset. About 10,000 yuan. Li Qingya Raplia. I had intended to take a summer job as well, but my parents opposed it, insisting I focus on my studies for the entrance exams. Yi Chen was aware that Li Qingya came from a well-off family in the county. During high school, they had breaks once a month, and he had seen her parents pick her up in luxury cars on several occasions. What kind of job would you take? Your family is well-off. It's typically the children of poorer families who take summer jobs. Li Qingya responded, I just wanted to gain some experience, sooner or later. We all have to enter society. Yi Chen asked, when does your school start? Next Tuesday, September 13th, just like yours. When will you come? On Sunday. My parents will take me. The two chatted until 10:30, at which point Yi Chen finally took a shower and went to bed. The next morning, after completing his morning exercises, Yi Chen made his way to the cafeteria, encountering numerous freshmen along the way. They appeared somewhat green, walking in small groups, laughing and chatting. Among them were several tall and elegant girls, their faces radiating smiles, filled with anticipation and longing for their new university life. A familiar figure suddenly flashed through Yi Chen's mind. Her name was Zhao Jing, who had left a deep impression on him in his previous life. During his senior year, he had experienced an overwhelming pursuit by a freshman girl. Her name is Zhao Jing, a freshman from the School of Electronic Information and Electrical Engineering. She is fiery, fashionable, extroverted, lively, and exudes bold confidence. Chen, on the other hand, is introverted and shy. He has never encountered such a situation, which leaves him feeling somewhat reclusive, often choosing to avoid her company. Zhao Jing pursued him for half a year, after which they lost contact. Years later, after Chen graduated and entered the workforce, he encountered a classmate of Zhao Jing, who revealed that she had tragically perished in a bus accident while returning home during the winter break. Upon hearing this news, a wave of sorrow washed over him, filled with reflections on the fleeting nature of youth and the cruel inevitability of fate. It was heart-wrenching to realize that a vibrant young woman had been so mercilessly snuffed out. Tomorrow and unexpected events are both uncertain. Thus, one must cherish the present and treat those around them with kindness. In truth, Chen did not harbor any aversion toward Zhao Jing. It was merely her method of pursuing him that he found overwhelming. Had her approach been different, he might have genuinely engaged with her. As the saying goes, a man pursues a woman across mountains, but a woman pursues a man through a veil. Senior, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. Chen recognized the voice, both familiar yet strange, and turned to see its owner. Upon glimpsing her visage, a complex array of emotions flickered in his eyes: surprise, astonishment, and a hint of melancholy, intertwined with tenderness. It seems that thoughts manifest into reality. He recalled their first encounter not here, but on a nearby road where Zhao Jing had asked him for directions. Perhaps his rebirth had subtly altered the course of history. Chen no longer exuded the introverted demeanor of his past life. Instead, he wore a smile, exuding grace and confidence. "What brings you two juniors to me?" he inquired. Perhaps in her previous life, she had been drawn to his shy and reserved nature. Now, he wondered if she would still find him appealing. Zhao Jing stood around 1.7 meters tall, with cascading brown hair and striking features. Her tall, slender figure was remarkably mature for a freshman, showcasing her well-developed physique. Clad in the university's uniform, a short skirt and white t-shirt, she radiated both a sense of youthful innocence and vibrant allure. In his past life, Chen had never scrutinized her this closely. Now, he found her quite striking. Indeed, beauty often invites misfortune. Zhao Jing found his gaze peculiar, stirring an indescribable feeling within her. "Senior, we're heading for breakfast. Do you know which cafeteria serves the best food?" Chapter 24, Why is it so sticky? The girl beside Zhao Jing appeared shy, hesitant to meet Chen's eyes. She hadn't anticipated her roommate would be bold enough to directly approach a senior, truly a sign of social audacity. Chen replied with a smile, "I'm sorry. I've been eating at this cafeteria for years, and it seems decent, but I'm not sure which is the best." Zhao Jing regarded him curiously. "Senior, what year are you in? Which college do you belong to?" "Fourth year, from the School of Electronic Information and Electrical Engineering." "What a coincidence. I'm also from the School of Electronic Information." "What is your major?" "Computer science." "Me too." "Senior, we truly are fated to meet. Let's exchange contact information. I may need to consult you in the future." How direct. Zhao Jing epitomized all the virtues of northern beauty: an attractive face, a well-proportioned figure, and a refreshingly forthright personality. Chen found himself taken aback. "I have changed my demeanor, yet you remain unchanged. Is this truly fate decreed by the heavens?" "All right, let me scan your code." He conceded. Zhao Jing smiled. "I'm Zhao Jing, and this is my roommate Su Hui." "What is your name, senior?" Chen. After they exchanged contact information, Zhao Jing continued. "Senior, are you also heading for breakfast? Why not join us?" "Huh? How boldly social of you. We have just met, and you already want to dine together?" Even with 2 lifetimes of experience, Chen found it somewhat overwhelming. "Well, that might not be appropriate." "What is inappropriate about it? We're all classmates, and besides, we forgot our meal cards. Could you treat us to breakfast?" With a resigned sigh, Chen replied, "Fine. Thank you, senior. You're truly kind." The 3 of them made their way to the cafeteria, where Chen paid for their meals. After Zhao Jing and her friends settled at a table, Chen chose a spot not far from Wang Yusen. He exchanged glances with her, but she quickly averted her gaze and focused on her food. "Senior, we're over here." Zhao Jing's voice rang out in the cafeteria, drawing the attention of many. Unfazed, she continued to gaze at Chen, feeling his face flush with embarrassment. He lowered his head, pretending not to hear. To his surprise, Zhao Jing and her roommate Su Hui approached him directly. Su Hui's cheeks flushed, overwhelmed by Zhao Jing's audacity. "Senior, when I called you earlier, why didn't you respond?" Chen said, "Could you tone it down a bit? This is quite awkward, especially for Su Hui, who looks like she's about to burst." Zhao Jing feigned innocence. "What is the big deal? You all are just too thin-skinned." Chen responded, Your personality is quite charming. But sometimes you must be mindful of the setting and consider others' feelings. I know. Senior, you're so nagging. You must not have a girlfriend. Why is that? Women don't like nagging men. That may be your preference, but it doesn't speak for all women. Besides, with your personality, you might easily find yourself at a disadvantage in society. Be careful not to be deceived or taken advantage of. You might end up with no one to turn to. Senior, I'm straightforward, not foolish. Since you don't have a girlfriend, can I pursue you? Chen hastily finished his meal. I'm full. You two enjoy your breakfast. Farewell. With that, he hurriedly departed. Is this real? I've been reborn, yet you remain so sticky. Zhao Jing watched his retreating figure, a smile gracing her lips. Su Hui remarked, Zhao Jing, you're so socially bold. I want to accompany you again. It's too embarrassing. Zhao Jing quipped, you wouldn't dare. Have you forgotten how I dealt with you last night? Su Hui's face flushed. You even dared to tease a senior. You truly are bold. What is that? In high school, a senior tried to tease me, and I gave him a good beating. I've trained in martial arts and boxing since I was young. Shu Hui, curious, asked, how did you manage to get into Jianghai University? What does that have to do with studying? I learn quickly and understand easily. I'm a genius. Upon returning to his dormitory, Yi Chun began washing his clothes. At 9:30 in the morning, he received a call from Zhou Wanqing. Xiao Chun, I'm arriving at the school now. Meet me at the staff dormitory. All right, Sister Qing, I'll be right there. When he reached the staff dormitory, Zhou Wanqing was just stepping out of a white BMW. Yi Chen hurried over, Sister Qing. Zhou Wanqing smiled at him. You look quite handsome today. He was wearing a new outfit and had just gotten a haircut a couple of days ago, exuding vitality and charm. Perhaps it was also due to the confidence that money brings. In this era, wealth is indeed a person's greatest assurance. Were I not handsome before? You were handsome before, but today you look particularly striking. Yi Chen assisted her in retrieving blankets and boxes from a trunk. Zhou Wanqing carried a bag and some other items as they made their way upstairs. The staff dormitory was divided into male and female accommodations, and Yi Chen found himself in the female staff quarters. However, there were not many people present, and most resided off campus, renting apartments elsewhere. Zhou Wanqing's room was on the third floor, a simple single dormitory. He assisted in tidying up the space. After arranging the bedding, Zhou Wanqing remarked, all right, Xiao Cheng, let us leave the rest for another couple of days. Let's be on our way. The two departed the staff dormitory, with him taking a seat in Zhou Wanqing's BMW 5 Series. As she drove, Zhou Wanqing inquired, Xiao Cheng, how much have you earned for stocks by now? Over 12 million. He replied. Zhou Wanqing's tone softened. That's impressive. However, with wealth comes the risk of losing one's humility. Many who suddenly find themselves affluent become arrogant, unable to control themselves, ultimately leading to their downfall. One must remain true to their original intentions and strive forward with resilience. Yi Cheng nodded earnestly. Sister Ning, you are right. Rest assured, I will not lose my footing. I have merely made a small fortune. There are countless wealthy individuals in the country, and I still have much to accomplish. Precisely. One must not belittle oneself, nor become overly boastful, but always maintain a humble and ambitious heart. Zhou Wanqing genuinely treated him as an elder sister would, imparting heartfelt wisdom. Yi Cheng expressed, Sister Ning, thank you for your kindness. You are like a true sister to me. Zhou Wanqing smiled. In my eyes, all of you are like brothers. I sincerely hope you can excel and contribute to society and the nation's development. Yi Cheng nodded gently. Sister Ning, I will do my best. By the way, let us stop by the mall. I would like to buy something for Uncle and Auntie. There is no need to buy anything. We have everything at home. I cannot visit Uncle and Auntie empty-handed for the first time. A few fruits will suffice. On their way, Zhou Wanqing led him to a fruit store. Yi Cheng selected several types of fruit and looked up at Zhou Wanqing, asking Sister Ning, what do you like to eat? I enjoy durian. Zhou Wanqing did not hesitate to voice her preference, knowing he was currently affluent. Had it been before, she would not have spoken so freely. After completing their purchase, Zhou Wanqing took Yi Cheng to a residential area named Xinghe Garden. The environment was exquisite, comprising 12-story villas rather than the typical 30-plus story apartment buildings. Having lived in Jianghai for decades in his past life, Yi Cheng possessed a fair understanding of housing prices there. Sister Ning, I assume the price per square meter in this community is around 150,000? When my family purchased, it was approximately 150,000 per square meter. Zhou Wanqing's response astonished him. Despite knowing the prices in this area were high, hearing it directly from her made a difference. At 150,000 per square meter, a 100 square meter apartment would cost 15 million. Upon arriving at Zhou Wanqing's home, Yi Cheng observed the living room and estimated that their residence was likely around 160 to 70 square meters. This apartment was probably worth over 20 million. Mom and Dad, Xiao Cheng is here. Zhou Jizai and Zhou's mother stood to greet him. Yi Cheng said, Hello, Uncle and Andy, I am Yi Cheng. Zhou Jizai warmly welcomed. Xiao King, Gumin, there is no need to bring anything. We have everything at home. Please have a seat. Zhou's mother smiled. You two chat, dear. Come help me with dinner. Zhou Jizai inquired with a smile. Xiao Cheng, where's your hometown? A rural area in Ludong province. Are your parents in good health? Do you have any siblings? My parents are quite well, and I am an only child. They initially engaged in casual conversation about their families, before Zhou Jizai led him to the study. Yicheng noticed a pack of soft cigarettes on the desk and quickly took one from his pocket. Uncle Zhou, would you like a smoke? Zhou Jizai accepted the cigarette, smiling as he asked, Do you smoke, Xiaocheng? Ido, occasionally. After lighting their cigarettes, Zhou Jizai initiated a conversation. Do you think Huawang technology can double? Yicheng replied, Uncle Zhou, the trajectory of Huawang technology looks promising, although it has reached new heights. The current situation of the main funds indicates it will continue to set new records. In a bull market, there are no peaks, only higher points. Moreover, I predict that Huawang Technology's performance will exceed expectations, leading to a significant surge. Zhou Jizai observed his smoking mannerisms and commented, Xiaocheng, you don't seem like a novice smoker. You appear to have the demeanor of a seasoned smoker with decades of experience. Yicheng was momentarily taken aback. Some habitual gestures are difficult to change. He chuckled and replied, Oh, I've only been smoking for a short while. Zhou Jizai did not press the matter further. Do you think the stock market will rebound to 5,000 points this time? Yicheng shook his head. I don't believe so. This bull market is nearing its end, and we are likely heading into a prolonged bear market. Zhou Jizai's expression shifted in surprise. Why? Yicheng a planet unizo. I am uncertain if you have been following the global economic situations, particularly in the United States. In recent years, they have excessively issued currency, and with their debt level skyrocketing, the CPI, or inflation rate, has been gradually rising. Zhou Jizai asked curiously, what does this signify? Yicheng elaborated. Excessive currency issuance will lead to a continuous depreciation of the dollar, and a rising inflation rate will spark livelihood issues. The U.S. government will undoubtedly implement corresponding policies. And aside from raising interest rates to facilitate dollar repatriation, there is no other avenue. This approach also has the benefit of siphoning global wealth and curbing the economic development of Huawei. Our rapid growth in recent years has instilled a significant sense of crisis in them, compelling them to maintain their hegemonic status. The trade and technology wars of the past 2 years have already shown signs. The impending financial war will likely follow. If such events unfold, Uncle, do you think the domestic stock market will still rise? Zhou Jizai appeared contemplative, shaking his head. If what you say is true, we might indeed be entering a bear market. Yicheng continued, Uncle Zhou, in stock trading, one must pay attention to numerous aspects. External factors, international dynamics, and domestic policies are all significant directions. Once major issues arise in these areas, they will swiftly transmit downwards. Zhou Jizai nodded. Enlightened, Xiaocheng, you articulate this well. The U.S. is the global superpower. They will not allow us to rise and threaten their position. They will undoubtedly devise various strategies to suppress us. Your mention of a financial war is not without basis and is likely to occur. It is quite astonishing how, at such a young age, you can perceive matters so clearly. Zhou Jizai regarded him with genuine admiration, unreservedly expressing his appreciation. Yicheng, a university student, possessed insights and analyses that left him astounded. Even seasoned economics professors might not have the foresight and depth he exhibited. Yicheng understood historical trends, coupled with data analysis and objective factors. Should such events occur in the future, Zhou Jizai would not harbor any doubts, but rather perceive him as possessing exceptional vision and foresight. Just then, the study door opened, and Zhou Wanning entered. Upon seeing Yi Cheng smoking, her brow furrowed. Xiaocheng, when did you learn to smoke? Zhou Jizai's expression turned serious. What is wrong with him smoking? It's not a bad thing for a man. Zhou Wanning, somewhat speechless, replied, Dad, Xiaocheng is still a student. Why not teach him something better? Zhou Jizai countered. University students are already adults. Smoking is not an issue. Yicheng hastily extinguished his cigarette, not daring to smoke further. Zhou Wanning urged, Come on, dinner is ready. As they exited the study, Zhou Jizai instructed, Daughter, bring out my Mao Tai. I wish to have a drink with Xiaocheng. This was Yicheng's first experience drinking after his rebirth. Zhou Wanning felt somewhat exasperated with her father for introducing smoking and drinking to her student. At the dinner table, Zhou Jizai resumed their discussion. Xiaocheng, what are your thoughts on the current state of the world economy? With a few drinks in him, Yicheng spoke freely under the influence of alcohol. The current global economic landscape is tumultuous. In recent years, the excessive issuance of the dollar, being the world's reserve currency, results in global repercussions. Our development has been rapid, and our economic scale has grown increasingly substantial, rendering us a thorn in the side of others. They are undoubtedly plotting against us to hinder our progress. The previous trade and technological wars were merely precursors, with the impending financial war poised to be their ultimate weapon, aimed at harvesting the wealth we have accumulated over decades while simultaneously suppressing our economic advancement. The series of financial crises that have erupted globally in the past were orchestrated by Western capitalist conglomerates, who have siphoned wealth on a global scale to solidify their hegemony. Should the United States lose its dominant position, these Western capitalists would lose their shield, compelling them to maintain their status by suppressing any potentially threatening nations. In the near future, they will inevitably instigate another financial crisis, primarily targeting us, while also fomenting discord and geopolitical frictions in Europe to compel European nations to align with them. Zhou interjected, "I can understand a financial crisis, but how will they incite discord in Europe?" Yi Chun elaborated, "Have you been following the actions of Ukraine? They have repeatedly provoked Russia's bottom line. If conflict were to erupt, European nations would undoubtedly strengthen their ties with the United States, thus aligning themselves on the same battleground." Zhou Jikai, Zhou Mu. And Zhou Wan listened to his analysis with astonishment, surprised that a university student could possess such profound insights and observations regarding global affairs. Yi Chen continued, "We are currently facing significant internal crises as well." Zhou Jitsai queried, "What kind of crisis?" Yi Chen responded, "The real estate sector. Over the past few years, real estate has developed rapidly, creating a substantial bubble. Many enterprises have relied on massive loans and debt for expansion, resulting in excessively high debt ratios. If this sector were to be detonated by Western conglomerates, the consequences would be dire. Therefore, I believe the authorities will likely take proactive measures to deflate the real estate bubble and implement policies to stabilize the industry, facilitating a gradual soft landing within the next 2 to 3 months. Zhou Jitsai was taken aback. "I have heard several economists discuss this issue. I didn't pay much attention at the time. Recently, I heard they went to Jianghai City for a conference, possibly to deliberate on the real estate bubble you mentioned." Yi Chun continued, "Our military strength is currently robust, which serves as a foundation for safeguarding our interests, so there is no need for excessive concern. Moreover, we have thousands of years of strategic acumen. I believe few can outmaneuver us in this arena. Furthermore, crises often present opportunities. This could very well be a chance for us to transform. Perhaps the financial crisis instigated by Western capitalists will not defeat us, but will instead backfire on them." His statements were well-reasoned and supported by various data analyses and objective factors, making them highly persuasive. The fact that these words came from a university student was astonishing, as it seemed beyond the comprehension of someone at his academic level. Zhou Mu remarked, "Xiao Chun, you are remarkably knowledgeable. Do you read a lot of foreign news daily?" Yi Chun nodded slightly. "Yes, Annie, for an investor, these matters are quite significant." Zhou Jitsai added, "No wonder Xiao Chun excels at stock trading." They then shifted the conversation to the future development of certain industries, wherein Yi Chun shared his perspectives. His eloquence, knowledge, vision, and analytical approach left Zhou Wan and the others in awe. After lunch, Yi Chun conversed with Zhou Jitsai for a while before taking his leave. "Xiao Chun, let Wan Ning see you off," Zhou Jitsai suggested. Yi Chun quickly replied, "No need, Uncle Zhou, I can take the bus back. Please enjoy your rest, and I will visit you and Annie again soon." After he departed, Zhou Jitsai remarked, "This kid is truly impressive, exceptionally talented. To be honest, in my years of teaching at the Transportation University, I have never encountered anyone quite like him." Zhou Mu concurred, "Indeed, this child possesses unique insights into various matters." Zhou Wan felt a sense of pride upon hearing their praise, as he was her student. Zhou Jitsai glanced at her. "Daughter, I find him quite appealing." "What do you think?" Zhou Wan replied, "I think Xiao Chun is quite excellent. Why not give a try and see where it leads?" Zhou Jitsai proposed. "Huh?" Zhou Wan finally grasped what her father meant, her cheeks flushing as she shot him a glare. "Dad, what nonsense are you saying? I'm his advisor." Zhou Jitsai was unconcerned about such relationships. What's wrong with that? Besides, Xiao Chun is about to graduate, and what era are we in? Zhou Wan's face turned crimson. "Dad, could you please refrain from matchmaking? There's an age gap between us." Zhou Jitsai laughed. "A 6 or 7 year difference isn't too much. Look how mature and composed Xiao Chun is. I believe his future holds great promise. Daughter, seize the opportunity." Zhou Mu nodded in agreement. "I think it's worth a try. You should start dating. You're nearing 30, and if you don't find a partner soon, you'll be considered a leftover woman, making it even harder to find an excellent boyfriend later on." Zhou Wan, noticing her mother's support, felt somewhat speechless. "I'm going to bed." After saying this, she returned to her room, lying on her bed, still feeling her heart race and her cheeks flush. My parents speak so freely. I've always regarded Xiao Chun as a younger brother. In the master bedroom, Zhou Jizai softly said to Zhou Mu, I believe there's potential here. Notice how our daughter isn't as vehemently opposed as before. When we suggested previous suitors, her reactions were much more intense. Zhou Mu nodded slightly. Perhaps our daughter feels she is older and somewhat mismatched, leading to feelings of insecurity. Zhou Jizai responded, Indeed, but matters of the heart require mutual affection. One-sided feelings are insufficient. Our ability to assist is limited. Zhou Mu suggested, You should converse more with Xiao Chun, allowing them to interact frequently. I will also seek potential suitors for our daughter. We cannot afford to delay any longer. The older she gets, the less competitive she becomes. Zhou Jizai wholeheartedly agreed. Though our daughter is beautiful, there are plenty of young and attractive women. We cannot afford to wait. Meanwhile, after leaving Zhou Wan's home, Chen took the bus back to school. He stood by the window of his dormitory, gazing at the campus scenery, excited to reunite with his university classmates. Familiar faces flashed through his mind. Among his classmates, he was most familiar with his 3 roommates, while the others were not as well known to him. Chen yawned and returned to bed for a nap. Perhaps due to the alcohol, he slept soundly until after 6 o'clock. Rising from bed, he freshened up and walked out of the dormitory building towards the cafeteria. Midway, he suddenly heard Zhao Jing's voice behind him. Senior. Chen turned to look at her. Are you waiting for me on purpose? Zhao Jing shot him a glance. Senior, you're quite full of yourself. My roommate, Su Hui, and I were just planning to have dinner and happened to run into you. She and her roommate joined him. Senior, you treated us to breakfast this morning, so tonight we'll treat you to dinner. Consider it settled. I, Zhao Jing, dislike being indebted to others. Yi Chun assessed her from head to toe. Noticing his gaze, Zhao Jing puffed out her chest, making Yi Chun feel a bit awkward. You're a lovely girl. Can't you be a bit more normal and demure? Zhao Jing retorted, Senior, I didn't expect you to be so superficial. Beautiful appearances abound, but interesting souls are rare. I am who I am, a unique spark. Yi Chun replied, Let us go, we should hurry to eat. The 3 of them arrived at the cafeteria, where Zhao Jing paid with her meal card. Originally, Yi Chun intended to find a quiet, secluded spot to eat while secretly glancing at Wang Yusen. However, Zhao Jing sat opposite Shuvi. While Yi Chun was dining, Zhao Jing suddenly remarked, Senior, you are actually quite handsome. I've decided to pursue you. Yi Chun was taken aback for a moment. You've only seen me twice. What do you like about me? Is your affection so cheap? Zhao Jing replied. Do you believe in love at first sight? Essentially, love at first sight is founded on physical appearance. This appeal is not merely about being handsome or beautiful, but rather a certain resonance and attraction. My initial attraction to Li Qingyao was indeed based on her looks, but as I got to know her better, my feelings deepened. It starts with looks, is ensnared by talent, and is loyal to character. Su Hui was somewhat impressed by her roommate, who had, within just a few days, decided to chase after a senior. Senior, why are you silent? Are you taken aback by the sudden happiness and at a loss for words? Zhao Jing gazed at him with her bright, large eyes. Yi Chun replied, I have someone I like. You should focus on your studies. Zhao Jing inquired curiously. Who is the person you like? Do they like you back? Of course they do. Zhao Jing pressed further. Then why aren't you two having meals together? Yi Chun explained, she is at Fudan University. Zhao Jing replied earnestly. Statistics show that the breakup rate for long-distance relationships is over 90, with a likelihood of being cheated on exceeding 70. You wouldn't want to end up with a green hat, would you? Yi Chun, feeling a pang of frustration, responded. We aren't even together yet. Zhao Jing countered, not being together is perfect. Senior, you should give up early and be with me. We're in the same school, and we can have meals together every day, study at the library, take strolls on the playground, and have heart-to-heart conversations. Yi Chen chuckled. If you don't mind that I have a girlfriend, I wouldn't mind having another. Zhao Jing shot him a glare. Senior, I didn't expect you to be so unprincipled. Yi Chun smiled slightly. I am quite unprincipled. Remember to keep your distance from me. With that, he finished his meal and stood up to leave. Yi Chun hoped that this would deter Zhao Jing from pursuing him further, unlike in his previous life. Unfortunately, he did not understand Zhao Jing. The more unattainable something is, the more one desires it. This strong sense of rebellion was why, even when he tried to avoid her in his past life, she relentlessly pursued him. Had it not been for an incident during the winter break that sent him back home, she would likely have continued her pursuit in the following semester. Zhao Jing watched Yi Chen's retreating figure, huffing, just wait and see how I win you over. Su Hui was momentarily stunned. You still intend to pursue him? Do you really want to be a third party? Zhao Jing retorted, what third party? I mean to make him fall for me. How could I possibly be a third party? Yi Chen exited the cafeteria, wandering around the playground a couple of times before returning to his dormitory. Once back, he took out his phone to check recent news both domestically and internationally. At 8 o'clock, he intended to chat with Li Qingya. Just then his phone rang. It was a call from Lu Zixuan. Yi Chen answered, smiling, Sister Xian. Lu Zixuan's voice came through the phone. Xiao Chun, have you eaten? Yes, Sister Xian. Have you eaten? Not yet. I just returned home from the company and ordered takeout. Do you have time tomorrow afternoon? Yi Chen smiled back. We don't start school until the day after tomorrow, so I have time tomorrow, Sister Xian. Lu Zixuan said, I thought you were preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam, so your studies might be quite demanding. Study should be balanced with relaxation. Sister Xian, I'll treat you to lunch tomorrow. What kind of brother treats his sister to lunch? I'll treat you, at that same restaurant as before. All right, Sister Xian, that place has a great atmosphere. It's perfect for unwinding. I'm going to take a shower now. Rest early, Xiao Chun. Chapter 27, Sister Xian's Gift. Yi Chen caught sight of her message, and her mature, alluring figure flashed in his mind. He hastily pushed those thoughts aside and clicked on Li Qingya's avatar. Qingya, how are you and your uncle and aunt getting here tomorrow? My dad is driving. It'll probably take 10 hours to arrive, since he is also here for some business. What does your family do? Just as Li Qingya was about to respond, the bedroom door swung open. She quickly set her phone down, Mom. What is up? Li's mother approached the bed with a smile. I can ask if you've packed everything. Qingya, what were you just doing? Who were you chatting with? A classmate. A boy or girl? A boy. Li's mother had sensed something was off for a few days. Her daughter had been glued to her phone while out. She was somewhat concerned that her daughter might be in a relationship. Is he a university classmate? Is he local? What is his family background? Li Qingya clarifia. He's a high school classmate. Hearing this, Li's mother immediately lost interest. After all, high school classmates rarely amounted to anything significant. Who is this high school classmate? Do I know him? Li Qingya hesitated before saying, Yi Chen, you should know he was first in our class for the college entrance exam. Li's mother nodded slightly. I remember. He is at Jianghai University of Transportation, right? What are you two chatting about? Let me see. With that, she reached for her daughter's phone to check their chat history. Upon seeing Yi Chen refer to her daughter as Qingya, her expression subtly shifted. Li Qingya felt a bit embarrassed. Mom, can you please not look at my phone? It's my personal privacy. Li's mother retorted firmly. I'm your mother. What is there that I can't see? After handing the phone back to Li Qingya, she added, in the future, chat less with people like him. They're all trying to climb the social ladder. They don't even look in the mirror to see if they're worthy of my daughter. Li Qingya responded, Mom, can you please not say that? We're just classmates and friends. Can I have my own friends? Li's mother replied. I remember this Yi Chen is from a rural background, right? He must have ulterior motives for chatting with you. Qingya, you're still young and may not understand. But as someone who has been through it, I can see through his little schemes at a glance. He isn't good enough for you to pursue my daughter. At the very least, he should come from a family with assets worth over 100 million, or be a scion of someone in a position of power, like a department level or deputy ministerial official. Once her mother left, Li Qingya let out a long sigh. She hurriedly sent Yi Chen a message. My mom just told me to rest early. I need to get up early tomorrow. Okay, let us chat another day. Good night. Qingya, good night. The next morning, while Yi Chen was having breakfast, he spotted Wang Yusin sitting alone, her head bowed as she ate. Watching her eat was, in itself, a form of enjoyment. After breakfast, Yi Chen took the bus to the nearest shopping mall to the university. He bought a set of clothes and shoes for both himself and Wang Yusin, ensuring he had a spare outfit. He hadn't seen Wang Yusin wear the new clothes and shoes before. Perhaps she only had that one set, which he was reluctant to part with. Yi Chen also purchased some fruit and snacks, returning to his dormitory around 9:30. He then hurriedly stepped out again, taking the bus to a Michelin-starred restaurant in Shushan district. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Lu Zixuan was already waiting for him in the private room. When she saw Yi Chen enter, she rose to greet him, her face adorned with a smile that exuded a hint of mature charm. Xiao Chen, you're here. Take a seat. She was dressed, as usual, in a form-fitting black long dress that was mature, sexy, and elegantly poised. Yi Chen sat opposite her, smiling. Sister Xian, you're becoming more beautiful. Lu Zixuan's lips curled into a smile. Really? What do you find beautiful about me? Your face, figure, and demeanor are all beyond reproach. Yi Chen was not merely flattering. He was stating the truth. Lu Zixuan was impeccable in every aspect. Even at Jianghai University, she would be considered a campus beauty. Her smile was radiant as she said, Xiao Chen, your sweet words are like honey. They make me quite fond of you. Yi Chen asked, where did you attend university? Sister Xian? Jianghai University of Finance and Economics, School of Engineering Management, cannot possibly compare with your esteemed university. Focus on your studies, for who knows, I may one day rely on you for support. I shall strive to protect you, Xianjie, ensuring that no one dares to bully you. Upon hearing his words, Lu Zixuan felt a ripple of emotion within her heart. Sometimes, an unguarded remark or a fleeting gesture can profoundly touch another's soul. especially for those sensitive women. At that moment, a server entered with their meal. As they dined and conversed, Lu Zixuan was often amused by his antics, her demeanor lively and spirited. After their lunch, she led him to the beach, where they strolled along the shoreline, embraced by the sea breeze, before settling onto a sun lounger to bask in the sun. Unbeknownst to him, Chen soon drifted into slumber. Eventually, he felt a tickling sensation at his nose, and upon opening his eyes, he discovered Lu Zixuan crouched beside him, a smile playing at her lips as she teased him with her hair. "Xianjia, how did I fall asleep?" he queried. With a laugh, Lu Zixuan replied, "Perhaps it's because you are usually quite fatigued, and now you can finally relax." Chen inhaled the fragrant aroma that enveloped her, stirring his heart, and he quickly sat up. "Xianjia, I didn't say anything silly in my sleep, did I?" "Indeed you did," she teased. "What did I say?" Chen asked, somewhat bewildered. Lu Zixuan chuckled. "Nothing of consequence. I was merely jesting with you. The coastal winds are strong, and I feared you might catch a cold. Hence I woke you." "What time is it?" "Xianjia. 3:30. Shall we head back?" "Xianjia, I hope I haven't delayed your plans." "Today, I have no pressing matters. Even if I did, it wouldn't be an issue." "Don't speak in such a distant manner. Otherwise, I'll be quite displeased," she said, playfully pinching his cheek. The boldness of her gesture caused a blush to creep across Chen's face. Having lived 2 lives, he had never been so playfully teased. Lu Zixuan, noticing his shyness, found it rather amusing and felt a surge of playful mischief. "Oh, are you shy? What's the matter with me?" Giving your cheek a little squeeze, she teased once more. Chen, his cheeks now a deeper shade of crimson, replied, "Xianjia, please stop, or I might just bury myself in the sand." Lu Zixuan laughed. "I never expected you to be such a bashful young man, Xiao Chen. It seems I've awakened a different side of you. Haha, I won't tease you any longer. Come, I shall drive you back." Upon reaching the car, Lu Zixuan retrieved a box from the back seat. "Xiao Chen, this is a gift from me, along with a couple of outfits. Try them on when you get home to see if they fit." Chen paused, surprised by her thoughtful gesture. "This is the first gift I have ever received." "Thank you, Xianjia." He accepted it without hesitation, knowing that to decline would only create distance. Moreover, having assisted Lu Zixuan in her stock investments, which yielded considerable profits, he felt justified in receiving such gifts. With a smile, Lu Zixuan said, "Remember to try on the clothes and shoes when you get home. If they don't fit, just let me know, and I will exchange them. It should be no trouble, as I've bought according to your measurements." Chen glanced at the phone. A high-end model worth several thousand. The clothing was from a prestigious brand, with prices ranging from thousands to tens of thousands per item. Chapter 28. Senior, are you being pampered? At around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, a pink Porsche appeared at the entrance of Jianghai University of Transportation. The Porsche was eye-catching in itself, but its pink exterior unmistakably indicated it was a lady's vehicle. As it was the weekend, freshmen were free from classes, some wandering about while others went shopping. They turned their heads as the pink Porsche came to a halt at the school gates. Chen stepped out of the car. "Xianjia, I'm heading back. Please drive safely." Lu Zixuan nodded with a smile. "I will goodbye." Chen noticed the curious glances from those around him, but he paid them no mind as he walked into the campus. Whispers followed him. "Look at what he's carrying. It's designer clothing, a t-shirt worth over 10,000. Who knew our university had someone being supported by a wealthy woman? Is that so surprising? Which school doesn't have that? I am envious. I wonder when a rich lady will support me." "Don't get your hopes up. Are you as handsome as he is?" "What's so great about being handsome? I'm strong." As Chen entered the school, he heard Zhao Jing's voice calling him. "Senior." He turned to see Zhao Jing and her roommate, Su Hui, sipping milk tea and carrying shopping bags. "Did you go shopping?" he asked. Zhao Jing nodded. "I saw you just now getting out of a pink Porsche. Who is that?" "Just an older sister," Chen replied with a smile. Zhao Jing paused for a moment, then asked, "Senior, you're not being pampered, are you?" Chen retorted. "Why is your mind so impure? Do you think I'm living off someone else?" Zhao Jing glanced at the bags in his hands. "Yet you have all these luxury items, each worth thousands. Is it really so unusual for someone to have expensive tastes?" Chen inwarded. Zhao Jing and Su Hui exchanged bewildered glances. Was clothing worth tens of thousands not considered extravagant? Suddenly, they connected the dots. Could it be that Chen was from a wealthy family? Yet, they had never perceived him as such before. Nonetheless, Zhao Jing firmly believed that Chen was not the type to rely on a woman for support. Her question had merely been a way to elicit a confession from him. With a hint of astonishment, Zhao Jing asked, "Senior, are you for a wealthy family?" "More like a wealthy second generation," he quipped. Zhao Jing and Su Hui exchanged incredulous looks. After a while, the trio parted ways. As the boys and girls' dormitories were in opposite directions, Su Hui turned to Zhao Jing and remarked, "You don't actually believe him, do you?" Zhao Jing confidently replied, Of course I do. I trust that senior is not lying. My judgment is never wrong. Chen found Zhao Jing to be quite agreeable, with a pleasant personality and integrity, albeit somewhat socially bold. Upon returning to his dormitory, he tried on the new clothes Lu Zixuan had bought, finding them to fit perfectly. Wearing outfits worth tens of thousands felt impeccable. He couldn't tell if it was the wealth or the quality of the craftsmanship that made the difference. He unwrapped the new phone, switching to it effortlessly, reveling in its smooth functionality. The feeling of wealth was delightful. He glanced at the gifts he had purchased for Wang Yusin, planning to present them to her later that evening when she would be less shy. After a busy day, he headed to the cafeteria for dinner. Once his meal was complete, Chen found himself with some free time in the dormitory, where he began to study for the upcoming graduate entrance examination. The initial test would take place in early December, and passing it would allow him to participate in the second round of exams for a chance at a master's program. With September already upon him, time was of the essence. However, as he delved into his studies, Chen discovered that his memory and comprehension abilities were remarkably sharp, accurately described as photographic memory. Was this a gift of his rebirth? He felt a rush of joy, as he had previously harbored doubts about passing the exam, but now felt confident that it would be a breeze. After 2 hours of studying, he picked up his phone to message Wang Yusin, only to find a message from Li Qingya sent over half an hour ago. "I'm out dining with my parents. Let us chat another day." Chen felt puzzled, as this was the first time Li Qingya had reached out to him. Could it be that she was concerned about their conversation being overheard by her parents? He sent Wang Yusin a message. "Yusin, are you there?" "Yes, I am. What is up? You're not asleep, are you?" "Not all, just studying." Wang Yusin also had her eyes set on the graduate entrance exams, having had little time to prepare during the summer due to work commitments. These days, she has been studying until past 11 every night before retiring to bed. "Please wait for me downstairs at the dormitory. I have brought you a little something today," said Chen, as he stepped out of the dormitory, clutching clothes, shoes, and some fruit. The campus pathways were nearly deserted, with only a few souls occasionally spotted. After 6 or 7 minutes, Chen arrived beneath a girl's dormitory, where Wang Yusin was already waiting for him. "Why are you down here so early?" "It's a bit chilly tonight. You mustn't catch a cold," Chen remarked. Wang Yusin replied in a gentle voice, "It's nothing. I'm not cold. I went shopping today and bought some clothes for myself, and I also got you an outfit and a pair of shoes, along with some fruit. Do eat more fruit to replenish your vitamins." With that, Chen handed the items to her. Wang Yusin hesitated for a moment before slowly reaching out to accept them. "Thank you, big brother," she said, her voice melodious, the term big brother melting Chen's heart. With a beaming smile, Chen responded, "Your voice is delightful. You have enchanted my heart. I am tempted to pluck the stars from the sky to gift to you." Wang Yusin's cheeks flushed crimson, radiating shyness. Chen playfully pinched her cheek, which felt as soft as a baby's skin, a delightful sensation. "You should head back. It's cold outside." Wang Yusin's heart raced, her face burning, and she hurriedly turned to leave. As Chen watched her retreating figure, a subtle smile graced his lips. "She is merely my sister. I worry that you might misinterpret our relationship." He hummed a little tune as he turned and made his way back to the dormitory, soon recalling Lu Zixuan. "Sister Xian, the clothes and shoes fit perfectly. Thank you," he messaged her. Lu Zixuan replied swiftly, "That's great to hear. Are you still awake?" "I was just reviewing some notes." "Aren't you resting either?" "I just finished showering and am lying in bed. If you have time, come chat with your sister for a while." "Sure, Sister Xian. I just got into bed too. How is everything in your company?" "It's going well. We have quite a few orders, but they largely come from networking connections. It's rather exhausting, so let us not dwell on those matters." Chen hesitated before sending a message. "Sister Xian, do you have a boyfriend?" "No. With your beauty and accomplishments, there should be many pursuing you. Why not find a partner? It could help alleviate some of your stress, and you could share your thoughts with someone." Chen recalled some rumors from his previous life about the company. He believed there might be some truth to those whispers. Lu Zixuan either hailed from an influential family or was being supported by some wealthy benefactor. Given what Chen had come to understand, the latter seemed more plausible. Chapter 29, Another Good Sister. Lu Zixuan's private life was of no concern to him. Chen had never considered pursuing a romantic relationship with her. Even if she were supported by a benefactor, it was her personal life and choice. Should she genuinely regard him as her brother, Chen would not deceive her feelings. Lu Zixuan soon replied, "There are indeed many who pursue me, but none have caught my fancy." "Do you have a crush in university, Xiao Chen?" "Yes." "Is it the girl you work with?" "No, it's a classmate from high school. She attends Jianghai Fudan University." Li Qingya was the white moonlight he had secretly admired since high school. Wang Yusin was someone he had only recently come to know and held a fondness for. As he pondered this, he felt a twinge of conflict within himself. Children make choices. I want them both. After all, how can I do justice to my 2 lifetimes? Lu Zixuan curiously inquired. Have you confessed to her yet? Not yet. I lacked the courage before. You're about to graduate. If you don't confess soon, it will be too late. Boys should be bold and express their feelings. Fear of failure will only leave you with lifelong regrets. In his previous life, whenever Yi Chun thought of Li Qingya, he loathed himself for not being bolder, for not acting with courage. Perhaps, if he had, she might not have met such a tragic fate. That was his lifelong anguish. Every time he recalled her last messages before her tragic leap, he was engulfed by a suffocating sense of despair. Why didn't you pursue me in college? If one day I leave this world, will you still remember me? Yi Chun and Lu Zixuan chatted until 11 at night before finally retiring to bed. The following morning, Jianghai Transportation University welcomed a surge of returning students. Starting from around 7 or 8 in the morning, students began to trickle back. By 10 o'clock, one of Yi Chen's roommates returned. Xing Chao entered the dormitory and, upon seeing Yi Chun studying, grinned. Old Yi, I missed you so much over the summer. Yi Chen's face lit up with a smile at the sight of Xing Chao. Old Xing, I missed you too. In his previous life, after graduating from university, Yi Chun had not pursued further studies and instead entered the workforce, leading to less frequent gatherings with his friends. As they formed families, their meetings became even rarer. It had been over a decade since they last met. Xing Chao rummaged through his backpack and pulled out some local delicacies. Old Yi, try some specialties from my hometown. He offered Yi Chen a package of treats. Yi Chen, not one to be rude, opened it and sampled the contents. Delicious. So, how was your summer at home? Xing Chao complained. What was enjoyable about it? I spent every day studying and reviewing. It was better at school. At least I had you guys to chat with. How was your summer job? It was quite good. The work was not taxing and the pay was decent. Xing Chao remarked. Old Yi, I think you should consider taking the graduate entrance exam with us. In today's society, having a Master S degree is more competitive. We could all spend another 2 years together. Before the summer break, Yi Chun had shared his reluctance to pursue further studies. Yi Chun chuckled. Actually, I've decided to take the exam. Really? That is fantastic. Let us all work hard together. I believe we can succeed. Once Lao Wei and Lao Feng arrive, we should buy some food and have a little gathering. It's on me. Xing Chao hailed from Norsu province and was the most well-off among their group, often treating them when they went out to eat. Yi Chun smiled. I'll treat this time. You've done enough in the past. It's all right. My parents provide ample living expenses. Xing Chao knew that Yi Chun's monthly allowance was just over 1,000. Yi Chun smiled. Old Xing, I made some money trading stocks over the summer. So don't compete with me today. Xing Chao was taken aback. You traded stocks? How much did you make? A few 100,000. Yi Chun did not mention the millions, as it would be too shocking. A few 100,000 was something Xing Chao and the others could accept without it seeming too outrageous. Given Xing Chao's affluent background, a few 100,000 might not be a substantial amount for his family. Wow. Old Yi, I didn't know you had this talent. You must treat us tonight. Have you noticed that this year's new female students have quite a few beauties? When I arrived, that fair-skinned girl with long legs was quite the sight. Yi Chen repeated. Don't even mention it. A freshman girl said she fell for me at first sight and insists that I pursue her. Really? Is she pretty? Yes, stunning. With a beautiful face and an incredible figure, though she seems to have a bit of a social anxiety. Xing Chao grinned mischievously with looks like that. How could you refuse? I have someone I like. If I didn't I would have said yes. You mean the high school classmate? You should hurry and pursue her. If you don't, someone else will sweep her away. Yi Chun chuckled. I've already made my move during the summer. Xing Chao scrutinized him. Old Yi, I feel like you're a bit different from before. What has changed? What do you mean? Yi Chun felt a sudden jolt of surprise. The air of elegance, along with one's demeanor and conduct, has subtly transformed. After spending 2 months working outside, I have encountered a myriad of individuals, acquiring a wealth of experience. For wealth indeed begets a certain charisma. After engaging in conversation for a while, they made their way to the cafeteria, which was noticeably more crowded than before. As Yi Chun queued for his meal, he searched for Wang Yusin's figure. Soon enough, he spotted her in the distance, engrossed in her meal. After collecting their food, the two found a secluded spot to sit. Xing Chao leaned in and whispered, Old Yi, have you noticed? There's so many beautiful junior girls, each one more enchanting than the last. Although Yi Chun and his friends were diligent students, who could resist the allure of stunning women? They often discussed in their dormitory which colleges had the prettiest girls. The 4 of them had previously been somewhat reserved in nature. While they dined, Zhao Jing and her roommate, Su Hui, sat across from them. Senior, Zhao Jing exclaimed, her face alight with a radiant smile that left Xing Chao momentarily spellbound. Yi Chun smiled slightly. Allow me to introduce my roommate Xing Chao. Old Xing, these are freshmen Zhao Jing and Su Hui. Xing Chao beamed. Greetings, junior sisters. Su Hui nodded in response with a smile. Zhao Jing, after a brief nod, turned to Yi Chun with a beaming smile. Senior, Do I look pretty today? She wore a short skirt and a low-cut t-shirt, undeniably striking. Chen replied, you are beautiful every day, but please do not pursue me. I have someone I admire. We could be good friends, and you may consider me your elder brother. Zhao Jing huffed playfully. Are you trying to keep me as a backup in your fish pond? Chen retorted with conviction. You insult my character. If you disapprove, then forget it. Let us eat. Zhao Jing laughed. Who said I disapprove? Senior. Eat more chicken legs to nourish your body. And she placed her chicken leg onto Chen's plate. I have enough to eat. You should have it. Chen returned the chicken leg. Zhao Jing accepted it without further protest and began to eat. Are you planning to take the postgraduate entrance exam, brother? She teased. Her voice deliberately sultry. Yes, but please speak normally, he replied. I'm speaking normally, she insisted. After finishing their meal, Chen and Xing Chao excused themselves and left. So we remarked to Zhao Jing, Chen just used his chopsticks to eat vegetables, and then he gave you his chicken leg. That means there's his saliva on it. You two just shared an indirect kiss. Zhao Jing paused in surprise. Really? Then I must savor this chicken leg thoroughly. Upon exiting the cafeteria, Xing Chao observed, Old Yi, I truly see a difference in you. You used to blush and be shy when talking to girls, but now you converse so freely with such a stunning beauty. Chen chuckled. It's just a matter of social experience. The more one encounters, the less timid one becomes. Xing Chao added, does working summer jobs really build character? Had I known, I would have done the same. Old Xing, Zhao Jing is genuinely beautiful and so charming. If I had such a junior girl pursuing me, I would gladly accept and cherish her. Charming? Are your eyes deceiving you? She is not charming at all. Those brother calls were so adorable that my heart quivered. When will I have such a beautiful junior girl pursuing me? Chen recalled that in his previous life, Xing Chao had married Shui Tingting from their class, only to later discover her infidelity, leading to divorce. I remember you liked Shui Tingting, right? Xing Chao grinned. Indeed, we chatted daily during the summer break. I believe I might win her over this semester. Chen, however, did not perceive Shui Tingting as the kind of person prone to infidelity. It was true that one could never truly know another's heart. Infidelity often results from a confluence of factors. But a significant reason must surely be a lack of moral integrity and an inability to resist temptation. After a moment's hesitation, Chen inquired, what do you think of Shui Tingting? Xing Chao replied, she is quite nice. Though not as stunning as Zhao Jing, she is still attractive in her own right. Chen was uncertain how to dissuade him. Their relationship had progressed to this point. He resolved to observe the situation as it unfolded in the future. The two returned to their dormitory to study. Jianghai University of Transportation is a premier institution in the country, attracting top-tier students from across the nation, fostering an excellent academic atmosphere. During their third-year second semester, Xing Chao, Chen, and others were busy reviewing for the upcoming postgraduate entrance exams. Although Chen decided against taking the exams, he remained committed to his studies, for knowledge is an everlasting possession. In the afternoon, around 3 or 4 o'clock, Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing joined them. After a warm reunion, they gathered for dinner on the second floor of the cafeteria, where they ordered several dishes and a few bottles of beer. Upon hearing that Chen had made money from stock trading, they expressed a hint of envy. Following dinner, they returned to their dormitory, where Xing Chao and the others settled down to study. Chen initially intended to lie in bed and play on his phone, but felt it was inappropriate. With 3 others diligently studying, how could he indulge in distractions? This is the scholarly atmosphere of a top-tier institution, compelling one to focus on studies. In a less academically rigorous environment, with 4 roommates, if 3 were playing and only 1 was studying, that solitary student might gradually be swayed to join in the distractions. At 8:30 in the evening, Chen messaged Li Qingyao, what are you up to? She quickly replied, studying. Fudan University also boasts a similar elite academic environment. Chen responded, I was planning to rest, but seeing my roommates so engrossed in their studies, I felt embarrassed to play on my phone. Li Qingyao encouraged, focus on your review. Until what time does your dorm usually study? Around 10 o'clock, he replied. Then let us chat at 10. At 10 o'clock, Chen stifled a yawn. Are you all still studying? Don't overdo it. Hurry to bed and continue tomorrow. Xing Chao replied, I need to chat with Tingting. Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing said, we'll study a bit longer. Chen lay in bed, messaging Li Qingyao. Has everyone in your dorm gone to bed? Most have, except one is still studying. She replied. Chen remarked, quite the overachievers. Li Qingyao added, the postgraduate initial exams are in December. I hope they come soon. This period is so arduous. Stay strong. We shall strive together, he encouraged. Yes, you too, she replied. The two conversed for half an hour before succumbing to sleep. The next morning, around 7, Chen and the others made their way to the classroom. Upon entering, they found their classmates engrossed in their studies. The 4 settled down and began their own reviews. At 8 o'clock, their instructor, Zhou Wanqing, enter the classroom. Classmates, you are now in your fourth year. Make the most of your time to review for the postgraduate entrance exams, as the initial tests are in December. For those not pursuing postgraduate studies, consider internships to gain work experience. The majority of the class intended to take the exams, with only a few opting out. The fourth-year curriculum was light, allowing for more free time. However, due to the impending exams, everyone was more anxious than in previous years. Even without a supervising teacher, the students remained self-disciplined in their studies. Chen observed Wang Yusin, who was deeply absorbed in her studies, her concentration unwavering. At 9:30 in the morning, Chen discreetly took out his phone to check his stock account. He had purchased 3 stocks, all of which had reached their daily limit, resulting in an unrealized profit exceeding 1.2 million in his account. This is the advantage of substantial capital. The greater the funds, the more rapid the accumulation of wealth. Chen surveyed the stock market, meticulously selecting the next week's potential high flyers. He jotted down several stocks he intended to buy in his memo, setting reminders accordingly. Subsequently, he glanced at Huaguang Technology, noting that both Lu Zixuan and Zhou Jizai had invested in it. Today, it had risen by 3%, a commendable increase, and judging by the trend, it seemed poised for further growth. Over the past 2 months, it had more than tripled in value, qualifying it as an exceptionally promising stock. Chen then examined the situation of the U.S. stock market. Due to the time zone difference, the U.S. market opened at 9:30 p.m. in Huagua and continued until 4 a.m., providing a total of 6.5 hours of trading without a midday break. As he contemplated the American market, a particular stock surfaced in his mind. Game in, the stage for an epic battle between bulls and bears. This was a confrontation involving numerous retail investors and short-selling institutions, with significant capital lurking in the shadows, albeit seldom acknowledged. Many had reaped substantial rewards from the struggle, with some super stocks yielding returns of 30 to 40 times their initial investment within a month. Had one invested 2 years ago, they could have seen returns exceeding 100 times at the peak. Gaiman was projected to gain momentum in January of next year. Chen needed to prepare in advance. To trade in U.S. stocks, he would require an international securities account and a foreign bank account. Jianghai, being a top-tier city in the country, boasted numerous branches of international banks and securities firms. Chapter 31, Zhao Jing's Gift. In the afternoon, Chen refrained from attending class. He left the campus to establish an international bank account, subsequently addressing the issue of large fund transfers at the bank, and finally opened an account at an international securities firm while consulting about various matters. Upon returning to school, it coincided perfectly with dinner time. After dining, Chen returned to his dormitory, where Xing Chao and the others had already finished their meal and were engaged in study. "Old, you're back. Where did you go? Why didn't you attend class?" Xing Chao inquired as he entered. Chen replied, "I had some matters to attend to." After washing up, he began to review his studies. The days leading up to the graduate entrance examination were tedious and monotonous. Although his regular classes were few, the preparation for the exam was far more exhausting. Yet, seeing those around him striving diligently left him no choice but to persevere. After 4 days of study, Chen felt adequately prepared for the exam. He was confident he would not encounter significant issues. His mind now operated with an almost absurd acuity, functioning like a super intellect with a learning efficiency several dozen, if not hundreds, of times greater than others. On Friday evening, Chen and his 3 roommates exited the cafeteria. "Are you guys going for a stroll on the playground?" Wei Xiangyu replied, "I haven't finished reviewing for my ideological and political theory class. I need to study some more." Feng Bing added, "I also need to review." Chen turned to Xing Chao, who said, "I need to find Tingting. We've made plans." "Going to a hotel?" Chen asked with curiosity. Xing Chao chuckled. "Just relaxing a bit." Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing widened their eyes in surprise. "You two are moving pretty fast, aren't you?" Xing Chao responded. "We've been talking for a long time. We clarified our relationship during the summer vacation." After parting ways, Chen strolled alone on the playground. He now had 17 million in his securities account and an additional 500,000 in his bank account. In the 3 months leading up to the new year, he aimed to accumulate more capital to seize the opportunity in the U.S. market. A market yielding returns of dozens of times was more than sufficient for him to achieve financial freedom. During Gaiman's peak, its daily trading volume exceeded 10 billion US dollars, translating to over 100 billion renminbi. Chen's current accumulation of a few hundred million would barely make a ripple in such a vast ocean. Unlike the domestic market where a few tens of millions could trigger a chain reaction. As his capital grew, Chen found it increasingly difficult to engage in the high-flying stocks, limiting him to those with larger market capitalizations. "Brother Yi," came Zhao Jing's voice from behind him. Chen turned to see Zhao Jing and Su Hui approaching. "You're out for a walk too?" Zhao Jing beamed, her face radiant. Why are you all alone, brother? She wore a pleated school uniform, which accentuated her youthful charm. Just enjoying some solitude. Have you eaten? Zhao Jing responded, I just finished. Brother Yi, may I accompany you for a walk? Yichen maintained a calm demeanor. Sure, that is fine. Zhao Jing observed him closely. Brother, you seem a bit downcast. Is there something troubling you? You can share with me, and I'll help you bear the burden. Yichen replied, I'm not unhappy. I'm just deep in thought. What are you thinking about? She asked. About making money. How do you plan to do that? Investing in stocks. Do you understand? Zhao Jing shook her head. I don't, but it seems my dad does. Yichen advised, you might want to persuade your father to stop after this year. Zhao Jing, puzzled, asked why. Because a bear market is approaching. Yichen chose not to elaborate further. Even if Zhao Jing relayed his words to her father, he might not take a college student's advice seriously. After all, such is the nature of conventional thinking. Zhao Jing remarked, Brother, studying every day must be exhausting. I bought you a gift, and I'll give it to you shortly. Yichen was taken aback. There's no need to buy things. You're still a student and don't earn your own money. Wait until you can afford it. Zhao Jing smiled. It's all right. My father provides me with a generous allowance. The trio wandered around the playground, chatting amiably, enjoying their time together. Yichen was reluctant to return to the dormitory too soon, as his peers were still studying. He felt it would be inappropriate to leave without contributing to the environment. He had already completed his revision and felt confident about the upcoming exam. Senior, I'll go fetch your gift, Zhao Jing said. Yichen followed her to the freshman girls' dormitory, bustling with activity. The first-year students had fewer classes, allowing them more time for leisure. A few minutes later, Zhao Jing rushed back down from the dormitory, panting slightly. Yichen remarked, no need to rush so much. If you fall, I can wait a little longer. Zhao Jing giggled. Are you concerned about me, brother? Yichen maintained his calm demeanor. Of course. It's only natural for a brother to care for his sister. She handed him a box. Brother, this is a neck and back massager I bought for you. You study for long periods, and it can strain your neck and back. Yichen was surprised by her thoughtfulness, considering her usual carefree demeanor. In his previous life, he had avoided Zhao Jing and had not gotten to know her well. Now that he had interacted with her, he found her to be quite pleasant overall, albeit a bit socially bold. He smiled. Thank you, dear sister. Get some rest. I'll head back now. Zhao Jing watched him leave, huffing softly to herself. Are you touched? Just wait and see how I make you fall deeply in love with me. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yichen found Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing still engrossed in their studies. They paused, staring at the item Yichen brought back. Old Yi, did you buy something? Yichen sighed. No, it was a gift from my sister. She insisted on giving it to me, saying I'd be exhausted from studying for the exam, and that my neck and back could suffer. Old Wei, old Feng, being too handsome could be quite a burden too. Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing turned away, choosing not to engage further. Seriously, that's infuriating. As Yichen unwrapped the package, he took a moment to search for the price online. The two items amounted to over 1,000 yuan, quite an expense indeed. Settling into a chair, he found it surprisingly comfortable. Just then, his phone buzzed with a message from Zhao Jing. Don't let anyone else use it. It's meant for you. Got it. Thank you, dear sister. Please don't spend so lavishly in the future. It's not that much. Are you free to go out tomorrow? It's important to balance work with leisure. Sure. I'll see if I have other commitments. If not, a stroll sounds delightful. Yichen was eager to escape the confinement of his dormitory for the day. At that moment, Zhou Jizai sent him a message. Xiaochun, what is the word on Huaguang technology? Yichen replied, Uncle Zhou, just hold on to it. Considering the market trends, there is substantial room for growth. Zhou Jizai responded, all right, it has already risen by 20 points this week. Yichen invited, Undizo. Do you have a US stock account? No, why do you ask? You should open one. When we enter a bear market here, we could invest in US stocks, which tend to rise steadily. Yichen envisioned introducing him to the world of American stocks, hoping to profit from foreign capital. After all, the more one earns, the better. This might also instill a sense of indebtedness in Zhou Jizai. Right, I almost forgot. I'll look into it next week. Chapter 32, Shopping Excursion. After sending the message to Zhou Jizai, Yichen texted Li Qingya. Qingya, do you still have to study this weekend? Li Qingya quickly replied, my roommates are all studying, and I have no one to accompany me out. Was she subtly hinting at something? Yichen pondered before responding. Studying every day can be overwhelming. It's better to strike a balance. I'll come and visit you this weekend. We haven tea met often. Where shall we go? Yichen felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, she had been beckoning him. I haven't visited any attractions in these past few years. Let us find a spot to explore. Which place do you have in mind? How about the Jianghai Museum? I haven't been there yet. Sound good. Let us go there on Sunday. Li Qingya added, remember to make an online reservation. You can enter the Jianghai Museum with that. No ticket needed. Yichen paused, realizing she was considering his financial situation. Just wait. One day, you shall see a different me. Although he currently possessed over 10 million yuan, It was a mere drop in the ocean compared to the wealth in Jianghai City, where luxury vehicles often cost millions. On September 17th, Saturday, shortly after 7 in the morning, Chen was having breakfast in the cafeteria with Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing. Before long, Zhao Jing and Su Hui arrived and sat across from him. Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing, having seen Zhao Jing before, were filled with envy towards Chen. Why was such a beautiful junior pursuing him? Was it merely his looks? Such superficiality. Did she not see their inner charm? After a moment, Zhao Jing turned to him and said, "Senior, shall we go watch a movie?" Chen nodded slightly. "Sure, I've yet to see a film, so it will be a new experience." After finishing their meal, Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing bid farewell to Chen and headed back to their dorms to study. Su Hui, having finished eating, said, "Xiao Jing, Senior, I'll head back now." Chen inquired, "Xiao Hui, aren't you coming along?" Su Hui smiled. "I don't enjoy being a third wheel." Chen retorted, "What third wheel? My relationship with Xiao Jing is entirely innocent. You all go ahead. I have some other matters to attend to," Su Hui said before turning to leave. After finishing her meal, Zhao Jing gazed at him with her beautiful, large eyes. "Brother, shall we go?" "Let us go." Zhao Jing was dressed in her school uniform, a short-sleeved top and a skirt that suited her perfectly, exuding a pure beauty. Her exquisite features and graceful figure drew the attention of many as they walked. Upon exiting the school gates, they were greeted by a plethora of luxury cars parked nearby. G-Class, Porsche, Mercedes, BMW, Audi, and occasionally some flashy sport cars. Chen felt a flicker of aspiration. When would he also own a luxury vehicle? He discreetly observed Zhao Jing's reactions. She seemed unfazed by the luxury cars, merely glancing at them. This indicated her lack of strong vanity. She was not a materialistic girl. Walking side by side with her, Zhao Jing asked, "Brother, have you tried the massage device? Is it effective? If it's not, we can return it for another." Chen smiled and replied, "It works quite well. I didn't expect you to be so considerate." Zhao Jing beamed at his compliment. "Brother, you're treating me to a movie and dinner today." "Sure, I'll cover the bill." After waiting a couple of minutes, the bus arrived. Given it was the weekend, the bus was not crowded, and they found seats together. Chen admired her long, slender legs, marveling at their beauty. "Do you think it looks good, brother?" Zhao Jing noticed his gaze and smiled. She leaned her leg closer to him, brushing against his casual pants. Chen coughed awkwardly and hastily pulled out his phone. After a brief ride, they arrived at the nearest shopping plaza to the school. They purchased some snacks and drinks before heading to the cinema. The theater was bustling with people, mostly young couples, and their seats were nestled together at the back. "Brother, is this your first time watching a movie?" Zhao Jing inquired. Chen nodded slightly. "Yes, I didn't expect my first movie experience to be with you." Zhao Jing giggled. "Thank you for sharing this first with me." As the film commenced, the chatter around them faded into silence. The movie was a high-quality domestic production, centered around a female protagonist who reincarnated to fulfill her dreams. Chen saw reflections of his own experiences within the narrative. Zhao Jing was deeply engrossed, munching on snacks while watching. After a while, Chen noticed several couples in front of them leaning into each other. Their public displays of affection were quite bothersome. Chen glanced at Zhao Jing, realizing she was looking at him as well. She wore a smile, clearly enjoying the romantic atmosphere of the film, perhaps intending to stir something within him. "Brother, would you like to experience it? I've never had a boyfriend. My first kiss is still waiting." "Is that true?" "Of course. I was too busy studying in high school to date, and my parents also disapproved. They said they wouldn't interfere once I got to college. Let us focus on the movie." With couples around him being affectionate, Chen found it hard to concentrate on the film. After more than 2 hours, the movie finally concluded. As they exited, Chen asked, "Where shall we go next?" "Brother, you should ask a girl where to go while out shopping. Are you expecting me to suggest going clothes shopping directly?" Chen felt a flutter in his heart as she playfully called him brother. "Don't tease me. Let us go shopping for some clothes." As autumn had arrived, the stores were already showcasing their fall collections. "Brother, are you paying?" "I will." They meandered through the clothing stores in the mall, and soon Zhao Jing spotted a beautiful black autumn dress with a cinched waist. "Brother, how does it look?" she asked as she emerged from the fitting room, twirling around for his approval. Chen's eyes sparkled as he observed Zhao Jing in a flowing black dress that accentuated her elegance, making her waist appear slender and her figure remarkably appealing. "Indeed, this shall be the one," he mused. Zhao Jing stood before the mirror, thoroughly pleased with her reflection. While she returned to change clothes, Chen settled the bill. 600 yuan for an autumn dress, a sum not even reflective of an international luxury brand, but merely a high-end domestic label. As Zhao Jing emerged, the sales assistant took the dress to wrap it up. "Brother, you've paid the bill?" "This dress is quite expensive," she remarked. Chen nodded slightly. "It's nothing. This amount is trivial. Consider it a gift from brother to sister." "Thank you, brother," she replied as they exited the boutique. Zhao Jing insisted on buying him something in return, ultimately selecting a casual autumn outfit for herself, costing nearly 1,000 yuan. Chen then picked out a casual autumn ensemble for another girl. Zhao Jing interjected, "Brother, I don't want it. It's not for you. It's for another sister." He clarified, how many sisters do you have?" Zhao Jing was taken aback. "Currently, 2. "Currently? How many more do you wish for? Am I merely a fish in your pond?" She teased, pinching his waist. Chen grasped her wrist. "What do you mean by fish in a pond? I regard you all as my sisters. Is she also from our school?" Zhao Jing inquired. "She's a classmate of mine, a kind soul from a modest background. I've never seen her in new clothes," he explained. Zhao Jing huffed. "Am I not prettier than her? You both possess your unique charms." Such a playboy remark. "I feel you're increasingly resembling a scoundrel." "What scoundrel? If I were, I would have accepted your pursuit and charmed you into my grasp. I genuinely think you are quite wonderful. Being siblings suits us well." Zhao Jing remained silent, determined to make him fall in love with her eventually. Chen suggested, "It's lunchtime. Let us go eat. There's a seafood buffet in this mall. Just when I was feeling hungry. Let us go, my dear brother," she replied. They ascended to the bustling buffet restaurant, filled predominantly with nearby students and working professionals. As they entered, Zhao Jing's striking figure captured the attention of many. A beauty draws focus wherever she goes. After their meal, they spent some time playing in the children's amusement area, typically meant for kids. Yet Zhao Jing relished the experience, and Chen found her quite endearing. Upon returning to campus at 4 in the afternoon, Chen said, "Zhao Jing, you head back first. I need to pick up a package." "Brother, are you happy today?" "Indeed, very happy." Satisfied, Zhao Jing turned to leave, carrying the clothing bag. Chen glanced at the items he had purchased the previous night, a neck and lumbar massager, each intended for Li Qingya and Wang Yusin, who both were preparing for graduate exams and often sat for extended periods, needing some relief. The courier was on the way, nearing Fudan University and Jiaodong University. Though both institutions were located in Jianghai City, they were quite distant from one another. "Chen called it Livingya. What is up, Chen?" Her puzzled voice echoed from the phone. "I bought you a gift. It's almost at your school. Remember to pick it up," he instructed. Likinya pauza. "I was wondering how their essay logistics update without me ordering anything online. What did you buy? You'll find out upon receipt." "I have to go now," he replied, hanging up just as the courier called. As he approached the dormitory for fourth-year female students, he messaged Wang Yusin, "Come downstairs. I have something for you." By the time he reached the dorm entrance, Wang Yusin was already waiting. Chen smiled at her, presenting a set of autumn clothes along with the neck and lumbar massagers. "You study for long hours. These will help ease your discomfort. Just half an hour of massage each day," he advised. Wang Yusin's cheeks flushed slightly, aware of the curious glances from those passing by. Hesitant, she initially refrained from reaching out. Sensing her internal conflict, Chen reassured her, "Take it. Don't feel burdened. I see you as a cherished sister. It's only natural to spoil you a bit." Wang Yusin accepted the items. "Thank you, brother. Such lovely words. Now, hurry back," he encouraged. As she returned to her dorm, her roommates eyed her curiously. "Yusin, who bought you those clothes?" Dongmin asked, intrigued. "Yusin, are you dating someone?" Feng Lily inquired. Wang Yusin's face turned crimson. "No." "Then who sent you these? A suitor?" Dongmin continued. Feng Lily eagerly opened the package. "Wow, these are neck and lumbar massagers. I've been feeling discomfort from studying too much." Yusin, who is so thoughtful. Another roommate, Chun Dongxue, chimed in, "Yusin, are you in a relationship?" Dongmin pressed further. "Who is it? Do we know him?" Wang Yusin, blushing, explained, "No, it's Chen. He is my brother." Chen? Dongmin, Feng Lily, and Chen Dongxue were all taken aback. They had always perceived Chen as rather ordinary, not resembling the wealthy, second-generation types they were accustomed to. Dongmin asked in disbelief, "How did he become your brother?" The others joined in their curiosity. Wang Yusin blushed even deeper. "We worked at the same company over the summer. We often commuted together. When someone bullied me, he would help and said he regarded me as his sister." Dongmin glanced at the clothes she held. "These aren't cheap. They must be around 1,000 yuan each, and massagers are branded, likely over 1,000 as well. He certainly doesn't mind spending." Feng Lily cautioned, "Yusin, be careful not to get deceived." "I know," she replied. Chen Dongxu added, "Have you seen the high-end Huawei phone he uses? It costs over 30,000 yuan." Dongmin and Feng Lily gasped, "So expensive? Did you see it?" Chen Dongxu nodded. "I noticed it a couple of days ago in class." "Is he really a rich second generation?" Wang Yusin shook her head. "I'm not sure." She preferred to keep details about Chen private. Meanwhile, Li Qingya opened her package in her dorm, a smile gracing her lips as she unveiled the contents. Her roommates remarked, "Qingya, is this your neck and lumbar massager? You really should get one. Studying all day is exhausting." Li Qingya replied with a smile. It's not mine, it was a gift. Who gifted it? The curiosity of her two roommates ignited. A high school classmate of mine. He.S. at Jiaodong University. Wang Xia and Zhang Jingdan asked in unison. Is he pursuing you? Li Qingya nodded slightly. Yes, but I haven't agreed yet. Zhang Jingdan teased. From the sound of it, you're close to saying yes. You must have feelings for him. Wang Xia added. I'm now quite curious. What kind of man can win over our Qingya? Is he handsome? When Yi-chun returned to his dorm, Xing Chao and the others were engrossed in their studies. Old Yi has returned. How was your time with your sister? Yi-chun, I was about to ask you the same. How did you feel last night? Xing Chao chuckled. You'll understand once you have a girlfriend. It's simply delightful. Wei Xiangyu asserted with conviction. A beautiful woman cannot disturb my resolve. She would only hinder my efficiency in preparing for exams. Feng Bing agreed. Indeed, we must focus on our studies. Be cautious not to let women distract you from your preparations. Xing Chao retorted with pride. You two are just jealous. Have you ever held a girl's hand? Yi-chun's phone chimed. It was a message from Li Qingya. Xiao Qinzi, I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. Chapter 34. Holding hands with Li Qingya. Yi-chun felt a surge of joy at her affectionate address. Indeed, women tend to appreciate such delightful surprises. He had felt similarly astonished and touched when he received the massage device from Zhao Jing. This time, he was grateful to his dear sister, Xiao Jing. Yi-chun was a quick learner. Though he had lived 2 lives, he still lacked experience in courting women. Qingya, I'll come to your school tomorrow. Li Qingya replied. Xiao Chunzi, your school is quite far from ours. It takes 1 to 2 hours by bus. Let us meet at the museum. Yi-chen, I'll eat. Let us meet at the Jianghai Museum. Li Qingya, Xiao Chunzi, don't buy such expensive things in the future. We are still university students and haven't earned money yet. We can discuss it after we start working. Yi-chun felt comforted by her understanding words. Qingya, you truly are considerate. Don't worry, I have money now. That's the money you worked hard for during summer. Don't spend it frivolously. Money earned through hard work should be spent on meaningful people. Yi-chen's heartfelt words made Li Qingya's heart blossom with joy. Xiao Chunzi, is this your first time giving a gift to a girl? Yi-chen recalled the gifts he had given to Wang Yusin and calmly replied. Yes. It is my first time giving a gift to a girl. Li Qingya chuckled. Xiao Chunzi, hurry and study. Finish your review and sleep early. Okay, I'll go study now. See you tomorrow. After their conversation, Yi-chun messaged Wang Yusin. Have you tried the massage device? Not yet. I'll try it later. If it doesn't work well, I'll return it. Remember to massage once or twice daily. All right. Recently, a freshman girl has been pursuing me. Did you see? I did. I didn't agree to her. All right. Don't stay up too late studying. Rest early. In a relationship, aside from material conditions, providing emotional value to each other is paramount. Both aspects are indispensable. A girl attracted solely by material conditions may abandon you for someone wealthier. While Yi-chun was chatting with Wang Yusin, Lu Zixuan sent him a message. Lu Zixuan, Xiao Chun, what are you doing? Studying, Sister Xian. Take care of your health. Don't study too late, and don't put too much pressure on yourself. With your stock trading skills, even without pursuing further studies, I believe few could surpass you. Sister Xian, do you have a US stock account? If not, remember to open one next week. Our domestic stock market isn't faring well, and I suspect we are heading into a bear market with few opportunities to profit. We might as well earn dollars then. All right, Xiao Chun. I'll open a US stock account next week. Is your company busy this week? It's manageable. I have social engagements tomorrow afternoon and evening. I originally wanted to invite you out to unwind. Yi-chan felt relieved that she had plans. Sister Xian, it's fine. We'll go out when we have time. You must take care of your health with all those engagements. He was well aware of the drinking culture in the domestic business circles, particularly within bureaucratic and commercial spheres. Mature and alluring women like Lu Zixuan, navigating through the business world without a background, often find it challenging to secure orders unless they resort to compromising their integrity. With so many similar companies in the domestic market, why would anyone choose a new company like yours? The next morning at 7 o'clock, Yi-chun boarded the bus, his heart racing at the thought of meeting Li Qingya. She was the girl he had secretly admired in high school, and fortuitously, she liked him too. If he could be with Li Qingya in his previous life, he would have felt utterly satisfied. Yet now, he sensed a hint of greed. At 8:13, Yi-chun alighted at Jianghai Museum. Upon stepping off, he immediately spotted Li Qingya standing by the bus stop. Qingya, he called out, striding towards her. Li Qingya smiled at him, her beautiful eyes appraising him from head to toe. Xiao Qinzi, you seem much more handsome than before. Yi-chun grinned widely. Haven't I always been this handsome? Since entering university, they had rarely seen each other, only managing a reunion during the winter break gatherings of their high school classmates. Li Qingya observed him. I think you become a bit fairer. Yi-chun was also assessing her. It was evident that Li Qingya had made a conscious effort to dress up, her long brown hair cascading down, her oval face and cherry lips accentuating her elegance. Qingya, you seem more mature than before. Her figure had developed, but it remained within the realm of normalcy. Unlike Zhao Jing, who was exceptionally well endowed and stood out among her peers. Let us go. The Jianghai Museum is vast and will get crowded soon. The two made their way toward the museum. Being a weekend, many visitors were present. Although they arrived quite early, the journey had taken over an hour. After queuing for over 10 minutes, they finally entered the Jianghai City Museum. The museum was extensive, spanning several floors, requiring several hours to explore thoroughly. As they wandered, taking photos and chatting, they resembled a couple. Xiao Chenzi, look at this magnificent vase. Li Qingya exclaimed, admitting King di Nastibaza. Yichen also looked at the exhibits, but his attention was predominantly on Li Qingya. Nothing could compare to her. Their opportunities to meet were scarce. He needed to seize the moment. Simultaneously, Yichen grappled with an internal struggle, contemplating whether to take her hand. Would it be too forward? What if she rejected him? Despite having lived 2 lives, he truly lacked experience in this regard. After deliberating for over half an hour, Yichen finally made his decision. As they walked towards the next exhibit, he reached out and grasped Li Qingya's cold hand in his. After doing so, his heart raced, glancing at her reaction from the corner of his eye. Li Qingya's expression remained unchanged, as if nothing had occurred. Yichen breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, men must take the initiative. If you don't take the lead, do you expect the girl to do so? After wandering for over an hour, they found a spot to rest. Yichen pulled a bottle of drink from his backpack and offered it to her. Qingya, have some water. Li Qingya looked at him. Xiao Chenzi, after you graduate and get into graduate school, what do you plan to do? Yichen pondered for a moment before replying. I aspire to start my own business. What about you? Li Qingya responded. My parents want me to take the civil service exam and become a public servant. Yichen felt a jolt of surprise. If you take the civil service exam, you want to know where you'll work in the future. And, given the current environment in the country, without a family background, it's challenging to advance. Li Qingya gazed at him. It shouldn't be that dire. I believe that talent shines wherever it is. She is yet to step into society, having been raised in affluence. And it is only natural for her to remain unaware of certain dark and unsightly rules. Qingya, your thoughts are commendable. Contributing to the development of our nation is a noble endeavor. If you are inclined, you should pursue the examination for the selection of civil servants. He refrained from excessive persuasion. Even if Li Qingya were to attempt the examination, he would ensure that certain matters would not recur. Chapter 35. Inquiring about Guo Gaoyang's information. Let me ponder it for a moment. Truthfully, I am uncertain about what to do. The idea of taking the civil servant examination seems quite appealing. Li Qingya's inclinations in this regard are already taking shape, influenced significantly by familial factors. Her parents have instilled such notions and ideologies within her, which inevitably impact her thoughts. Yichen, which province do your uncle and aunt hope you'll take the exam in? Li Qingya, naturally, it is our hometown in Ludong province. However, it is still early and changes may occur. You mentioned wanting to start a business? What industry do you intend to pursue? Yichen, I plan to establish an investment company. Investment company? How do you intend to fund it? An investment firm requires substantial capital. Yichen chuckled. I made some profits from stock trading during the summer vacation. With a bit more capital accumulation, it will suffice. Li Qingya was taken aback. You trade stocks as well? How much have you earned? Over 10 million. Li Qingya's eyes widened. How much? Currently, my securities account holds approximately 17 million. Li Qingya could hardly believe it. Is this true? Xiao Chen, are you deceiving me? Yi Chen, in her presence, retrieved his phone and opened the Donkai Securities app to reveal a personal account balance of 17.62 million. Li Qingya gazed at him. Xiao Chen, I never anticipated you to be so remarkable. Yi Chen grinned. It's not too shabby, I suppose. Li Qingya remarked. Do not be too proud. Over 10 million is insufficient to purchase a decent apartment in Jianghai City. Yi Chen nodded with a smile. Understood. I shall heed the princess's advice and remain humble and low-key. Li Qingya's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot him a playful glare. Who is your princess? After a brief respite of over 10 minutes, they resumed their exploration of the museum. Yi Chen once again naturally took her small hand, which felt pleasantly cool to the touch. With familiarity comes ease. He was no longer as tense and apprehensive. After an entire morning, they finally completed their tour of the museum. Yi Chen was left in awe by the vast array of exhibits, spanning various dynasties, with each exquisite antique leaving him utterly astonished. Upon exiting the museum, Yi Chen still held her hand. Qingya, what would you like to eat? Li Qingya, anything simple will suffice. Yi Chen, I recall a shopping mall nearby. Shall we dine there? After a leisurely 10-minute walk, they arrived at the nearby shopping mall. They entered a bustling establishment named Chen's Big Prawns, a popular chain specializing in prawns. Within moments, a large bowl of prawns, weighing over 2 kilograms, was served. Yi-chan donned gloves and began to peel the prawns, placing the first one onto Li Qingya's plate. Li Qingya biamat xia Shen. I didn't expect you to be so considerate. Yi-chen smiled modestly. This is a trivial matter, nothing to fuss over. Li Qingya reciprocated by placing her first peeled prawn onto his plate. Though they were not yet a couple, their rapport resembled that of one. Yi-chen felt confident in his chances with Li Qingya, though he acknowledged her somewhat proud and slow-to-warm nature. Once she thawed, she would become quite affectionate. After lunch, they continued to wander through the mall. Yi-chen purchased 2 outfits and shoes for her, while she reciprocated with an outfit and shoes for him. Around 4 in the afternoon, Yi-chen hailed a taxi to escort Li Qingya back to school. With the driver present, he found it challenging to initiate any intimate contact. He resolved to acquire a car once his finances allowed. 40 minutes later, they arrived at Jianghai Fudan University. Xiao Chun, I'm heading back now. Rest well and study hard tomorrow. Got it, goodbye. At 6 in the evening, Yi-chen finally returned to school. Upon reaching his dormitory, he found Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing still studying. Wei Xiangyu, you're back, Lao Yi. Did you go shopping with your sister again? Yi-chen curiously asked. Where's Lao Xing? Wei Xiangyu, he went out shopping with Chui Tingting. You two should be cautious with your daily outings or you might not get into graduate school. Yi-chen chuckled. I find the graduate entrance examination to be quite manageable. Have you eaten yet? Not yet. We were just about to go. Let's go together. The 3 of them headed to the canteen for dinner. Yi-chen noticed the absence of Wang Yusen. She might have gone to another dining hall with her roommates or perhaps had not arrived yet. Back at the dormitory, Yi-chen sat in a chair and pulled out his phone. Li Qingya had just sent him a message. Xiao Chun, today has been the happiest day since I started university. Me too. Qingya, let's make it a point to unwind every weekend. We can balance work and relaxation, study diligently during the week and relax on weekends. Sound good? After chatting for a while, Li Qingya returned to her studies. At that moment, Xing Chao returned, his face glowing as he hummed a tune. Yi-chen, Lao Xing, why are you back so late? Did you go to a short-stay hotel? Xing Chao paused. Lao Yi, how do you know? Have you been there too? Although Yi-chen had never been married in his previous life, he had frequented short-stay hotels for brief encounters. I would like to go, but currently, no beautiful lady is willing to join me. Lao Xing engaged in casual conversation before resuming his studies, and the dormitory fell silent. Yi-chen sat there, contemplating a matter. Where is that old fellow Guo Gaoyang now? He intended to seek out any incriminating evidence against the man. This old scoundrel was undoubtedly a repeat offender. He likely had other victims who were too afraid to speak out. Yi-chen sent a message to Zhou Wangning. Sister Ning, are you asleep? Zhou Wangning was scrolling through Douyin, and upon seeing his message, felt a twinge of curiosity. Not yet. What's up, Xiao Chun? Yi-chen, Sister Ning. Are you familiar with Professor Guo Gaoyang? Yes, why do you ask? I am planning to take the graduate entrance examination and wanted to select a supervisor in advance. Where can I generally find Professor Guo? Zhou Wangning paused at his message. Xiao Chun, perhaps you should consider someone else. His reputation is not particularly favorable. If it were anyone else, she wouldn't have been so direct, fearing the potential fallout if their conversation was leaked. Yi-chen, what's wrong with him? Zhou Wangning. His character is questionable. It is rumored that he has harassed female students and does not adequately mentor male students. Yi-chen was taken aback by Guo Gaoyang's tarnished reputation. Sister Ning, could you elaborate? Rest assured, I will not disclose this to anyone. Zhou Wangning, Xiao Chun. I trust you. Last year, a female student reported Guo Gaoyang to the college leadership, but due to his long-standing position and good relations with the administration, the matter was swiftly suppressed. Not only last year, but there had also been female students who reported him in previous years, all of which were similarly hushed. The incident last year gained more attention, as that female student presented evidence to the Jianghai City Education Department, yet it too was silenced. Yi-chen had long been aware of the darkness and cruelty of society. Thus, he was not taken aback. Sister Ning, what became of that female student? She graduated early and left the school. Why do you ask, Xiao Chun? Chapter 36, Senior Wang Mengting. Zhou Wangning sensed that something was amiss. If Yi-chen intends to select a mentor, he should refrain from incessantly inquiring about female students. Yi-chen, Sister Ning, could you help me obtain that female student's contact information? Zhou Wangning, Xiao Chun, what do you intend to do? Yi-chen did not conceal his intentions. Sister Ning, having such a malignant presence lingering within the school is detrimental to the female students. He may pose a threat to others as well. I wish to bring him to justice, or, at the very least, ensure he is expelled from Jianghai University of Communications. Could you assist me? Zhou Wangning hesitated before responding. I can help, but Xiao Chun, you must ensure your own safety to avoid any potential retaliation. I will look into it tomorrow. 2. Harbored disdain for Guo. Yet there were certain actions she felt unable to undertake. Yi Chen, all right, Sister Ning, I will await your news tomorrow. Can you tell me why you are doing this? Zhou Wan Ning inquired, her curiosity piqued, as Guo had not wronged him directly. Engaging in such endeavors often yields no rewards, and should the college or school authorities become aware, they would undoubtedly apply pressure. If a scandal were to surface, it would tarnish the reputation of Jianghai University of Communications. Yi Chen contemplated for a moment before responding. Sister Ning, there is no ulterior motive. He has not offended me personally. I simply cannot abide by his actions. If such a person is not held accountable, what is the purpose of the law? If he continues unpunished, he will only escalate his behavior, and perhaps one day, my classmates or juniors will fall victim to his predation. Zhou Wan Ning was taken aback by his fervent sense of justice. Such passionate righteousness is not uncommon among university students. After all, they have yet to experience the harshness of society and have not been dulled by its tribulations. A seasoned individual might merely curse at such occurrences, while others might apathetically observe, feeling it does not concern them. Yet Yi Chen, despite having no direct connection to the matter, feels compelled to intervene. In Zhou Wan Ning's eyes, Yi Chen possessed a kind and chivalrous heart. She found this admirable. Society indeed requires individuals like him. Little did she know that Yi Chen's primary motivation was to protect Wang Yusin, though there existed a flicker of chivalry within him as well. The following morning, Yi Chen was in the classroom reviewing with his roommates. At 9:30, he opened the Jianghai Securities app to check the 3 stocks he had purchased. Unsurprisingly, all 3 stocks had reached their daily limit. His account showed a profit exceeding 1.7 million today, nearing the 20 million mark. With the growth of his capital, he needed to adjust his stock trading strategy. The days of trading small stocks were over, primarily due to their cumbersome nature and the fact that Jianghai Securities backend could monitor his trading data. While he was not afraid of scrutiny, he wished to avoid unnecessary complications. Yi Chen surveyed all the stocks in the market, his mind racing as he sought out those that had performed well in his previous life. After nearly half an hour of searching, he stumbled upon a stock name that instantly conjured memories of its future trajectory. Jiangnan Lithium Industry, a company previously marked with an ST designation, indicating it had been warned by the Securities Regulatory Commission and was at risk of delisting, potentially leaving investors with losses. However, this stock had exhibited remarkable strength, rising from a price of 126 yuan to its current 81 yuan, multiplying several times over. The company primarily dealt in lithium carbonate, a vital raw material for new energy vehicle batteries. The rapid development of the new energy sector had similarly spurred the growth of upstream industries, leading to a dramatic increase in demand for lithium carbonate. The current futures price for lithium carbonate had soared to over 400,000 per ton. Despite Jiangnan Lithium's substantial gains, its future outlook remained robust, with projections indicating it would quadruple in the following 2 months. The stock was currently in a corrective phase, historically set to rally on October 10th. Due to the overlap of the National Day holiday and weekends, the domestic stock market would not reopen until October 10th, with the preceding 9 days being a holiday. Today being September 19th, there were only 10 trading days left. If the stock were to reach its limit every day during this period, his capital would swell to approximately 47 million. With 47 million, he could fully invest in Jiangnan Lithium Industry, a stock not merely a small cap, but one with both speculative appeal and solid performance. Averaging a daily transaction volume in the billions, where a few tens of millions would hardly make a ripple. Once he had traded Jiangnan Lithium, it would be almost a new year. The domestic market would transition from a bull market to a bear market, experiencing significant declines. At that point, he could seamlessly shift to the US stock market to earn USD. Upon concluding his thoughts, Yi Chen opened WeChat and noticed a message from Zhou Wan Ning sent 10 minutes prior. Xiao Chun, I have found the contact information for that female student, but I'm unsure if she is still using it. Please reach out to her and see. All right, Sister Ning, I will get in touch. Yi Chen discreetly exited the classroom and called a senior named Wang Mengting. After 2 rings, the call connected. Hello, who is this? A melodious female voice emanated from the phone. Yi Chen, may I ask if you are Senior Wang Mengting? I am Yi Chen from the Computer Science Department at Jianghai University of Communications. Wang Mengting, hearing his introduction, felt a twinge of confusion. What can I do for you? Yi Chen, Senior, are you currently working? I need to discuss something with you regarding Guo. Where shall I meet you? Wang Mengting hesitated for several seconds before responding. What about Guo? I do not know the person you're referring to. Yi Chen understood had apprehension, fearing he might be an associate of Guo. Senior, I wish to see Guo brought to justice. A friend of mine was assaulted by him. You choose the location, and we can meet to discuss this further. Wang Mengting, how did you obtain my contact information? Yi Chen, I have some connections within the department. I inquired through them. I finish work at 11:30. Please meet me at the Xiangnan Flavor Restaurant in Songjiang District. Add me as a WeChat friend, and I will send you the address. All right, senior. After adding Wang Mingting, he quickly received an address from her. This location was not far from Lu Zixuan's company, both situated within the same district. Yichen was currently in Jiangpu District, and it would take over an hour to reach there by public transport. At 11:20 a.m., Yichen arrived at the Xiangnan Flavor Restaurant. He reserved a private room and messaged Wang Mingting. Senior, I have arrived at the restaurant in room 202. Approximately 20 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. A young and attractive girl entered, surveying Yi Chun, who in turn was also observing her. Hello, senior. I am Yi Chun. Please have a seat. Wang Mingting, regarding him, inquired, What year are you in now? 4th year, preparing for graduate school entrance exams. Senior, please order whatever you like. Wang Mingting did not hesitate and ordered several signature dishes. Yi Chun ordered 2 as well and asked the waiter, Can you prepare them mildly spicy? Certainly, sir. Once the waiter departed, Wang Mingting looked at him. Yi Chun, please be direct about your intentions. Chapter 37. Obtaining Evidence. Yi Chun spoke softly. Senior, I would like to inquire if you possess any evidence regarding Guo Gaoyang's crimes. If so, could you share a copy with me? I wish to find a way to bring him to justice. Wang Mingting did not respond immediately. Do you know where I escalated the matter initially? Yi Chun, to the District Education Bureau, I presume? Wang Mingting nodded. When I initially presented the evidence of Guo Gaoyang's harassment to the District Education Bureau, it marked the first lesson in reality of my life. I truly discerned what society is and what reality entails. It is not nearly as beautiful as I had once imagined, and at times I felt as though I had been living in a fantastical illusion. Yi Chun empathized with her sentiments. In his previous life, as he first ventured into society, he too had encountered numerous experiences that shattered his worldview. One must cultivate inner strength. Otherwise, one risks succumbing to despair. Observing Wang Mingting's current state, it seemed she had come to terms with her circumstances. Yi Chun spoke, Senior, seeing you in this state brings me joy. Society is indeed merciless. We ordinary individuals are akin to a fragile boat adrift in a vast ocean, compelled to learn to flow with the currents in order to survive. One day, when we evolve into mighty vessels, we shall brave the winds and waves, forging our own paths through adversity. Wang Mingting inquired, What do you plan to do about him? Yi Chun replied, You have already attempted the formal channels, but that route has proven ineffective. We must leverage the influence of online public opinion. I intend to expose his actions on the internet. Wang Mingting remarked, I had tried that approach before, but my account was banned. Eventually, I compromised. Otherwise, I might not even have been able to obtain my diploma. Yi Chun asked, Senior, would it be possible for you to share the evidence with me? I will handle the remaining matters, though this could potentially bring you some trouble. If this information becomes public, the leadership of the academy will surely seek you out, disrupting your previously tranquil life. Wang Mingting responded, I possess several pieces of evidence regarding his lewd and harassing behavior towards others. Initially, I only presented my own evidence, but after realizing it was futile, I refrained from submitting the additional evidence. Yi Chun was pleasantly surprised. The more evidence they had, the greater their chances of success. In that case, please send me those pieces of evidence, but do not include your own. This way, the Academy's leaders won't suspect you. I assure you, I will keep this matter confidential. Wang Mingting expressed, I hope this time we can see that shameless old man brought to justice. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door, and a server entered with their meals. The two began to eat, every dish quite spicy. Yi Chun enjoyed spicy food, yet could not handle it too intensely. Soon, he was sweating profusely, while Wang Mingting appeared unperturbed. Senior, where are you from that you can handle such spiciness? Wang Mingting chuckled at his reaction. I hail from Xiangnan province. We eat like this all the time. Yi Chun wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked, Senior, how many people has Guo Gaoyang harassed or assaulted? Wang Mingting replied, I'm not certain of the specifics, but I have heard there are dozens. I possess 5 video evidences of him taking advantage of female students during lectures, as well as 1 video of him in the laboratory with a female student, all of which I secretly recorded. Yi Chun declared, we absolutely cannot allow this scoundrel to remain at the school. Otherwise, countless female students may fall victim to his predation in the future. After finishing her meal, Wang Mingting said, I will send you those 5 videos now. Please handle them carefully and do not cause too much disruption in their lives. Yi Chun nodded gently, understood, Senior. Subsequently, Wang Mingting sent the 5 videos, each of brief duration, ranging from a mere 10 seconds to several dozen seconds. The videos vividly documented Guo Gaoyang's lewd and harassing behavior towards female students. The last video was longer, capturing an intimate encounter between Guo Gaoyang and a female student in an empty laboratory, the content somewhat provocative. Yi Chen glanced at it twice before hastily closing it. Thank you, senior. Wang Mingting looked at him. I hope you can help me fulfill this wish. Upon exiting the restaurant, the two parted ways, and Yi Chen called Lu Zixuan. Sister Xian, are you at the company? Yes, I am. What's up, Xiao Chen? I happen to be near the company. I thought I would come by to see you. Missing me, huh? Come on over. I've been thinking of you too. Yi Chen took a cab to Yaxing Technical Service Company, Limited. The receptionist, Li Jing, paused upon seeing him. Xiao Chen, what brings you here? I need to speak with Sister Xian about something. Li Jing's gaze held a mix of complexity. She had heard the rumors about the company and was surprised to find Yi Chen, who had returned to school to study, frequently visiting President Liu. President Liu is in her office. Have you spoken with her yet? I just called Sister Xian. Then you may go in. As Yi Chen entered the company, Li Jing felt a sense of disdain. He looks decent, but who knew he was just a gigolo? Ugh. Yi Chen found Lu Zixuan in her office, engrossed in her computer work. Xiao Chen, you're here. Sit down. Yi Chen took a seat across from her, and Lu Zixuan poured him a cup of coffee. Aren't you studying for class today? Yi Chen smiled. I've reviewed my courses sufficiently. The postgraduate exam should not pose a problem. Sister Xian, I have something I would like to consult with you. What is it? Lu Zixuan asked, intrigued. Yi Chen continued. There's a professor at our school who typically supervises graduate students. His character is questionable. He frequently exploits female students, threatening, harassing, and coercing them. I wish to expose him online, as reporting him through formal channels has proven ineffective. Lu Zixuan maintained a calm demeanor. Do you possess concrete evidence? Yi Chen nodded slightly. I have several videos. Lu Zixuan smiled. That makes things easier. There are hundreds of media outlets on Douyin. Just submit your evidence to them. Even if this person has some connections in Jianghai City, it's unlikely he has influence across the entire country. Moreover, there are 4 media outlets online that relish reporting on domestic scandals to achieve their own ends. I know many people in the media. I can help you get in touch. Yi Chen responded, all right, Sister Xian, please assist me with that, and then I will submit my evidence to those online media outlets. Lu Zixuan provided him with several contact details and informed those individuals in advance. Thank you, sister. Lu Zixuan approached him, a fragrant scent wafting from her. She placed her hand on Yi Chen's shoulder. No need for thanks, Xiao Chen. Please do not expose yourself. Otherwise, the school's leadership will undoubtedly come after you. If this escalates, Jianghai Transportation University will lose face, which would have a significant impact on the school's reputation and image. If you reveal your identity, the school leaders might create various obstacles for you. If you trust your sister, let her handle this. Yi Chen replied, Sister, I certainly trust you, but I worry about causing you trouble. The school's reputation and image should not be concealed, but rather confronted openly with a clear distinction between right and wrong. Lu Zixuan reassured him, there will be no trouble. Since you trust me, I will take care of it. Please send me the videos. Chapter 38, The Prodigal Rich Second Generation. Yi Chen briefly edited the videos and then sent one to Lu Zixuan. Lu Zixuan smiled, leave it to me. You can rest assured. In a couple of days, check the trending topics on Douyin. Yi Chen sipped his coffee. Thank you, sister. Lu Zixuan replied, no need for formality. It won't cost much. The exposure itself generates public discourse, and with several media outlets covering it, the trending topic will emerge due to their substantial follower counts. Yi Chen and Lu Zixuan discussed investment company matters for a while, familiarizing themselves with the conditions and processes before he departed. By the time he returned to campus, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. He went to the classroom to study for a bit, then headed out to dinner with his 3 roommates. Old Yi, why you seem to vanish at times? What have you been up to? Xing Chao asked while eating. Yi Chen replied, just had some matters to attend to. Xing Chao teased, what kind of matters does a student like you have? Off to find some girls? Yi Chen replied with a smile. I'm off to seek a wealthy lady, one whose assets exceed $1 billion, and who is both young and stunningly attractive. Xing Chao's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that for real? Old Yi, you aren't thinking of living off a woman, are you? Wei Xiangyu chimed in. If such a fortunate opportunity arises, do share it with us, for after laboring tirelessly in our postgraduate studies, we still won't amass a fortune of $1 billion in our lifetimes. Xing Chao glanced at Wei Xiangyu. Old Wei, you typically appear so listless, yet your eyes light up at the mention of a rich woman. With your stature, I doubt such a lady would even glance your way. Feng Bing added, exactly, your physique is far too frail. Old Yi, I, on the other hand, stand at a robust height of 1.8 meters. I can certainly endure for half an hour. Yi Chen looked at the two of them. I never expected you both to possess such clarity in life. I thought you only immersed yourselves in books. Feng Bing replied, our diligent studies are aimed at securing a better future. If there exists a shortcut, who wouldn't he want to take it? What shortcut? What are you discussing? Zhao Jing approached with Su Hui, joining them at the table. The group immediately resumed their serious demeanor while eating. Yi Chen chuckled. They are merely seeking an easy way out. hoping for a wealthy woman to support them. Zhao Jing smiled at him. Brother, once we finish our meal, let us take a stroll on the playground. Yichen agreed. Sure, studying all day can be quite monotonous. Xing Chao and the others exchanged skeptical glances. You Haven T spent a single day in class. How could you possibly find it monotonous? After dinner, Yi Chun, Zhao Jing, and Su Hui exited the cafeteria and headed towards the school playground. As they walked, Zhao Jing remarked, Brother Yi Chun, so many people are pursuing me now. I receive gifts daily. It's utterly exhausting. Yi Chun responded with a grin. You are beautiful. It's only natural to attract attention. Zhao Jing continued. One of them, a second-generation rich kid from another college, has been sending me phones and flowers. He is so unattractive and yet pursues me with no self-awareness. Although she was fixated on appearances, she at least expected a modicum of attractiveness. Soon, the trio arrived at the playground, where many were walking and jogging. Next month, the school would host a sports meet, but that was of little concern to Yi Chun and his friends. The primary competitors were the standout athletes from the sports college. They were capable of ranking at the national college sports games, making the gap between them and Yi Chen's group akin to that of amateur versus professional athletes. Yi Chen's intention to walk was simply to avoid returning to his dormitory to study. As they strolled and chatted under the evening breeze, a man suddenly blocked their path. Who was he? The man looked at Yi Chun with an expression of envy. What do you care? He is my boyfriend. What is it to you? Leave? Zhao Jing retorted fiercely, offering no regard for the man's dignity. The man, clad in designer brands, caught Yi Chen's discerning eye. The clothing he wore was from prestigious international labels, each piece costing several thousand to over 10,000. Unfazed by Zhao Jing's insult, he turned his attention to Yi Chun. Keep your distance from Zhao Jing, or I'll make you regret it. Had Yi Chun not endured the harsh realities of society in his previous life, he might have been intimidated. After all, the man was a wealthy heir, while Yi Chun was merely a rustic lad from the countryside. Their social statuses were incomparable. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he replied, Is your father part of a criminal organization for you to be so brazen? The state is currently cracking down on such matters. I advise you not to stir trouble for your father, lest he gets angry and gives you a beating. Yi Chen's repeated mention of your father sounded like he was admonishing a child. The insult was sharp yet not overtly aggressive. Zhou Jiping's face darkened as he pointed at Yi Chun. If you have the guts, tell me your name and class. Yi Chun replied, You speak like a child. I am Yi Chun from class 1 of the computer science department, year 4. I await your visit, but I suggest you consult your parents before doing anything. He regarded Zhou Jiping with disdain, viewing him as nothing more than a spoiled rich kid. Aside from flaunting wealth and acting tough, he was utterly lacking in substance. In this era of legal governance, despite the numerous social intricacies, no one dared to bring illegal activities into the open. Should public opinion turn against such actions, the consequences would be severe. Zhou Jiping sensed Yi Chen's disdain and felt his temper rise to the brink of explosion. He had intended to deliver a menacing retort, but realized it would only sound juvenile. Instead, he stormed off in anger. Zhao Jing remarked, That guy is insufferable. Clinging on like a leech, thinking his family's wealth makes him special. Don't let such people affect your mood. The night is rather dreary, a bit overcast. Su Hui added, I checked the weather forecast. It seems we'll have rain for the next 5 or 6 days. Zhao Jing smiled. Brother Yi Chun, it's that transitional season. Remember to dress warmly, or you might catch a cold. Later, at around 7:40 p.m., Yi Chun returned to the dormitory and sent messages to Li Qingya and Wang Yusen, reminding them of the impending rain and the need to dress warmly as the seasons changed. Both replied almost simultaneously. Li Qingya, got it, Lil Chun, you take care too. Wang Yusen, yes, you as well. A smile spread across Yi Chen's face. Although Zhao Jing was young, she possessed considerable wisdom, from whom he gleaned much. He engaged in brief conversation with the two before encouraging them to continue their studies. Both Li Qingya and Wang Yusen were preparing for postgraduate entrance exams, and there were no shortcuts in this endeavor, only diligent revision. This period felt reminiscent of the months leading up to the college entrance examination, filled with tension and determination. Zhou Wanqing messaged him, Little Chun, have you found out about the person? Yi Chun replied, Sister Qing, I located her. I had lunch with that senior today. She possesses several pieces of evidence regarding Guo Gaoyang's misconduct with students. Zhou Wanqing inquired, What are your plans now? Yi Chun responded, A friend of mine offered to assist. She worries I might attract unwanted attention from the school administration. Zhou Wanqing replied, If you draw attention, the school will certainly come looking for you. Your friend seems quite helpful. What does she do? Yi Chun explained, Sister Qing, she is the owner of the company I used to work for. She made some money in stocks with me, and we've become familiar over time. Zhou Wanqing, surprised by the revelation, responded, It's a woman? How old is she? What does she look like? Yi-chan hesitated. She's 29 and quite attractive. Why do you ask, Sister Qing? Zhou Wanqing cautioned him. Little Chun, you're still young. Remain vigilant and don't be deceived. Yi-chan chuckled. Are you worried I might lose myself in the affections of a wealthy woman? Zhou Wanqing replied. You're young and unaware of the world's perils. While she may genuinely care for you, my point is to always stay alert. Yi-chan acknowledged. Understood, Sister Qing. I will focus on my study for the postgraduate exams and not let anything distract me. Good night, little Chun. Good night. After their conversation, Yi-chan put down his phone and glanced at Xing Chao and the others, who were all engrossed in their studies. Initially tempted to lie down and rest, he felt a twinge of guilt and forced himself to study for a while. The following day, the online atmosphere was calm, with no news regarding Guo Gaoyang emerging. Yi-chan did not hasten Lu Zixuan, fully confident in her capabilities. Moreover, such matters required careful orchestration. There could be no room for Guo Gaoyang to react. It had to be a decisive strike. The weather remained dreary and rainy, with temperatures dropping and significant fluctuations between morning and evening, necessitating a coat. Yi-chan spent his days in the classroom, though much of the time was spent on his phone, reminiscing about notable individuals and significant events from his previous life. Some memories needed prompts to fully resurface. Just like the subsequent stocks, he couldn't recall them distinctly until the names flashed before him, prompting a detailed recollection of their later trends. On the morning of September 24th, Saturday, after 5 days of waiting, Yi-chan finally stumbled upon news regarding Guo Gaoyang online. Early that morning, several media outlets with substantial followings reported almost simultaneously Professor and Graduate Advisor Guo Gaoyang from Jianghai Transportation University accused of indecency, sexual harassment, and assaulting dozens of female students. The media also released several videos that unequivocally confirmed his actions. With the influence of internet trolls and a multitude of netizens, public opinion began to swell. Various media organizations, large and small, started to cover the incident extensively. While Yi-chan was dining with his roommate in the cafeteria, he received a message from Lu Zixuan. Xiao Chun, media outlets are already reporting the incident online. Did you see it? Yi-chan hurriedly replied, Sister Xian, I'm having lunch and haven't seen it yet. Lu Zixuan responded, it will probably trend soon, unless he possesses some extraordinary means. Otherwise, he will definitely face legal consequences. Yi-chan typed back, Sister Xian, are you free at noon? Let me treat you to a meal. I have a drinking engagement at noon. Come to my place for dinner tonight, and I'll let you taste my cooking. All right, Sister Xian. Please send me the address then. Just as they finished their conversation, Zhao Jing and Su Hui approached. Brother Yi-chan, let us go out to play today. Yi-chan was reluctant to join Xing Chao and the others of the library for study. Sure, we must balance work and leisure. I'll head back to my dorm to change. I got a bit dirty just now. Brother Yi-chan, wait for me at the cafeteria entrance after your meal. Once Zhao Jing and Su Hui departed, Xing Chao spoke up. Old Yi, don't you fancy the high school crush of yours? Why not spend time with her? You're not trying to play both sides, are you? Wei Xiangyu chimed in. Old Yi must want to have his cake and eat it too. Who would T want more beautiful women around? Yi-chan replied with a serious demeanor. I regard Xiao Jing as a sister. Do not measure me with your sordid thoughts. Xing Chao scoffed. All right, Old Yi, no need for pretenses. We're all men here. Who doesn't understand? To question the tyrant, to comprehend the tyrant, to become the tyrant. After breakfast, Xing Chao and the others headed to the school library to study. Yi-chan waited outside for a while until Zhao Jing arrived. Dressed in casual attire, her long hair flowed gracefully, her figure was enchanting, and with her hands casually in her pockets, she emanated a vibrant youthfulness that was somewhat dashing. She was truly beautiful. Having a girlfriend like her would be wonderful. His mind wandered to Li Qingya and Wang Yusin, comparing them to her. Each had their own merits and were quite admirable. Zhao Jing approached him with a smile. Brother Yi-chan, I'll treat you to a movie today. Yi-chan smiled back. How can I let my sister pay? I'll treat you. Let us go. They walked together towards the school S exit. Upon stepping outside, Yi-chan noticed several luxury sports cars parked there, drawing the attention of everyone around. Unable to resist, he stole a few glances. Who doesn't admire a flashy sports car? However, when he spotted the figure standing next to the cars, his expression froze, for it was Zhou Jiping. He saw Yi-chan and Zhao Jing and began striding towards them, followed by 4 companions he had brought along for support to humiliate Yi-chan. Sensing the impending trouble, Zhao Jing took hold of Yi-chan's hand and urged, let us head back. Yi-chan, aware that discretion is the better part of valor, felt that retreating in front of a beautiful girl would be too humiliating. Zhao Jing, you head back first. I don't want you getting caught in the crossfire. Zhao Jing remained steadfast. The situation arose because of her, and she had no intention of backing down. Zhou Jiping and his companions approached them. The surrounding onlookers' gazes converged upon the unfolding scene. Yi-chan, Weren't you quite arrogant a few days ago? Show me your bravado now. With 4 friends backing him up and the confidence that comes from wealth and connections, Zhou Jiping felt emboldened. With your pathetic demeanor, it's no wonder Xiao Jing looks down on you. Yichen maintained a calm expression, betraying no hint of fear. Having lived 2 lifetimes, his experiences had rendered him unfazed by such confrontations. At worst, he would take a beating. If he cried out in pain, he would consider it a loss. Zhou Jiping, upon hearing his words, appeared as if struck by 1,000 blows, his face paling. Do you really think I'm easy to mess with? My family is wealthy. A beating will only cost me a bit of money, and I can afford it. Go ahead, attack him. Before Zhou Jiping could finish, Yichen seized the initiative, delivering a swift kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. A debauched scion, Zhou Jiping's physical prowess paled in comparison to Yichen's, who had toughened himself through years of hardship in the countryside, along with regular exercise in high school and university. The 4 others, upon hearing Zhou Jiping's command, rushed forward. They were all university students from other schools, also hailing from affluent backgrounds. Without any strategy, they charged at Yichen with fists and feet. Yichen deftly evaded and retaliated. Suddenly, a figure darted out beside him, delivering a kick to one of the assailant's head, rendering that individual motionless as he collapsed to the ground. When Yichen recognized the attacker, he was momentarily stunned and received a punch and a kick in return. Zhao Jing had kicked another attacker in the chest, causing him to stagger back several steps before crouching on the ground. Yichen engaged with the remaining 2 opponents, gaining the upper hand and causing them to hesitate, no longer daring to strike. Within minutes, Zhou Jiping and his companions lay defeated on the ground. Yichen bore a few scuff marks, but otherwise was unscathed. He looked at Zhao Jing with astonishment. Xiao Jing, you're so formidable? 3.5 of the 5 had been taken down by her. Her skills clearly indicated she was no novice, leaving him thoroughly impressed. Chapter 40, Nanyang Street Police Station. Zhao Jing smiled and replied, I've practiced boxing and sanda since I was little. Yichen was genuinely taken aback. He had never anticipated her to be so capable. Meanwhile, the 5 individuals on the ground began to rise, their eyes reflecting a mixture of fear. Zhou Jiping, too, was astonished that Zhao Jing, a woman, had incapacitated several men. You'll soon find yourselves in handcuffs, expelled from school. He had concocted a plan before coming. If he won, he would only need to pay a little compensation. If he lost, he would ensure Yichen faced the consequences and got expelled from school. A country bumpkin from the countryside, what could he possibly use to contend with me? Zhao Jing's expression shifted slightly upon realizing Zhou Jiping's family was affluent and likely held some connections in Jianghai City. Yichen took out his phone, contemplating for a moment before calling Zhou Wanqing, their class advisor. It was perfectly normal to reach out to her for assistance, and they shared a cordial relationship. While she might not have extensive connections, her parents were established professors, perhaps affording some influence. Xiao Chen, what is wrong? Yichen replied, Sister Qing, I've been assaulted by 5 rich second-generation heirs at the school entrance. The police are on their way. While on the call, he heard the sound of sirens approaching, indicating someone had likely reported the incident. Where are you now? At the south gate. I'll be right over. After hanging up, Zhao Jing inquired, Who did you call? Our advisor. Meanwhile, Zhou Jiping was also on the phone with his family. 2 minutes later, 2 police cars arrived at the entrance of Jianghai Transportation University. Who was fighting? What's going on? Yichen, my classmates and I plan to go out for some fun. Just as we exited the school, 5 individuals approached us with the intent to assault. Zhao Jing echoed, Indeed, we were merely acting in self-defense. Subsequently, that person inquired about Zhou Jiping and those around him. My friend was struck and is now experiencing a throbbing headache. Please call for an ambulance. The situation appeared quite clear. Yet the investigator received a call that drastically altered their demeanor. You both need to accompany us to the station. We require a more thorough investigation. At that moment, Zhou Wanqing rushed in, gasping for breath. Yichen, are you all right? I'm fine, Teacher Zhou. The investigating officer inquired. Are these students from your class? They're suspected of assaulting another. Zhou Wanqing paused, perplexed. Aren't those the wealthy heirs who assaulted my students? As per our current understanding, neither of them has sustained injuries. But someone on their side has incurred a head injury that necessitates medical treatment, with further evaluations to follow. Zhou Wanqing asserted, I trust you will handle this impartially. These are students from Jianghai Transportation University, and if they are wrongfully accused, we will pursue this matter to the end. Jianghai Transportation University is a premier institution in the nation, and the influence of the university president is significant. They say one should not disregard the face of the monk, but rather the face of the Buddha. The police officer hesitated internally. Teacher, I too am a student of Transportation University. We cannot turn a blind eye simply because they are students of the same institution. Zhou Jiping felt a surge of pride. The officer replied, You two will accompany us for now. We will clarify the situation. Zhou Wanqing, merely a class counselor, lacked the influence to sway the course of events. Had she been the department head or an associate dean, even the precinct chief would have shown her a modicum of respect. Yi Chun and Zhao Jing were taken away to the Nanyang Street police station. They were not afforded any special treatment, but rather asked to recount the events in detail before being left in limbo. Being sidelined can exacerbate psychological burdens for ordinary individuals, maintaining them in a state of tension and unease. Yi Chun took out his phone and messaged Zhao Jing, "Don't worry, everything will be fine. Are you okay?" "Yi Chen, I'm all right. I'm just going to scroll through Douyin for a bit." He then opened Douyin to check the trending news. A scandal involving Professor Gui Gaoyang from Jianghai Transportation University for inappropriate conduct and harassment of students had surfaced, making headlines. Yi Chen noted that at least 100 media outlets were reporting on the matter, generating significant online discourse. No official response had yet emerged. However, Jianghai Transportation University, the Jiangpu District Education Bureau, and the Municipal Education Bureau were in disarray. Such widespread discussion online was akin to a national embarrassment for Jianghai Transportation University. If a prompt response was not issued, the institution's reputation and standing would suffer considerable damage. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Jianghai Transportation University was the first to respond. Regarding the situation reflected online, an investigation confirmed the allegations. Professor Gui Gaoyang's qualifications as a graduate advisor were revoked, his teaching position terminated, and a request to rescind his teaching credentials was submitted to higher authorities, all while cooperating with the police investigation. Upon the announcement, public sentiment began to quiet somewhat. Yet, the matter was far from resolved. Such a significant online incident had never occurred in the history of Jianghai Transportation University. The university's leaders discreetly sought to trace the origins of the investigation, eager to identify the puppeteer orchestrating the affair. Jianghai Transportation University ranks among the elite institutions nationwide, with a high administrative standing. The president holds a deputy ministerial rank, comparable to the deputy secretary of Jianghai City or equivalent officials from other provinces. Fortunately, Liu Zixuan had taken several days to prepare and did not personally intervene in the matter, but instead hired specialists to handle it. Meanwhile, Zhou Wanqing, upon witnessing Yi Chen's removal, immediately reviewed the school's surveillance footage. After watching the events unfold, she promptly called her father. Lacking personal connections, she relied on her parents' influence. Zhou Jizai, after listening, responded, "I understand. I will make a call shortly." After hanging up, Zhou Jizai contacted one of his students. "Teacher, you called for me? Xiao Lu, I need to ask you for a favor. Just let me know, teacher, whatever it is, I will do it if it is within my capability. Here's the situation. There is a student named Yi Chun at Jianghai Transportation University, and today, 5 wealthy heirs assaulted him. Around 11 in the morning. As Yi Chun was engaged with his phone, a young and attractive female police officer entered the room. "Hello, Yi Chen. I am Lin Yu, the deputy chief of the Nanyang Street police station." Lin Yu is quite lovely, standing around 165 meters tall, with an alluring figure, appearing to be in her late 20s. "Hello, Deputy Chief Lin." Lin Yu smiled. "After our investigation, we have determined that you are not at fault. You are free to leave." Yi Chen inquired, "What about Zhou Jiping and his companions? They have violated public order regulations and are currently under administrative detention. We will notify their parents shortly." "How long is the administrative detention? Is it just that?" "They attempted to assault you indiscriminately," Yi Chun pressed. Lin Yu smiled. "If you or your classmates had sustained injuries, they might face criminal detention, but that seems a bit far-fetched now. Zhou Jiping and his companions likely had connections. Perhaps Lin Yu had previously contacted her subordinates on their behalf. Now, Yi Chen's connections appear to be stronger. Or else Lin Yu would not have personally come to discuss this with him." "Thank you, Deputy Chief Lin." "No need for thanks. It is our duty. Do you know our Director Liu?" "Director Liu? What Liu director? He has limited acquaintances in Jianghai City." Yi Chen countered, "Which Director Liu do you mean?" Lin Yu replied with a smile, "Director Liu from the Municipal Bureau." Chapter 41. Director Liu from the Municipal Bureau. Lin Yu had not anticipated that such a minor incident would attract the attention of municipal leadership, although the request was not explicitly stated. She understood the unspoken directive to enforce the law impartially. However, as someone within the system, she knew that certain things could not be voiced too plainly, for they could become a liability. Being too overt might lead to accusations of favoritism or abuse of power. Navigating the nuances of communication within the system requires a high degree of emotional and intellectual intelligence. She was astonished at the strength of Yi Chen's connections. Knowing individuals at the municipal level, that was somewhat intimidating. Zhou Jiping and his companions had ties to district police leadership, which paled in comparison to the municipal authority. Yi Chen smiled and replied, "I do not know him." Upon hearing his response, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled, recognizing the implication of his words. As for what she understood, Yi Chun was unaware, for he had spoken the truth. He indeed did not know him. Lin yu similet, Yi Chen. Today was my subordinate's oversight. Please do not be upset. I'll treat you to a meal another time. Yi Chun, recognizing the need to cultivate connections, welcomed the gesture. Expanding one's social network could yield numerous benefits. Should similar situations arise in the future, he would no longer need to trouble Zhou Wanqing, as Lin Yu had already grasped the nuances of his connections. The county magistrate pales in comparison to the current manager. Yi Chen adresistit, Herr Sisterio. You may simply call me Xiao Chun. Your politeness is unnecessary. Allow me to treat you to a meal. Upon hearing his address, Lin Yu felt a wave of delight. After all, he was acquainted with someone of importance in the municipal bureau. As your elder sister, how could I allow you to treat me? I insist on paying. Let us meet tomorrow evening, as I have the day off. All right, Sister Yu, I shall add you to my contacts. They exchanged contact information. After which, she led Yi Chun to the room where Zhao Jing was located. With a smile, Lin Yu announced, Classmate Zhao Jing, you are free to leave now. Oh, thank you. Lin Yu escorted the two out, and with a playful smile, inquired, Are you two a couple? Yi Chun replied, This is my sister, Zhao Jing. Lin Yu shot him a knowing glance, her smile gentle. Take care, Xiao Chun. Thank you, Sister Yu. Once outside the police station, Zhao Jing looked at him curiously. Who is she? You both seem quite familiar. Yi Chun explained, She is the deputy director. I have significant connections. She is wary of offending me and wishes to treat me to dinner tomorrow. Zhao Jing, somewhat perplexed, asked, What connections do you have? I have teacher Zhou backing me, which facilitated our release. Otherwise, do you think we could have exited so easily? Without such connections, we might have faced administrative detention for several days. Zhao Jing inquired about Zhou Jiping and his companions. As for administrative detention, they might manage to pay their way home, given their wealth and connections. It's unlikely they will end up in a detention facility. They are fortunate indeed. They ought to spend some time behind bars. Zhao Jing, with a hint of pride, remarked, I didn't expect your skills to be so formidable, taking on several men single-handedly. Yi Chun felt a twinge of indignation. Shouldn't such sentiments be directed towards the sister? Glancing at the time, he said, It's nearly noon. We one team make it to the movie. Allow me to treat you to lunch. Zhao Jing responded, Brother Yi Chun, we can still watch the film this afternoon. Please refrain from that tone. It is quite intolerable. Zhao Jing giggled, Brother, let us go to that buffet. Very well. I shall call Sister Ning first. He pulled out his phone and dialed Zhou Wangning. Sister Ning, I've just exited the police station. Everything is fine now. Zhou Wangning sighed in relief. That's good to hear. If you encounter any issues in the future, don't hesitate to call me. Thank you, Sister Ning. Have you returned home? Not yet. I have many matters to attend to at school. I will head back next week, coinciding with the National Day holiday. Sister Ning, please attend to your tasks. I will express my gratitude to you and Uncle another day. No need for thanks. I must get back to work. After ending the call, Yi Chun and Zhao Jing arrived at the buffet restaurant near the school. During their meal, Yi Chun scrolled through trending topics on Douyin. The incident involving Guo Gaoyang had surged to the top 20 in trending discussions, creating considerable public discourse. However, following a response from Jianghai Transportation University, the fervor had subsided. As the university's leadership worked to mitigate the situation, Yi Chun felt satisfied. The decline in attention was inconsequential to him. At that moment, he received a message from senior sister Wang Mengting. I saw the news online. Sister, your wish has come to fruition, hasn't it? Indeed. I feel quite relieved seeing how it ended. Shall we have a drink together tonight? I have prior engagements, perhaps another time. Very well, we shall reschedule. Zhao Jing interrupted. Brother, who are you chatting with? Let us eat. The meat is ready. After lunch, they proceeded to the cinema. The theater was bustling with couples. While the film was enjoyable, numerous couples engaged in passionate displays, somewhat detracting from the experience. A few audacious individuals were particularly indiscreet. Yi Chun felt a stir of restlessness. Dry of throat. I must expedite matters. Having held Qing Ya's hand previously, tomorrow I shall strive to progress further. After the film, they strolled through the shopping mall. Zhao Jing found an outfit and a jacket, which Yi Chun kindly purchased for her. Considering his visit to Lu Zixuan's home in the evening, he also selected a dress as a gift, given that Guo Gaoyang's predicament relied heavily on her assistance. Although Yi Chun had introduced her to profitable stock investments, the bonds of gratitude must be nurtured through reciprocity, ensuring their relationships flourished. He also bought a dress for Zhou Wangning and a set for Wang Yusin as well. By the end of the afternoon, he had spent over 10,000 yuan. Without financial means, maintaining these networks would prove arduous. Brother, why are you buying so many women's clothes? Zhao Jing queried. Sister Ning helped us considerably. Without her, we might have found ourselves in detention. It is wise to express our gratitude through gifts. Understanding social etiquette is crucial for preserving these connections. In the future, we may need their assistance again. You are right. By the time they returned to school, it was already past 4 o'clock. Yi-Chun deposited his purchases in the dormitory before departing once more, taking a taxi to Lu Zixuan's residence. At the Cuijing Mingzhu community, Yi-Chun alighted from the ride, carrying several items as he approached the entrance. After registering his arrival and inquiring with the security personnel, he entered the complex. This upscale community featured 12-story elevator apartments, devoid of towering structures. He quickly located Building 9. Unit 1. Upon entering the unit, Yi-Chun took the elevator to the 8th floor. The design was 1 unit per floor, and upon exiting the elevator, a small area greeted him, complete with a shoe cabinet by the door. He pressed the doorbell on the smart lock. Lu Zixuan, hearing the chime, approached and, upon seeing Yi-Chun on the screen, opened the door. "Xiao Chen, you're here. Come in." "Sister Xian, may I change my shoes? Do you have slippers?" "There are some in the shoe cabinet. Please change while I prepare dinner." Chapter 42. The Temptation of Sister Xian. Yi-Chun sat down and opened the shoe cabinet. Upon noticing several pairs of men's slippers within, he paused, realizing they were not brand new and had clearly been used. Recalling the rumors from his previous life about the company, his suspicions that Lu Zixuan might indeed be a mistress of a wealthy man intensified. A sense of unease settled in his heart. What if someone returned unexpectedly during dinner? Would they misconstrue his relationship with Lu Zixuan? Of course, it could also be overthinking. Perhaps those slippers were merely for guests. After changing his shoes, Yi-Chun entered the room and placed his clothes on the sofa. He approached the kitchen doorway, observing Lu Zixuan diligently cooking. She wore a loose-fitting spaghetti-strap nightgown, her bare shoulders exposed, her skin fair, and her figure subtly discernible. "Sister Xian, I bought you a dress. Try it on once you're done." "All right, I will do so after I finish. Is there anything I can assist with?" "No need." "Xiao Chun, you may play on your phone for a while. I'll be done shortly." Seated on the sofa, Yi-Chun surveyed Lu Zixuan's living space. The living room, dining area, and kitchen were impressively spacious. Her residence appeared to be significantly larger than Zhou Wangning's, likely around 260 to 70 square meters. A single unit in this area would cost approximately 50 million yuan. Living alone in such a large space, did she not feel lonely? Yi-Chun found himself enamored with the idea of grand flats and villas, dreams he had cherished in his previous life. Half an hour later, Lu Zixuan emerged from the kitchen, smiling as she said, "Xiao Chun, wash your hands. It's time to eat." She prepared 4 dishes, bought some duck delicacies, and prepared foods. "How about tasting my sister's culinary skills?" Yi-Chun responded with a smile. "It smells delightful. I never expected you, Sister Xian, to be such a capable cook. Cooking is not difficult. It's just that I often prefer eating out or ordering takeout when I'm alone," she replied. "Do you prefer white wine or red wine, Xiao Chun?" "Sister Xian, I'm fine with either. I haven't had much wine before." "Then let us go with red wine." She rose to open the wine cabinet and retrieved a bottle of fine red wine. Although Yi-Chun had never tasted it, he recognized from the English label that it was Lafite. As for its vintage or price per bottle, he was not particularly knowledgeable. Given Lu Zixuan's wealth, the wine was likely worth tens of thousands, if not more. "Sister Xian, I toast to you. Thank you for your assistance with Guo Gaoyang's matter. Otherwise, it would have certainly been exposed had I handled it myself." He clinked his glass with Lu Zixuan's and downed a small half glass of red wine in one gulp. Lu Zixuan took a sip, smiling. "Don't rush. The after effect can be quite strong. Take your time and savor the dishes." Yi-Chun picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. "Sister Xian, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. This is delicious. If you find it tasty, eat more." About an hour later, the two had finished the entire bottle of red wine. Yi-Chun felt pleasantly full, though slightly dizzy, which was not overly concerning. Lu Zixuan's cheeks were flushed from the wine, adding a touch of allure to her appearance. "Sister Xian, let me tidy up. You should try on the clothes and see if they fit. If they don't, I can arrange for an exchange tomorrow." Lu Zixuan chuckled. "All right, I'll go try them on, but don't peek." With that, she stood and walked towards the sofa, her swaying figure captivating his gaze. Yi-Chun was momentarily taken aback before regaining his senses and headed into the kitchen with the dishes. By the time he finished cleaning up and emerged, Lu Zixuan had already changed into the fitted autumn dress he had purchased for her, accentuating her curves into an S shape. She looked mature and seductive, exuding the charm of a young woman. "Xiao Chun, does it look good on me?" "It looks wonderful." Lu Zixuan stepped closer, her fragrance enveloping him. Her beautiful eyes locking onto his, her flushed cheeks imbued with a hint of seduction. She placed her hand on Yi-Chen's shoulder. "What do you think makes me look good?" Yi-Chen's body stiffened, his heart racing. "Sister Xian, you look good everywhere." Observing his tense demeanor, Lu Zixuan laughed lightly, her hand caressing his cheek. "Xiao Chun, You seem a bit nervous. Are you afraid that your sister might eat you up? Yi Chen's face turned red with shyness. Having lived 2 lives, he had never encountered such a situation. Sister Xian, you've had too much to drink. Lu Zixuan smirked, pinching his cheek playfully. This is hardly too much wine. I'm fine. Yi Chen's face flushed even further, his heart racing uncontrollably. Sister Xian, it's getting late. I should head back. He hurriedly made his way out of the room. Finding his sudden retreat amusing, Lu Zixuan followed him out. Xiao Chun, I was just joking. You're not upset. Are you? Yi Chun, his cheeks still slightly flushed, replied, No, Sister Xian. Lu Zixuan pinched his cheek again. I don't have any siblings. So I consider you like my little brother. Just think of me as your older sister and feel free to share anything with me. Okay, Sister Xian. Make sure to rest early. Once Yi Chun entered the elevator, he exhaled deeply. He had almost lost control in that moment. He was no naive college student. Having experienced some romantic encounters in his past life, he understood the allure, which was undeniably enticing. Lu Zixuan was stunning. Her mature and sexy figure only heightened the temptation. In his previous life, he had never even brushed shoulders with women of such caliber, so it was only natural that he struggled to maintain composure. By around 8 in the evening, Yi Chun returned to the dormitory. Xing Chao and the others were studying inside. Where have you been? Came back so late? Xing Chao inquired curiously. Yi Chun chuckled. I was discussing life aspirations with a wealthy lady. Yeah, right. If she were really wealthy, would she let you come back at this hour? She'd probably have you thoroughly entertained. Yi Chun laughed heartily, carrying the gift he had bought for Wang Yusin as he exited the dormitory. On the way, he sent Wang Yusin a message. Yusin, wait for me downstairs. Wang Yusin quickly replied, Okay. When Yi Chun arrived at the girls' dormitory, Wang Yusin was already waiting for him. Yusin, this is an outerwear and a set of autumn clothes I bought for you. Wang Yusin accepted them. Thank you, brother. Yi Chun added, Studying every day isn't good for you. You need to relax a bit. Let's take a walk on the playground. It's quite cool there in the evening. Wang Yusin softly agreed. You go put your things away first, and then we can stroll on the playground. Wang Yusin turned back to her dorm. A few minutes later, she came back down. The two headed towards the playground. Yusin, have you been studying every day? Haven't you gone out with your classmates to unwind? No. They're all studying too. How is your studying going? Pretty good. Have you heard about Professor Guo Gaoyang from our school? I have. Everyone in the dorm is talking about it. They said it was reported online. I can't believe there's such a shameless old man at our school. He really brings shame to us. Was he arrested? Yi Chun, who hadn't been at school that day, was unaware of the news. I heard that this afternoon, Guo Gaoyang was taken away by the police, and they conducted an investigation at the school. Several senior students were also taken for assistance. Chapter 43, Taking it one step at a time. The two arrived at the school playground. It was now a little past 8 in the evening, and some people were taking walks. Some were with roommates, while others were couples holding hands. They would stop in dimly lit areas to embrace and kiss. As they walked deeper into the playground, in a shadowy corner, Yi Chun took Wang Yusin's icy little hand in his. Wang Yusin did not pull away. Lowering her head slightly, her face flushed and glowing. Yi Chun felt her cool hand, his heart racing a bit faster. Yusin, do you have any siblings? Wang Yusin replied softly, I have a younger brother. He's in high school. Are your parents working outside? Yes. They work away from home for most of the year and only return during the new year. So, did you live with your grandparents before? Yes. How old are your grandparents? They're 70. I envy you. My grandparents passed away when I was young. My grandfather was very fond of me when I was little. Wang Yusin asked, do you have siblings? No, I'm an only child. Is your home in a mountainous village? Yes, there are many mountains where I live. Is there a paved road from your village to the county? Yes, there was a T1 when I was young, but they built it later. Are you going home for the National Day holiday? No. Don't you miss your grandparents? I do. Is it because of the cost? Wang Yusin explained. The cheapest train ticket is 400 to 500 yuan. Round trip costs over 1,000, which is several months' worth of living expenses for my grandparents. If I went home, they would scold me, and the journey takes over 30 hours by train. Yi Chen sikit inyardi. Her grandparents must miss her too. But life's demands made it impossible for them to see each other. Without money, one has to tighten their belt and save in every way possible. She was likely taking an ordinary train, as high-speed train tickets were quite expensive. In the vicinity of Wang Yusin's hometown, the mountains encircle the area, rendering the conditions for railway construction quite severe, with few train routes available. In Jianghai City, there exists a high-speed train directly connecting to Chuanba City, with a one-way ticket costing approximately 1,000 yuan, making a round trip about 2,000. Given her frugality, it is unlikely she would opt for such an expensive mode of transport. He tightened his grip on Wang Yusin's hand, imparting a sense of reassurance. You needn't worry about finances anymore. If anything arises, be sure to confide in me. Understood? Wang Yusin remained silent, as she was reluctant to accept such sentiments. Yi Chen's frequent gifts made her feel an overwhelming sense of indebtedness. He paused to gaze at her, saying, Yusin, I have no sister. I hold you in my heart as my own sister. You should regard me as your elder brother. Your matters are my concerns. This phrase resonated with familiarity, as he had recently learned it from Lu Zixuan. Wang Yusin lowered her head, not responding. Yi Chen gently lifted his other hand to caress her silky hair. Did you hear me, sister? Wang Yusin offered a soft indicating she understood. Do not feel burdened. It is perfectly normal for a brother to spend money on his sister. If you are ever polite with me, I shall cease to acknowledge you. With that, he playfully pinched her delicate nose. Wang Yusin's cheeks flushed crimson, her shyness preventing her from meeting his gaze. Yi Chen grinned broadly. Yusin, shall we share an embrace? He followed up with, your silence indicates consent. With that, he opened his arms and enveloped her in a warm, strong hug. Yi Chen could distinctly feel the rhythm of her breathing, his heart rate quickening involuntarily. Wang Yusin, somewhat flustered, clutched at her clothing. Moments later, he released her, exclaiming, with a sister like you, Yusin, I feel incredibly fortunate. They meandered around the playground for several laps, Yi Chen holding her hand throughout. At 9 o'clock, he escorted her back to the dormitory. On their way, he hummed a cheerful tune. Sister, you sit at the bow, while I walk along the shore, our love entwined. The ropes swaying gently. Just then, his phone buzzed. It was a message from Li Qingya. Xiao Qinzi, shall we visit Nanhai Road pedestrian street tomorrow? Yes. I will come find you first, and then we will head to the pedestrian street together. To reach Nanhai Road, they would need to pass by Jianghai Fudan University, a distance not too far. All right, Xiao Qinzi, I will study for a bit longer and then sleep. Let us meet early tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Qingya. Yi Chen set his phone down, feeling a twinge of conflict between his thoughts of Wang Yusin and Li Qingya. Both were wonderful girls, and he was reluctant to let either slip away. However, he also feared that the truth might surface, leading to a fruitless endeavor. He resolved to take things one step at a time, believing that a path would emerge as he progressed. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found Xing Chao and the others engaged in conversation. Old Yi, you're back. Where have you been? Old Xing inquired. Just took a stroll around the playground. Did you not go out with your girlfriend today? Yi Chen responded. We have plans for tomorrow. By the way, did you see the news online? Our graduate advisor, Guo Gaoyang, was exposed. Yi Chen nodded slightly. I saw it. Jianghai Jiadong University is once again in the national spotlight. Xing Chao remarked, indeed. My former high school classmates have been asking me for details, but I'm not well informed. The college issued a notice today prohibiting all students from discussing this matter in group chats or online. After a brief exchange, Yi Chen began his evening routine. Once finished, he returned to his bed and checked the news online regarding Professor Guo Gaoyang. The Jiangpu District Public Security Bureau of Jianghai City released a statement in the afternoon. Following their investigation, it was confirmed that the online reports were largely accurate. Guo Gaoyang had been arrested and would soon be handed over to the courts. The swift response from the authorities helped quell the online uproar and minimize the negative impact. However, such an incident left Jianghai Jiadong University's leadership in a state of disgrace, adversely affecting their reputation and careers. The following morning at 7 o'clock, Yi Chen hailed a taxi to Jianghai Fudan University's main campus. The weekend traffic was light, and in just over 40 minutes, he arrived at the entrance where Li Qingya awaited him. Upon reaching Nanhai Road pedestrian street, it was around 8:30 in the morning, and already many people populated the area. As they stepped from the vehicle, Yi Chen took Li Qingya's hand. Qingya, you haven't had breakfast, have you? He asked. No, she replied. Then let us first grab something to eat. The pedestrian street has numerous popular eateries. They soon entered a century-old establishment. The food was reasonably good, but the joy stemmed from sharing the meal with someone special. After breakfast, Yi Chen held her hand and began to explore the pedestrian street. Nanhai Road pedestrian street is a renowned attraction in Jianghai City, offering an array of goods and being a must-visit for tourists. On weekends and holidays, it becomes particularly crowded. As they walked, the flow of people noticeably increased. Xiao Qinzi, I would like a coffee, Li Qingya said. Yi Chen purchased 2 cups, and as they strolled, they sipped their drinks. Upon reaching a famous landmark, Li Qingya eagerly insisted on taking pictures. The vicinity boasted numerous attractions, including the Bund, Huangpu River, the World Architecture Exhibition, and the Oriental Pearl Tower. Their morning was spent exploring, and by noon, they enjoyed crab roe noodles at a popular restaurant. In the afternoon, they visited the World Architecture Exhibition, the Bund, and the Huangpu River. While walking back, Li Qingya cheerfully remarked, it's beautiful here at night. If we have the chance, we should come back in the evening. Yi Chen's eyes lit up at the thought of returning, envisioning a hotel stay if they stayed out too late. Qingya, will you be returning home during the National Day holiday? Chapter 44. Lin Yu's speculation. Li Qingya thought of her parents and felt less excited than before. My parents wanted to come back to fetch some autumn and winter clothes. The journey from Jianghai City to their hometown, Andy City, spans over 900 kilometers, with the high-speed train taking 4 to 5 hours and tickets costing 4 to 500 yuan. The distance from Ludong province to Jianghai City is considerable. However, the transportation is quite convenient, much more so than Wang Yusin's journey home. Qingya, let us go shopping, Chen proposed. I saw a few nice clothing pieces this morning, and carrying them while shopping would be inconvenient. He led Li Qingya back to the mall they had visited earlier, purchasing 2 autumn outfits for her. The clothing was not inexpensive, costing over 6,000 yuan. He also bought a variety of snacks and chocolates for her to share with her roommates. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, a ride-sharing vehicle arrived at the entrance of Fudan University. Li Qingya looked at him, saying, "Xiao Chenzi, I'm heading back." A touch of reluctance filled her. Time spent with Chen always seemed to slip away too quickly. Chen affectionately tousled her hair. "We will go out again during the National Day holiday." Li Qingya stepped out of the car, her sparkling eyes filled with reluctance, resembling a wistful young bride. "Go on back. Carrying all those things must be tiring," he urged. As the driver pulled away, Li Qingya turned to return to her school. Upon her arrival at the dormitory, her 2 roommates were surprised to see her burdened with bags. "Qingya, what has your boyfriend bought for you?" they inquired, examining the contents. "Did you visit Nanhai Road Pedestrian Street today? These are all local delicacies. And this chocolate is quite pricey." Li Qingya smiled. "Please feel free to indulge." Wang Xia gazed at the garment bag in her hands and exclaimed, "Wow, this is designer apparel. How much did it cost?" Li Qingya, wearing a smile tinged with a hint of pride, replied, "2 sets for 6,006. Zhang Jingdan interjected, "Wow, Qingya, is that high school classmate of yours a rich second generation?" Li Qingya responded, "No, he comes from a rural background." Zhang Jingdan, intrigued, asked, "Then how could he possibly have so much money? He didn't take out a loan to buy this for you, did he?" Li Qingya chuckled and said, "He earned all of this himself. He made some profits from stock trading." There was a touch of boastfulness in her voice, as it reflected her admiration for someone she holds dear, indicating her discerning taste. Meanwhile, on his way home, Chen received a message from Lin Yu, the deputy director of the Nanyang Street Police Station. She sent him the location of the restaurant. "Xiao Chen, I have booked private room 206. Just come directly when you arrive." "All right, Yu Jia," he replied, informing the driver to head towards the restaurant. Around 5:50, Chen arrived at the entrance of the Xinyue restaurant. Upon seeing the establishment's name, he pondered whether it bore any connection to Lin Yu. Perhaps he was overthinking it. The name could merely be a coincidence. As he entered the restaurant, a server greeted him warmly. "Good day, sir. Welcome. Room 206, the server continued. "Mr. Yi, please follow me." She escorted Chen to a charming private room on the upper floor. The restaurant was adorned with classical Chinese decor, exuding an air of elegance and sophistication. The server knocked on the door, and Lin Yu's voice called from within, "Please come in." Upon entering the room, Chen found Lin Yu dressed in casual attire, sipping tea. She stood to greet him. "Xiao Chen, you're here? Please, have a seat. Let's start with the dishes." Lin Yu directed Chen to the main seat facing the entrance, while she took a position beside him. In certain social gatherings, seating arrangements hold significance. The highest-ranking individuals occupy the primary seats, followed by those on either side. Having attended numerous such gatherings in his previous life, Chen was aware of the nuances involved. Lin Yu's invitation to sit at the main table indicated that she regarded him as someone with substantial connections. Even if he were not a member of the elite, his ties could reach influential figures within the municipal bureau, suggesting he possessed a formidable network. "Xiao Chen, are you out for fun today?" Lin Yu inquired, standing to pour him a cup of tea. Clad in a sleek black dress and sporting a ponytail, her beauty and poise were striking. "I took a stroll along Nanhai Road Pedestrian Street with friends," Chen replied, his mind whirling. At 28 or 29, Lin Yu was relatively young for her position within the system. To attain such a role, one typically either has influential connections or ascends through the ranks. Though personal merit is also possible, albeit rare. Given the circumstances, the first option was unlikely. If her family had strong connections, she would have invited Chen to dinner or seated him at the main position. Thus, only the latter 2 possibilities remained. Chen refrained from making assumptions, not wishing to misinterpret her intentions. She was outwardly respectful, and he intended to reciprocate. Lin Yu smiled and remarked, "The Nanhai Road Pedestrian Street is quite nice. I visited it with classmates during my university days." "Xiao Chen, do have some tea." "Thank you." "Yu Jia, I'm fine pouring it myself. Please take a seat." Chen repeated. Lin Yu smiled gently. "This is premium tea Guanyin. Do give it a try." After taking a sip, Chen found it fragrant and flavorful. Even as someone who rarely drank tea, he could discern its quality. "This is delightful. Though I may not be a connoisseur, I can certainly appreciate a good tea." At that moment, a knock sounded at the door, and the server entered with a selection of signature dishes. Despite only 2 diners, Lin Yu had ordered 8 dishes. "Would you like to have some wine, Chen?" she asked, opening a bottle of matai and pouring it into 2 cups. Chen observed the expensive liquor, mentally acknowledging its worth. Over 2,000 per bottle, a luxury not easily afforded. "Chen, I toast to you. Please don't dwell on yesterday's events," she said. Initially intending to impose severe repercussions on Chen and his companion due to a call from her superiors, she later received a call from the municipal leaders. Inviting Chen to dinner was her way of hoping he would not hold a grudge. Any negative remarks about her in front of the city leaders could jeopardize her career. Chen raised his glass, smiling as he replied, "Yeah, I understand. You're merely following orders, and I completely get it." Lin Yu smiled in return. "It's good that you comprehend. Working under these circumstances is quite challenging. Each leader issues different commands, and a single misstep could offend someone in power." As the evening progressed, Lin Yu consumed a fair amount of liquor, her cheeks flushed. "Chen, where's your hometown?" she inquired. "Ludong Province," he answered. Lin Yu's demeanor shifted slightly. "Do your parents run a business in Jianghai City?" "They remain in our hometown. They are not in Jianghai City," he clarified. "Then, Chen, what is your relationship with Director Liu?" Having done his homework, Chen knew that the only leader in the municipal police department with the surname Liu was Deputy Director Liu Yong. "I do not know Director Liu," he stated. Speaking the truth, whether Lin Yu believed him was her concern. Lin Yu smiled subtly, choosing not to press further. To inquire again would be to show a lack of discernment. From their earlier conversation, she had already sensed that Chen was no ordinary university student. His speech and demeanor were astute and polished, revealing a depth of character not typical of someone from a common background. Besides the possibility of being a second-generation heir, she could think of no other explanation. Chapter 45. Investing in Jianghan lithium industry. Lin Yu shifted the conversation away from Director Liu. "Chen, what year are you in at university?" "I'm in my 4th year, preparing for graduate school," he replied. Lin Yu smiled. Graduates from Jianghai Transportation University are quite sought after. "What do you plan to do after graduation?" Although she had ceased mentioning Director Liu, her inquiry was a subtle probe into his aspirations. From Chen's ambitions, she hoped to glean some insight into his future. With a smile, Chen responded, "I plan to start my own company." "What type of company?" she pressed. "An investment firm," he replied. Lin Yu's conviction grew stronger. Most ordinary university graduates seek employment, but starting an investment firm requires substantial capital, indicating that he hailed from an exceptional background. Investment firms rank among the industries with the highest capital demands. Without several million in cash flow, one could hardly be considered an investment firm. "If you ever require assistance, Chen, do not hesitate to ask. Though my abilities may be limited, I will do my utmost for you," she said with warmth in her tone. "Thank you, Yujia. I will certainly not hold back if I need help," he assured her. "Now, Chen, let me toast you again." As the evening wore on, they finished an entire bottle of matai. Chen noted that his tolerance for alcohol had improved. After half a gin, he felt no adverse effects, while Lin Yu, accustomed to various gatherings, exhibited only a slight flush, showing no signs of intoxication. "Yujia, it's getting late. I must head back, or the dormitory will close," Chen remarked, glancing at the time, which had already passed 8 o'clock. "All right, Chen, let us gather again another day," Lin Yu said with a gentle smile as she rose to her feet. As she stood, she suddenly exclaimed, "Oh," and began to lean toward Chen. Instinctively, he reached out to catch her, a reflexive reaction. He grasped her slender waist with both hands, and under the force of inertia, Lin Yu tumbled into his embrace. Chen was momentarily taken aback, feeling the softness of her waist and her mature figure, his heartbeat quickening and his blood surging. "Sister Yu, are you all right?" Lin Yu's cheeks flushed even deeper than before as she hurriedly stood from his arms. "I stumbled on my high heels just now. Sorry, Chen, did I hurt you?" Chen cast a glance at her figure, the long dress accentuating her curves, and replied, "It's nothing, Sister Yu." Upon exiting the restaurant, Lin Yu hailed a taxi, stating, "Chen, I must be on my way. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Goodbye, Sister Yu." As he watched Lin Yu leave, Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He sensed that Lin Yu had deliberately tried to entice him. She must have perceived him as a young scion. To hold the position of deputy director at the Nanyang Street Police Station speaks volumes of her capabilities. This is not an ordinary township police station. It is situated in Jianghai City, a directly administered municipality, holding the same administrative status as a provincial level. Although Lin Yu is merely a deputy director at a street police station, her rank is equivalent to that of a county police chief in other provinces. Some highly appointed county police chiefs may even hold the position of deputy county governor, classified as deputy department level. These ranks are not fixed. Returning to the school dormitory, It was already 8:30 in the evening. He spotted the clothes he had purchased for Zhou Wanqing and took out his phone to send her a message. Sister Qing, are you asleep? Not yet. What's up, Xiao Chen? I bought you something. I'll come deliver it to you. Please wait for me downstairs at your apartment. Upon receiving his message, Zhou Wanqing understood his intention and appreciated his thoughtfulness. She hadn't anticipated that Yi Chun was quite so perceptive to social nuances. Xing Chao noticed Yi Chun was about to head out again and curiously inquired, Old Yi, where are you off to this time? Just delivering something. I'll be back shortly. With that, he exited the dormitory. After 5 or 6 minutes, he arrived at the faculty apartment building. Zhou Wanqing stood there, dressed in a long gown, awaiting his arrival. Yi Chun quickly approached her, saying, Sister Qing, here are the clothes and shoes I bought for you. Zhou Wanqing accepted them and smiled. You really don't need to buy me things. Sister Qing, I always regard you as my elder sister. Now that I'm earning isn't it only natural to buy a little something for my sister? Yi Chun's words bypassed any mention of her previous assistance, focusing solely on their sibling-like bond, which was quite comforting to hear. Zhou Wanqing smiled gently, exuding an air of intellect and grace. Let us see if what you bought pleases me. He opened the bag to reveal a designer autumn dress that aligned with her aesthetic, along with a pair of casual sneakers. Knowing her usual style, he opted for these instead of high heels. Zhou Wanqing remarked, not bad. You know I like this kind of clothing and shoes. Yi Chen chuckled it. I notice you often wear this style, so I thought it would suit you. Try it on when you get home. If it doesn't fit, I can exchange it. All right, Xiao Chun, make sure to study hard. The graduate entrance exam is in December. Got it, Sister Qing. I'll head back now. Goodbye. Goodbye. After Zhou Wanqing returned home, she tried on the dress and shoes Yi Chun had bought her, spinning around in front of the mirror, feeling quite pleased. She was aware of the brand's price range, starting from a few thousand and going up to tens of thousands. Previously, she wouldn't have accepted such an extravagant gift from Yi Chun, considering he was still a student without income. However, now that he was earning a significant amount, it didn't seem so unreasonable. Upon returning to the dormitory, Xing Chao and the others were engaged in conversation. Old Yi, disappearing for days on end. Don't flunk your exams, Xing Chao remarked. Yi Chun smiled in response. Don't worry. Even if you all fail, I won T. Studying isn't that difficult. Xing Chao retorted, you just keep talking. All you do is hang out with girls. By the way, does your girlfriend, Chui Tingting, plan to take the graduate exam? She does. Thinking of Chui Tingting, Yi Chun felt a twinge of conflict. After all, in his previous life, she had betrayed Xing Chao. Infidelity, regardless of the circumstances, speaks volumes about a person's character. If there were no feelings involved, a divorce would suffice, and then she could pursue whomever she wanted. He wished for them a breakup, but was uncertain how to advise Xing Chao. It was evident that Xing Chao was deeply infatuated, and discussing it now would likely jeopardize their friendship. Sudendi, Ye Chan Rija Lit Vang Yujin. He sent her a message. Yusin, are you asleep? Not yet. Are you familiar with Chui Tingting? Not really, but Chen Dongxue from our dorm is her good friend. Yi Chen continued. Have you heard anything about Chui Tingting from them? No, I haven't. Please keep an eye out. My roommate is dating Chui Tingting, and I'd like to know about her character. All right. Get some rest, Yusin. Good night. Good night. The following day, Yi Chen resumed his monotonous study routine. The public sentiment surrounding Gaoyang gradually subsided, and his return to Jianghai University of Transportation was no longer feasible. From Monday to Friday, he had little to do, spending his days studying and occasionally taking walks on the playground with Zhao Jing in the evenings. He would chat with Li Qingya and Wang Yusin upon returning to the dormitory. Thus, 5 days passed. On September 30th, Friday, Yi Chen's stock account had reached an impressive 43 million. In the morning, he sold all his stocks and subsequently invested 45 million into Jianghan lithium industry. Having sold over 3 million in stocks the previous day, he could transfer the funds to his bank account today for emergencies and daily expenses. Jianghan lithium industry had multiplied several times over. Many retail investors had been shaken out and feared re-entering, believing the prices were too high. Today, my brothers hit a new high. I'm cashing out while the going is good. Secure the profits. I've made over 40% in just a month. I'm out, thanks to Jianghan Lithium for my gains. I've sold. Cash on hand is what counts. If I don't sell now, I fear it might drop back down and all my efforts would be in vain. In just a few months, it has quadrupled. The risk of being trapped at this level is too high. I sold too early. Watching it rise so much in a month is infuriating. Lithium carbonate futures are still climbing. What are you worried about? I've increased my position. I'm still in the red for being trapped at high prices. I want to sell until I break even. Chapter 46, The Allure of Wealth. Yi Chun entered the market in batches with 45 million, causing Jianghan Lithium Industry's stock to rise slightly. However, it soon fell back down. He understood today's market trends clearly. It was a period of volatility meant to wash out profit takers and those with wavering resolve. This included small, medium, and even large investors. Many wealthy individuals, much like the average retail investors, lacked connections and strong backgrounds, making them potential targets in this market. Even some capital institutions could fall prey to others. This was a battlefield devoid of visible smoke, fiercely brutal. Chen smiled as he saw $3.4 million land in his bank account. He had spent several tens of thousands on gifts for a few sisters and younger girls recently. One truly needed money. Just as he was about to set his phone down and resume his studies, it vibrated with a message from Wang Yusin. Last night, I heard Dongxue mention that Shui Tingting is quite close to a sophomore. It seems she regards him as a younger brother. Younger brother? In this world, aside from biological siblings, there exists no truly pure fraternal bond. While professing to be siblings, there is often a latent affection lurking beneath the surface. This relationship conceals a certain desire harbored deep within both parties. Indeed, she is a femme fatale, masquerading as a sister. Such duplicity is utterly reprehensible. Chen's internal monologue abruptly ceased. Why did it feel as though he were chastising himself? He hastily replied to Wang Yusin, understood. Please be vigilant, and during the holiday, I shall treat you to a meal. Chen refrained from disclosing to Xing Chao the matter of Shui Tingting, acknowledging him as a brother, for even if he did, it would serve no purpose. Shui Tingting's assertion of their purely sibling relationship would undoubtedly convince Xing Chao. Unless irrefutable evidence were presented before him, he would remain skeptical. During lunch in the cafeteria, Xing Chao inquired, Old Yi, are you not returning home for the summer break, nor for the National Day holiday? Chen replied, my parents are usually away for work, and when they do come home, no one is around. I will return at the year's end. When are you heading back? Old Xing? Xing Chao responded, I will head back this afternoon. It takes just an hour by high-speed train. I will return the day after tomorrow after my mother's birthday celebration. Chen, filled with curiosity, asked, is your girlfriend returning? Xing Chao chuckled, Tingting isn't going back. Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing are also staying. Their hometown is quite distant, and with the crucial period for postgraduate entrance exams upon us, they wish to maximize their study time. After lunch, the group returned to their dormitory, where Xing Chao packed his belongings for the train station. Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing headed to the library to study, leaving Chen alone in the dormitory. He pondered how to make Xing Chao see Shui Tingting's true nature. Relying solely on Wang Yusin's words would likely be futile, as she could not constantly monitor Shui Tingting. He considered whether he could persuade Chen Dongxue, who had a good relationship with her, to keep an eye on Shui Tingting. Chen located Chen Dongxue in their class group and added her contact information. She quickly agreed. Chen sent her a message. What are you up to, Chen Dongxue? Do you have time to meet? I need to discuss something with you. Chen Dongxue, intrigued, replied, what do you need? Just come out. I'll be waiting for you at the playground. All right, she said. Chen Dongxue arrived at the school playground, her mind filled with questions. Upon seeing her, Chen greeted her. She approached and asked, what do you need to talk about? Chen smiled, let us discuss as we walk. Chen Dongxue hesitated, feeling it inappropriate. An outsider might misconstrue their interaction as romantic. Just say what you need to say. Chen was somewhat taken aback. Was she concerned about misunderstandings? Did she have someone she liked? Are you aware of Shui Tingting's relationship with Xing Chao? Chen Dongxue nodded. Yes, I am. Why do you ask? Chen continued. Were you and Shui Tingting classmates in high school? Indeed, we were. Why do you inquire? Chen replied. Xing Chao is a close friend of mine, and I wish to gather some insights about Shui Tingting. Chen Dongxue responded somewhat dismissively. Tingting is quite nice. Chen stated, I know some things about Shui Tingting, but lack evidence. I need you to keep an eye on her. You don't need to do anything else. Just report her whereabouts to me. Chen Dongxue frowned. Why should I help you with that? Tingting is my good friend. Chen offered, I will give you 100,000 yuan. All you need to do is report her daily movements. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Chen Dongxue's expression shifted to one of disbelief as she stared at him. Chen instructed, open your phone. He promptly transferred 100,000 yuan to her account, causing her to be momentarily stunned. Is this for real? I just transferred the money. It cannot be false. Xing Chao is my good friend, and I do not wish for him to be deceived by this woman. I do not require you to invade her privacy. Simply inform me of her daily whereabouts. Can you do that? Yes. Do not deceive me. The consequences will be dire. Chen's piercing gaze sent a shiver down Chen Dongxue's spine. Also, keep an eye on Yusin for me. If anyone bullies her, inform me immediately. Go now, and message me if anything arises. Chen Dongxue acknowledged with a sound and turned to leave. On her way back, she felt a haze of disbelief. Could she truly earn such a sum so effortlessly? What line of work did Chen's family engage in that afforded them such wealth? Watching Chen Dongxue depart, A smile crept across his face. Moments ago, she had claimed to be a good friend of Chui Tingting, yet she swiftly acquiesced to Yi Chen's request. Manipulating her with money evoked both a sense of guilt and an inexplicable thrill within him. Every individual possesses a dark side, but for the most part, rationality and morality suppress such inclinations. Yi Chen turned and made his way back to the dormitory. Along the way, he messaged Zhou Wanqing. Sister Qing, have you returned home? Just got home. What's up, Xiao Chen? Sister Qing, are your parents planning an outing during the National Day holiday? No, during holidays, every tourist spot is teeming with people. Going out is a torment. Then I will visit your parents tomorrow. Sure, I will inform my parents shortly. No need to bring anything. We have plenty at home. Understood. Sister Qing, please take a rest. Yi Chen returned to his dormitory and lay down, beginning to rest. This past week had been all about studying. He hadn't even had time for a proper nap. Upon awakening, he checked his phone and saw it was already past 5 in the afternoon. During this time, Li Qingya had sent him a message. Xiao Chun, I'm on the high-speed train now. Yi Chen had completely forgotten about her return home this afternoon. Engrossed in his studies. Have you arrived home yet? Almost there. I just woke up, and sometimes I can't see my phone at home. There's no need to message me. I'll find time to chat with you. Remembering his mother's concerns from last time, he realized she feared being discovered during their conversations. Chapter 47. Do you have a girlfriend? Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback by her message. Was Qingyao worried about her parents finding out? Yi Chen understood the strictness of parental oversight. After all, who wouldn't he be concerned for their daughter? He chatted with Li Qingya for a while, then got up to wash up and head to the cafeteria for dinner. Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing were diligently studying in the library. After getting his meal, Yi Chen scanned the room but did not spot Wang Yusen. However, he did see Zhao Jing and Su Hui. Zhao Jing called out, "Brother, I'm over here." Many around them turned to look at Yi Chen upon hearing her voice. Yi Chen kindly approached. Zhao Jing asked, "Brother, have your roommates all gone home?" Yi Chen replied, "One is left, while the other two are studying in the library. They probably haven't arrived yet. I took a nap in the dorm." Zhao Jing remarked, "Brother, I see you're not putting in much effort into your studies. Will you be able to pass the graduate entrance exam? Your brother is a genius. Everything I glance at becomes clear to me, and mastering the exam is a piece of cake." Yi Chen was not boasting. He had noticed a remarkable increase in his intellect. Previously incomprehensible concepts now seemed to click with just a glance, allowing him to draw further conclusions and insights. In fact, in certain areas, Yi Chen had developed his own unique understanding. However, he is currently engrossed in his studies and lacks the opportunity to showcase his abilities. This might be one of the advantages that come with his rebirth. Zhao Jing smirked slightly. "Brother, be a bit modest. If you fail to get into graduate school, it will be quite the slap in the face." Yi Chen smiled gently. "Aren't you returning home for the National Day holiday?" Sao Hing replied, "No, it's too far for me. Making the trip is a hassle. Besides, I've only just started studying. What is the point in going back?" Yi Chen turned to Su Hui. "Xiao Hui, where's your hometown?" "It's in Hebei province. That is not far from us. I'm from Shandong province, and our regions border each other." After dinner, the three of them exited the cafeteria. Su Hui returned to her dormitory while Yi Chen and Zhao Jing strolled around the playground. "Brother, wait a moment," Zhao Jing called out, reaching for a few strands of hair on his clothing and adjusting his attire. "Look at your shirt. It's all wrinkled. When you get back, change and I'll iron it for you." Yi Chen smiled and replied, "There is no need to go through all that trouble." Zhao Jing insisted, "It's no trouble at all. I have an iron. Don't you boys just toss your clothes aside after taking them off? That is how wrinkles form easily. I noticed several of your clothes had wrinkles on them." Yi Chen sighed inwardly. Zhao Jing's affection felt somewhat burdensome. "Xiao Jing, do you have any plans for the holiday?" Zhao Jing pondered for a moment before responding, "I've always wanted to stroll around the pedestrian street and the Bund." "Brother, will you accompany me?" "I can, but it will be crowded during the holiday, so be mentally prepared." Zhao Jing's face brightened at his response. "The more people, the livelier. When shall we go, brother?" Yi Chen replied, "I have some matters to attend to tomorrow. Let us go the day after." "What do you need to do tomorrow? Didn't T Ning Jie's parents help out last time?" "I'm visiting Ning Jie's home to express my gratitude and also to maintain our relationship. I may need to trouble them again in the future." Zhao Jing and Yi Chen wandered until around 8 o'clock in the evening. She followed him to the entrance of the boys' dormitory. "Brother, go get your clothes. I'm doing laundry tomorrow, and you might as well bring down your dirty clothes. I'll wash them for you. That would be quite embarrassing." Yi Chen returned to the dormitory to fetch some clothes. "These are the clothes that need washing, and these are clean. Just a quick ironing will suffice." Zhao Jing took the 2 bags of clothes. "I'm heading back now, brother Yi Chen." Her voice was naturally melodious, and the sound of the bags crinkling resonated deeply within Yi Chen, causing his heart to flutter. "You should head back now." Zhao Jing noticed his reaction, chuckled, and skipped away with the bags in hand. Chen returned to the dormitory and checked his phone. Chen Dongxue had just messaged him. Tonight, Chui Tingting S. Jr. came to see her and brought her a set of skincare products. All right, I understand. Keep a close eye on them. He also chatted with Wang Yusin for a while, telling her not to inquire about Chui Tingting any further. The next morning, Chen bought some fruits and other items and took a taxi to Zhou Wanqing's home. Today was October 1st, National Day, a day of universal celebration. The streets and shop fronts were adorned with vibrant 5-star red flags, and some people on the road waved small flags, filling the air with festive joy and exuberance. The driver of the ride-hailing car played Sing for the Motherland. The 5-star red flag fluttered in the wind, and the victorious song resounded powerfully. The catchy melody prompted both the driver and Chen to hum along unconsciously. By around 9:30, the car stopped at the entrance of Xinghe Garden Community. Chen quickly arrived at Zhou Wanqing's doorstep and rang the doorbell. Moments later, Zhou Wanqing, dressed in her pajamas, opened the door. Xiao Chen, you're here. Chen walked into the room, smiling. Sister Qing, have you just woken up? Zhou Wanqing yawned. Isn't it normal to sleep in during the holidays? I just had breakfast. Zhou Jicai and his wife greeted him warmly, their faces beaming with smiles. Xiao Chen, let us chat in the study. Zhou Jicai led him to the study. Chen hurriedly offered him a cigarette and lit one for himself as well. He didn't smoke often, only occasionally indulging. Xiao Chen, your insights are quite unique. Huawang Electronics has doubled in value over the past month. Zhou Jicai was in high spirits, as last month's earnings reached an impressive 116, and his account balance had doubled again, nearing 40 million. This allowed him to hold his head high among his old friends, earning him the title of stock god among them. Chen replied with a smile, Uncle Zhou, have you observed the recent market trends? Some sectors have begun to decline, and substantial funds are quietly exiting. Zhou Jicai nodded slightly. I noticed that the real estate sector has dropped quite a bit recently. A friend in the group invested in real estate and lost over 20% last month. Chen remarked, my previous speculation may soon come to fruition. An economic crisis might indeed be imminent, and some large funds are subtly retreating. With the market's daily transaction volume exceeding 1 trillion, it's challenging for ordinary people to detect any signs of this. The two discussed the domestic stock market, the national economy, and even touched upon the U.S. stock market and international economic situations. Zhou Jicai, a professor at a prestigious university, possessed a depth of understanding that far surpassed the average person. During this time, Chen had also been researching these topics, and his unique insights, combined with his previous life's experiences and profound reflections, left Zhou Jicai thoroughly impressed. Such in-depth exchanges had never occurred with others, as those conversations were often filled with superficiality and lacked substantial reasoning. Both benefited immensely from their dialogue. Xiao Chen, I have taught many students over the years, and honestly, I don't think any of them are as outstanding and intelligent as you. Even those who have become company executives or high-ranking officials still fall short in comparison. Describing you as exceptionally gifted would not be an exaggeration. Chen, somewhat taken aback, replied, Uncle Zhou, you flatter me. I'm just speaking nonsense. He hadn't anticipated such a high evaluation from him. Zhou Jicai even contemplated forming a close friendship with him, but upon considering his daughter, he abandoned the idea. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of possibility between her and Chen. At that moment, Zhou Wanqing opened the door and saw the two smoking, giving Chen a disapproving look. Dad, can you set a good example? You're leading Xiao Chen astray. Zhou Jicai chuckled and replied, it's fine. Xiao Chen is an adult now. Time to eat. The two exited the study, washed their hands, and began their meal. Zhou Jicai opened a bottle of Maotai liquor, and they enjoyed a drink together. Suddenly, he turned to Zhou Wanqing and said, don't forget about your blind date this afternoon. It was arranged by Uncle Liu. That young man specifically returned from Jianghai City for the holiday. I know, Zhou Wanqing replied, somewhat resigned to her father's matchmaking. Zhou Jicai looked at Chen with a wry smile. Wanqing is almost 29. If she doesn't find a boyfriend soon, she'll be labeled as a leftover woman. Your aunt and I worry about this constantly. Xiao Chen, do you have a girlfriend? Chapter 48, I don't have a girlfriend. Zhou Jicai's abrupt shift in tone left Chen, Zhou's mother, and Zhou Wanqing momentarily stunned. Especially Zhou Wanqing, whose cheeks appeared slightly flushed, as if she grasped the implication behind her father's words. Chen, understanding perfectly, smiled and replied, Uncle Zhou, I don't have a girlfriend yet. Zhou Jicai inquired further, with your exceptional qualities, there should be many pursuing you, right? Chen responded, Uncle Zhou, I'm not as outstanding as you say. There aren't many pursuing me, just one. Zhou Jicai found this reasonable. After conversing with Chen, he realized his intelligence and wisdom, but from a distance, he appeared quite ordinary. Are girls beautiful? If there is mutual affection, one should seize the opportunity. Yi Chun chuckled dryly. I believe she is still too young and immature. Perhaps this infatuation is merely a fleeting whim. I do not desire such a relationship, as it often leads to unsatisfactory outcomes. He refrained from uttering any insincere flattery, as that would be disingenuous. Zhou Jizai, after all, was a university professor, not a fool. Let's share another drink, Xiao Chun. The two men, having indulged a bit too much, began to converse about domestic and international affairs. Ye Ten's eloquence astonished Hop Van Ning, who had not anticipated that her student possessed such depth of knowledge and incisive analytical skills. Furthermore, the fact that he could engage in such stimulating discourse with his father was a rarity, and few could command his father's earnest attention. The two men consumed more than half a bottle of liquor. In the afternoon, they retreated to the study to discuss the state of the domestic real estate market. Based on Zhou Jizai's observations, many of Hengda's developments had already come to a standstill. Certain banks had ceased loan distributions, and numerous suppliers were demanding payments. Ye Chen remarked it. Uncle Zhou, you might want to scrutinize their development model. It's fundamentally reliant on a cycle of borrowing. The financial shortfall must be substantial. And now the country is poised to puncture the real estate bubble, with Hengda at the forefront. Zhou Jizai nodded in agreement. I have indeed been researching this matter. Hengda Group's liabilities are likely staggering, and the figures, once disclosed, will be astronomical. The executives have profited immensely, and their corporate debts are disconnected from their personal finances. If worst comes to worst, they can simply file for bankruptcy reorganization, yet this will adversely affect many individuals. Yi Chen added, given the magnitude of this issue, it will be quite difficult for them to navigate through unscathed. They must have accumulated numerous incriminating details over the years, providing ample justification for their rectification. Zhou Jizai slightly inclined his head, affirming, indeed, Xiao Chun, your insights are remarkably perceptive. Yi Chun continued, thank you for your assistance with the previous matter, Uncle Zhou. No need for gratitude. It was a trivial affair, Zhou Jizai replied. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Chun inquired, what is your relationship with Director Liu? Zhou Jizai responded, he was one of my earlier students, quite capable, and he has made commendable progress in his career, ranking among the more exceptional of my students. He was also subtly trying to boast about his own capabilities, perhaps to enhance his daughter's prospects. At 2 p.m, Yi Chun departed from Zhou Wanning's residence and took a taxi to a shopping mall near the university. He purchased the latest model of an Apple phone, intending to gift it to Wang Yusin, whose phone was outdated and likely lagging. It seemed that girls had a penchant for this brand, as Li Qingya, Zhao Jing, Zhou Wanning, and several other female classmates all used Apple phones. Apple, an American brand, is a formidable player in the electronic sector. Its smartphones are immensely popular worldwide, with a current market value of approximately 2.62 trillion, equivalent to around 186 trillion renminbi. A company valued at nearly 20 trillion is indeed formidable, and its market capitalization has steadily risen, at one point becoming the highest globally. In his previous life, Yi Chun had monitored Apple stock closely, considering it a premier electronics enterprise that garnered substantial attention. Within the global smartphone market, Apple commands over 40% of the share, followed distantly by Samsung with just over 10%, and then domestic brands such as Oppo, Vivo, and Xiaomi, each around 6%. Had Huawei not faced sanctions in the past 2 years, Apple would not have captured such a significant market share. The various sanctions imposed by the United States have undeniably benefited Apple, which has been a principal beneficiary of these behind-the-scenes maneuvers. When the U.S. enacted a comprehensive array of sanctions, Huawei's mobile division was severely impacted and fell silent. This led to widespread outrage online, as countless citizens rallied in support of Huawei. However, as the situation calmed, daily life for the common folk continued. The sanctions against the domestic company elicited only fleeting anger, as individuals prioritized their livelihoods, managing mortgages, car loans, and family expenses. From the subsequent sales of Apple phones in the domestic market, it was evident that demand not only remained unaffected, but had increased significantly, raising numerous questions worth pondering. Years later, however, Apple would face a crisis. Not only would Apple encounter unprecedented challenges, but the United States would also find itself on the brink of losing its status as a global superpower, as a domestic company achieved a monumental breakthrough in artificial intelligence, sending shockwaves across the globe. This company was named Zhongguang Technology. It was during this period that Yi Chun reincarnated back to his university days. At this moment, Zhongguang Technology had yet to be established, and its founding members likely remained in high school. Upon disembarking from the bus, Yi Chun sent a message to Wang Yusin. What are you up to? Studying in my dorm, she replied. I'll be downstairs in 6 minutes. Please come down. Okay. The campus pathways were noticeably less crowded than usual, as many students had returned home for the holiday. When Yi Chun arrived at Wang Yusin's dormitory, she was already waiting for him. Yusin. Wang Yusin turned to him, her bright eyes and radiant smile captivating, though her gaze flickered shyly. Ye Chen Baomit. Why don't you call me brother? Wang Yusin's cheeks flushed slightly as she softly responded, brother. Noticing the absence of others, Yi Chun reached out to gently tousle her hair. There's no need to be shy. This is a National Day gift from your brother. Wang Yusin accepted the package. Thank you, brother. Yi Chun added, inside the bag, you'll find a phone case, charger, and headphones. If you're unsure how to use them, you can ask Chendong Xue. I noticed she also uses an Apple phone. Wang Yusin nodded softly. Let's take a stroll on the playground tonight. I'll message you when it's time to meet. You can head back now. Wang Yusin, her face still flushed, lowered her head as she entered the dormitory. Yi Chun smiled slightly and returned to his own dorm. Inside, Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing were studying. Old Yi, you really haven't reviewed it all. Be careful not to fail. Yi Chun chuckled. Diligence can make up for lack of talent. Geniuses don't need to strive. At that moment, his phone vibrated. A message from Zhao Jing. Brother, I've finished the laundry. Come downstairs to pick it up. All right, I'm on my way. When Yi Chun reached the ground floor, Zhao Jing was already waiting with 2 bags of clothes. She handed the bags to him, saying, brother, please hang your clothes up properly and don't just toss them around. As he took the bags, he inadvertently noticed her slightly wrinkled hands. Zhao Jing, didn't you wash these with a washing machine? Zhao Jing smiled. The washing machine in our girls' dormitory is quite unreliable. It doesn't clean well. So we all wash by hand. Yi Chun examined her hands. Have you washed clothes at home before? Not really. My mom usually does it, but I can wash. She replied. Zhao Jing came from a well-off family and was quite pampered, seldom engaging in household chores. However, she felt happy and willing to wash clothes for Yi Chun. Chapter 49. Client Manager at Wanfeng Securities. Yi Chun felt a mix of emotions as he held her hand and gently rubbed it. How long did you spend washing? Zhao Jing's face turned slightly red. I washed slowly. It took me about an hour for my clothes. Yi Chun smiled. From now on, I'll have you wash my clothes too. The more you practice, the faster you'll get. Zhao Jing playfully rolled her eyes at him. Brother, you really have no sense of compassion. Yi Chun replied, I appreciate your efforts. Make sure to rest early tonight. We'll set off at around 7 tomorrow. All right, brother. I shall take my leave now. Yi Chun gazed at Zhao Jing's retreating figure, his expression a mix of emotions. As he carried the bag of clothes back to the dormitory, upon retrieving the garments, he distinctly caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance wafting from them. Old Wei, Old Feng, why do you think girls' laundry smells so delightful? Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing, engrossed in their books, chose to ignore him. All right, we get it. Some girl is doing your laundry. Just as Yi Chun settled down, his phone suddenly rang, displaying a number from Jianghai City. He answered, hello, who is this? Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Wang Liyun, the client manager from Wanfeng Securities. Her voice was crisp and melodious, indicative of a charming young woman. Yi Chun posed momentarily. Hello. May I inquire as to the purpose of your call? Wang Liyun replied with a smile. Mr. Yi, our Wanfeng Securities is a state-owned enterprise with a robust background. We cater to significant clients with over 10 million in capital, offering them VIP privileges, remarkably low fees, and exclusive access to our services. Yi Chun's heart raced at her words. Indeed, the internet holds no secrets. The amount of funds within his Jianghai Securities account must have been leaked for someone from Wanfeng Securities to contact him. The stocks he had previously purchased, along with various trading operations and their yield rates, were likely visible to Jianghai Securities as well. Wanfeng Securities and Jianghai Securities are competitors in the same industry. It is plausible that Jianghai has insiders, or perhaps someone has sold client information to them. What are your company's fees? Yi Chun inweited. The fee for Jianghai Securities was 0.25, meaning a transaction fee of 500 yuan for 10 million, and around 7,000 to 8,000 for a transaction of 50 million. Wang Liyun replied, Mr. Yi, given your capital, we can reduce your fee to 0.005, along with various VIP privileges. The savings on fees alone are several times better. Quite appealing indeed. Yi Chun smiled. Your terms are quite attractive. I will give it some thought. All right, Mr. Yi. May I add your contact information? Certainly. I will reach out should I have any inquiries. After hanging up, he swiftly received a friend request from Wang Liyun. Upon viewing her profile picture, he confirmed his initial assumption. She was indeed a young beauty. Client managers of this sort are typically young women, as they possess a certain advantage. With so many securities firms in the country and several offering conditions comparable to yours, why would a significant client choose your firm? This is where the capabilities of the client manager are put to the test. After accepting her request, he received a message. Hello, Mr. Yi. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me anytime. I am at your service 24/7. Thank you, Miss Wang. The client managers at Jianghai Securities have not even reached out to me. Their ability to maintain client relations is rather poor. With 45 million in his account, he could undoubtedly be considered a major client. Jianghai Securities is a privately held enterprise, well known within the domestic securities industry, and is publicly traded with a market capitalization of around 240 billion. The founder, Zhao Jianxiang, is a prominent figure, a graduate of Jianghai Transportation University with a net worth nearing 100 billion, listed among the wealthy elite of the country and a titan in the business realm. At 6:30 p.m., after dinner, Chen returned to the dormitory with his two companions. He opened his computer to check the latest news, both domestic and international. Whether they are investors or business moguls, they all keep a close eye on the latest developments, as these could significantly impact their endeavors. Sometimes, being privy to information early allows for more strategic planning or responses. Li Qingya had not reached out to him the day before, likely due to inconvenient circumstances at home. While perusing the news, Chen received a message from Chen Dongxue. Today, Chui Tingting has been with me the whole time, not visiting anywhere else. All right. After replying to Chen Dongxue, he noticed the profile picture of Zhou Wanqing and sent her message. Sister Qing, how has everything been going for you? What do you mean by going well? Chen replied, did Uncle Zhou not say you were going on a blind date this afternoon? How'd it go? Zhou Wanqing responded, I just finished dinner and returned home. He didn't meet my criteria. In what way did he fall short? Our personalities don't align, and we have little in common. Chen asked, what does he do? Zhou Wanqing replied, he runs a company in Jianghai City. He is the son of a friend of my father's. Sister Qing, good things often take time. I am sure someone better is waiting for you. Aren't you studying? Be careful not to fail. I'm studying now. Get some rest early. Good night. Good night. After their conversation, Chen messaged Wang Yusin. Yusin, would you like to go for a walk? I'll wait for you at the playground. Having sent the message, he stepped outside the dormitory. It was already past 7, and darkness had enveloped the outside world. Chen arrived at the playground entrance and waited for over a minute before Wang Yusin appeared. Yusin, have you set up your new phone? Wang Yusin's voice was gentle as she replied, yes, Dongxue had taught me how to use it. As they walked, Chen inquired, do you like your new phone? I do. Wang Yusin kept her head slightly bowed, walking beside him, the evening breeze playfully tousling her hair. Chen reassured her, Yusin, what others possess you will too, and what others lack, you'll have as well. You are my sister, and as your brother, I shall do my utmost to pamper you. Wang Yusin was strikingly beautiful, with a captivating charm that evoked a protective instinct within him. Upon hearing Chen's words, her heart stirred with emotions, yet she also felt a subtle sense of melancholy. Thank you, brother. Chen continued, Yusin, do you have any places in mind to visit during the National Day holiday? I haven't thought about it. Have you ever seen the ocean? No, I haven't. Then how about I take you to see the ocean the day after tomorrow? We can relax. It's important to study when it's time to study and to enjoy ourselves when it's time to play. Wang Yusin softly replied, okay. The two conversed as they walked, with fewer people in the playground than usual, though there were quite a few couples. The bolder ones were in hotels, while the more timid remained in the playground. They strolled until 8:30 p.m. before heading back. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen received a message from Li Qingya. Little Chen, what are you up to? I just finished reading and was about to rest. Li Qingya replied, it's quite dull at home. My mother nags me daily. I'd rather be at school studying. What does your mother nag you about? Nothing significant, just trivial matters. When will you return? I'll be back on the 7th. Tomorrow I'm attending a banquet for my cousin S' wedding. I'll record the wedding video and send it to you. Chapter 50. The school closes. Staying in a hotel. Chen and Li Qingya chatted for about an hour, their relationship gradually warming, much improved from before. Although they had yet to break that final barrier, their current rapport resembled that of a couple. Chen felt confident that it would not be long before they shared tender moments. The next morning at 7, Chen encountered Zhao Jing in the school cafeteria. Zhao Jing was dressed beautifully, wearing a camisole and a light jacket with a short skirt that revealed her long, fair legs. Zhao Jing, aren't you cold? Not at all. Brother, have you ever been to the Northeast? You must visit our ice city when you have the chance. I haven't been, but I hope to one day. What do you want to eat today? I'll treat you. Zhao Jing not only cared for him, but also washed his clothes. He felt the need to reciprocate as her brother. Today, he would treat Zhao Jing to a day of enjoyment. After having breakfast, Chen hailed a taxi to Nanhai Road Pedestrian Street. In the ride, Zhao Jing was somewhat exhilarated. Brother, have you ever been to Nanjing Road Pedestrian Street? What is it like? Chen replied, I've been there once. It was quite enjoyable. There are numerous attractions nearby, and the Bund is located there as well. I've heard that the night view is breathtaking, though I have yet to witness it. Zhao Jing expressed her anticipation. Then let us go and see it tonight. Before arriving in Jianghai City, she had long wished to explore its sights. By 8:30, they arrived at Nanhai Road Pedestrian Street. Stepping out of the car, they were greeted by a throng of people streaming from the subway entrance towards the pedestrian street. The crowd today was at least 4 or 5 times greater than when Chen had visited. The National Day holiday meant that everyone, whether working or studying, was off, and many seized the opportunity to travel. As they entered the pedestrian street, they were met with a bustling sea of humanity. Zhao Jing, who relished lively atmospheres, appeared even more animated amidst the crowd. They began to explore the street, with Yichun occasionally queuing to purchase items that caught his fancy. Typically, a few hours would suffice to traverse the pedestrian street, but by noon, they had only managed to cover half of it, spending most of their time in lines. Lunch also required queuing, as some renowned old establishments attracted a large number of patrons. After finishing their tour of the International Architecture Exposition, the sky had darkened. They dined at a nearby well-established Chinese restaurant before setting off with a bund. The evening crowd was even larger than during the day. Yichun grasped Zhao Jing's hand, saying, "With so many people, stay close so we don't get separated." Feeling the warmth of his hand, Zhao Jing beamed with a radiant smile, staying right by his side. As they moved with the flow of the crowd, a significant police presence maintained order. Eventually, they found a place to sit, feeling quite fatigued after a day of exploration. Yichun carried some snacks and drinks in his hands. At 7 o'clock, the light show commenced. Due to the National Day holiday, its scale was grand and utterly captivating. Zhao Jing captured the moment on her phone, documenting the spectacular display, while Yichun quietly observed, lacking the habit of taking photographs. Soon, Yichun's phone vibrated with a message from Li Qingya, containing several videos from a wedding. Noticing the time was 21:32, he paused momentarily. "Zhao Jing, we should head back. The school gates close at 10. Zhao Jing, realizing the time, checked her phone and responded, "It's already past 9:30. We should hurry back." The light show continued, but had it not been for Li Qingya's message, they might have lingered longer. They rushed towards the exit, but the crowd at the bund showed no signs of diminishing. By the time they emerged and hailed a taxi back to school, it was already 10:20, and the school gates had closed. Yichun and Zhao Jing exchanged glances. The taxi driver chuckled, "The gates are closed now. How about heading to a hotel?" However, given that it's the National Day holiday, there may not be any vacancies, especially near your school. Several universities, including Normal University, Science University, and Polytechnic University, were located nearby. Under the driver's guidance, they visited several hotels, but none had available rooms. Eventually, they arrived at a 5-star hotel. "Good evening, sir. We have no standard rooms left, only one business luxury suite remaining at a nightly rate of 12,999 yuan. Yichun glanced at Zhao Jing, who, usually lively and cheerful, now appeared as bashful as a shy little ostrich. "Let us take that room," he decided, pulling out his bank card. The receptionist looked surprised, not expecting Yichun to afford such a luxurious suite. After the transaction was completed, they took the room key to room 4606 on the 46th floor. This floor was entirely comprised of luxury suites, decorated in an elegant and high-end style, exuding opulence. Throughout the experience, Zhao Jing remained silent, her head slightly bowed, feeling shy. Upon entering the suite, the decor was even more exquisite, showcasing grandeur with top-tier amenities. The suite featured a living room, bedroom, independent bathroom, a spacious balcony, and a kitchen. Among other facilities, Yichun surveyed the lavish bed in the bedroom, and then turned to Zhao Jing. Her face flushed crimson as she met his gaze before quickly averting her eyes. Yichun found the situation amusing. "Aren't you usually quite bold and vivacious? What's happened today?" Zhao Jing responded softly, "Brother, isn't this a bit too fast?" Yichun scrutinized her. "What are you thinking? You'll sleep in the bedroom. I'll take the sofa." "Huh?" Zhao Jing was taken aback, not expecting such a response, her cheeks reddening further as she felt embarrassed about her inappropriate thoughts. Internally, Yichun experienced a flicker of restlessness, yet reason dictated that he must refrain from any indiscretions. Engaging in something untoward tonight would entangle them irrevocably. A skilled hunter does not confront beasts directly, but rather crafts various traps to ensnare them flawlessly. Yichun requested a set of pillows and blankets from the service staff, finding the sofa rather uncomfortable, so he opted to lie down on the carpet instead. "I'm exhausted from the day. I'm going to sleep now." "Zhao Jing, you should rest early too." Zhao Jing resumed her usual demeanor, saying, "Brother, aren't you going to take a shower?" "Don't peek," she added playfully. "Ye Chen simirkit. I don't have that habit." After a quick shower, he emerged wrapped in a towel. Zhao Jing, meanwhile, enjoyed a hot bath in the suite's bathtub. After her bath, she emerged in a towel, noticing the living room lights were off, but saw Yichun's phone still aglow, indicating he was engaged in something. "Brother, don't play on your phone in bed. It's bad for your eyes." "I know. I'll sleep soon. You should too," he replied. Zhao Jing walked into the bedroom, sinking into the luxurious bed, feeling incredibly comfortable. Perhaps due to her exhaustion, she quickly drifted off to sleep. On the other side, after finishing his shower, Yi Chun began replying to Li Qingya. How old is your cousin this year? 30. My cousin and his wife are college classmates. Why are you so late in replying? What have you been up to? I was just washing clothes and taking a shower. Xiao Chun, you shouldn't study all the time. Go out and have some fun with your roommates and classmates. I'll hang out with classmates tomorrow to unwind. Chapter 51. The Meeting of Two Sisters. After chatting for a while, Li Qingya advised him to rest early, as they would be going out the next day. The following morning, at 6:30, Yi Chun woke up as per his routine. After dressing, he began his morning ablutions. Once finished, he called the service staff to request breakfast delivery to their room. Many luxury suites in five-star hotels offer such services. Spending over 10,000 yuan a night is not without its perks. After ordering breakfast, Yi Chun knocked on the bedroom door. A few seconds later, Zhao Jing sleepily opened the door. Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback at her appearance. She was clad in a loose silk camisole nightgown, her alluring figure subtly visible from his vantage point. Wake up! I just ordered breakfast, and it will be here shortly. Zhao Jing pouted, feigning annoyance. Ugh, I was sleeping. Let me snooze a bit longer. With that, she returned to bed, lying down. Her long, fair, and straight legs were exceptionally enticing, and with the short nightgown, Yi Chun quickly averted his gaze. He approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the panoramic view of Jiangpu district. 3 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Yi Chun opened the door to find a female staff member delivering a lavish breakfast. Once the staff member left, Yi Chun headed back to the bedroom. Xiao Jing, wake up and have breakfast. Zhao Jing propped herself up, pouting adorably as she gazed at her. Where did you find that nightgown? It's in the wardrobe. And all of them are from luxury brands, she replied before rising to freshen up. As they sat down to breakfast, Yi Chun couldn't help but notice her subtly alluring figure. Zhao Jing's physique was quite impressive. Despite being a freshman, she was not to be underestimated. Even Wang Yusin, a senior, could not boast such an impressive development. Perhaps it was simply the gift of nature. As Yi Chun savored his meal, he admired her beauty. Truly a feast for the eyes. Suddenly, Zhao Jing looked up at him. What are you staring at, brother? Yi Chun cleared his throat. I was just checking if you were well rested. Zhao Jing had felt a bit disheartened last night, wondering if Yi Chun was uninterested in her since he hadn't made any advances. However, his discreet glances while they were eating now indicated that he indeed harbored feelings for her. Perhaps he had refrained from acting out of concern for her. I slept splendidly. That bed was incredibly comfortable. I saw that the mattress costs tens of thousands. Yi Chun replied, while you enjoyed a good night's sleep. I spent the night on the carpet. The floor was far too hard to be comfortable. Zhao Jing scoffed. Who told you not to sleep on the bed? There's more than enough space for two. If you wanted me to join you, you should have spoken up instead of being silent all night. After finishing breakfast and tidying up, the two checked out and took a taxi back to school. After seeing Zhao Jing back to her dormitory, Yi Chun sent a message to Wang Yusin. Where are you, Yusin? Have you had breakfast? Yes, I just got back to my dorm. I'll wait for you at the school entrance. He then made his way to the entrance, and a few minutes later, Wang Yusin arrived. Yi Chun hailed a taxi to the first seawater bathing beach in the Jianghai district, a renowned destination favored by many tourists. Meanwhile, upon returning to her dormitory, Zhao Jing was met with Su Hui's inquisitive smile. You didn't return last night. Did you go to the hotel with Yi Chun? Zhao Jing replied. I was so captivated by the light show that by the time we got back to school, it was nearly 10:30. The school had closed. So we went to several hotels before finally finding a room at a 5-star hotel, where we got a luxurious suite. Su Hui asked with a teasing smile, so, how was it? Is he impressive? Zhao Jing shot her a sidelong glance. What are you thinking? Nothing happened between us. If something had, do you think I'd be in this state? Su Hui couldn't believe it. Really? You're so beautiful and have such a great figure. How could he resist sharing a room with you? Is he some kind of saint? Zhao Jing clarified. I slept in the bedroom while he stayed in the living room. Su Hui paused. Does he have no interest in you at all? Xiao Jing, maybe you should just give up. Zhao Jing huffed. Who says he is not interested? During breakfast, I wore my spaghetti strap nightgown, and he kept stealing glances at my figure. Su Hui analyzed, perhaps he is holding back, which indicates he might still prefer that other girl. Zhao Jing, full of confidence, stated he actually likes me a bit now. Given time, I will make him fall completely in love with me. Su Hui cautioned, I'm just worried you'll become too deeply enmeshed. Over an hour later, Yi Chun and Wang Yusin arrived at the first seawater bathing beach. The weather by the sea was refreshing, with a gentle breeze providing a sense of comfort. Although summer had passed, many still flocked to the area, though few ventured into the chilly waters. Strolling along the beach, Yi Chun and Wang Yusin enjoyed the sea breeze. Wang Yusin gazed at the endless ocean, feeling a sense of joy, though she struggled to express it. After some time, Yi Chun sat down on the beach, saying, Yusin, come sit for a while. Wang Yusin joined him, and they faced the sea, lost in their thoughts. They spent the morning on the sandy shores. enjoying the breeze and engaging in conversation. At noon, Chen took her to a high-end seafood restaurant. His intention was twofold: to treat Wang Yusin to a delightful meal and to broaden his own horizons, as he had never dined in such an upscale establishment before. In the afternoon, Chen and Wang Yusin indulged in a luxurious yacht experience, which boasted 3 levels, complete with bedrooms, bathrooms, and a living room. Ressembling à mobile luxury suite. Especially enjoyable was the open-air deck on the top level, offering a breathtaking view of the vast azure sea. Initially, Wang Yusin felt somewhat nervous and reserved, but she gradually calmed down when Chen held her hand. By 4 o'clock, they departed from the beach. Taking a taxi back to school, the distance was quite far, and even without traffic, it took over an hour. They returned around 5:30. As they walked, Chen suggested, "Yusin, shall we go have dinner?" Wang Yusin softly responded with an affirmative hum. "Did you have a good day?" "Yes, thank you, brother." The way she addressed him nearly melted Chen's heart. Her gentle voice was captivating, contrasting with Zhao Jing's more playful tone. The two were not particularly hungry, so they casually ordered some dinner. While they were eating, Zhao Jing and Su Hui entered the cafeteria. Chen was taken aback to see them, surprised by the coincidence. Su Hui soon noticed them. Zhao Jing, who is Chen having dinner with? Zhao Jing looked at Wang Yusin, seated across from Chen. After finishing their meal, she and Su Hui approached Chen. "Brother, who is this beautiful lady?" Zhao Jing asked with a smile and a hint of curiosity. Chen maintained a calm demeanor. "Zhao Jing, let me introduce you. This is my classmate, Wang Yusin, also my dear sister. She's a bit introverted. Yusin, this is Zhao Jing, my freshman sister, straightforward, lively, and very kind." Wang Yusin glanced at Zhao Jing, her voice gentle. "Hello." Zhao Jing secretly admired Wang Yusin's delicate and endearing appearance, smiling slightly. "Hello, senior. You're truly beautiful." Wang Yusin blushed slightly. "You're also very pretty." Chen interjected. "You both are stunning. Our school boasts 2 beauties. Now let's eat." Zhao Jing continued her conversation with Wang Yusin while they ate. "Where are you from, senior?" "I'm from Jianghai City in South Sichuan province." Zhao Jing asked. "Do you have a boyfriend?" "No." Chen felt relieved, grateful that both were his sisters. Had he been flirting with both from the start, it might have ended badly. In school, he could have gained a notorious reputation. Given Zhao Jing's personality, if her feelings were toyed with, she could indeed react impulsively. Chapter 52, Senior Account Manager at Jianghai Securities. The phone rang. Chen checked his phone. It was an unfamiliar number from Jianghai City. "Hello, who is this?" "Hello, mister." "Yeah, I am Li Juan, your personal VIP account manager at Jianghai Securities. I will be at your service 24/7. Feel free to reach out with any questions." Chen inquired, "What benefits do you offer for big clients?" "Other securities companies have approached me with generous offers, and I am considering opening an account with them." Li Juan quickly replied, "Mr. Yi, we also provide substantial discounts on transaction fees for big clients, along with many other exclusive privileges. What can you reduce the fees to?" "Your current service fee stands at 0.25, but we can offer you a reduced rate of 0.0075. Furthermore, we provide a variety of exclusive privileges for our esteemed clients, including premium investment recommendations, birthday and holiday gifts, as well as top-tier VIP services for hotels and airlines." Chen replied, "Other places are offering me 0.005. They also have these benefits you mentioned." Li Juan hesitated for a moment and said, "Mr. Yi, the 0.005 rate is typically reserved for clients with assets exceeding 50 million. However, since your assets are approaching that threshold, I can submit an application for you. If your assets subsequently reach over 100 million, I can also apply for additional privileges." "All right, please proceed with the application," he responded. "Mr. Yi, are you located in the Jiangpu campus of Jianghai Transportation University? Our company has prepared a National Day gift for you, and I can personally deliver it tomorrow," she offered. "Yes, that would be fine. After all, it's a complimentary gift. One should never refuse such kindness." "Then I won't take up any more of your time, Mr. Yi. I will add your contact information later, if you could kindly reciprocate." Upon hanging up, Chen formed a judgment in his mind. Wanfeng Securities must have someone within Jianghai Securities. Otherwise, they would not possess information about his asset scale and contact details. If a Jianghai Securities representative had sold client information, it would not have been limited to Wanfeng Securities alone. The fact that only Wanfeng Securities had reached out indicated that they were the sole recipients of the news. Zhao Jing, intrigued, inquired, "Who called you, brother?" "The client manager from the securities company," he replied. Wang Yusin, having finished her meal, quietly said, "Brother, I'm full now. I'll head back first." "All right, take care," he acknowledged. Wang Yusin got up and swiftly exited the cafeteria. Zhao Jing turned to Chen and remarked, "Brother, that senior is quite nice." Chen responded, She is simply too introverted and self-effacing, making her susceptible to being bullied. I became acquainted with her during the summer break, while working part-time and taking the bus. There were some shameless individuals taking advantage of her, and she didn't dare to speak up. I helped her out a bit, and that is how we became familiar. Zhao Jing retorted, if I encountered such a person, I would surely give them a good beating. Chen connaît her projet. Most ordinary men would not stand a chance against her. After dinner, Yi Chun, Zhao Jing, and Su Hui strolled around the playground for a few laps before returning to their dormitory. Wei Xiangyu teased, Old Yi, where were you yesterday? Why did you not return at night? Surely you weren't spending the night with a girl? Yi Chun chuckled, indeed, but I didn't even get to hold hands. Do you believe that? Who would believe that? With whom did you spend the night? Was it that stunning freshman? Wei Xiangyu and Feng Bing wore expressions of curiosity. Yi Chen remarked, both of you light up at the mention of women. If things don't work out, you should hurry and find someone. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Yi Chen glanced at it. It was a message from Wan Feng Securities client manager Wang Liyun. Mr. Yi, how are you considering our offer? The terms from Jianghai Securities are quite similar. Yi Chen did not outright refuse her. Even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. His future capital would only grow larger. It would be impractical to rely solely on one securities app. Wan Feng Securities was also a viable option. He had researched it online and found that the firm was substantial, powerful, and backed by state-owned assets. Wang Liyun continued, Mr. Yi, do you have time tomorrow? Let's meet and discuss some matters that are not convenient to address over the phone. Sure, Miss Wang, please choose a location. It's not very convenient for me at school. All right, Mr. Yi, I'll contact you tomorrow, she replied. After their conversation, Yi Chen washed up and lay down on his bed. He felt quite exhausted from spending the day with Wang Yusen. That night, Li Qingya did not engage him in conversation. The following morning, at 9 o'clock, Yi Chen received a call from Jianghai Securities private client manager Xingli Juan. Hello, Mr. Yi. I'm at the south gate of your university. I'm in a white BMW with a license plate ending in 267. Okay, I'll be right over, he replied. The school did not permit outside vehicles to enter, only allowing those belonging to teachers and students. Entering the school required passing through other gates to designated parking areas. After about 6 or 7 minutes, Yi Chen arrived at the school's exterior. He scanned the area and spotted a white BMW not far away. A tall, elegant woman in a long dress stood by the car, her gaze fixed on the university entrance. Upon seeing Yi Chen emerge, she broke into a professional smile and hurried toward him. The company possessed Yi Chen's photograph. As a private client manager, she would be remiss if she could not recognize major clients. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Xingli Juan, she greeted warmly, extending her hand with a respectful demeanor. Yi Chen maintained a neutral expression as he shook her hand, replying, Hello, Miss Xingli Juan was indeed quite beautiful. Otherwise, she would not have been appointed to the role of private client manager. Mr. Yi, you wouldn't happen to be a university student, would you? Yi Chen recognized her flattery. Everyone enjoys a compliment, provided it ISN T2 contrived. Yes, I'm still in my senior year. Xingli Juan's face displayed surprise. How old are you, Mr. Yi? 22. Xingli Juan's admiration was evident. Mr. Yi, you are remarkable. In my years of experience, I have never encountered someone as adept in stock trading as you. There are hardly a few individuals like you in the entire country. Her praise was not baseless. It was well-founded. With an initial capital of 350,000, in less than 2 months, his assets had multiplied over 150 times. If word of this spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the domestic financial sector. It was nothing short of legendary. After the compliments, she retrieved a National Day gift from the trunk. It included premium tea, an upscale thermos, and other carefully selected gifts for clients, such as an exquisite lamp and a personal care set. Retaining major clients was crucial for her monthly performance. Failing to maintain these relationships could lead to significant losses, as her position as a private client manager relied heavily on servicing high-value clients. These gifts, though not exorbitantly expensive, still held a value of several thousand yuan. Yi Chen took the gifts and inquired, Has the service fee application been approved? Xingli Juan smiled and replied, It has been approved. After the holiday, your service fee will be adjusted to 0.005. We also have a variety of high-yield investment products available. If you're interested, please feel free to contact me. All right, that sounds good. Then I won't take up any more of your time, Mr. Yi. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to reach out. I am at your service 24/7. Chapter 53. The Advantages of Beauty. As Yi Chen returned to his dormitory, his phone rang. It was Wang Liyun from Wan Feng Securities. Mr. Yi, do you have time for lunch? I have reserved a restaurant for us to discuss matters. Certainly. Please send me the address, he replied. Yi Chen agreed to Wang Liyun's invitation to gain a more detailed understanding of the securities industry. In the future, when he opened an investment company, he would inevitably engage with stocks futures, and other sectors. He wanted to be prepared for what lay ahead. After receiving the address, he hailed a taxi and set off. Around 11 o'clock, he arrived at the restaurant's private room. Inside sat a young and beautiful woman, likely in her mid-20s, with light makeup that accentuated her striking features and figure, which could easily be classified as breathtakingly beautiful, far surpassing Jianghai Security's Xingli Juan. Wang Liyun stood up, her face beaming with a smile, her voice melodious. "Are you Mr. Yi?" "I am Yi Chen. You must be Miss Wang." "Indeed, please take a seat, Mr. Yi." Wang Liyun gestured for him to sit and poured him a cup of tea. "Mr. Yi, please feel free to order." Yi Chen casually ordered a few dishes, and Wang Liyun followed suit with her selections. Once the waiter had exited, Yi Chen turned to her and inquired, "Miss Wang, how old are you this year?" With a radiant smile, Wang Liyun replied, "I am 27 years old." "Mr. Yi, you appear remarkably youthful. Are you still attending university?" "Indeed. I am a fourth-year student at Jianghai University of Transportation." "Miss Wang, how many years have you been working in the finance sector?" "Just over a year. I graduated from Jianghai University of Finance and Economics, and I have been with the company ever since." Yi Chen asked, "What is your impression of this industry?" Wang Liyun felt a twinge of surprise, unable to grasp why Yi Chen was engaging her in casual conversation. However, she recognized the potential benefits of fostering a good relationship with a client. "It's not quite what I envisioned," she admitted. Yi Chen's curiosity piqued. He prompted, "Would you mind elaborating?" With a gentle smile, Wang Liyun explained, "When I chose this major in university, I believed graduation would lead me to become an elite in finance, earning a high salary for a relatively easy job. However, after graduating, I realized that connections and background are paramount. Many individuals in my company possess lower qualifications and capabilities than I do, yet they secure better positions, while my name remains absent from promotion lists. I find myself relegated to the most rudimentary tasks, constantly seeking clients, and facing reprimands from superiors if I fail to deliver, resulting in diminished performance bonuses. Every industry carries its burdens and challenges." Yi Chen nodded slightly. "May I inquire about your monthly income, Miss Wang?" "As someone who has not yet achieved significant results, my monthly salary is merely 15,000 yuan. After deducting rent and living expenses, I am left with very little. However, if one excels in performance, like some of my colleagues, monthly earnings can soar to hundreds of thousands, with averages around 100,000. For a graduate from a prestigious university, a 15,000 yuan salary is relatively standard, but the disparity becomes glaring when compared to my colleagues, leading to certain psychological shifts." Yi Chen, a major client randomly assigned to her by the leadership, had come to her attention because others were either on holiday for the National Day or preoccupied with other clients. He continued, "Are your colleagues truly that capable? Can they really earn hundreds of thousands a month?" A flicker of discomfort crossed Wang Liyun's eyes as she replied with a smile. "They're quite skilled, having worked in this field for many years, while I have only just begun." "Miss Wang, how many clients have you secured?" Wang Liyun felt a pang of embarrassment. "I have yet to land a major client." Her supervisor had previously provided her with information on 5 significant clients, but none had materialized for her. After 2 months of effort with the first client, she admitted defeat. The last client had shown promise, but suggested she engage in compromising behavior, which she declined. Securing a major client is not a task accomplished in a day or two. Each securities firm offers similar incentives, and if a prospective client is already familiar with their former brokerage, why would they switch? Unless one can provide greater benefits. It is a daunting challenge. This is where female client managers have an edge. They may resort to actions that exceed moral boundaries in pursuit of performance and financial gain. Is there fault in such behavior? In his previous life, Yi Chen had long grown accustomed to such circumstances. Initially, he viewed such women with disdain, deeming them shameless. However, he later learned of a female colleague who had resorted to such measures to fund her parents' medical expenses. She secured a major client, bringing in contracts worth billions for the company. The colleague received a substantial bonus, and her parents' health improved. Upon learning the truth, Yi Chen reflected on his past judgments. Some matters cannot be assessed solely on the surface. He contemplated deeply. Fundamentally, she had sacrificed something to gain something in return. What societal pressures compel some women to behave in this manner? Where does the fault lie in a society driven by material desires? Yi Chen smiled at Wang Liyun, encouraging her, "Keep pushing forward. I have faith that you will succeed." While she may be a principled woman, her value to the company as an employee was questionable. Only those who generate profit for the company are deemed valuable. Were Yi Chen the owner, he would not consider hiring someone who could not secure even a single major client, as they would contribute nothing to the company's success. "Thank you, Mr. Yi." Wang Liyun expressed her gratitude. A knock at the door interrupted, and the waiter entered, presenting a variety of dishes. This upscale restaurant had seen Yi Chen's selections total over 1,000 yuan, and with Wang Liyun's choices, the meal would approximate 2,000 yuan, expenses that the company would not reimburse, leaving the client manager to bear the cost. If she failed to secure a major client, she would simply have to absorb the loss. Miss Wang, you mentioned that certain matters are not suitable for discussion over the phone. Can we speak freely now? Wang Liyun replied, Mr. Yi, if you were to open an account with our company, I could return a portion of my personal commission to you. Yi Chen inquired with a smile, if you were to secure my business, what would your monthly commission be? If the funds in your account amount to 10 million yuan, I would receive a commission of 10,000 yuan each month. She internally speculated that Yi Chen must be from a wealthy family. After all, how could someone so young possess such financial resources? Do you believe I would be concerned about your commission? Wang Liyun recognized the truth in his words, yet beyond this, she had little else to offer, unless she were to compromise her integrity. Mr. Yi, I apologize for my presumptuousness. I am aware that you are not in need of such funds. I merely wish to express my sincerity. Yi Chen smiled, I appreciate your earnestness. Let's dine first. Wang Liyun sighed inwardly, sensing that this major client might remain elusive. Thoughts of her parents surging from the past few days filled her with a sense of helplessness and anxiety. The funds for her brother's wedding dowry were still insufficient, with 10,000 yuan still needed, and her parents expected her to contribute. They reminded her that they had invested many years in her upbringing and that it was time for her to give back to the family. Having only worked for a year, she had limited funds, barely over 30,000 yuan, and compared to the corpulent, unappealing clients, Yi Chen's youthful charm was a refreshing change. At that moment, some uncertainty began to stir within her. Chapter 54. Thermal Coal Futures. After lunch, Yi Chen addressed Wang Liyun. I will be opening an account with your company. Wang Liyun's heart leapt with joy. She had not anticipated such fortuitous news. Had he been moved by my sincerity? As the saying goes, sincerity can move mountains. Thank you, Mr. Yi, she exclaimed eagerly. Securing a major client for the company would mark a significant milestone for her as a client manager, especially since each individual is permitted to open only 3 securities accounts. Yi Chen retrieved his phone. Please guide me through the process of opening an account with your company. Wang Liyun promptly positioned herself beside him, instructing him on how to download the Yuan Phone Securities app and the necessary steps to establish an account. The entire procedure took approximately 5 to 6 minutes and was remarkably convenient. Mr. Yi, would you like to open a futures account as well? Wang Liyun inquired softly. Futures? A flash of inspiration struck Yi Chen. He decided to apply for a futures account as well. In his previous life, he had never engaged in futures trading due to the high risks involved, as futures typically come with a tenfold leverage. A mere misstep could lead to catastrophic losses. The risks are exceedingly high. Millions, even tens of millions, could vanish overnight. The reason he urged Wang Liyun to open a futures account was that he recalled the frenzied activity surrounding thermal coal futures during this period in his previous life, a situation that had garnered significant attention. Otherwise, he would not have retained such a memory. He intended to take a gamble. The futures market is fraught with peril, yet the potential rewards are substantial. Without the memories of his past life, he would undoubtedly refrain from engaging. Even with his prior experience, he must proceed with utmost caution. He vividly remembered that after the National Day holiday, thermal coal futures surged from around 1,300 yuan per ton to nearly 2,000 yuan per ton within a span of 7 to 8 days, marking an increase of over 50%, with a tenfold leverage. This translated to a staggering rise of over 500%, effectively a 5-fold increase. However, upon reaching the 2,000 yuan mark, the authorities intervened decisively, rigorously investigating capital manipulation of thermal coal, leading to consecutive price drops. In just over half a month, prices plummeted back to approximately 600 yuan per ton, the level from a year prior. Countless institutions, traders, and retail investors suffered significant losses in this futures gamble, though many did profit handsomely as well. In the futures market, for every loss, there exists a corresponding gain. Initial bullish positions turned bearish later on. If all proceeds as expected, he stands to gain immensely. Contemplating these thoughts stirred a flicker of excitement within him. Had it not been for Wang Liyun's reminder, he might have missed a lucrative opportunity. His recollections of futures trading were scant, in stark contrast to his abundant memories of stocks, as he had predominantly engaged with the latter in his previous life. Yi Chen turned to Wang Liyun, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Noticing his smile, Wang Liyun's cheeks flushed slightly, sensing an underlying mischief in his demeanor. Mr. Yi, I will notify my colleagues shortly. Your account application will be expedited. Observing her reaction, Yi Chen's lips curled into a smirk. Miss Wang, with such beauty. Have any major clients ever made inappropriate requests? Wang Liyun nodded slightly. Yes. Do you know why your performance has been lackluster? I do. Chen lifted her, compelling her to meet his gaze. If I were to make an inappropriate request, would you acquiesce? Wang Liyun's face instantly turned crimson, yet she did not resist. Her expression tinged with hesitation. She feared losing Yi Chun, a significant client. Recognizing her reaction, Yi Chun discerned the answer. Why the hesitation now? Wang Liyun inhaled deeply. My family is in financial distress. My brother is soon to marry, and my parents have asked me for 100,000 yuan. I wish to earn some money. My colleagues may not be as capable as I am, yet they have all purchased homes in Jianghai and drive Mercedes and BMWs. While I live in a modest rental and commute by subway and taxi, I desire a better life, and, besides, you are not entirely unpleasant. Yi Chen's smile deepened. So, does that mean you would agree to whatever I propose? Wang Liyun shyly nodded. The amalgamation of various factors had shifted her internal stance. With two primary influences, money and the youthful charm of Yi Chun. Had Yi Chun been an unkempt, rotund individual, she likely would not have acquiesced. Everyone has a touch of vanity. To think you wish to bed me. Your imagination is quite vivid. Upon uttering this, Yi Chun released her chin. Wang Liyun paused, a flicker of indignation flaring within her, feeling as though she had been toyed with. What do you mean? Yi Chun replied, I'm still a virgin. Such matters can be discussed later. Let us go. Wang Liyun hesitated, casting a skeptical glance his way. A virgin? Upon exiting the restaurant, Yi Chun hailed a taxi. Goodbye. On his way back, he sent a message to Xing Li Juan, the account manager at Jianghai Securities, informing her that he had applied to open a futures account and requested her to coordinate with the on-duty staff for approval. Upon returning to his school dormitory, Yi Chun opened his computer to examine the recent trends in thermal coal futures. Over the span of a year, thermal coal prices had doubled, increasing from around 600 yuan per ton to 200 yuan per ton. The rationale behind this speculation was the national coal inventory dwindling near critical levels, the impending winter cold wave, and the La Nina phenomenon potentially bringing extreme weather, all of which heightened coal demand. Additionally, supply-side reforms had previously led to the closure of many inefficient enterprises, resulting in a relative decrease in supply. This constituted the basis for the current speculation surrounding thermal coal futures. In the afternoon, Yi Chen's application for a futures account at Jianghai Securities was approved. Meanwhile, after returning to her rental, Wang Liyun received a call from her superior. Xiao Wang, how did the discussions go? Manager Liu, Mr. He has already opened an account with us. I saw it in the group. We must make every effort to win over this Mr. Yi. He is a stock trading prodigy who has multiplied his funds nearly 150 times in just 2 months. Wang Liyun's mouth fell agape. In 2 months, a 150-fold increase in the stock market? That is exceedingly rare, even in the futures market where leverage is 10-fold. The information must be accurate. The Jianghai Securities Group chat was ablaze with discussions about him. You must do everything in your power to secure him. Otherwise, I will find someone else. Wang Liyun quickly replied, Understood, Manager Liu. I feel confident about this. I am 90% certain. Last time you claimed to be 90% certain, yet you disappointed me. I will trust you one final time. I don't care how you achieve it, just deliver results. If you fail again, you may tender your resignation. That evening, in an upscale restaurant in Jianghai City, a group of young men and women gathered for a celebration. They were the elite offspring of Jianghai City's affluent families, each with an impressive background. Manchio, how has your stock trading been lately? A young man inquired with a smile. Zheng Manchio responded with a smile, not too shabby. The market was quite favorable in September, and I made over 30%. Another young man, his tone laced with flattery, remarked, Manchio is truly remarkable. I only made about 10% in September. Lao Zhao, what was your return last month? Zhao Xiaoming replied, I only managed a little over 20%, less than Manchio. Hearing their words, Zheng Manchio's lips curled upward, a hint of pride swelling within her. A girl with glasses, exuding an artistic flair, spoke up. Lao Zhao, is the rumor from this afternoon true? Zheng Manchio and the others turned to Zhao Xiaoming with curiosity. The bespectacled girl, Tang Xian, continued. I heard that a retail investor at Jianghai Securities, going by the name Life is but a dream, has turned his account's funds into nearly a 150-fold increase in just 2 months. Upon hearing Tang Xian's words, Zheng Manchio and the others were struck with astonishment. That's impossible. How could one achieve such astronomical returns in the stock market in just 2 months? Tang Xian adjusted her glasses, her expression calm. I find it hard to believe as well. Jianghai Securities is under Lao Zhao's family's management, so he must know the truth. All eyes turned to Zhao Xiaoming, who nodded slightly. It's true. He initially invested in Longfei Technology, a 10-fold stock, along with Tianhai Construction and other similar stocks. He started with 350. yuan and now has nearly 50 million, and you would surely be shocked by his identity. For securities firms, the details of a client's transactions and holdings are devoid of any secrets. Even account managers and department heads can access this information. Due to the necessity of reporting clients' operational instructions to the exchange, every action taken by the clients is closely monitored by their account managers. The securities firm serves as an intermediary, facilitating transactions between clients and the exchange, earning commission fees in the process. Upon hearing Zhao Xiangming's admission, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Each individual, familiar with the stock market, understood the immense difficulty of achieving a return of over 150 times. Tang Yi, intrigued, inquired, what is his identity? Zheng Manqiu and others turned their attention to Zhao Xiaoming. Old Zhao, stop keeping us in suspense. Just tell us who this master is. Zhao Xiaoming glanced at Zheng Manqiu. Manqiu, this person is from your Jianghai University of Transportation. He studies in the School of Electronic Information and Electrical Engineering, majoring in computer science, and is a senior named Yi Chen, aged 22, hailing from Andy City in Ludong Province. So young? The crowd was once again taken aback, not expecting such a young prodigy in stock trading. Zhao Xiangming continued. His trading success rate is an astounding 100%. He possesses an extraordinary talent for trading stocks. Tang Yi asked, what stock is he currently purchasing? Zhao Xiaoming replied, Jianghan Lithium Industry. Some individuals swiftly checked the stock market trends for Jianghan Lithium. The stock had already surged several times. Could it continue to rise? Would one risk being trapped if they bought in now? Doubts about Jianghan Lithium began to surface. Zheng Manqiu questioned, could this possibly be a trap? Jianghan Lithium was on the verge of delisting not long ago. Having risen so much already, can it rise further? Is there a possibility that institutions are collaborating with him, intending to offload shares to unsuspecting investors? Zhao Xiaoming nodded slightly. There is a possibility, but in my assessment, it is rather unlikely. On the morning of October 5th, Xing Chao returned from his hometown, bringing some delectable treats for his roommates. There had been no significant developments with Chui Tingting. A sophomore occasionally gifted her with snacks and small presents, gradually winning her heart. If this continued, Yi Chen believed that an event between the two was highly probable. The sophomore was not an ordinary person. He appeared to be quite experienced in romantic pursuits. With little else to occupy his time, Yi Chen immersed himself in stock trading and futures forums. Suddenly, a post title caught his eye. Stockmaster. Life is a dream. In 2 months, account grows from 350,000 to 50 million, nearly 150 times increase. Yi Chen's brokerage account was whimsically named Life is a Dream. Upon opening the post, he found it indeed discussed his own trading activities, even exposing each of his transactions. This was no secret. Employees of the securities company could see such information, and it was not uncommon for news to leak. Many commenters expressed skepticism, believing the author was boasting. What nonsense! Earning 150 times in the stock market in just 2 months? Futures don't even yield that. Can you tone down the exaggeration? Who would believe that? This post is merely a trap for novices. Is it not time for the author to start selling courses to scam people? I've been there myself, duped into buying worthless courses for thousands. It seems credible. I heard someone discussing in the group yesterday. I've also heard that the Life is a Dream master is indeed impressive. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. I assure you, it's not fake. Yi Chen, observing the comments, smirked and added his own. Brother, isn't it a bit inappropriate to expose me like this? After commenting, he continued browsing other posts. The forum was home to many hidden masters. Numerous pieces of news were disclosed ahead of mainstream media. He was gathering information regarding thermal coal. Although he retained memories from his previous life, he felt it prudent to conduct thorough research. On the morning of October 6th, Yi Chen received a call from Lu Zixuan. Xianjia. Lu Zixuan's voice came through the phone. Little Chen, have you been out to have fun these past few days? Yi Chen repeated. I went out for a stroll a couple of days ago. It was crowded everywhere. I've been staying in the dormitory to study these last few days. I'm on my way back to Jianghai City. Little Chen, come over to my place for dinner tonight. Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback. All right, Xianjia, drive safely. Okay, see you tonight, Little Chen. After hanging up, Yi Chen resumed his studies. The materials he was now reviewing were no longer just for postgraduate entrance exams, but rather delved into more advanced concepts. Given his keen intellect in this life, he intended to make full use of it. Perhaps he could develop true artificial intelligence long before the establishment of Zhongguang Technology Company. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Chen left the university and took a taxi to the Chui Jingmingzhu community. After disembarking, he purchased some vegetables, meat, and seafood from a nearby supermarket. He ascended to the 8th floor, Unit 801, and rang the doorbell. Lu Zixuan opened the door, clad in a loose silk short nightgown, her hair damp, exuding an alluring and mature charm. Little Chen, you're here. Come in and sit down. No need to change your shoes. That would be too troublesome. Yichen stepped inside. Xianjia, what time did you get home? Lu Zixuan responded, I arrived home around 1, didn't eat anything, and lay in bed for a long nap. When I woke up, I took a shower. Xianjia, take a break. You cooked last time. Today, let me showcase my culinary skills. All right, but it better not be some dark cuisine. Yichen entered the kitchen with his ingredients while Lu Zixuan went to dry her hair. After more than half an hour, Yichen finished preparing 5 or 6 dishes. Lu Zixuan sniffed the air. Not bad. It smells quite delicious. I didn't expect your cooking skills to be so good, little Chen. Yichen replied. I've been cooking since I was young, and now, with the internet, I can learn how to make various dishes with just a glance. Come, Xuanjie. Try my cooking. Wait a moment, little Chen. I have a gift for you. She returned to her bedroom and retrieved a delicate little bag, placing it on the dining table. Take a look and see if you like it. Yichen displayed a puzzled expression. Xianjia, what is this? You'll find out once you open it. Upon opening the box, he discovered a completely white watch, appearing both fashionable and exquisite with an air of elegance, perfectly aligning with his aesthetic preferences. Lu Zixuan smiled brightly. This is a Richard Mille watch, known for its trendy and modern design. I believe it suits young people well. Brands like Patek Philippe and Rolex are far too traditional and conservative, more fitting for older individuals. Yichen recognized the Richard Mille brand as a luxury international watch, known for its exorbitant prices. Xianjia, how much is this watch? Not too pricey, 360,000. I had to pull some strings to have a friend purchase this brand new one in Hong Kong. Although he had mentally prepared himself, Yichen was still taken aback by the price. Such an exorbitant price for a mere watch. This far surpassed the intrinsic value of the timepiece itself. Luxury watches have been imbued with financial attributes, possessing collectible value, while simultaneously symbolizing status and identity. The elevation of one's social standing is a lifelong pursuit for many. To speak candidly, it often serves to satiate one's vanity. Human nature is intricate. No one wishes to remain at the bottom, subjected to exploitation and disdain. Everyone aspires to rise above, to bask in the admiration and respect of others, a feeling that profoundly satisfies one's vanity. The intoxicating allure of wielding power over others' fates is even more irresistible. This explains why many in the country aspire to hold governmental positions. The exhilaration derived from power far surpasses all else. Chapter 56. The Frenzied Coal Futures, Floating Profit of 1.3 billion. Yichen gazed at Lu Zixuan, his eyes bright and clear. Sister Xian, this is too extravagant. Lu Zixuan replied, Extravagant? You are my brother. It is only natural for an elder sister to purchase gifts for her younger brother. Let me help you put it on. With that, she took out a watch and fastened it onto Yichen's wrist. It looked splendid. Once adorned, it added an air of elegance and sophistication to him. Yichen expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Sister Xian. She dismissed it, saying, No need for thanks, let us dine. Afterward, Lu Zixuan uncorked a bottle of red wine, and the two engaged in cheerful conversation while enjoying their meal. She shared her recent visit home to see their parents and voiced some grievances regarding matters at work. The Yaxing Technical Services Company was indeed thriving, with projections suggesting an annual profit of several tens of millions in line with current trends. By 8 in the evening, after finishing dinner, Yichen tidied up and emerged from the kitchen. Sister Xian, I shall take my leave, otherwise the school gates will close. On his way back, he couldn't help but admire the watch. Truly, it was a luxury timepiece, and its quality was exceptional. As he walked home, he received a message from Chen Dongxue. This afternoon, a sophomore had gifted Chui tinting a set of skincare products. All right, I understand, he replied. Li Qingya did not engage in conversation with him, as she was still at her hometown and would not return until the next day. Upon returning to his dormitory, Yichen sent Lu Zixuan a message. Sister Xian, I have arrived at the dorm. Xiao Chun, your culinary skills are commendable. What if I begin to favor your cooking? She playfully remarked. I will have the opportunity to cook for you again. Sister Xian, I truly appreciate the gift you bestowed upon me. I'm glad you like it. In my heart, I regard you as my own brother. I have no ulterior motives. Having a brother now, I simply wish to cherish you. Yichen felt a tumult of emotions upon hearing her words. It is my honor to be acquainted with you, Sister Xian. Let's not speak of such things. It is fate. Time swiftly marched on to October 10th. The stock and futures markets were set to open normally that day. Yichen chose not to attend class in the morning, opting instead to remain in his dormitory. At 9 o'clock, as the thermal coal futures opened, they initially plummeted by 15, only to rebound shortly thereafter. By 9:30, the stock market commenced, and Yichen sold 26 million worth of Jianghan lithium. Due to position limits in futures trading, the maximum allowable holding for thermal coal was 2,000 lots, with a current market value of 2. 6 billion. With 26 million in capital and a tenfold leverage, this equated to a staggering 26 billion in thermal coal futures purchases. Such leverage carried significant risk. A mere 10 drop would necessitate a margin call, where he would face forced liquidation. Within half an hour, thermal coal futures had risen by 3, and with his substantial buying, they began to ascend once more. Should the trajectory of thermal coal futures deviate from that of his previous life and lead to forced liquidation, Chen remained unperturbed, as his bank and brokerage accounts still held ample funds. He always preferred to leave himself an escape route in any venture. His amiable relationships with Lu Zixuan and Zhou Wanqing were part of this strategy. Even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. How much more so a human? Futures trading differs somewhat from stock trading. It allows for both daytime and night market trading, with night trading hours from 9 to 11, and a limit of 10 on price fluctuations. The thermal coal futures market was exceptionally vigorous today, concluding the evening session with an 8-point increase. Chen's investment had already appreciated by 3 points, yielding him nearly 5 points in profit. With a holding value of 2.6 billion, his earnings for the day amounted to a staggering 13 million. He was somewhat taken aback by the profits displayed in his account. No wonder so many were drawn to futures trading in his previous life. It truly held the potential for overnight wealth, yet also the capacity for complete ruin. A drop of 5 points today could have resulted in a staggering 50 loss, equating to 13 million. Meanwhile, in a small group chat, Zhao Xiaoming shared a message. Today, Chen sold Jiang and lithium for 26 million and leveraged tenfold to buy thermal coal futures. Tang, he was the first to respond. Thermal coal futures have been performing well lately, but futures trading is highly speculative. A moment's misstep can lead to catastrophic losses. Zheng Manqiu chimed in. Jiang and lithium has risen nicely. I bought in this morning, and by close, it had increased by over 4 points. The others echoed Tang Yi's sentiments, sharing their own strategies and hopes for further gains. Zhao Xiaoming added, today, thermal coal futures surged by 8 points, and Chen's profits exceeded 13 million. Zheng Manqiu remarked, profits in futures can accumulate quickly, but losses can also mount just as swiftly. He has yet to sell, and we cannot be certain. Tang Yi, aware of Zheng Manqiu's pride, sensed her discontent at being outperformed by a peer. Old Zhao, keep a close watch and let us know if you hear anything, she said. Her curiosity piqued regarding the stock trading prodigy, Chen. The following day, thermal coal futures hit a 10-point limit. Many institutions, traders, and retail investors were elated. In a single day, accounts doubled, presenting an immense temptation. Institutions and traders invested hundreds of millions, witnessing their accounts swell by 1 or 200 million in a day. Even they struggled to maintain composure, excitement coursing through their veins. They believed the prices would continue to rise, with some deepening their investments in thermal coal futures. The fervor in the coal futures market attracted a flood of speculative capital, driving prices upward. Today's limit up was driven by this influx of speculative funds. As everyone sought to partake in the bounty, Chen felt a rush of excitement initially, but quickly regained his composure. On the third day, thermal coal futures experienced fluctuations throughout the day, ultimately climbing by 5 points. The fourth day saw an increase of 3 points, followed by an 8-point rise on the fifth day. The booming market once again enticed vast amounts of capital. A mindless approach to buying long positions could yield double profits with eyes closed. On the sixth day, thermal coal futures opened at the limit up once more. On the seventh day, October 18th, a Tuesday, thermal coal futures opened again at the limit up, with prices nearing 2,000 per ton. Chen's futures account reflected an unrealized gain of 1.3 billion. With an initial investment of 26 million, he had quintupled his wealth in just 7 days. He distinctly remembered that at 10 o'clock that evening, the National Development and Reform Commission would intervene in coal prices by law. The coal futures would begin to plummet, eventually retreating to 600 within 10 days. Chen promptly liquidated all his thermal coal futures contracts and simultaneously acquired 40 million in short contracts, also leveraging tenfold, amounting to 400 million in capital, reaching the maximum holding limit of 2,000 lots. As coal futures prices have been consistently rising, the 2,000 lots price differed from previous levels. Just as he completed the transaction, his WeChat chimed. It was a message from Zhou Jitsai. Xiao Chun, is that person discussing life as a dream online you? Chen replied, yes, Uncle Zhou. I suspect someone from the brokerage firm has leaked my situation. Zhou Jitsai responded, Xiao Chun, Huawang Technology has been performing well lately. Should you consider selling now? I have already seen a 213 return on this stock. Chen advised, Uncle Zhou, I believe there is still room for growth. A threefold increase is quite feasible, and we can sell then. Zhou Jitsai agreed. All right, let's hold on for a while longer. Xiao Chun. Your sister Ning is ill with a fever, and your aunt and I are unable to visit. Could you check on her for me? Chapter 57. Accompanying Sister Ning to the doctor. Chen paused at Zhou Jitsai's message, his expression momentarily stunned. He was not naive and could surmise Zhou Jitsai's intentions. He likely wished to facilitate a connection between him and Zhou Wanqing. Understood, Uncle Zhou. I will go see her right away. Chen powered down his computer and exited the dormitory, making his way to the faculty apartment building. Having visited once before, he knew exactly where to find Zhou Wanqing and proceeded directly to her room. He knocked gently on her door. Who is it? Came Zhou Wanqing's weak voice from within. It's me, Sister Qing. I heard from Uncle Zhou that you were unwell, so I came to check on you. The door opened swiftly, revealing Zhou Wanqing clad in her pajamas, lacking any semblance of vitality. Upon seeing her condition, Chen hurriedly inquired, Sister Qing, have you taken your temperature? What is it? 39. 2 degrees, she replied. Chen exclaimed, such a high fever, and you haven't sought medical attention? Quickly change your clothes. I will take you to the infirmary. The school infirmary is not reliable. We should go to a hospital outside. Zhou Wanqing coughed weakly, her trust in the school's medical facilities evidently lacking. Understood, Sister Qing. Please hurry and change. Zhou Wanqing retreated to her bedroom and emerged shortly thereafter, donning casual attire. Her cheeks were flushed, a combination of fever and a hint of shyness. Given that a man was present while she changed, Chen stepped forward to support her arm. Sister Qing, allow me to assist you downstairs. You appear a bit disoriented from the fever. We must ensure you do not fall. With a soft acknowledgement, Zhou Wanqing acquiesced. The two descended the stairs and made their way to the parking lot, where Chen drove her car toward the nearby 9th People's Hospital in Jianghai City. Zhou Wanqing sat in the passenger seat, her energy depleted, her gaze distant, occasionally interrupted by bouts of severe coughing. Upon arriving at the hospital, Chen accompanied her through the process of consultation, blood tests, and various infection screenings. After an hour's wait, the results were finally revealed: mycoplasma pneumonia. The doctor recommended intravenous treatment. They proceeded to the outpatient hall for the infusion. By the time they finished, it was nearly noon. Zhou Wanqing, seated on a chair, turned to him and said, Xiao Chun, I am fine now. You should return to your studies. Chen replied, taking a seat beside her, Sister Qing. I have already completed my revisions and feel confident about the entrance examination. You are unwell and in need of care, while uncle and aunt are preoccupied. I have nothing pressing to attend to. A faint smile graced Zhou Wanqing's lips. Thank you, Xiao Chen. Please do not mention it, Sister Qing. You have always taken care of me as an elder sister. How could I, as your younger brother, abandon you in your time of need? Zhou Wanqing smiled slightly. Xiao Chen, how have your stocks performed recently? They have been on the rise, he replied. How much have you earned now? Almost reached my 2 small goals. Zhou Wanqing's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. So much. With a smile, Chen responded, I've been fortunate in the futures market lately. Noticing his watch, Zhou Wanqing asked, That's a nice watch. Did you just buy it? What brand is it? Richard Mille. Isn't that a prestigious brand? How much did it cost? 360. Is that all? There must be a hidden cost. Zhou Wanqing shot him a disapproving glare. Why buy such an expensive watch? Save your earnings wisely. Do not squander them. You are right, Sister Qing, he conceded. However, now that you have some financial means, it is acceptable to indulge in things you like. Just be prudent and remember your roots. After receiving a bottle of intravenous fluid, Zhou Wanqing's condition noticeably improved. Chen glanced at the clock and said, Sister Qing, I imagine you must be hungry. What would you like to eat? I can fetch something. Having not eaten since breakfast, Zhou Wanqing felt her stomach growl. A light stir-fry would suffice. And I would like a bowl of congee. Very well, Sister Qing. Chen stepped outside the hospital to procure a variety of light stir-fried dishes, steamed buns, congee, and a water thermos. Sister Qing, please eat first. I will fetch some hot water, he said upon returning. As he returned, Zhou Wanqing remarked, Xiao Chun, you should eat as well. Is it true that in your hometown, everyone eats steamed buns? Chen nodded gently. Sister Qing, are you a local of Jianghai City? Zhou Wanqing replied, my father settled here during his youth. Our family is originally from South Zhejiang province, so I am not technically a local. During their lunch, in an online group chat, Zhao Xiaoming stated, today Chen sold all his thermal coal futures, realizing a floating profit of 3 billion. And then he purchased a full position of short contracts. Tang Yi was the first to respond, given the current boom in coal futures. Isn't it a bit premature to short them? Fang Jifeng added, considering the explosive market for coal futures, it is indeed too early to short. It still has a considerable potential for growth. You must have misjudged this time. Zheng Manqiu remarked. The bullish sentiment in coal futures is exceptionally strong, while the bearish forces are feeble. Shorting now would be akin to courting disaster. The consensus among the group was that the current environment was not conducive to shorting coal futures, as the bullish momentum was too robust and would likely continue to rise for a significant period. Zhao Xiaoming commented, I too believe it is premature to short, yet he has invested 40 million. Even if he incurs losses, he will still have a floating profit of 90 million. At the 9th People's Hospital, Zhou Wanqing, her cheeks flushed, looked at Yi Chun and said, Xiao Chun, I need to use the restroom. She had been holding it in, waiting for the infusion to conclude, but she could no longer restrain herself. Yi Chun, maintaining a calm demeanor, stood up and removed the 4-bag. Let us go, Sister Qing. Upon reaching the restroom, Yi Chun hung the 4-bag on the wall and stepped outside. Managing with one hand was not a significant issue. After a couple of minutes, Zhou Wanqing emerged, holding the 4-bag aloft. Noticing the drawstring of her sweatpants was untied, Yi Chun assisted her in tying it securely before taking the 4-bag from her. Zhou Wanqing's face flushed with embarrassment, especially as Yi Chun adjusted her pants. Her heart raced, and she struggled to catch her breath. Once seated again, Yi Chun broke the awkward silence. Sister Qing, how did your blind dates go during the holiday? Zhou Wanqing returned to her usual composure. Not well. My parents introduced several candidates, yet none were to my liking. You are so beautiful and charming. It is only natural to have high standards, Yi Chun remarked subtly, offering a compliment. What woman lacks a sense of vanity? Being complimented on one's beauty brings joy, she replied with a smile. My standards are not high at all. I merely seek someone with whom I share a connection. That lack of demands may be the highest standard of all. As the afternoon wore on, around 2 o'clock, Zhou Wanqing completed her infusion. Yi Chun drove her back to the school and escorted her to her dormitory. Sister Qing, please take good care of yourself. We shall depart at 9 tomorrow. Zhou Wanqing replied, I can manage on my own tomorrow. It would be inconvenient for you to go alone. I have no other commitments. So, it is settled. I shall come find you tomorrow. With that, Yi Chun turned to leave. Upon opening the door, he encountered a young man standing outside, approximately the same age as Zhou Wanqing. Wan Pengtao paused, surprised to see a young man at Zhou Wanqing's dormitory. Who are you? He inquired. Yi Chen Simidet Karmi. I am Sister Qing's younger brother. Are you looking for her? Zhou Wanqing added, Teacher Wan, what brings you here? Wan Pengtao, wearing a broad smile, replied. I heard from Zhou at noon that you were unwell. I came to check on you, but no one was home. How is your health? Zhou Wanqing's expression remained nonchalant, clearly indifferent to Wan Pengtao's presence. I am fine. Thank you for your concern, Teacher Wan. As Wan Pengtao entered, carrying a few fruits, he asked, Is this your cousin? Zhou. He was curious about Yi Chun, wanting to ascertain whether he was a rival in love. Zhou Wanqing calmly responded, Xiao Chun is not my cousin. He is younger than I am and calls me sister. My parents are quite fond of him. Her last statement caused Wan Pengtao's heart to sink. This young man had met Zhou Wanqing's parents, and they were quite pleased with him. Sensing the implications in her words, Wan Pengtao felt a twinge of discomfort. Now that you are well, I can rest easy. I have some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. After he departed, Yi Chen turned to Zhou Wanning. The implications of her previous remarks were evident to anyone. It was tantamount to suggesting that while they were not yet a couple, they were on the verge of becoming one, having already introduced their parents to each other. A smile graced Zhou Wanning's face as she said, Xiao Chun, I apologize. This Wan Pengtao has been incessantly pestering me, taking advantage of the fact that his uncle is the vice president of the academy. It's utterly exasperating. Yi Chen replied with a chuckle, Is his uncle really the vice president of our academy? Zhou Wanning nodded affirmatively. Otherwise, how could he possibly work at Jiaodong University with his qualifications? Thankfully, he is not teaching. He is employed in the school's administrative office. Suddenly, the ringtone of her phone pierced the air. It was Zhou Wanning's father's call. Hello, Dad. I'm Fina. Xiao Chun accompanied me to the hospital this morning, and the doctor said a few days of 4 fluids should suffice. Zhou Jikai responded, That's good to hear. Are you still feeling unwell? Aside from a slight cough. I'm all right now, and I don't feel fatigued anymore. After exchanging a few more words, the father-daughter duo ended the call. Yi Chun said, Sister Ning, you should rest well. I'll be heading back now. All right, make sure to review your studies. Zhou Wanning had not slept well the previous night and intended to take a nap in the afternoon. Upon returning to his dormitory, Yi Chun opened his computer and browsed the stock futures forum. The discussions were predominantly centered around coal futures, underscoring the current frenzy surrounding them. Aside from coal futures, there was also a post regarding Yi Chun. After several days of speculation, numerous individuals had corroborated its authenticity, resulting in quite a stir. Around 6 in the evening, he made his way to the cafeteria, where he spotted Zhao Ming and Su Hui. Bro, what have you been busy with these past few days? We haven't seen you around, Zhao Jing remarked. Yi Chun replied, Just dealing with some matters. Did you miss me after just a few days? Zhao Jing chuckled, Of course. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Let us take a stroll around the playground after dinner. Yi Chen nodded in agreement. Sure, it's time to unwind. My nerves have been on edge lately. Zhao Jing pulled out her phone. Look, it snowed back home today. She handed her phone to Yi Chen. Although he hailed from Ludong province, it was still not particularly cold in October compared to the northeast. It must be quite chilly in your ice city during winter, right? Zhao Jing replied. Typically, it ranges from -20 to 30 degrees, and it can plummet to over 40 degrees at its coldest. After dinner, as they stepped out of the cafeteria, night had already fallen. Jianghai City had officially entered autumn, and the air was crisp. Zhao Jing inquired, "What is the name of that girl you like? Has she agreed to go out with you?" Yi Chen replied, "Not yet. Even if I told you, you and T know her since she doesn't attend our school." Zhao Jing turned to him with a smile. "Bro, could it be she's not interested in you? Pursuing someone without reciprocation leads to nothing good." "Pursue? I could never be that desperate," Yi Chen retorted. "Those who grovel meet a dismal fate." Zhao Jing pressed. "Why don't you share how you met her? I'll analyze it to see if she has feelings for you. We were desk mates for 3 years in high school. She's not only academically gifted, but also quite beautiful and kind-hearted." Zhao Jing teased. "You sound like you have a crush on her. If she liked you, wouldn't you be together by now? It's already senior year." Yi Chen countered it. "You don't understand. Her personality differs from yours. She's a bit tsundere, while you're more fiery and straightforward." "Well then, dear brother, which type do you prefer?" "Honestly, I'm quite fond of both." Suddenly, Zhao Jing lifted her leg, intending to kick him, but then reconsidered, pondering if she had a chance herself. Perhaps Yi Chen once liked his high school desk mate, but now he might also harbor feelings for her. With that thought, she retracted her leg and cheerfully asked, "Bro, was my split just now impressive?" Yi Chen shot her an incredulous look. "I see you were just itching to kick me." He mumbled. "A split seems to unlock a wealth of knowledge." "Excuse me?" Zhao Jing paused, processing his words for a moment before her face flushed crimson, and she playfully kicked him in the rear. "You shameless fool, I'll kick you to oblivion." Yi Chen, reacting instinctively, grasped Zhao Jing's ankle just as she mentioned him. Perhaps she hadn't exerted much force. Her kick was somewhat slow. Zhao Jing's cheeks burned, feeling awkward in that position. "Let go of me. You promised you wouldn't kick me." He released her ankle. Zhao Jing huffed, "Bro, my birthday is in 2 days." "When is it?" "This Friday, October 21st. The 26th day of the lunar month. I'd like to invite you and Xiao Hui to dinner." "All right. Should I prepare a gift?" Zhao Jing shot him a glare. "What do you think? If you don't prepare a gift, I'll throttle you." At 8 o'clock that evening, Yi Chen returned to his dormitory to find a message from Chen Dongxue. "Today, Chui Tingting has been studying. This afternoon, someone confessed to UXIN, a sophomore named Huang Kamsheng, but UXIN turned him down. Good job. Keep it up." Yi Chen read for a while, then opened his computer to monitor the night trading of coal futures, all the while awaiting news. The night trading session ran from 9 to 11. As the clock struck 9, the futures for thermal coal surged by 2 points. Yi Chen had purchased a short position. Thus, a 2-point increase meant a 2-point loss for him, translating to a 20% loss with a 10-fold leverage. He remained calm, recalling memories from his previous life. He remembered that the National Development and Reform Commission announced news at precisely 10:05 in the evening. Upon the release of that news, coal futures plummeted, swiftly returning to prices from a year prior. In a group chat, Zhao Xiaoming sent a message. "The night trading for coal futures has commenced, and it's up by 2 points. Fang Jifeng replied smugly. "It looks like the night trading will exceed 5 points. I can make a fortune." Tang Yi Ingweed it. "How much coal futures did you buy? How much have you made?" Fang Jifeng responded, "I purchased 2 million this morning and leveraged it 10-fold. I'm currently profiting from the evening's rise. Fortune favors the bold and stars the timid." Zheng Manqiu cautioned, "Futures trading is too risky. It's best to avoid it." Zhao Xiaoming added, "If it hits the limit tonight, Yi Chen will face a margin call. For million will be forcibly liquidated." Fang Jifeng asserted, "He must have made a wrong judgment this time. The bullish sentiment for coal futures is incredibly strong, and everyone is optimistic except for him. Going against the trend is tantamount to courting death." Zheng Manqiu concurred, "One cannot oppose the trend. Following it is the path to profit." By 10:05, the rise in thermal coal futures had reached 4 points. At that moment, a news article surfaced online. The National Development and Reform Commission is researching legal interventions in coal prices. Upon this announcement, coal futures plummeted from a 4-point gain to a 1-point loss. Shortly thereafter, another news article emerged. Relevant departments will rigorously investigate malicious speculation in coal futures by institutions. Following this news, thermal coal futures hit the limit down. The group chat fell into a stunned silence. Fang Jifeng exclaimed, "Damn it, I've been liquidated. I didn't expect the officials to act tonight." Zhao Xiaoming, Zheng Manqiu, and Tang Yi were all bewildered. They were astonished by Yi Chen's foresight. shifting from bullish to bearish. They had initially thought he was the fool, only to realize they were the ones deceived. Did he somehow have prior knowledge of the government's policy announcement tonight? This was utterly implausible. After all, they were all second-generation disciples with a certain standing in Jianghai City. If they hadn't picked up on any whispers of change, how could an ordinary person like Chen have? Moreover, this was a directive issued directly by the central authority. Even the most elite second-generation disciples of Jianghai City are unlikely to acquire such information. Could this be a testament to an acute intuition for the futures market? By heaven, that Chen possesses an extraordinary talent, Zhao Xiaoming remarked in the chat group. Tang Yi felt an overwhelming admiration. Indeed, he is a remarkable individual. Today's strategy of shifting to a short position was nothing short of genius. Zheng Manxiu, proud by nature, always harbored a hint of defiance. Recently, I have come across numerous reports online suggesting that some had long anticipated government intervention, considering coal to be a vital resource for the populace. The authorities could not allow rampant speculation to persist. It is likely this foresight prompted him to increase his short positions. Tang Yi replied, while that may be the case, who can execute such precision? Manxiu, I will visit you this weekend. Take me to meet him, for I wish to discern what manner of person he truly is. Chapter 59, The Bell of the Financial Academy. In the male dormitory, Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him upon seeing the National Development and Reform Commission announce several policies, leading to a sharp decline in coal futures. The historical trajectory had not veered off course. He had shorted with a full investment of 40 million, reaping a substantial profit during the night trading session. Shortly after 10 o'clock, Li Qingya sent him a message. Little Chen, are you asleep? Not yet. Just finished revising, he replied. With less than 2 months until the graduate entrance exam, my 2 roommates are diligently studying. Chen inquired, why do you only have 2 roommates? The other one moved out. They chatted for a while before retiring for the night, both aware of the intense study awaiting them the next day. Each candidate vying for a spot in graduate school was racing against time, giving their all. Li Qingya, too, did not dare to be complacent, dedicating most of her time to studying, leaving little opportunity for conversation with Chen. Nevertheless, this did not hinder the gradual warming of their relationship. After a day of rigorous study, she would initiate conversations with Chen, sharing anecdotes from campus life and occasionally dreaming of their future together. Through these exchanges, Chen discovered she had already mapped out her postgraduate plans, contemplating either a selection exam in Jianghai City or her hometown in Ludong Province. Though nothing was set in stone, Chen surmised that if they were to be together, Li Qingya would most likely choose Jianghai City, though he wondered how significant the opposition from her family might be. The following morning, as Chen enjoyed breakfast, he sent a message to Zhou Wanqing. Sister Qing, have you woken up? Just did, she replied. I'm at the cafeteria. Freshen up, and I'll bring you breakfast. What would you like? Just something light. No need to buy too much. I don't eat much for breakfast. After finishing his meal, Chen purchased a bowl of pumpkin millet porridge and egg, and some pan-fried dumplings. Upon arriving at Zhou Wanqing's residence, she was already ready. After breakfast, they set off. Chen's adeptness at driving surprised Zhou Wanqing. Little Chen, have you driven before? I obtained my license ages ago, but haven't driven much. Your automatic car is easy to handle. Zhou Wanqing replied. Your driving posture resembles that of a seasoned driver. They arrived at the hospital just as the doctor began their shift, and Zhou Wanqing had already commenced her foretreatment. By 9 o'clock, Chen was monitoring the fluctuations in coal futures. Today, coal futures plummeted by 5, causing many to face liquidation. This triggered widespread panic among retail investors, leading to a wave of sell-offs. The previously robust bullish sentiment dissipated in an instant, with many suffering significant losses while others began to shift to short positions. Yet, many remained undeterred, believing the policy changes would lead to further surges. Chen's account now boasted over 1 billion, and he strategically invested 81 million in Jianghan Lithium Industries, withdrawing the remaining 30 million to his bank account, which now held over 35 million. He preferred not to keep all his funds in a single securities account. Upon closing the securities app, he noticed a friend request from Zheng Manxiu. Stunned, he thought, is this the belle of the Financial Academy? Why would she seek to add me as a friend? They had never interacted before, and his knowledge of her name stemmed from past conversations with Xing Chao. When they had just begun college, someone had organized a campus beauty ranking on the school forum, and Zheng Manxiu had been crowned the belle of the Financial Academy, gaining considerable renown. The belle of their own electronics academy was a beauty named Duan Sitong, though it was rumored she had long been taken by the student council president. Chen hesitated to accept the friend request, uncertain if this was truly Zheng Manxiu from the Financial Academy. Originally, Zheng Manxiu had intended to wait for Chen to initiate conversation. But after 2 minutes of silence from him, she took the initiative. Are you Yi Chun from class 1 of the Senior Electronics Academy? Seeing her message. Yi Chan similed faintly. Are you expecting me to be your sycophant? Yes, I am. And you are Zheng Manqiu from the Financial Academy? Zheng Manqiu, noticing his recognition, smiled slightly. Indeed, I am Zheng Manqiu from the Financial Academy. Yi Chen replied, with so many telecom scams nowadays. How can I trust you just because you claim to be Zheng Manqiu? Unless you provide some evidence, perhaps some casual photos of your life? Zheng Manqiu frowned at his response. After waiting a while without a reply, he added, I knew it. You must be an imposter trying to scam me. Farewell. I will block you now. In swift succession, Zheng Manqiu sent 3 photos taken during her outings, showcasing her tall stature, approximately 5 feet 7 inches, well-defined features and a graceful figure, exuding beauty and elegance. Now do you believe? She asked. Yi Chen replied, those aren't intimate personal photos. Do you have something more private? Like a picture of you in a nightgown at home? Zheng Manqiu, her expression unchanged, responded, where are you? I will come find you. Then you will know whether I am a fraud. I am out running errands. Are you truly Zheng Manqiu? It's an honor for a beautiful woman to add me. What do you need from me? He offered a compliment to put her at ease. Zheng Manqiu felt a slight warmth from his praise. Yet her irritation lingered at his request for intimate photos. When will you be back? Zheng Manqiu refrained from disclosing her purpose. In the afternoon. Let me know when you return. I wish to meet you. Yi Chan was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp her motives. You're not harboring a secret crush on me, are you? Zheng Manqiu, exasperated by self-absorption, thought, you are far too conceited. I have a matter to discuss with you. That's a relief. You almost scared me. If another beautiful girl likes me, I might find it overwhelming. He was already juggling several older sisters and younger sisters. Adding another beautiful sister would require some energy. However, if she were a stunning sister, he could reluctantly manage. Zheng Manqiu's expression darkened. Was he implying he found her unappealing? Shortly after 11, Zhou Wanqing completed her treatment. She made a brief visit to the restroom, and together with Yi Chun, they left the hospital. They enjoyed lunch together, with Zhou Wanqing treating. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yi Chun lay on his bed, planning to take a nap. Today was Wednesday, and he needed to venture out tomorrow to buy a birthday gift for Xiao Jing. She had no shortage of phones, tablets, or computers, given her affluent background. He reasoned that while a watch might not appeal to women, a handbag would certainly be well received. He decided to purchase an LV handbag for Xiao Jing. Both she and Li Qingya come from well-to-do families, possessing an abundance of smartphones, tablets, and computers. In contrast, Wang Yusin hails from a less fortunate background, utilizing an old phone and lacking both a tablet and a computer. Lu Zixuan and Zhou Wanqing are equally well-equipped, deserving of care and affection that makes them feel cherished and nurtured. In pursuing a girl, one must learn the art and methods to achieve twice the result with half the effort. With so many young women to manage, it is imperative to maintain control. Otherwise, it could descend into chaos. As Yi Chen contemplated retiring for the night, his phone chimed, revealing a message from the esteemed beauty of the finance college, Zheng Manqiu. Are you back? Chapter 60. The Proud Zheng Manqiu. Yi Chen paused upon reading the message, having forgotten about Zheng Manqiu. I'm back in the dormitory. Zheng Manqiu felt a twinge of displeasure that he had not informed her of his return, sensing that he had disregarded her words. I will be waiting for you at the pavilion by Siyuan Lake. Yi Chen tidied up and exited the dormitory, making his way towards Siyuan Lake on campus. Jiangpu campus of Jianghai University is expansive, featuring several artificial lakes and a remarkably beautiful landscape that rivals renowned tourist attractions. 10 minutes later, he arrived at Siyuan Lake and spotted Zheng Manqiu in the pavilion not far away, clad in a white plush coat and a long white autumn dress, paired with delicate white shoes. She stood there like a vision of grace, reminiscent of Snow White. Her cascading curly hair framed her delicate face, accentuated by cherry red lips. As she slightly raised her chin, exuding a cool demeanor tinged with pride, akin to a regal swan. Yi Chen noticed that since his rebirth, his eyesight had improved significantly. Previously, he had been somewhat nearsighted, but now he could discern the fine strands of Zheng Manqiu's hair from a distance. His vision surpassed 20/20. As he approached the pavilion, Zheng Manqiu turned to regard him, her bright eyes appraising him from head to toe. To her, Yi Chen appeared rather unremarkable, lacking any extraordinary qualities. While Yi Chen was somewhat handsome, many other suitors vying for her attention were far more striking. Hello, Zheng Manqiu. She nodded indifferently. Are you the one known as life is but a dream? Yi Chen was taken aback, surprised that she was aware of his stock trading account's nickname. How do you know my account nickname? In this age of the internet, secrets seem to be scarce. Just days ago, someone had exposed his trading activities on a forum, and now she was reaching out to him. Zheng Manqiu offered a faint smile. Why did you suddenly take a bearish position on coal futures yesterday? Chen replied. Coal is a vital resource for the populace. It has already seen a significant increase. Recently, speculative funds have flooded in, eager to partake in the frenzy. The market is excessively volatile. When others are greedy, I am fearful, and when they are fearful, I am greedy. I deduced that the authorities would surely intervene, and it would happen within these few days. I never anticipated that a policy would be released last night. Zheng Manqiu remarked, your market instincts are quite keen. No wonder you thrive in the stock and futures markets. How long do you think coal futures will decline? Chen looked at her and replied, that is a trade secret. I cannot disclose it. Zheng Manqiu's expression soured slightly. I am not involved in futures. I merely inquired about your perspective on future trends. Chen countered, how could I know whether you are involved in futures or not? Who can tell if you're being truthful? We are not familiar enough for me to share such information. Zheng Manqiu pouted, speak if you wish. I am not particularly interested in hearing it. Are you free this Saturday? For what? Someone wants to invite you to dinner. Chen pondered for a moment. Who? Male or female? Zheng Manqiu responded, both. They're my friends and wish to meet you. How did you discover my account nickname? Your parents are not executives at Jianghai Securities, are they? Chen's curiosity piqued. A friend of mine has connections at Jianghai Securities. Zheng Manqiu's demeanor remained composed, yet her eyes sparkled with a hint of pride. Is the person inviting me to dinner among them? Yes, he'll be there too. When that day arrives, just call out to me. Is there anything else? If not, I will return to catch up on sleep. Zheng Manqiu was taken aback. Are you not pleased to be with me? Do you know how many boys wish to speak with me, but never get the chance? Do you think I want to pay you any mind? Nothing else. With that, she turned and departed first. Chen watched her retreating figure, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he turned to leave. Zheng Manqiu, also preparing for postgraduate entrance exams, sent a message to her group upon returning to her dormitory. I just met Chen. Tang Yi quickly inquired, what is he like? Is he handsome? Zheng Manqiu replied. He is rather average. Nothing remarkable about him. Tang Yi laughed. Is it because he didn't fawn over you that you feel discontent? Who needs him to fawn? There are far too many who would gladly do so. I've arranged to have dinner with him on Saturday. Zhao Xiaoming commented. I must get to know such a remarkable individual. His market instincts are astonishing, and his judgments on market conditions are nothing short of extraordinary. He is certainly not an ordinary person. Zheng Manqiu replied. Perhaps he is just fortunate. Zhao Xiaoming continued. I have been studying all of his operations in recent days, particularly with stocks like Longfei Technology and Tianhai Investment. His buying and selling points are nothing less than exquisite, consistently selling at peak prices, as if he can sense an impending crisis. That instinct is unparalleled. Upon finishing, he shared the data in the group for others to see. Tang Yi, Zheng Manqiu, and Fang Jifeng remained silent after reviewing the information. Chen's operations were simply too impressive, too flawless. As stock traders, they understood just how challenging such maneuvers were. This was undoubtedly a prodigious talent. On October 20th, Thursday morning, Chen accompanied Zhou Wanqing to the hospital for an 4 drip. Her health had nearly recovered. And after today's treatment, she would not need to return the following day. After 9 o'clock, Chen checked Jianghai Securities to monitor coal futures. Unsurprisingly, it was again a limit-down day. Currently, his account showed a floating profit of 1.2 billion. Zhou Wanqing turned to him and asked, what stock is this? Sister Ning, this isn't a stock. It's a futures contract, coal futures. Zhou Wanqing did not understand these matters, but could discern price movements. If it dropped this much, how much did you lose today? Chen smiled and explained, I bought a short contract. I profit from declines. If it rises, I incur losses. Zhou Wanqing seemed to grasp it partially. Oh, it can be played like that. Sister Ning, it's best you don't delve into such things. It's better suited for those with experience. She was aware of this, as her father had spent decades losing money in the market. Without Chen's guidance, recovering losses would be quite challenging. I do not engage in it. Sister Ning, do you have any goals for your work or life? Chen asked casually. Zhou Wanqing smiled softly. I don't have any grand ambitions. I merely hope for my parents to be healthier and happier. Beyond that, I seek nothing more. I haven't thought much about making money since my parents are well off. Chen replied, Sister Ning, the doctor mentioned my stomach isn't good, and I can only eat soft food. Zhou Wanqing shot him a sidelong glance. You still eat soft food? You likely have more money than my family, Lil Chen. Do you have any aspirations? Chen pondered before responding. I just want to earn more money so that my parents can enjoy a better life. I owe them too much. In his previous life, he was unmarried at 40. His parents had worked tirelessly to save for his home and marriage, only to ultimately disappoint them. He felt he owed them the most. Reflecting on the past, he sighed inwardly. The two continued their casual conversation until 11 o'clock. At noon, Zhou Wanqing treated him to lunch. Upon leaving the restaurant, Chen said, Sister Ning, I won't return to school just yet. I need to buy a few things outside. Certainly, I shall take my leave for now. Yi Chun hailed a taxi and made his way to a large shopping mall in Jiangpu district, which housed the exclusive LV boutique. He selected two exquisite handbags, one intended for Zhao Jing and the other for Zhou Wanning. A few days prior, while accompanying Zhou Wanning for a medical appointment, he had glanced at her identification card and noted her birth date, September 28th. Today marked the 25th of the lunar month, with the upcoming Sunday being the 28th. Regardless of whether her birthday was celebrated according to the Gregorian calendar or the lunar calendar, the essence of gift-giving remains unchanged. It is the sentiment of being cared for, cherished, and remembered that truly matters. Chapter 61. Huaxin Securities Company. After completing his purchases, Yi Chun proceeded to the construction bank's service hall. His bank account held over 35 million in cash, warranting his entry into the VIP room for transactions. Such a substantial sum categorized him as a high-value client at this branch. A young and attractive bank representative attended to him personally. "Good day, Mr. Yi. How may I assist you today?" Yi Chun replied, "Please transfer 20 million to this account." "Certainly, Mr. Yi. Kindly hold on for a moment." Within a few minutes, the transfer was completed. He sent the 20 million to his parents and planned to explain it to them later. Yi Chun also activated the large sum transfer feature, allowing him to handle such transactions independently in the future. "Mr. Yi, my name is Li Shuli, and I shall be your personal VIP account manager from now on. Our bank has recently launched a wealth management product for high-value clients, promising an annual yield of 6, with a minimum investment of 10 million. "No, thank you." Yi Chun replied. "All right, Mr. Yi. I will add you to my contacts, and you may reach out to me with any inquiries," Li Shuli said with a smile. Her demeanor unchanged. She could discern that Yi Chun was quite affluent, as evidenced by the Richard Mille watch adorning his wrist, worth several million. Although his bank account still held 15 million, she suspected that it was merely one among several accounts. She understood that patience was key in nurturing a solid relationship with the client before broaching other matters. Securing a 10 million investment for the bank's financial products would significantly boost her commission. At that moment, Yi Chun's phone rang, displaying a call from Wang Liyun of Wanfeng Securities. "Manager Wang, what can I do for you?" "Mr. Yi, do you have time for dinner tonight?" "I would like to treat you," Wang Liyun replied. Yi Chun glanced at the time. "I'm at the bank. Please send me the restaurant's location, and I will be there shortly." After hanging up, Li Shuli inquired with a smile, "Is there anything else I can assist you with, Mr. Yi?" "No, thank you." Yi Chun stood and exited, dialing his father's number. "Hello, Xiaoqing, what is up?" "I'm working," his father answered. "Dad, I transferred 20 million to your bank account." "Did you receive it?" Yi Chun asked. "How much did you say? 20,000? Why are you sending me money?" His father seemed taken aback. 20 million. "I made quite a bit from stock trading," Yi Chun clarified. His father fell silent for a few seconds, processing the information. "Xiaoqing, you're not joking with me, are you? Just check your bank notifications," Yi Chun urged. "I'll call you later." With that, his father ended the call. Yi Chun exited the bank and hailed a taxi towards the restaurant where he had dined with Wang Liyun previously. Arriving at the private dining room shortly after 5:30, he found Wang Liyun waiting. "Mr. Yi," she greeted him. Yi Chun took a seat across from her, smiling. "Manager Wang, is your superior pressing you again?" Wang Liyun nodded slightly. It wasn't he, just her superior. Her family was also urging her. She wished to inquire if Yi Chun could transfer a portion of his funds to Wanfeng Securities this month. "Please, Mr. Yi, go ahead and order," she said. After they placed their orders, Yi Chun engaged her in casual conversation. "Miss Wang, where's your hometown?" "Englishaudiobook City, Ludong Province." "You may call me Xiaoyan," she replied. Yi Chun posed momentarily. "As it turns out, we are fellow townsfolk. My family is from Englishaudiobook City, Ludong Province. Not too far apart then. It's just a 2 to 3 hour drive." "Have you ever visited Mount Tai?" Wang Liyun asked. "Not yet. I never had the time to travel. It was either school or working during breaks. I will definitely climb Mount Tai when I have the opportunity," Yi Chun responded, then continued. "Xiaoyan, you've been in the securities industry for over a year. You must understand it quite well. Could you share some insights? I might consider starting an investment company in the future." Wang Liyun was taken aback. "An investment company? Surely, one would require at least hundreds of millions to establish such a venture." Despite her brief experience, she had learned a great deal. Wanfeng Securities, being state-owned, had many connections, and working there was a valuable training ground. She elaborated on the various considerations for running a financial investment company, her explanations clear and thorough, addressing every detail. This demonstrated her commendable capabilities. However, in a state-owned enterprise like Wanfeng Securities, mere competence was insufficient. Connections and background were paramount. Alternatively, one could opt to curry favor with superiors or even compromise one's integrity for advancement. Initially, she had graduated from university filled with youthful aspirations and fervor. But after some time in the workforce, she had come to a sobering realization about society and the times. Her mindset had been subtly influenced by her surroundings and peers. If one cannot change the environment, one must adapt oneself to it. This is a compromise one makes in the face of harsh realities. Wang Liyun's internal transformation was evident, and her previous decision reflected this change. After Yi Chen listened to her insights, he nodded slightly. Well said. Let us enjoy our meal. As they dined, Wang Liyun remarked, Mr. Yi, if you intend to establish an investment company, it would be prudent to obtain a securities qualification certificate. There is an examination next month. You can register to take it. Our company also offers registration services, and it's quite manageable. Very well. I shall sign up. Please send me the necessary materials for review, Yi Chen replied. Just a brief overview will suffice. The preliminary exam is relatively straightforward, Wang Liyun assured him. As they neared the end of their meal, she hesitated for a moment before saying, Mr. Yi, when would it be convenient for you to transfer the funds? Perhaps in 4 to 5 working days. Are you quite anxious? Yi Chen observed, his expression warm. Indeed, my supervisor is pressing me. If I cannot secure the funds, I might face termination. My parents are also urging me. My younger brother is getting married before the year ends, and I still need an additional 100,000 for the dowry. At that moment, Yi Chen's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number from Jianghai City. Hello, who is this? He answered. A sweet voice replied, Good day, Mr. Yi. I am Huang Xiujuan, a senior client manager at Huaxing Securities. Hello, how may I assist you? Yi Chen inquired, aware that Huaxing Securities was the largest securities firm in the country. As a publicly listed company, it boasted a market value exceeding 300 billion and was a subsidiary of Huaxing Group. Huaxing Group, a wholly state-owned enterprise, encompassed over 200 first-level subsidiaries, with total assets surpassing 70 trillion, classified as a ministerial-level entity. Subsidiaries such as Huaxing Bank, Huaxing Securities, Huaxing Real Estate, Huaxing Steel, and Huaxing Heavy Industry were all under its umbrella. Comparatively, companies like Sinopec, PetroChina, and Huaguo Bank were at the vice-ministerial level, while Huaxing Group stood at the ministerial level, highlighting its vast scale and influence. In terms of asset size, it ranked second only to the China Merchants Group, which had an asset scale of 12 trillion. Even in the presence of internet giants, they pale in comparison. Huang Xiujuan, Mr. Yi, as a valued client, opening an account with our securities firm will grant you numerous privileges that come with being a premier client. You are undoubtedly aware of Huaxing's security standing within the industry, where our reputation is firmly established. Yi Chen, I will contemplate it. Very well, Mr. Yi. Allow me to add your contact information. Should any matters arise, you may reach out to me, and I will also share with you the benefits afforded to our esteemed clients. That sounds agreeable. After ending the call, Yi Chen accepted the friend request from the other party, who then proceeded to send him the details regarding the privileges for elite clients. He turned to Wang Liyun and remarked, As the client manager at Huaxing Securities, I fear my phone will soon be inundated with calls. There are numerous securities firms in the country, and his information will swiftly circulate among them, prompting a flurry of invitations for him to open accounts and engage in trading. Wang Liyun replied, Huaxing Securities holds a prestigious position in the industry, with commendable strength and reputation. Yi Chen resolved that his third account would indeed be with Huaxing Securities, as their solid financial backing and good standing made them his top choice. He would not be swayed by smaller firms offering lower fees or better perks, for he understood the inherent risks. Losing one's principal would far outweigh the negligible savings from fees. Chapter 62, Confiding in Parents. Yi Chen inquired of Wang Liyun, Where do your former classmates work? Are they not with you? Wang Liyun responded, I have 2 close classmates. One is at another securities firm, and the other at a private securities company. Yi Chen smiled and asked, How are they faring now? Quite well, though I seem to be the least successful among us. She then reached for a cup, intending to sip some juice, but inadvertently knocked it over, spilling juice onto the corner of Yi Chen's clothing. Wang Liyun, flustered, hurried to his side, offering him tissues to clean the mess. I'm so sorry, Mr. Yi. I didn't mean to. She was mortified at making such a clumsy mistake, fearing it might jeopardize the client she had just worked so hard to secure. Yi Chen, not one to be harsh, smiled warmly, exuding a kindness that felt like a gentle spring breeze. It's all right. I can wash it when I get home. Let me take care of it for you, Mr. Yi. It was entirely my fault. Seeing that he was not upset, Wang Liyun relaxed, continuing to dab at his clothing. However, Yi Chen averted his gaze quickly, for her loose, thin sweater left little to the imagination as she leaned forward. It's not my fault. My eyes simply wanted to see, he mused internally. Wang Liyun, after finishing, looked up just in time to catch Yi Chen's gaze, her cheeks flushing crimson. Yi Chen cleared his throat. Perhaps you should continue for a moment longer? Embarrassed, Wang Liyun returned to her seat, focusing on her meal. Yi Chen asked, Xiao Yun, have you ever had a boyfriend? No. Surprised, Yi Chen replied, "You're quite beautiful. How is it that no one has pursued you? There are more girls than boys at our college, and many of them are more attractive than I." So, it was a case of a female-dominant environment. No wonder she had never been in a relationship. In a nation of over 1 billion, beautiful women were abundant. Every university had its share, with some rivaling Zhao Jing, Wang Yuxin, and Li Qingya. "You and I are alike in that regard." Yi Chen's comment left Wang Liyun momentarily speechless, before she blushed at the implication of his previous admission of being a virgin. After dinner, the two stood to leave. Noticing the LV bag in Yi Chen's hand, Wang Liyun curiously asked, "Mr. Yi, is that a gift for your girlfriend?" Yi Chen replied, "Not a girlfriend, but a birthday gift for a friend. Xiao Yun, remember what you said. Perhaps one day, I'll take you up on that promise." Wang Liyun's face reddened at the suggestion, and she remained silent. Exiting the restaurant, they hailed a taxi. Yi Chen returned to campus at 7:30. After taking a few steps, he received a call from his father. "Hello, Dad. Xiao Chen, what is the deal with that money?" Yi Chen explained it, Dad. "That money is from stock trading profits. Rest assured, your son has not engaged in any illegal activities. Is it really that lucrative?" His father was utterly unfamiliar with this realm. "Dad, you and Mom don't need to work so hard anymore. I can earn money now. But I'm only in my 40s. Do you expect me to lie around all day? I would feel restless doing nothing. We can talk about that when I'm old and unable to work." Yi Chen understood his father's nature. A few days of rest would be acceptable, but idleness would only lead to discomfort. "Dad, that's not what I meant. I simply want you and Mom to ease up a bit, take care of your health, or else you'll be burdened with ailments in old age." "Understood. Xiao Chen, have you eaten?" "Yes, I have. Have you and Mom eaten?" "Just finished. Your mother is washing the dishes." At that moment, Ye's mother, overhearing the conversation, hurried over. "Xiao Chen, now that you have money, don't spend it recklessly, nor be arrogant. Do you understand?" Hearing his parents' admonishments filled Yi Chen with warmth. "I understand, Mom. I will certainly heed your teachings. As the saying goes, pride invites disaster. Hubris invites rain. Ancient wisdom holds merit." "You're right, Mom. These are time-honored proverbs." Ye's mother pressed further. "Xiao Chen, how much have you made in total?" Yi Chen pondered briefly before replying, "Several million. I still have some funds left and plan to start a company in the future." After chatting with his parents for several minutes, he finally ended the call. Ye's father gazed at the balance in his bank account, a smile of pride and satisfaction gracing his face. His son had achieved success, which surpassed all else in his eyes. Every hardship endured had been worth it. Upon returning to the dormitory, Xing Chao noticed Yi Chen carrying 2 LV bags and was curious. "Old Yi, who are those LV bags for?" Yi Chen replied, "A birthday gift for a junior." "How much did each cost?" 21,000. "Wow, you're quite generous with your spending. Your father spent 100,000 for you." Yi Chen then asked, "Enough about me. How are things with you and Shui Tingting?" Xing Chao boasted, "Check out this outfit. Isn't it stylish? Tingting bought it for me." Yi Chen sat down at his computer and reviewed the materials Wang Liyun had sent. The initial exam for the securities qualification certificate was quite simple, easily passed with a glance. The professional and management-related subjects posed more of a challenge and required additional study. After reviewing the materials, he messaged Li Qingya and Lu Zixuan. "Qingya still studying? Sister Xian, where are you up to?" He hadn't spoken much with Lu Zixuan previously, often chatting with Li Qingya. As for Wang Yuxin, Zhao Jing, and Zhou Wanqing, they were all familiar faces at school, requiring no additional conversation to foster their relationships. Lu Zixuan replied first. "I'm on a business trip. Just returned to the hotel after a meeting." "Where are you now?" "In Taishan, discussing a project." "Is everything going smoothly?" "Not quite. The CEO of this company wants me to spend the night with him before signing the contract. I plan to return tomorrow." Yi Chen was taken aback. "Sister Xian, don't be too upset. We don't need this deal. When are you coming back?" "I'll come see you. I have something to do when I return to Jianghai City tomorrow. Perhaps Saturday, Xiao Chen." On Saturday at noon, Yi Chen is required to attend a dinner gathering with Zheng Manxiu and a few others. "Xianjia, I'll come visit you this Saturday afternoon." "All right, I'll take a rest now. Xiao Chen, I'm feeling a bit exhausted today." Li Qingya has already replied to him. Yes, they're all busy studying, drowning in their work. "Qingya, do take care of your health." "It's fine. I use the massage device you gifted me every day. After the massage, I feel much more at ease." "Are you going out on Sunday?" "Xiao Chen, this weekend one of my roommates is celebrating her birthday." Coincidentally, Yi Chen plans to give Zhou Wanqing a birthday gift to celebrate her special day. Then we can play another time. "Qingya, when is your birthday?" "It's on the 20th of the 12th lunar month, which is 10 days before the new year, so I celebrate my birthday early. By then, everyone will be on winter break." "Xiao Chen, when is your birthday?" "Mine is on April 16th, but that's next year." "Do you miss me, Xiao Chen?" "I do. Send me a few pictures of her daily life." After a little over 10 seconds, Li Qingya sent him several selfies of herself in pajamas in the dormitory. "Yi Chen, is there anything more intimate?" Chapter 63. Women should not lick. Li Qingya, upon seeing his message, felt a wave of annoyance. No, that's all there is. Yi Chen sent a smiling emoji. Qingya, you look truly beautiful. Li Qingya's lips curled into a slight smile, elated by the compliment from someone she cherishes. However, recalling that Yi Chen has yet to confess his feelings for her, her cherry-red lips pouted once more. Where do I look beautiful? Everywhere. Let me tell you something. When I first entered university, several high school classmates pursued me. Can you guess who they were? Li Qingya began to lead him on. High school classmates? From our class? Yes, several of our high school classmates are in Jianghai. Yi Chen, Yu Buiqiao, and Shen Zhe seem to be in Jianghai. They like you back in high school, right? Exactly, just those two. Yu Buiqiao even came to school to confess to me. Yi Chen understood the implication in her words, hinting that it was time for him to confess. He grinned. Aren't both of them studying finance at Jianghai University? Yes, they are both majoring in finance. They've both pursued you. Was it a coordinated effort? I don't know. Anyway, I wasn't interested in them, and after I made it clear, they never contacted me again. Xiao Chen, have you ever confessed to a girl? I did, but was rejected. Li Qingya's expression turned dark upon reading his message. Who was it? A high school classmate. Li Qingya's mind raced, searching for the names and faces of female classmates from high school. What was her name? Li Qingya. Li Qingya was taken aback. When did this happen? How come I didn't know? I slipped a note into your math book back then. Li Qingya suddenly remembered. That note in my math book was written by you? I thought it was discarded by someone else. Why didn't you write your name? I was too nervous and forgot. Li Qingya's previously gloomy mood brightened instantly, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Xiao Chen, was that the only time you wrote a letter to a girl? Yes. You're so silly. Without your name, how would the girl know who wrote it? Get some rest early, Qingya. Studying is exhausting, and you need ample sleep. I know. Good night, Xiao Chen. Good night. As Yi Chen lay in bed, he found himself reluctant to confess his feelings to Li Qingya. He felt that doing so would create a sense of guilt when interacting with Wang Yusin, Zhao Jing, and others, believing it would make him seem ungrateful. If he refrained from confessing, they could maintain a sibling-like relationship, alleviating some of that guilt. The following morning, Yi Chen and Xing Chao, along with others, arrived at the library to study. He was delving into more profound knowledge, particularly resources related to artificial intelligence, which would be his main focus in the future. At 9 o'clock, Yi Chen opened the Jianghai Securities app to check the coal futures. There was another significant drop today, with prices plummeting from nearly 2,000 yuan per ton to over 1,300. His futures account showed a floating profit of over 1.5 billion. This was only the beginning. In the next 6 days, the price would likely fall to around 800 or 900 per ton, fluctuating within that range, before eventually dropping to over 600 per ton. Yi Chen planned to sell when the price reached around 900, as holding on any longer would not be particularly beneficial. While he was engrossed in his phone, someone sat beside him. Xing Chao, Wei Xiangyu, and Feng Bing all widened their eyes, staring at the beauty next to Yi Chen. Zheng Manqiu, the belle of the finance department. Do they know each other? Yi Chen, realizing the situation, looked at Zheng Manqiu with a puzzled expression. Zheng Manqiu, do you need something from me? Zheng Manqiu felt displeased by his tone, thinking, I approached you first, and you act as if you're annoyed. On Saturday at noon, we have a dinner at Jia Hotel. How'll you get there? If you have a car, could you take me? Zheng Manqiu wanted to refuse, but knew they wanted to get to know Yi Chen. I'll notify you when the time comes. After saying this, she got up to leave, maintaining her pride and not wanting to engage in prolonged conversation with Yi Chen. Once she departed, Xing Chao and the others turned their attention to him. Old Yi, when did you get to know Zheng Manqiu? I met her a few days ago, but we're not very familiar. They scrutinized him from head to toe. Old Yi, you really seem like a different person now. You used to be shy when talking to girls, but now you appear so composed and casual with the beauty from Zheng University sitting next to you. You're impressive. Yi Chen smirked. Such women shouldn't be overly adored. The more you fawn over them, the more you diminish your own worth. You need to show her some attitude. Break her pride. Otherwise, you're bound to suffer later. He could tell right away what kind of person Zheng Manqiu was, an arrogant flower of privilege. She might not be inherently bad, but had been pampered all her life, leading to her excessive pride. Sometimes, she could come across as condescending, but that was simply a reflection of her proud nature. Wei Xiangyu remarked, impressive. Old Yi, you speak with such confidence now. How'd you get to know her? She added me first, wanted to be friends. Xing Chao and the other's eyes widened in disbelief. Zheng Manqiu added Yi Chen. She wants to be friends with him? Yi Chen continued. Didn't you hear? She's inviting me to dinner this Saturday at noon. Old Yi, you're not particularly handsome. Why would she invite you to dinner? Superficial. The most important thing for a man is his charm. She must be attracted by my allure. It's truly exhausting. The fiery junior hasn't been dealt with yet, and now there's the belle of the finance department. Can you stop showing off? My life is like a pencil case. It can't be without pens. On Friday, Chen spent the entire day reading and studying materials. At 5 in the afternoon, he received a message from Zhao Jing. Brother, Xiao Wei and I are going to pick up the cake. Then we'll head to the restaurant. Just come straight to the restaurant. It's a Sichuan hot pot about 7 or 800 meters to the right after the south gate. Okay, I'm on my way. He tidied up and told Xing Chao and the others, my sister is treating me to dinner. I'm off. The three ignored him, feeling frustrated that while they were diligently studying, he was constantly surrounded by girls. Chen returned to his dormitory, grabbing a Louis Vuitton handbag before exiting. On the way, he attracted the attention of several female students. Nowadays, many university students are quite knowledgeable about luxury brands like LV, Chanel, and Hermes. Along the way, 2 female students even approached him asking for his contact information. However, her appearance was rather unremarkable, leading to a tactful rejection from him. She was not of the caliber to grace my social circle. After a span of over 10 minutes, Chen arrived at the hot pot restaurant that Zhao Jing had mentioned. Following the guidance of a waitress, he ascended to a private room on the 2nd floor. There sat Zhao Jing and Su Hui, eagerly awaiting his arrival, with a birthday cake placed beside them. Brother, you've come, Zhao Jing exclaimed with a radiant smile upon seeing him enter with a bag in hand. Chen extended the tote to her. Happy birthday. Wow, an LV handbag. You're the best. I adore you. Zhao Jing was utterly surprised, never having anticipated that Chen would gift her such a luxurious item. This is truly expensive. I must be frugal with my spending from now on. Or I want to have money left for meals. Chen lamented, feigning poverty. Zhao Jing, aware of the bag's hefty price, beamed with delight. Thank you, brother. Please don't buy such extravagant gifts in the future. Anything you give me makes me happy. The fact that Chen was willing to spend so much on a gift indicated her esteemed position in his heart, or so she believed. Zhao Jing was blissfully unaware of Chen's financial status, assuming that purchasing such a bag had required a significant sacrifice on his part, which deeply touched her. Shu Yi, with an envious glimmer in her eyes, remarked, what is the price of this LV bag? Chen could perceive a slight change in Su Hui's gaze toward him. A little over 20,000. Su Hui gasped silently. That's exorbitant. I could live on that for an entire year. Zhao Jing, joyously wrapping her arms around his, implored. Brother, please don't buy such costly gifts. We are still students. As her arms encircled his, he could distinctly feel her form, stirring his emotions. It's fine. It's within my means. I can save in other areas, he reassured her. Zhao Jing then urged him to take a seat, proceeding to open the birthday cake, lighting the candles and making a wish. Chen and Su Hui softly sang the birthday song, wishing her a joyful celebration. Once her wish was made, Zhao Jing extinguished the candles and began slicing the cake to share. Subsequently, she called the waitress to place their orders. The flavors of the Sichuan hot pot were delightful, and Chen had a particular fondness for it, despite being prone to sweating. By 7:30, the trio emerged from the hot pot establishment, strolling back towards the school. Zhao Jing was clad in casual attire, long pants and a light jacket, her hands tucked in her pockets, exuding a certain nonchalance. Brother, your preliminary exams are approaching, right? Just over a month until December. Are you confident? Absolutely. It will be a breeze, Chen replied casually. Su Hui chuckled. You're not exaggerating, are you? I've heard the competition for graduate studies at our school is quite fierce. You'll see when the time comes, Chen said confidently. Brother, you can do it. You must get into our school's graduate program. Zhao Jing fervently wished for his success, envisioning their daily encounters thereafter. A little over 10 minutes later, they returned to the campus on foot. Su Hui observed the two and said, I won't intrude on your time together. I'll head back to the dorm now. Xiao Hui, please take this back and put on my bed. I'll return shortly. Zhao Jing handed her the LV tote. Su Hui accepted the bag. Hurry back. I've never seen an LV bag in person. Let me see it when you return. Understood. Once Su Hui departed, the two strolled around the campus. The school was expansive, and a complete circuit typically took at least half an hour. The paths were relatively quiet in the evening, and as they walked, Zhao Jing suddenly grasped his hand. Brother, you are truly wonderful to me. You're my sister. Whom else should I treat well? Chen thought to himself, bemused that she had taken the initiative to hold his hand. Don't you have a younger sister named Xian? Have you ever gifted her an LV bag? Never. I've only gifted you one. Do you think I made of money? Just buying this one was quite a stretch, he replied. Zhao Jing giggled, wrapping her arms around his. Brother, do you still have money for meals? Chen felt the softness of her embrace, his heart fluttering. Yes, no need to worry. As they chatted, they unwittingly wandered into a secluded area of the campus, dimly lit and devoid of streetlights, with only the gentle moonlight filtering through the trees. Chen noticed several couples engaged in passionate embraces in the shadows, oblivious to their passing. After walking for a while, they faintly heard something. Zhao Jing's cheeks flushed crimson. Chen paused, straining to listen. That voice sounds like our college belle. Who? Duan Sidong. Zhao Jing had heard of her, renowned as the beauty of the school of electronic information. Chen's keen senses confirmed it was indeed her. I can't believe she is so bold, not fearing exposure. Zhao Jing tugged at him, urging, brother, let us move on. Chen hesitated, reluctant to leave, but Zhao Jing insisted. You silly girl. You're missing out on a free show. Are you really going back to the dorm to watch something that costs? Zhao Jing's face turned a deeper shade of red, and she playfully pinched his waist. Ouch, be gentle. Chen gusped. Zhao Jing released her grip, teasing. I might just crush you if you keep it up. Northeastern girls are truly fierce. Chen's earlier fervor instantly cooled. Speak Mandarin. Don't use your dialect. It's too restrictive. Are you complaining about me? Zhao Jing shot back with a distinctly northeastern lilt. Not at all. It's just late. You should head back to rest. Zhao Jing's voice took on a sweet tone. Brother, I was just teasing you. The stark contrast of her tone left Chen bemused. Was your previous sweetness merely an act? Not all. That's just my true self. Your true self? What is the other version like? He genuinely worried that one day, while discussing life with Zhao Jing, she might unexpectedly lapse in her dialect. What are you doing? Hurry up. Chen accompanied Zhao Jing to the entrance of her dormitory. Her striking eyes gazed at him. Thank you for the birthday gift, brother. I truly love it. Chen smiled warmly. No need for thanks. Go rest now. Good night, brother. Her melodic voice stirred his heart once more. Good night. Upon returning to the dormitory, Su Hui eagerly exclaimed, You're back. Quickly, show me the legendary LV bag. The other two roommates turned to Zhao Jing. Xiao Jing, who gifted you that? A senior brother, she replied. The two roommates scoffed internally, branding him a sycophant. Zhao Jing's relationship with them was not particularly close, which was why she had only invited Su Hui, her good friend, to celebrate her birthday. As Zhao Jing unwrapped the gift, Su Hui and the others scrutinized it closely. This craftsmanship is exquisite, and the quality is superb. It truly lives up to the reputation of an international luxury brand. After Chen returned to his dormitory, he sent a message to Zhou Wanqing. How is Sister Qing's health? Zhou Wanqing, engrossed in a drama, promptly replied, I'm perfectly fine now. Chen continued to inquire. Are you going home this weekend, Sister Qing? Yes, I will. Please send my regards to Uncle and Aunt. When will you be back? All right. I'll return on Sunday afternoon. There is still quite a bit of work awaiting me on Monday. Chen mused that it would not be too late to present her with a gift upon her return. Chapter 65. The Dinner of Second-Generation Disciples. After conversing with Zhou Wanqing for a while, Chen turned his attention to the night trading session of coal futures. The coal futures market was still in decline, with numerous institutions, traders, and retail investors facing significant losses. Some institutions and retail investors, however, were defiantly increasing their positions, betting on a rebound in coal futures. Damn it. I was poised to earn millions, and now I've lost almost all of my capital, he lamented. I should have walked away when I was in the green. Now I'm losing sleep over the losses. Coal futures are my lifelong torment. He cursed the main traders. Every time I buy, you all sell off. Now, even at home, he felt too anxious to speak, fearing his wife would find out. I've lost so much. I want to jump back into the market to earn money. Chen observed the comments from others with a calm demeanor. Entering this market required a preparedness for losses. This was no gentle haven. It was a battleground devoid of gunfire, even more brutal than war itself. In both the stock and futures markets, one needed not only keen insight and intuition, but also formidable psychological resilience. The psychological games at play here surpassed all other industries, delving deeply into human nature. Those who could consistently profit in the domestic stock market possessed an extraordinarily strong mindset. After reviewing the coal futures market, Chen engaged in a chat with Li Qingya. Meanwhile, Zheng Manqiu, Tang Yi, Zhao Xiaoming, and Fang Jifeng were also chatting. Zhao Xiaoming remarked, the coal futures continue to decline. Yet Chen's account has accrued a floating profit of approximately 1.6 billion. He is undoubtedly formidable. Fang Jifeng added, truly impressive. He rivals those top-tier magnates. Tang Yi noted, individuals who achieve such heights in the market are anything but ordinary. They can master their greed, maintain clarity, exhibit calmness, and possess a resilient spirit. My father once said that those who can make consistent profits in the stock market deserve admiration. Zheng Manqiu felt somewhat unconvinced. He has only been trading for a few months. He can't be as remarkable as you all claim. Zhao Xiaoming responded, isn't it even more terrifying that he is so adept after only a few months? Look at how flawlessly he operates. It's almost miraculous. Now, Jianghai Securities has dedicated personnel solely to monitor his trades and learn from his strategies. Fang Jifeng countered, if it were that easy to learn, there would already be many experts in the market. I suspect Jianghai Securities is merely attempting to plagiarize his homework. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the past. Some securities firms had done just that, profiting from the strategies of prominent traders, only to be caught and suffer significant losses. This was well known in the financial circles. Currently, Jianghai Securities was hesitant to invest heavily, only allocating $1 million to follow and learn. The next day, after breakfast, Chen immersed himself in study within his dormitory, his fingers dancing over the keyboard as he put some concepts from his mind into practice. He was researching basic artificial intelligence programs, recognizing that computer programming was a crucial avenue for realizing artificial intelligence. This would become his research focus for the coming years. Around 10:30 in the morning, Chen received a call from Zheng Manqiu. I plan to head down to the parking lot of the financial school. You should come over too. We can meet there. All right, I'll head over now. After hanging up, he shut down his computer and exited the dormitory. The trio of Xing Chao had already left for the library after breakfast to review, claiming that studying there allowed them to also admire beautiful women. Upon arriving at the financial school student parking lot, Chen was greeted by a plethora of luxury vehicles. BBA brands were abundant, with numerous cars priced above $1 million, and even several supercars graced the lot. The financial school had a significant number of wealthy second-generation students, as most pursuing this major were offspring of affluent families. When Chen arrived, Zheng Manqiu had yet to appear. Logically, the senior female dormitory was in close proximity. The proud belle of the financial school likely did not wish to wait for him. She wanted him to wait for her. Did she think she could conceal such trivial intentions from him? While waiting for Zheng Manqiu, he spotted a familiar face approaching the parking lot. Zhou Jiping paused in surprise upon seeing him, quickly lowering his head in an attempt to leave. The previous incident had not only failed to land Chen in trouble, but had almost ensnared him instead. He had not anticipated Chen's connections were so formidable that he knew people in the municipal police department. Chen smiled and greeted, "Is that not young Master Zhou?" Zhou Jiping halted. "Brother Yi, I apologize for the previous incident. I owe you an apology." He was quite straightforward, able to bend and yield. Chen repeated, "In the future, refrain from pursuing Xiao Jing." After that incident, Zhou Jiping had not approached Zhao Jing again, fully aware of Chen's considerable background. He was no fool. "I have not contacted her since then," he confirmed. As the two conversed, Zheng Manqiu arrived. "Classmate Manqiu, you're a bit slow. I've been waiting for you for a few minutes," Chen remarked. Zhou Jiping was taken aback. He had not realized that Chen and Zheng Manqiu were acquainted, and that he dared to speak to her in such a tone. "Why did you arrive so early?" Zheng Manqiu had deliberately walked slowly to make Chen wait. Zhou Jiping cautiously greeted, "Sister Qiu." Zheng Manqiu glanced at him, ignoring him entirely. She had no regard for the spoiled, rich second generation. "Let's go. It'll take over an hour to drive there." Zhou Jiping exhibited no signs of anger or embarrassment, maintaining a smile beside them. Chen glanced at him. "Little Zhou, I'm off now." "Brother Yi, take care," Zhou Jiping replied. Chen's manner of addressing Zheng Manqiu indicated that his status was anything but ordinary, prompting a more respectful demeanor from Zhou Jiping. Zheng Manqiu's vehicle was a striking red Ferrari supercar, flashy and eye-catching. Chen took the passenger seat, experiencing a supercar for the first time. "Sister Manqiu, how much did this supercar cost?" "It was a gift from my mother when I entered university. Around 5 to 6 million, I believe. I've forgotten the exact amount. Does your mother still need a son?" "How about me?" Chen Yokit. Zheng Manqiu shot him a glare. "I have an older brother. What about a son-in-law?" Zheng Manqiu retorted succinctly, "Go away." Chen remarked, "Kudas mate manju. I've come to realize you're actually quite beautiful. You don't even need to say that. Everyone at school knows." She was indeed rather proud. Chen continued, "The young man just now, Zhou Jiping. Why didn't you acknowledge him? Why bother? P.S. Just a spoiled brat. Talking to him would be a waste of breath." Zheng Manqiu held Zhou Jiping in disdain. Objectively, her character and exceptional background were evident. Even when looked down upon, Zhou Jiping maintained a smile in Zheng Manqiu's presence. Chen asked, "Who else will be attending the meal today? Please introduce them to me in advance." "Zhao Xiangming, Fang Jifeng, and Tang Yi. The four of us have been friends for many years." Zheng Manqiu briefly introduced the names of the three. Over an hour later, Zheng Manqiu parked the car in the underground parking lot of the Jia Hotel. Stepping out of the vehicle, the two made their way toward the elevator. Zheng Manqiu, dressed fashionably and exquisitely, with striking features and a tall, graceful figure, drew attention effortlessly. "Manqiu, how tall are you?" 169 centimeters. As Chen was about to speak, his phone suddenly rang, displaying an unfamiliar number from Jianghai City. "Hello, who is this?" "Greetings, Mr. Yi. I am Chen Jing, the private manager for major clients at Northern Securities." Chapter 66. May I become your apprentice? Upon hearing the caller's introduction, Yi Chun hastily fabricated an excuse to terminate the conversation. These securities firms are quite bothersome, incessantly calling every day. Zheng Manqiu interjected. You are now a legendary figure in the financial realm. Naturally, these companies are eager for you to open an account with them. The two entered the elevator and ascended to the 36th floor of the hotel. This level housed the hotel's Chinese restaurant, adorned with traditional decor that exuded elegance and sophistication, creating an atmosphere of opulence. Zheng Manqiu, evidently a regular patron, was greeted respectfully by the staff, who called her Miss Zheng. She effortlessly guided Yi Chun through the establishment until they arrived at a private dining room. Inside the room sat 3 young individuals, 2 men and 1 woman, all approximately Yi Chen's age. Upon his arrival, Tang, Yi, Zhao Xiaoming, and Fang Jifeng rose in unison to express their respect. Although they were all second-generation disciples, they were far from the stereotypical hedonistic elite. They were the creme de la creme among their peers, forming a tight-knit circle. Yi Chen assessed them, identifying the bespectacled, artistic young woman as Tang Yi. Allow me to introduce you. This is Tang Yi. Tang Yi extended her hand. Hello, Yi Chen. Yi Chen shook her hand in return. Greetings, Miss Tang. This is Zhao Xiangming and Fang Jifeng, she continued. The 3 exchanged pleasantries before taking their seats. Due to his familiarity with Zheng Manqiu, Yi Chen chose a seat beside her. The waiter commenced serving dishes, inquiring about 2 bottles of 30-year-old Matai. Zhao Xiangming addressed the waiter, then turned to Yi Chen. Brother Yi, you do drink, don't you? Yi Chen nodded slightly. A little is fine. Fang Jifeng spoke up. Brother Yi, your recent maneuvers in coal futures were remarkable and utterly captivating. You could easily be hailed as a genius. You flatter me, Fang. It was merely luck, Yi Chen replied, maintaining a demeanor of humility. Despite being a second-generation disciple himself, he refused to diminish his own worth. If he looked down on himself, why would others regard him with respect? Tang Yi smiled and remarked, You are far too modest, Brother Yi. What is your outlook on the future of coal futures? All eyes turned to him. With a calm expression, Yi Chen replied, I believe coal futures should revert to previous pricing. Once it drops to around 800 or 900 per ton, I will exit the market. Following that, there will be a prolonged period of fluctuations and declines, rendering further involvement unnecessary. Tang Yi inquired, What about your perspective on the stock market? Yi Chen hesitated briefly before stating, I am not very optimistic. Why is that? Tang Yi asked curiously. Yi Chen explained, I wonder if you have been following the international economic landscape in recent years, particularly in the United States. The global mass crisis over the past 2 years prompted the Federal Reserve to drastically cut interest rates and engage in rampant money printing. The dollar, being the global reserve currency, allows for the purchase of various goods worldwide. Such indiscriminate printing essentially siphons resources from other nations and contributes to both domestic and global inflation. Have you observed the current CPI and PCE data from the United States? These metrics indicate a significant inflation problem. Inflation, by definition, occurs when the money supply surpasses market demand, leading to an oversaturation of currency and rising prices. The United States will undoubtedly take measures to curb this. Otherwise, it risks spiraling into hyperinflation. The primary method to combat inflation is for the Federal Reserve to raise interest rates, which would cause a large influx of money back into banks, thus reducing the circulating dollars. If they were to raise rates, global funds would flow back to the U.S., leaving other nations deprived of liquidity and scrambling for profits. This would create distress for all countries, including ours, with the capital markets reacting first, resulting in a stock market crash. Our economy is already fraught with challenges, particularly in the real estate sector. Some companies are heavily indebted, and should our housing market collapse, it could trigger a severe financial crisis akin to Japan's real estate bubble burst in the 1990s, leading to stagnation for over a decade. Their interest rate hikes would not only alleviate domestic inflation, but also stifle our economic growth, likely their primary objective. Zheng Manqiu, Tang Yi, Zhao Xiangming, and Fang Jifeng were left astounded by his insights. Yi Chen's foresight and analysis of international economic conditions were nothing short of remarkable for a 22-year-old. They were unaware that he had discussed this very topic with Zhou Ji multiple times, allowing him to speak with such confidence. Zheng Manqiu and Tang Yi exchanged glances filled with admiration, curiosity, and astonishment. Zheng Manqiu finally spoke. If what you say is true, does that mean we are in a precarious position? Yi Chen responded, Manqiu, most of our nation has top talents are in politics. They can surely anticipate what I have. I believe measures are already being devised, and policies targeting the real estate sector will soon be enacted, though some real estate firms may struggle. At that moment, the food was served. Zheng Manqiu and the others were too engrossed in contemplating Yi Chen's words to eat. After a while, Zhao Xiaoming opened a bottle of 30-year-old Matai and poured a glass for Yi Chen. Brother Yi, listening to your insights is worth more than 10 years of study. Allow me to toast to you. You are too kind, Zhao. I'm merely speculating. My accuracy is uncertain, Yi Chen replied. Zhao Xiaoming insisted, just call me Xiaoming. My father is the founder of Jianghai Securities, and I hope you will look after our family business in the future. Yi Chen was taken aback, realizing the significance of his lineage. They drank heartily. Fang Jifeng also raised a toast. Though all second-generation disciples, they treated him with courtesy and respect, leaving Yi Chen with a favorable impression of them. He intended to nurture these connections, as they would undoubtedly prove beneficial in his future endeavors in the business world. Each of them came from remarkable backgrounds, and in the realm of commerce, cultivating relationships is essential for growth. As they toasted and feasted, Tang Yi resumed the conversation. Brother Yi, you predict that the Federal Reserve will raise interest rates. When do you think that will happen? Yi Chen replied, next year. I believe the time frame will not be long, as they need to devise a comprehensive strategy. Tang Yi asked, does that mean no stocks will be viable by then? Yi Chen nodded slightly, for the most part, yes. It is best to remain in cash, for the market is never devoid of opportunities to profit. One must endure the wait to reap the rewards. Tang Yi smiled. Brother Yi, may I take you as my mentor? I once thought I was quite adept at trading, but now I see many areas where I fall short. Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback, and Zheng Manqiu and the others shared his surprise. Just as he was about to respond, he felt a gentle nudge at his foot. Miss Tang, what is this talk of mentorship? I am still relatively new to this field. Let us engage in mutual exchange and discussion, and together we shall progress and prosper. Chapter 67, each with extraordinary backgrounds. Even without Zheng Manqiu's nudge, he had no intention of taking on apprentice. At just 22, he had only recently entered the financial sector, and the notion of mentoring someone so soon seemed overly ostentatious. Moreover, the responsibilities of teaching would demand considerable effort and energy. Tang Yi smiled as she remarked, in the pursuit of knowledge, there is no distinction between past and present. Rather, those who excel become our teachers. I believe that Brother Ye's capabilities are certainly on par with the top magnates in the market. Yi Chen humbly replied, Miss Tang, you flatter me. I consider myself merely a novice, with much yet to learn. I hope we can frequently engage in discussions to foster mutual growth. You may call me Tang Yi or Xiao Yi, as everyone else does, she added, relinquishing her insistence on apprenticeship and raising a cup of tea and toast. The lunch proved quite delightful for Yi Chen, as his network expanded further, promising to bolster his future endeavors in the business realm. After the meal, the five of them exited the restaurant and made their way to the underground parking lot. Zhao Xiaoming and Fang Jifeng bid him farewell, both driving eye-catching supercars. Turning to Yi Chen, Tang Yi inquired, did you arrive in Manqiu's car? If so, I shall take my leave. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Let us gather again when time permits. With a gentle smile, Tang Yi turned and entered a white BMW 5 Series. While the BMW was commendable, it paled in comparison to the other vehicles present. Yi Chen then glanced at Zheng Manqiu, asking, Manqiu, why did you step on my foot just now? She feigned ignorance. Did I? It must have been an accidental brush. Yi Chen chuckled. Are you perhaps concerned that she might become my disciple and outshine you? Friends may be exceptional, but they must not surpass you. Zheng Manqiu shot him a pointed glare, her secret thoughts laid bare. Do you know her background? Yi Chen inquired with curiosity. Tang Yi's father serves in Hangzhou, the capital of South Sha Province, as the mayor and deputy secretary of the municipal committee, holding a rank equivalent to that of a provincial vice minister, Zheng Manqiu explained. The hierarchy in Hangzhou is notably elevated compared to that of ordinary cities. Yi Chen was taken aback, astonished by Tang Yi's formidable lineage. And what about Fang Jifeng? He asked. His family is engaged in the textile and garment industry, and their company is substantial, she replied. If Fang Jifeng mingles with Tang Yi and her circle, his family's business must indeed be considerable. Yi Chen then probed, what business is your family in? Zheng Manqiu replied, my mother is the chairwoman of a pharmaceutical company, while my father is the district head of Dongqing. I hope you can forgive me for any past grievances. It struck Yi Chen that everyone around him had such impressive backgrounds, leaving him feeling like a mere grassroots underdog. Dongqing is the highest administrative district in Jianghai City, equivalent to a vice-provincial level, with its leader not only serving as the district party secretary, but also as a member of the municipal standing committee, a true entry into the highest echelons of local leadership and decision-making. Zheng Manqiu lifted her chin slightly. I'll head home now. Let me drop you off at the bus station. No need. I have a few matters to attend to. You go about your business, Yi Chen replied, planning to visit Lu Zixuan. All right then, I'll take my leave. Goodbye. As he watched Zheng Manqiu drive away in her Ferrari, Yi Chen felt a twinge of envy. In due time, I shall acquire a vehicle as well. However, A supercar is more suited for city driving. It would fare well back home due to its low chassis. Yichen arrived at a nearby shopping mall, selecting two outfits for Lu Zixuan. One was a form-fitting autumn dress that accentuated her figure beautifully, while the other comprised a skirt and jacket, exuding a sophisticated aura. Although Lu Zixuan had no shortage of attire, presenting her with a gift was a thoughtful gesture, especially after she had gifted him a watch worth 3.6 million. Reciprocity would undoubtedly strengthen their relationship. By mid-afternoon, Yichen arrived at the entrance of Unit 1, Building 9 in the Cuijing Mingzhu community. He ascended to the 8th floor via the elevator and rang the doorbell. Moments later, Lu Zixuan, clad in a nightgown, lazily opened the door. "Sorry to disturb your afternoon nap," Yichen greeted with a smile. "Not all, I just woke up." "Guoming," she replied. Yichen handed her the garments. "Zixuan, I carefully selected these two outfits for you. Do try them on." A smile graced Lu Zixuan's face as she said, "I'll give them a try. Please have a seat." After a brief wait, Lu Zixuan emerged in a snug dress, her figure strikingly alluring. "How do I look?" she asked. "Stunning." "Zixuan, this attire beautifully highlights your physique, mature, elegant, and enchantingly seductive," Yichen complimented. Lu Zixuan chuckled. "Your words are as sweet as honey. I'll go try the other one now." The second outfit exuded a refined, commanding presence. Naturally, any garment would look exquisite on a beauty like her. Finally, Lu Zixuan changed back in her nightgown and sat beside him, the faint scent of liquor wafting through the air. "Did you drink at lunch?" she inquired. Yichen explained with a smile, "A few second-generation disciples invited me for lunch. They learned of my stock trading and futures accounts and wished to befriend me." Lu Zixuan asked curiously, "What are their backgrounds?" Yichen replied, "1. Zheng Manqiu studies at the Financial College of Jiaodong University. Her father is the district head of Dongsheng, which is quite impressive. Another's father is the deputy mayor of Hangzhou in South Sha Province. The remaining two include the youngest son of a chairman at Jianghai Securities and one whose family is involved in the textile and garment business." Lu Zixuan was taken aback, realizing the caliber of the connections Yichen had made. "Do they wish for you to guide them in profiting from the financial market?" She pondered. Their interest in Yichen surely had ulterior motives, but if he could cultivate a good rapport with them, the benefits could be substantial. Yichen affirmed, "That seems to be the case. Today was merely a meal to get acquainted." "How much have you made in the stock market?" Lu Zixuan asked, her curiosity piqued. Yichen replied, "I spotted an opportunity in thermal coal futures a few days ago. I've been in the market for over 10 days now and have made approximately 300 million. Lu Zixuan's eyes widened in shock. 300 million in just over 10 days? No wonder they sought you out. Talented individuals are always in demand. You must seize this opportunity and foster good relations with them. It will greatly benefit you in the future." Yichen responded, "I found them to be quite amiable. They don't carry an air of superiority. So I believe we can connect well." Lu Zixuan smiled. "I still remember when we first met. You were just a summer intern in my company. Who would have thought you would rise to such prominence, amassing a fortune of several billion and now mingling with such influential second-generation elites?" Yichen replied, "Zixuan, no matter how accomplished I become, I will always be your younger brother." Those words struck a chord with Lu Zixuan, moving her deeply. She embraced Yichen, resting his head against her chest. "Your words have touched my heart. Consider this a reward for you." Chapter 68. The Past of Sister Xian. Yichen felt his heart race as he experienced the warmth of the embrace. This must be what a normal hug feels like. Should I reciprocate? He wrapped his arms around Lu Zixuan's back, saying, "Zixuan, you have been incredibly kind to me, and I will always remember that." In his previous life, he had harbored a faint admiration for his boss, Lu Zixuan. Men remain youthful at heart until their last breath, unless they have succumbed to the trials of life. Many are not inherently lecherous. Rather, they grapple with pressures from various aspects of life. If they were financially secure, they might indulge more than anyone else. Lu Zixuan, mature and alluring, possessed not only beauty but the acumen to match. Such a formidable woman. It is likely that all the male employees in the company have fantasized about her. Lu Zixuan gently caressed his head. "Xiaochen, how much have you had to drink? Perhaps you should rest a little." "All right, Sister Xian." Yichen reluctantly left her warm and tender embrace. She led him to the master bedroom. "Xiaochen, take a moment to rest while I attend to some company matters." Yichen lay on the bed, covered by the quilt that Lu Zixuan had used, which still bore a faint fragrance that stirred his blood. He was unaware of when he fell asleep. At 6 p.m, he heard Lu Zixuan's voice, "Xiaochen, it's time to get up. If you sleep any longer, it will be night." He vaguely sensed her presence before feeling his nose pinched. As he opened his eyes, he saw Lu Zixuan standing by the bed, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth as she leaned down to pinch his nose. Dressed in a spaghetti-strapped nightgown, Her neckline was quite revealing as she leaned over. Initially muddled, Yichen suddenly felt more awake, his eyes widening. Noticing his gaze, Lu Zixuan's cheeks flushed red, and she quickly straightened herself. "What are you staring at? Get up and wash up, then come eat." After saying this, Lu Zixuan stepped out. Once he regained his senses, Yichen rose to wash up. After finishing, he glanced at the time and realized it was already 6:30. The sky outside had turned dark. Perhaps it was due to the considerable amount of alcohol he consumed at noon, nearly finishing a bottle of white wine. In the dining room, Lu Zixuan was setting the table with 6 dishes. She opened another bottle of red wine. "How was your nap, Chen?" "Quite refreshing." They began to drink and eat. "Chen, Huaguang technology has increased almost threefold. When will you sell?" Lu Zixuan's account had already seen profits in the tens of millions. "Around the 4th or 5th of next month. I can sell, then wait on the sidelines. The market outlook is rather poor." "All right, Chen, I may not understand these matters, but I trust your judgment. Let me toast to you." This evening, Lu Zixuan's demeanor seemed off, her drinking more hurried than usual, differing from her usual self. Perhaps it was the disappointment from a business trip where negotiations did not go well, or perhaps the weight of stress was heavy on her heart. In half an hour, they had consumed an entire bottle of red wine. Lu Zixuan opened another. "Sister Xian, you should drink less." "It's fine, Chen." She filled both their glasses again. "Sister Xian, is something troubling you?" Lu Zixuan replied with a smile. "How could I be unhappy with a brother like you?" As they finished the second bottle of red wine, Lu Zixuan's cheeks turned crimson, the effects of the alcohol becoming apparent. Yichen felt a slight dizziness but was not yet intoxicated. "Chen, have you gotten together with the girl you like?" Lu Zixuan's gaze became somewhat dazed. "Not yet. Boys should be more proactive. Boldly confess your feelings. Perhaps she is waiting for you to do so." Yichen was aware of this, as Li Qingya had hinted at it previously. He contemplated his feelings for Wang Yusin and Zhao Jing, considering that if nothing else worked, he could settle for a good sisterly bond. This was the path he had previously prepared for himself. "I will gather my courage and boldly confess." "Sister Xian, you are so beautiful. How come you don't have a boyfriend? Is it because no one meets your standards?" He inquired about Lu Zixuan's situation, hoping to ascertain whether she was wealthy or merely the mistress of someone. Lu Zixuan paused, her drunken eyes revealing a complex mix of emotions. "I studied at Jianghai University of Finance. In my junior year, my brother worked in Jianghai City. During a meal, he got into a fight with someone at the next table and accidentally killed him, resulting in his arrest. To obtain a letter of understanding, I needed to pay a hefty compensation, so I approached the vice president of our university, whom I knew had an interest in me. I became his mistress and secured 1,500,000 in compensation for the other party, while he also helped lessen my brother's sentence." Yichen listened to her story, unsure of how to respond. Lu Zixuan forced a bitter smile. "Chen, am I being too cheap?" "Sister Xian, I would do anything for my family." His words warmed Lu Zixuan's heart. Being understood was a fortunate thing. She continued, "After that, I remained his mistress. He treated me well, providing me with a lot of money and even bought me a house. A couple of years ago, he was investigated and ended up in prison, likely never to come out again. Things are in the past, Sister Xian. You can choose to live well now and find someone you like." Yichen reassured her. "Finding a suitable partner isn't easy. Many pursue me, but they all have various ulterior motives." Yichen chuckled. "Then you must keep your eyes wide open, Sister Xian, and avoid being deceived." After glancing at his phone, he realized it was already past 9:30. It was too late to take a taxi back to school. "Oh no, Sister Xian, it's past 9:30. The school will soon close." Lu Zixuan chuckled. "If it closes, so be it. I have several rooms here. We can stay." "Sister Xian, please sit and rest for a moment while I tidy up." After he finished washing the dishes, he found Lu Zixuan half reclining on the sofa, fast asleep. She had consumed too much red wine that evening, and the effects were overpowering. Yichen hesitated for a moment, then picked her up and carried her to the master bedroom, covering her with a quilt before stepping out of the room. He went to the guest room, lay down on the bed, and checked his phone. Zheng Manqiu had added him to a group chat with Tang Yi, Zhao Xiaoming, and Fang Jifeng. He had been accepted into this small circle. All three had sent him friend requests, and Yichen accepted them one by one. Just after accepting Tang Yi's request, he received a message from her. "Yichen, are you still awake?" "Not yet. I just finished dinner outside." "What about you?" "I'm studying the international economic situation. Thanks to your reminder, I reviewed some material, and I believe your analysis and predictions are spot on. It's impressive. It turns out stock trading requires such long-term vision. Indeed, one must consider these factors. If the international situation is poor, the domestic stock market will inevitably suffer, especially with the actions of the United States as a world power. Every move they make impacts the globe. Each policy must be monitored, analyzed, speculated upon, and then summarized." Chapter 69. Artificial intelligence, trends of the era. Yi Chen chatted with Tang Yi for a while, and then exchanged a few words with Zhao Xiangming and Fang Jifeng. They had all actively added him, so he engaged in some polite conversation. Shortly after 10, Li Qingya sent him a message. What are you up to, Xiaochen? Just chatting with some friends. Friends? Male or female? Both. Your classmates? Li Qingya asked curiously. No, friend from stock trading. Knowing Yi Chen had made a considerable profit in stocks, it was not surprising he had such acquaintances. Are there any beauties? Yes, we had lunch together earlier, discussing domestic and international economic trends. They are all from influential families and may assist me in my future entrepreneurial endeavors. Xiaochen, are you planning to start business? Yes. I have my own startup capital. I don't want to work for someone else. What kind of company do you wish to establish? An investment or technology company? I am currently majoring in computer science, and I might specialize in artificial intelligence in the future, as I believe it is one of the primary directions for development. After chatting for a while, Li Qingya decided to rest for the night. Since Yi Chen had taken a long nap in the afternoon, he felt no fatigue. He spent his time observing the domestic and international stock and futures markets. If only I could have been reborn a few years earlier. At that time, the realm of digital currency had given rise to a cohort of millionaires. However, the memories that swirl in Yi Chen's mind are abundant, providing him with ample opportunities to amass considerable wealth. Although the stock market in the coming year seems daunting, there lies a promising opportunity with a particular stock in the American market early next year, followed by potential prospects in the domestic futures market. A significant confrontation in the futures market is anticipated to send ripples through the global financial sphere, presenting a lucrative opportunity. Beyond this, numerous monumental events are set to unfold next year, which will profoundly influence the future landscape of the world. As Yi Chen peruses both domestic and international markets, he delves deeper into the reservoir of his memories. It is not until after midnight that he finally succumbs to slumber. By 7 o'clock the next morning, Yi Chen awakens and completes his morning routine, only to find that Lu Zixuan has yet to rise. He heads to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Just as he is finishing up, Lu Zixuan emerges from her bedroom. She stands at the kitchen doorway, exclaiming, "You're up so early, Xiaocheng. Xiaojia, breakfast is almost ready. Have you washed up?" Lu Zixuan nods slightly. "Did I say something to you last night?" She recalls having spoken, but her memory is somewhat hazy. With a smile, Yi Chen replies, "Sister, you shared some heartfelt thoughts with me." Lu Zixuan's face lights up with understanding. Despite Yi Chen's youth, his words are comforting, revealing a high emotional intelligence that attends to the feelings of others. "Xiaocheng, I'm genuinely curious. What kind of girl captured your heart? You must bring her to meet me if the opportunity arises." "Of course, Xiaojia. I will," he assures her. "Make sure to confess to the girl early. Don't keep her waiting," she advises. "Understood, Xiaojia. Also, I know you have limited time for your graduate school preparations, so feel free to visit me when you can." After breakfast, Yi Chen departs from the Cuijing Mingzhu community and takes a taxi back to school. Upon returning to his dormitory, he notices that Xing Chao and the others are absent, likely off to the library in pursuit of beauty. Enjoying the solitude, he opens a programming software on his computer to experiment with some of his ideas. Artificial intelligence is about endowing machines with intelligence, enabling them to think independently, learn, research, and make decisions. If successful, the implications would be monumental, potentially allowing AI to calculate and develop many advanced technologies. However, this endeavor is not without its challenges. Artificial intelligence encompasses highly intricate algorithms. Programming serves as its core, akin to the brain, while various server hardware forms the body of the AI. Yi Chen remains seated at his computer, even having his dinner brought back by Xing Chao and the others. Eventually, he feels that his computer is lagging. Thus, he decides to purchase a high-spec desktop and 2 laptops online, one for portability and the other for performance. He gives the second laptop to Wang Yusin, believing that a computer is indispensable for a computer science student. After placing the order, he glances at the time and realizes it is already 7 o'clock. He sends a message to Zhou Wanqing. "Sister Qing, are you at school?" "Yes, what is up, Xiaocheng? I need to discuss something with you. I'll be right over." With that, he grabs his LV tote and steps out of the dormitory. After a 6 or 7 minute walk, he arrives at the entrance of the faculty apartment building. The atmosphere here is more relaxed compared to the strict regulations governing student residences. Although there is a security presence, they hardly monitor who comes and goes. He enters and approaches Zhou Wanqing's dormitory door. Knocking gently, Zhou Wanqing quickly opens the door. "Come in, Xiao Keng. What do you need?" Yi Chen hands her the LV tote. "Sister Qing, happy birthday?" Zhou Wanqing is momentarily taken aback. "How did you know it was my birthday? Did my dad tell you?" "No," Yi Chen responds. "When I accompanied you to the hospital a few days ago, I noticed it while registering." Touched, Zhou Wanqing feels a ripple of warmth within. Thank you, Xiao Cheng. Don't mention it, Sister Qing. To me, you are like a sister, and on your birthday, your brother must prepare a gift for you. Seeing the gift, Zhou Wanxing smiles and says, how did you know I like bags? I thought every girl must love bags, so I chose one. What do you think of this style? It's lovely, I really like it. Thank you, Xiao Cheng. Zhou Wanxing truly appreciates it. Then I won't disturb you further. Make sure to rest early. I'll head back now. Alright, you two, don't study too late. Leaving Zhou Wanxing's dormitory, he sends another message to Wang Yusin. Yusin, stop studying for a bit and come out for a walk. I'll be waiting downstairs. When Chen arrives at Wang Yusin's dormitory, she is already patiently waiting for him. Yusin, he calls out. Wang Yusin approaches him. The two stroll along the dimly lit path, the campus exuding a serene elegance, occasionally graced by couples meandering together. Have you missed your brother? Wang Yusin's cheeks flush slightly as she nods shyly. How is your studying going? Do you feel prepared for the graduate entrance exam? Almost there. Wang Yusin excels academically but finds social interactions challenging. Otherwise, she could easily secure a recommendation for graduate studies. As they reach a dimly lit area devoid of streetlights, Chen takes her hand. Wang Yusin neither flinches nor resists. Her face merely reddens as she lowers her gaze. Have you decided on a graduate advisor yet? Not yet. I plan to focus on artificial intelligence. I believe it is the trend of the future. I'll consult with our advisor soon to see which professors specialize in this area. Chen continues, by the way, I bought you a laptop, and it's registered under your name and phone number. It should arrive tomorrow morning, so don't forget to pick it up. Wang Yusin responds with a soft Since I treat you so well, would it be too much to ask for a hug? Upon hearing this, Wang Yusin's face turns crimson, and she shyly bows her head. You see, there's no one around, and it's dark. This is just a pure embrace. With that, he opens his arms, enveloping Wang Yusin in a gentle hug. Wang Yusin does not resist or struggle, allowing him to hold her, her face burning with warmth. Her head nestles against Chen's chest, and she can distinctly feel the rapid beating of his heart. Inhaling the fragrant scent of her hair, Chen savors this rare moment of tranquility between them. Typically, they do not venture out much. He only calls her once a week, mindful not to disrupt her studies during this crucial review period. After a few minutes, Chen releases her, once again taking her hand as they continue along the serene, shadowy path. Yusin, do you often video chat with your grandparents? Wang Yusin replies, my grandparents don't know how to operate smartphones. My younger brother will occasionally initiate a video call when he is home during holidays. We have a phone that my parents bought for him. Is your younger brother in high school? He just started his second year. How is he doing academically? Not very well. He is always playing. Are your parents too indulgent with him? Yes, they spoil him quite a bit, especially since they are rarely home throughout the year. And my grandparents can't keep him in check. As they walk and talk, they resemble a couple enjoying a leisurely stroll. The evening air carries a slight chill, with temperatures hovering around the low teens. Around 9 o'clock, Chen accompanies Wang Yusin back to her dormitory entrance. Sister Yusin, head back and rest early. The weather is cool. Be sure to keep warm. Wang Yusin nodded slightly. Brother, please take care of your health. After watching her return to the dormitory building, Chen turned and departed. When would he be able to embrace Zhao Jing? Her figure was truly captivating. Yet, he hesitated, recalling that this girl had trained in Sanda and possessed the fiery temperament typical of a northeastern girl. What if she decided to give him a beating? The following day, at 9:30 in the morning, the computer Chen had ordered arrived, a desktop and a laptop. He transported them back to his dormitory, where he spent half an hour setting them up and activating them. The high configuration of the computer provided a smooth and seamless experience. Once he had completed the setup, he opened the futures market to check the day's performance of thermal coal futures. As expected, the market opened with a significant drop, continuing its downward trend. Chen spent his days either in the library or in his dormitory, immersed in the study of artificial intelligence technology. Occasionally, he would find himself lost in thought for hours when confronted with a problem. His current state resembled that of a dedicated researcher. On October 28th, Thursday, the thermal coal futures opened with a limit down, plummeting to 912 yuan per ton. Having fallen from 1982 yuan per ton, many institutions and individual investors suffered substantial losses. Chen chose to liquidate all his positions, realizing a floating profit of approximately 3.8 billion. His total funds in the futures account amounted to 4.2 billion, while his stock account held 1.2 billion, bolstered by his holdings in Jianghan lithium industry, which had seen significant appreciation recently. He sent a message to Zhou Jitsai. Uncle Zhou, it's time to sell Huaguang technology today. All right, Xiao Cheng, I'll do it right away, Zhou Jitsai replied. Seated in his office as he opened his computer, having tripled his investment in Huaguang technology, turning 20 million into over 60 million. He snapped a screenshot post-sale and sent it to their old friends group, boasting of his success. Wow, how has Lao Zhou become so formidable recently? Shouldn't you be distributing a big red envelope to everyone? How did you improve so much? You used to be the weakest link in the group. It's painful to see you making money while I'm losing. Lao Zhou, please give us some pointers. I've lost over 10% this month. Zhou Jitsai's lips curled into a smile, his vanity greatly satisfied. Yichen also messaged Lu Zixuan. Sister Xian, remember to liquidate today. Got it, I'll do that now. Lu Zixuan had also made tens of millions, and their collective selling caused some fluctuations in Huawang Technology stock. However, the impact was minimal. The daily trading volume was in the tens of billions, and a few tens of millions would not drive it to a limit down, resulting in only a 2 or 3 point decrease. Yichen gazed at the 2 billion in his futures account, feeling no particular excitement. For an average person, this was an astronomical figure, but for him, it was still insufficient. To establish an investment firm, this amount would barely allow participation in certain Series A or B funding rounds. He would not qualify for Series C financing with such a sum. Certain startups, in their quest for growth, would engage in strategic financing, exchanging equity for funds to develop their companies. Companies like Tencent and Alibaba, during their nascent stages, sought investment firms for financing and faced numerous rejections. After several rounds of financing, their shares dwindled significantly. However, as the companies grew, the value of their remaining shares skyrocketed, resulting in a mutually beneficial outcome. In the investment realm, funding for startups is categorized into angel investments, Series A, B, C, and so forth. Angel investments typically involve capital in the range of a few million for promising startups. Once a company has developed its products and made preliminary market inroads, it can seek Series A financing, generally ranging from 10 million to 100 million. Following a financing, the company enters a rapid expansion phase. And when funds are insufficient to support its growth, it must initiate Series B financing, typically amounting to 4 to 500 million, often involving multiple investment firms to share the risk. By the time a company reaches Series C financing, it is usually well established and looking to go public, requiring financing in excess of 1 billion. This only pertains to investment firms. Acquiring a company necessitates even more substantial capital. A few billion is negligible in the investment world, where renowned international capital firms invest tens of billions to over 100 billion, their presence felt globally. Should he later decide to establish an artificial intelligence company, he would similarly require considerable funding, as early to mid-stage profitability is challenging, demanding extensive investment in research and personnel. Suddenly, Yichen's phone rang. It was Huang Xiujuan, a client manager from Huaxin Securities. Hello, Mr. Yi, this is Huang Xiujuan. Do you have time for lunch today? I would like to treat you. I'll be waiting for you in room 1808 at the Hilton. Her superior had ordered her to spare no effort in courting Yichen. Huang Xiujuan had initially intended to maintain a facade of aloofness, believing that being too forward might come off as cheap. For several days, she had been posting selfies and melancholic captions on social media, hoping to lure Yichen, the big fish, into her net. A client taking the initiative was distinctly different from the salesperson seeking them out. To her surprise, Yichen merely liked her posts and showed little interest. She concluded that his likes implied some level of attraction, prompting her to be more direct today. Emil, are you inviting me for abalone? Chapter 71, The Invitation from the Investment Firm. Huang Xiujuan's ulterior motives were all too transparent to Yichen. He had no interest in her whatsoever. Similarly, Xing Lijuan, the client manager from Jianghai Securities, had initially underestimated Yichen's capital. She had also been engaging him in conversation, even suggesting he visit her home to fix a leaky faucet. Among the 3 securities client managers he had interacted with, only Wang Liyun had piqued his interest. Huang Xiujuan and Xing Lijuan were undoubtedly valuable employees for their company, capable of generating profit, but they held no allure for Yichen. Manager Huang, I'm rather busy. I'll apply for the account opening shortly. Please assist me with the back-end approval, including the futures account. Huang Xiujuan was taken aback. Yichen was willing to open an account without asking for anything in return? Am I not attractive enough for him? She mused, perplexed. I'm quite beautiful, with a figure that's undeniably appealing. No man can resist my allure. She had charmed many high-profile clients, all of whom had succumbed to her charms. Surely, Yichen was merely putting on airs. All right, Mr. Yi, thank you for supporting my work, she responded before hanging up. Yichen proceeded to download the Huaxin Securities app, following the prompts to apply for the stock and futures accounts, then sent a message to Huang Xiujuan requesting adjustments to the fee rates. After completing these tasks, it was nearly noon. He rose from his seat and walked towards the cafeteria, his mind still occupied with thoughts on algorithmic programming. Brother, Zhao Jing's voice called from behind him. Yichen turned, a smile gracing his face. Zhao Jing and Su Hui approached him. Brother, we haven't seen you around much these past few days. What have you been busy with? Yi-chun, I've been delving into intelligent algorithm programming, and I have made some breakthroughs in recent days. The paramount objective is to develop a system that endows machines with human-like cognitive abilities, akin to the sentient brains depicted in science fiction films. This endeavor encompasses numerous fields, including autonomous learning, decision-making systems, language processing, and image processing, among others. Currently, Yi-chun is focused on enhancing learning capabilities. The prototype he has developed resembles the nascent stages of AI, capable of searching online for the most suitable answers to inquiries. However, this approach has its limitations. Having access to high-performance servers would be optimal. AI requires vast amounts of data for training, and the performance of server storage and processing capabilities far surpasses that of conventional computers. Why are you researching this? Zhao Jing inquired curiously. Yi-chan repeated. I plan to venture into the artificial intelligence sector in the future. It is an inevitable trend. You, having just entered your first year of college, should also consider studying artificial intelligence courses diligently. As the trio conversed, they arrived at the cafeteria. During their meal, Zhao Jing suggested, Brother, shall we take a walk after dinner? Sure, but you sound like you have a cold, he noted. I might be coming down with something. Be mindful of the seasonal changes. Don't dress too lightly. I know, Brother Yi-chun. Suddenly, Yi-chen's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number from Jianghai City. Hello. Who is this? Hello, Mr. Yi. This is Zhao Hongxin, Vice President of Jiatsai Investment Company. We would like to extend an invitation for you to join our firm, offering a guaranteed annual salary of 50 million, along with performance bonuses. I'm afraid I must decline, Yi-chen responded without hesitation. I possess the ability to generate my own income. Why would I want to work for your company? Zhao Hongxin smiled. Please don't be so hasty in your rejection. Consider it, or perhaps visit our company. We have substantial resources and do not impose restrictions on your personal trading activities. As an individual investor, one can easily fall prey to larger institutions and market manipulators. I'll think about it, Yi-chen replied, disconnecting the call with a hint of disdain. It was evident they were drawn to his reputation. The name Life is like a dream had become well known in the financial circles, having multiplied in value nearly 150 times within 2 months in the stock market, and having amassed 500 million in coal futures within a fortnight. His prowess in coal futures was bound to have spread, elevating his renown further in the financial realm. Should he accept a position in any company, he would undoubtedly attract a multitude of clients. Jiatsai Company was not a charity. The generous salary and bonuses were merely a means to profit from his fame. Once he no longer held value, he would likely be discarded without a second thought. After dinner, the trio exited the cafeteria into the night. Shu Yilamacht. You two go for a walk. I'm heading back to the dorm to catch up on some shows. The pair wandered aimlessly around campus. Brother, do you have any free time this Saturday? What is up? Let us visit the city god temple in Yu Garden. I've heard it's a classical garden from the Ming Dynasty, exquisitely beautiful. Sound good? Zhao Jing, thrilled by his agreement, wrapped her arms around his. You must keep your promise not to back out. If someone asks for me, I'll say I'm busy. You're so kind, brother. Since you think I'm so wonderful, let us share a sibling hug. Zhao Jing looked at him suspiciously. Are you harboring ulterior motives? You're questioning my character and integrity. To think you would view me in such a light. If you don't wish to, then forget it, Yi-chan said, turning to walk away. I didn't say I didn't want to. With a playful smile, Zhao Jing embraced him warmly, resting her cheek against him. She could sense that Yi-chan held some affection for her, albeit perhaps not overwhelmingly so. This intimate contact might augment his feelings towards her, and once it eclipsed his high school crush, he would likely choose to be with her. Yi-chan wrapped his arms around her. Zhao Jing's figure indeed surpassed that of Yu Exine, and he could discern the difference in their embrace. After 2 minutes, Zhao Jing whispered, Is this sufficient, brother? Yi-chan maintained a calm demeanor. I thought you intended to hold me until dawn. Zhao Jing playfully pinched the flesh at his waist, though not with much force. Brother, you're a bit shameless. This warm embrace is highly coveted by many beautiful women. Tonight, you're fortunate to have it. Zhao Jing clung to his arm. Brother, should we visit our ice city during the winter break? We have an ice and snow world crafted entirely from ice blocks. It's truly breathtaking. Something you've surely never witnessed. Unfortunately, the winter break is too brief, and I haven't returned home in a year. I must go back to my hometown. Perhaps another time. They strolled until past 8:30 in the evening before returning to their dormitories. Yi-chan opened his phone to find numerous messages in the second-generation group chat. Zhao Xiaoming tagged him. Congratulations, Brother Yi, on earning 500 million from coal futures. Fang Jifeng. Brother Yi, you're incredible. Zheng Manxiu and Tang Yi also sent congratulatory messages. Yi-chan sent a red envelope. It's all just luck. What are you all investing in now? Zhao Xiaoming replied. We've all invested in Jianghai lithium industry. The recent surge has been impressive. What do you plan to invest in next, Brother Yi? Chapter 72. Live broadcast? In his previous life, Chen had never engaged in futures trading, only possessing knowledge of significant futures events. He was far more versed in the stock market. Currently, Jianghai lithium industry appeared promising, while other stocks seemed lackluster. Given his substantial capital, if he were to invest entirely in Jianghai lithium industry, it would likely provoke a butterfly effect. Major institutions, market manipulators, and large-scale investors were all vying for profits. The pie was finite. If Chen were to dominate Jianghai lithium industry, he would siphon off a large portion of the profits, inevitably inciting discontent among major institutions and traders, who would likely retaliate by selling off their shares, leaving him to deal with the aftermath alone. In this market, attempting to monopolize profits was nearly impossible. Major institutions typically needed to collaborate to drive prices up, profiting together while exploiting retail investors. Unless dealing with stocks of considerable market capitalization, it was feasible to stealthily invest billions without attracting attention. Chen replied, "I do not plan to invest in anything for the time being. Holding a portion of Jianghai lithium industry suffices." Tang Yi commented, "The market is quite challenging at the moment. The pharmaceutical and liquor industries have plummeted. I sense that large capital is fleeing, sensing a crisis." Zheng Manxiu, the domestic stock market has risen significantly over the past 2 years. According to your previous predictions, Brother Yi, it appears that large amounts of foreign capital are exiting in advance. The exit of large capital will inevitably lead to a crash. Currently, many stocks in the pharmaceutical and consumer sectors have fallen by over 10%. However, these stocks have multiplied several times in the past 2 years. And a 10-point drop does not seem alarming to investors. They perceive it as a mere market correction, with some even increasing their stakes, believing prices will rise further. They have been blinded by the past 2 years of gains and have failed to sense the impending crisis. Unbeknownst to them, this is merely the beginning, and they will soon find themselves ensnared deeper. Ultimately, they will either be forced to sell at a loss or endure until the bitter end. Chen, they are retreating in an orderly manner, starting with the pharmaceutical sector, followed closely by the consumer industry, and soon it will encompass semiconductors, real estate, the internet, consumer electronics, and renewable energy. By the time the investors realize it, they will already be deeply ensnared. Fang Jifeng, the pharmaceutical fund I purchased 2 years ago, still holds over 50% profit, peaking at 80%. Should Chen sell it now? Chen, my advice is to liquidate all positions. If you have invested in Jianghai lithium industry, you may hold it for a while, but refrain from purchasing anything else. Although I am uncertain of Zhao Xiaoming's financial scale, I suspect it is not substantial, perhaps around several tens of millions. Very well, I will clear out the rest tomorrow. Tang Yi interjected, Chen, I have allocated some funds into gold. Should I sell it? No need to sell the gold. I believe it will enter a bull market starting next year. Why? Zheng Manxiu inquired curiously. Chen, according to my previous speculations, the beautiful nation will raise interest rates, siphoning liquidity from other countries. Consequently, our domestic liquidity will diminish. To enhance liquidity, the government will issue bonds, and banks will likely lower interest rates to release more liquidity. An increase in available funds will inevitably lead to a rise in gold prices. Furthermore, I suspect there may be military conflicts in Europe next year, causing instability which would also drive up gold values. Zheng Manxiu immediately connected the dots. Are you referring to Bear Country? You have all seen relevant news. Should geopolitical unrest arise there, it would be highly advantageous for the beautiful nation. Europe would align with them, facilitating their future interest rate hikes and global harvest. Zheng Manxiu, indeed, there is a possibility, as tensions have escalated significantly there recently. After finishing his conversation with them, Chen engaged in a brief discussion with Li Qingya before retiring for the night. The following morning, Chen first transferred 2 billion from his futures account to his bank card. Currently, he possesses over 500 million in cash. He subsequently transferred 100 million into his account at Wanfeng Securities. Upon noticing the transaction, Wang Liyun was pleasantly surprised. She had not anticipated Chen would transfer such a substantial sum. This month, her bonus would undoubtedly be substantial, alleviating her family situation. As Chen gazed at the balance exceeding 300 million in his bank account, a smile graced his face. In just a few short months, he had ascended from nothing to a net worth exceeding 500 million. Even if he chose to recline and do nothing henceforth, his life would still be quite splendid. However, he harbored no desire to be complacent. In this new life, he aimed to reach the pinnacle and look down upon all. Chen continued to delve into his Galaxy AI, a name he had given to the artificial intellect he was developing. Although it was not yet true artificial intelligence, it represented the simplest version of AI, capable of basic interactions. At 9 o'clock in the morning, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he was momentarily taken aback. It was Lin Yu, the deputy director of the Nanyang Street Police Station. Sister Lin. Lin Yu chuckled. Xiao Chen, what are you busy with? Do you have time for lunch together? Sure, Sister Lin. Where shall we eat? Lin Yu, I'm off today. Come to my place. I will send you the address. Yi Chan was momentarily stunned, not expecting her invitation to her home. All right, Sister Lin. After hanging up, Lin Yu promptly sent over the address, which was about 5 or 6 kilometers away. Since their last meal together, Yi Chun had not interacted much with her. He immersed himself in programming books until around 11 o'clock, then departed from school and took a taxi to Lijing Minuan. This was a mid-range residential complex with a pleasant environment. Upon arriving at Lin Yu's doorstep, he rang the doorbell. Lin Yu quickly opened the door, her face lighting up with a smile. Xiao Chen, you've come. Please come in. Yi Chen noticed she was wearing an apron. Sister Lin, are you cooking? Xiao Chen, please take a seat. I will prepare the dishes. With that, she hurried back into the kitchen. Yi Chen entered and settled onto the sofa, surveying the room. It was a 2-bedroom apartment, not particularly large, likely rented by Lin Yu. He occupied himself with his phone while waiting. By noon, Lin Yu had finished preparing lunch. Xiao Chen, it's time to eat. During the meal, Lin Yu behaved quite normally, treating him as a friend, devoid of the seduction Yi Chan had anticipated. He reasoned that she could not be so low in her approach. It was only their second meeting. If she were to initiate seduction now, it would seem rather cheap. She likely recognized his impressive background and aimed to cultivate their relationship gradually, waiting for a more opportune moment to entice him, thereby advancing her career. Yi Chan felt his conjecture was close to the mark. After lunch and a few casual exchanges, just as he was about to leave, a sudden knock on the door interrupted them. Lin Yu's expression changed noticeably as she urged, Xiao Chun, please go to the guest room for a moment. With that, she pulled the still-dazed Yi Chun into the guest room and hurried to open the door. Yi Chun was bewildered. Why did Lin Yu react so strongly to a knock? He heard the door open, followed by the voice of a middle-aged man. Xiao Yu, have you eaten? I just finished. Why did you come without letting me know? Middle-aged man, I attended a meeting in the city and stopped by on my way back to see you, my darling. I missed you so much. Oh, stop it. Go put on your summer work outfit quickly. I have another meeting in the afternoon. Yi Chen's eyes widened, adrenaline surging. He felt a mix of anxiety and exhilaration. If the middle-aged man discovered him, he would surely assume they were in a romantic relationship. From their conversation, it seemed that this man was Lin Yu's superior, a leader in the district. Soon, the two retreated into the master bedroom. 2 minutes later, Yi Chan cautiously emerged from the guest room. The master bedroom was directly opposite, and although the door was closed, it could not entirely conceal the sounds emanating from within. Chapter 73, An Awkward Situation. Yi Chan stood outside, heart racing as he listened to the sound from inside. Lin Yu had clearly taken a shortcut to attain her current position at such a young age. I have already arranged everything for you. In a month, you will be promoted. Yi Chan was momentarily stunned. Promotion could be so effortless? Yet, recalling Lin Yu's background, he understood it was not as simple as it appeared. For an ordinary person, sacrificing one's body and dignity is a profoundly challenging choice. Carefully, he approached the door, gently opening it to step outside. Upon exiting the building, Yi Chun let out a long sigh. He had not anticipated such an incident, nor did he believe Lin Yu had foreseen it. After experiencing such an awkward encounter, Lin Yu would likely feel embarrassed to contact him again. Thinking of Lin Yu in her work attire stirred a small flicker of interest within him. Yi Chun felt assured that if their relationship continued along this path, he could undoubtedly win Lin Yu over. If that were the case, would it not amount to placing a hat on a big shot? In his past life, Yi Chun had come to understand the nature of society, so he was not overly shocked or surprised by such occurrences. Aside from feeling a bit exhilarated, he felt little else. On the other side, within Lin Yu's home, the middle-aged man embraced her. Xiao Yu, have you missed me these past few days? Lin Yu softly affirmed. The middle-aged man smiled. You will not regret following me, Xiao Yu. I have heard news that the district's top leader is under investigation. If the allegations are substantiated, he will certainly face consequences. My superior has the opportunity to run for that position. If my superior is promoted, I too shall follow suit. For I am his subordinate, and becoming the principal leader of the district bureau is not a significant challenge. Lin Yu's expression brightened. Should the middle-aged man continue to ascend, her future prospects would undoubtedly flourish. Yet, the thought of Yi Chun in the adjacent bedroom caused her some inner turmoil. Yi Chun is acquainted with the leaders of the municipal bureau, and she had originally intended to leverage that connection to meet the higher-ups. Little did she anticipate the day's unfolding events. After a moment of intimacy, the middle-aged man hurriedly departed, as he had a meeting to attend in the afternoon. Once he left, Lin Yu quickly made her way to the guest room. Finding Yi Chun absent from the bedroom, she opened the wardrobe, hoping to catch a glimpse of him, but to no avail. He had likely left prematurely. Her emotions were complex as she contemplated whether to inform Chen about the recent developments, fearing how he might perceive her. She was reluctant to relinquish her connection to the municipal bureau's leadership, yet today's unforeseen circumstances left her feeling unprepared. It was likely that Chen was aware of her status as her superior's mistress. Upon returning to his school dormitory, Chen's phone suddenly chimed. Glancing at it, he saw a message from Linyu. Do you still have the audacity to speak to me? Do you not feel even a hint of embarrassment? However, considering her willingness to sacrifice both her body and dignity, he surmised her fortitude must surpass his own. Linyu, Chen, have you returned? Yes. I'm back at school. Could you please keep today's events to yourself? I can promise you anything, dear brother. Linyu opted for a strategic approach. Even if the information were to leak without concrete evidence, it would bear little consequence. Rumors would not warrant attention from the authorities. Chen read her message and smirked slightly. Sister Lin, after dining at your place today, I returned without remembering what transpired. Linyu misinterpreted his words as tacit agreement, believing Chen harbored interest in her. Chen, please visit Sister Lin's house again tonight. I'll wear my work attire for you. Chen felt a slight stir within upon reading her words. Sister, I have a date with my girlfriend tonight, perhaps another time. He politely declined, hoping to maintain mutual respect. Had Linyu been a woman of good repute, he might have considered it further. Linyu had no choice but to relent. All right. Chen, perhaps another opportunity will arise. She promptly sent several photos of herself in her work attire. Chen scrutinized them. Indeed, she was quite alluring. Linyu was beautiful, with an elegant figure, tall and graceful. No wonder she caught the attention of her superior. She would undoubtedly be regarded as a stunning beauty in the electronic engineering department where Chen studied. Her profession only added to her allure. When faced with two equally beautiful women, one in a conventional job and the other in Linyu's line of work, it was clear which one would attract more male interest. Chen then examined his account balance, contemplating his financial strategy. Several hundred million was far from sufficient. He envisioned needing at least several billion. The stock and futures markets held considerable potential for profit, and he believed amassing hundreds of billions was entirely feasible. Extending the timeline, earning over 1,000 billion in just a few years seemed plausible, as he vividly recalled the explosive growth of tech stocks in the coming years. The companies in question boasted valuations in the trillions, and investing tens or hundreds of billions in increments would not trigger a market reaction. Given their high market caps, there was ample opportunity for substantial gains for both large capital and institutional investors. However, mere wealth is insufficient. In foreign lands, capital wields power. Yet, domestically, authority reigns supreme. It takes but a flimsy excuse to target someone. He must cultivate his network and forge a community of shared interests, binding many to his cause, thereby creating a formidable force. Chen would never resort to bribery. That would only lead him into peril. To sustain a long-term path, he must steer clear of illegal activities. True capital moguls do not engage in such foolishness. That is the folly of the short-sighted. Should one bribe an official, once the latter is investigated, the briber would not escape unscathed. The truth will invariably come to light. One must not place their fate in the hands of others. After contemplating his future path, Chen sent a message to Zhou Wanqing. He had accompanied Wang Yusin yesterday, Zhao Jing tomorrow, and Li Qingyao the day after. Fairness is crucial in a man's dealings. Is Sister Qing at school? Zhou Wanqing replied promptly. Yes, Chen, what is up? Sister Qing, I'd like to treat you to dinner tonight. I have good news to share and a few questions to ask. Chen found an excuse. Where shall we dine? I'll meet you around 5 at a restaurant not far from the school. Chapter 74, I love to peel shrimp. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Chen arrived at the faculty dormitory. After a brief wait, Zhou Wanqing approached him from a distance. The other colleagues had either returned to their rented apartments or gone to the cafeteria for dinner. Upon seeing Zhou Wanqing, a smile spread across Chen's face as he welcomed her. Sister Qing. Zhou Wanqing smiled gently, exuding elegance. Chen, shall we go? Will you drive? Or shall I? You drive. I enjoy sitting in the passenger seat beside you. Zhou Wanqing cast him a playful glance, her demeanor both tender and slightly coy. Such words are typically exchanged between romantic partners, where a girlfriend delights in being beside her boyfriend. They arrived at a mid-range seafood buffet restaurant nearby, selecting an array of dishes to cook in the hot pot. Zhou Wanqing regarded him and inquired. Chen, you mentioned you wanted to ask me something. What is it? Chen replied. Sister Qing, do you know which graduate advisor specializes in artificial intelligence? I hope to find a knowledgeable mentor in this field for my graduate studies. Do you intend to focus on this area? Yes. Professor Chen Minghai is quite proficient in this domain. Many companies in Jianghai City are engaged in related research and often invite him for guidance. Numerous students who graduated under him have secured positions in these companies. However, Professor Chen has high standards. You must rank in the top 20 in the preliminary exam to catch his attention. Yi-Chen nodded slightly. I believe my grades will suffice. Once the graduate entrance exams conclude, students can begin selecting advisors. This is a reciprocal choice, with students selecting mentors and mentors selecting students. Typically, if one passes the initial exam, there should be no significant issues. Zhou Wanqing added, if you're confident in your grades, then you should choose Professor Chen. He is strict but very responsible, and his graduates are highly sought after. All right, Sister Qing. Zhou Wanqing then remarked. Didn't you say you had good news to share with me? Yi-Chen smiled. Sister Qing, I recently earned 3.8 billion in coal futures. I sold everything yesterday. Zhou Wanqing's expression was one of astonishment. How do you make money so easily? My father has lost money after decades in the market. It does require a bit of talent. So now you're a billionaire. How do you feel about it? Yi-Chen pondered for a moment before responding. Initially, I was a bit excited, but then I calmed down and realized it's not a big deal. The road ahead is long, and I need to remain grounded. It's fine to be a little proud and excited, but one must not become complacent. Zhou Wanqing admired Yi-Chen's character. After achieving a measure of success, he remained humble and true to his principles. Many become arrogant and disdainful of others after sudden wealth. Xiao Chen, given your temperament, I believe this is merely your starting point, far from being your destination. Borrowing Song Jie's good words, keep pushing forward. You will undoubtedly become increasingly formidable in the future. Yi-Chen, I owe my current success to Song Jie's assistance. Had it not been for your generous 20,000, I would not have amassed this wealth. You are indeed my benefactor, Song Jie. Zhou Wanqing smiled and replied, it's not as serious as you make it sound. You possess the talent. Without my 20,000, you would simply have earned less. Song Jie then enjoyed a shrimp, deftly placing the peeled shrimp on his Zhou Wanqing's plate. A hint of shyness flickered in Zhou Wanqing's eyes. Xiao Chen, you needn't peel them for me. I can manage on my own. It's no trouble. Song Jie, I relish peeling shrimp, he said, continuing to serve her a few more. Zhou Wanqing did not refuse, a smile gracing her delicate features. Xiao Chen, do your parents know you've earned so much? Yi-Chen, a while ago I transferred them 20 million, urging them to ease their burdens and take care of their health. They are aware that I have made money, but the specifics remain unknown. Currently, only you, Song Jie, are privy to the details. Zhou Wanqing, what do your parents do for a living? Her manner of address had subtly shifted. Yi-Chen, my father and mother lay floor tiles. They are ordinary farmers, and our family has been impoverished for generations. Zhou Wanqing smiled gently. You have already transformed your family's fortunes, surpassing over 99% of the population nationwide. With over 500 million in cash, one can live comfortably in any city. Yi-Chen, in this world, mere wealth is insufficient. Had it not been for Song Jie's help last time, I might have faced detention for a while. Zhou Wanqing understood his implication. Xiao Chen, always walk the righteous path. I do not wish for you to stray. Yi-Chen replied with a smile. Rest assured, Song Jie, I shall never engage in unlawful activities. He was well aware of the underlying message in Zhou Wanqing's words. Do not chase power excessively, nor become lost in its allure. The exhilaration that power brings is unparalleled by anything else. Wealth and beauty are easily within the grasp of those in positions of authority. What captivates most is the sensation of controlling everything, dictating the fates of others, akin to ancient emperors. Power is truly the most enchanting force in this world. After dinner, the two strolled through the shopping mall. Yi-Chen selected 2 sets of autumn and winter attire for her. Zhou Wanqing initially hesitated, but was ultimately persuaded by Yi-Chen to enter the fitting room with the garments. When she emerged in the new outfit, the saleswoman smiled and remarked, Miss, you look stunning in this outfit, elegant and poised. Your boyfriend has impeccable taste. Such a partner is rare. Zhou Wanqing's cheeks flushed. Just as she was about to clarify, Yi-Chen chimed in. Song Jie, this outfit suits you beautifully. Do try on another. As Zhou Wanqing stepped back into the fitting room, Yi-Chen discreetly handed the saleswoman a 500 yuan tip. Thank you, sir, she beamed, accepting the gratuity, which exceeded her daily wage. When Zhou Wanqing reappeared, the saleswoman continued her praises. As they were leaving, she even added, Sir, Miss, I wish you both lasting happiness. Zhou Wanqing's face turned slightly red. Xiao Chen, why don't you clarify things? No need for explanations, Song Jie, in my view. An explanation might seem like a cover-up, perhaps leading them to think of me as a gigolo or you as something else. Zhou Wanqing felt there was some truth to this, yet something felt amiss. Later, she also purchased 2 sets of autumn and winter clothing for Yi-Chen before they departed the mall and returned to school. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the car parked in the faculty parking lot of the school. Exiting the vehicle, the evening breeze swept in, carrying a hint of chill. Yichen remarked it, Kongji. It's getting a bit cold. Do take care to keep warm. Zhou Wanqing softly acknowledged him. Xiao Chun, during these years at university, have you had anyone pursuing you? Yes, but I haven't accepted. There was no feeling. When seeking a girlfriend, one should look for someone knowledgeable, gentle, kind, and poised. Ideally someone like you, Songjia. Zhou Wanqing smiled. Do you truly think I am that wonderful? Yichen, absolutely. Not just me. I believe the classmates in our class think so too. Songjia, has anyone pursued you in our class? Zhou Wanqing hesitated for a moment before responding, and the answer was evident. Yes, more than just our class. Others from different classes as well. Who in our class? Yichen was genuinely curious. Chapter 75, A Visit to the Changwang Temple. Zhou Wanqing shot him a glare. Why are you so curious? It would be inappropriate for that to get out. Songjia, don't you trust my character? I am quite discreet, just watch. With that, Yichen sealed his lips and tilted his head back. His curiosity was piqued. He wanted to know who among their classmates could be bold enough. Such occurrences are quite common in this era, as there are many instances of university students successfully courting their tutors or teachers. Zhou Wanqing hesitated, looking at him. Please don't speak carelessly. Songjia, he promised. In our class, there are S. Wang Liang, Wei Jun, Yang Yuhao, and Wei Xiangyu. Who? Yi Chan was taken aback. Wei Xiangyu? How could someone so lackluster have secretly pursued Songjia? He had never known of this from his previous life, as Wei Xiangyu had never mentioned it. In his past, he and Zhou Wanqing had not been as close as they were now. Zhou Wanqing, that's about it for our class. There are more from other classes. A beauty like you will attract many admirers. Especially with your professional identity, it adds an extra layer of allure. Yet Yichen never expected that Wei Xiangyu, of all people, had also pursued Zhou Wanqing. The concealment was far too deep. Yichen accompanied her to the entrance of her dormitory. Songjia, good night. Good night. She waved. After Yichen returned to his dormitory, Xing Chao, Wei Xiangyu, and Feng Bing were still studying. Old Yi, out again with the ladies? Xing Chao asked with a smile. Yichen, just had dinner with a friend. You three need to be careful studying so hard. You might end up making yourselves foolish. Wei Xiangyu replied. The preliminary exams are approaching. Who would dare to slack off now? If we don't pass, all our previous efforts will be in vain. You, the old sly one, secretly pursuing Songjia. When the preliminary exam results come out, if you don't score higher than me, won't you be furious? Wei Xiangyu, you hardly study and expect to score higher than us. You probably won't even get into graduate school. Typically, the Group S scores were similar, and Yi Chan seldom reviewed, so they believed it was impossible for his scores to surpass theirs. After chatting with them for a while, Yi Chan sat down in a chair and opened his laptop. He examined his research on the Galaxy AI and felt that there were numerous shortcomings. Moving forward, he planned to delve deeper into programming and artificial intelligence literature. He intended to read every book on the subject to solidify his foundational skills while seeking potential insights. A little after 10 at night, Li Qingya sent Yi Chun a message. Xiao Chun, how about we visit the Changwang Temple and Yuan Garden this weekend? I have yet to go there. Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback by her message. You're going to Yuan? Sure. Wherever you wish to go, I'm agreeable. I haven't been there either. Great. Then we shall visit there this weekend. While he was chatting with Li Qingya, Zhao Jing messaged him. Brother, what time shall we set off tomorrow? At 8 o'clock. Let's meet at the cafeteria. All right, brother, get some rest. Good night. Good night. The next morning, Yi Chun and Zhao Jing had breakfast at the cafeteria before taking a taxi to the Changwang Temple. The Changwang Temple is adjacent to the Yuan Garden. So after exploring the temple, they can visit the garden. Upon exiting the taxi, Zhao Jing took the initiative to grasp his hand. She possessed a warm, proactive, and straightforward character. Brother, I read in the travel guide that the night view here is quite splendid with all the lights lit up. I don't want to sleep on the hotel floor. Zhao Jing chuckled. Then you can sleep on the bed. That would probably make me even more uncomfortable. The two walked into the streets of Changwang Temple, chatting and laughing, flanked by ancient architecture that exuded a timeless beauty. Each attraction was accompanied by an array of snacks and shops. They explored meticulously, examining every nook and cranny. Whenever they spotted a delightful local delicacy, they would purchase it to taste, and they would also buy exquisite artworks that caught their eye. For lunch, they dined at a specialty shop. In the afternoon, they visited the Yuan Garden. As Yi Chan observed the private gardens from the Ming Dynasty, he couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. Regardless of the era, it seemed that the wealthy lived a life of luxury, with such expansive estates requiring numerous servants and wives. Zhao Jing was also visiting for the first time and was thoroughly engrossed. She radiated joy throughout the day, her smile never fading. At times, she would entwine her fingers with Yi Chen's or wrap her arms around his. After dinner, they returned to school. On Sunday morning at 8:30, Chen met Li Qingya outside the Chenghuang Temple. As he gazed at the familiar streets, a sense of monotony washed over him, having just visited the day before. Xiao Qinzi, Li Qingya called out as she hurried toward him. Noticing the conspicuous watch on his wrist, she curiously inquired, "Did you buy a watch? It's quite beautiful. How much was it?" With a smile, Chen nodded, "Not too much, just a few $100,000. After speaking, he took Li Qingya's hand. "Let's take a good look around Chenghuang Temple. It's also my first visit." Li Qingya nodded gently. "It's my first time here as well." As they strolled through the familiar streets, observing the familiar staff, Chen felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing someone might suddenly exclaim, "Young man, how quickly you've changed girlfriends." Today's itinerary mirrored that of yesterday. They explored the streets of Chenghuang Temple in the morning, browsed the shops, and after lunch, they headed to Yuan Garden. Upon arriving at the garden, Chen bravely wrapped his arm around Li Qingya's slender waist. Her cheeks flushed slightly, yet she made no effort to resist, casting him a glance without uttering a word. Chen felt a surge of joy. Today marked a significant breakthrough. "Qingya, look at how exquisite this garden is. In ancient times, it was a private estate. It truly is beautiful. Let's go check that area over there." Throughout their time together, Chen kept his arm around Li Qingya's waist, reveling in the delightful sensation. This was, in essence, the first time he had held a woman in such a manner, and it felt wonderful. After dinner, he took a taxi to return Li Qingya to school before heading back to Jiaodong University. Once in his dormitory, Chen glanced at his phone and noticed a multitude of messages. Zhou Jicai had messaged him earlier in the afternoon, inquiring about what he planned to purchase next. This might be one of his future potential fathers-in-law. "Uncle Zhou, the overall market has started to decline. Jianghan lithium industry is doing well. You should buy a portion of Jianghan lithium. No need to purchase too much. They have a daily trading volume of 2 to 3 billion. He held 100 million. Zheng Manqiu and others had several million, and Zhou Jicai should be able to manage buying 10 to 20 million without issue. However, he did not plan to sell at the peak as remembered, but intended to sell in batches ahead of time to mitigate risk, accepting a smaller profit rather than being crushed by major institutions. The current market for Jianghan lithium was distinct from his previous life. Subtle changes were likely to occur. In the group chat, Zheng Manqiu, Tang Yi, and the others were also engaged in discussion. Chen reviewed their conversation, which revolved around various domestic and international news events. These four were indeed industrious. While other wealthy heirs discussed sports cars and beautiful women, they exchanged experiences at night. It was concerning that such individuals, starting from a higher baseline, were also so diligent. "Brothers, may I ask how one can raise substantial funds?" Chen sent a message in the group. Zhao Xiaoming replied, "Brother Yi, how much funding are you looking to raise? You could consider bank loans or loans from financial institutions." Chen responded, "The more funds, the better. Tens of billions or even hundreds of billions would be ideal. Why do you need so much funding?" Zhao Xiaoming and Fang Jifeng were somewhat taken aback. Chen repeated, "To invest and make money. If he accumulated enough capital, his wealth-building speed would accelerate." Fang Jifeng remarked, "The amount you're talking about is quite substantial, unless it's illegal fundraising. Where would you acquire such a sum?" Tang Yi then sent a message. "Actually, there's a method." Chapter 76, renowned in the financial circle. Chen's eyes lit up at Tang Yi's words. "What method?" Tang Yi responded, "Establish an investment company and issue private equity funds. However, raising funds isn't so easy. It depends on your personal influence." "Private equity funds? Aren't the profits from the raised funds shared with the investors?" "The company only earns a small management fee." Chen had direct experience with public funds, which primarily earn management fees, sometimes amounting to hundreds of millions annually if the fundraising scale was large. He had not encountered private equity funds in his previous life and was not well acquainted with them. Private equity funds differed from public funds in that they could not publicly raise funds. There were limitations on the number of investors, capped at a few hundred, and the investors' household assets could not fall below 2 million. Ordinary families could not participate in private equity funds as they did not meet national policy requirements. These regulations were established by relevant national departments to prevent illegal fundraising and the illicit acceptance of public deposits. Tang Yi explained, "The management fees for private equity funds are not substantial. They have incentive systems. For instance, if the overall fund profits exceed 20%, the company can take a share of the profits. If profits exceed 50%, they can additionally take a share, and if profits double, they can take another share." Upon hearing this, Chen's eyes sparkled. This was a means to profit using others' money. He began searching online for knowledge regarding private equity funds. Only companies with fund sales licenses could issue public funds, which was typically limited to large financial companies. The requirements for private equity funds were less stringent, and many private investment companies could issue them, albeit under the supervision of financial regulatory bodies. That sounds promising. I will apply to establish an investment company first. Zheng Manqiu commented in the group. Raising funds shouldn't be too difficult for you. Many prominent figures in the market have established their own private equity funds. And if they perform well, some listed companies and large institutions will invest in their funds, leading to substantial capital scales. There are numerous private equity firms with over 100 billion in assets. Zhao Xiaoming added, indeed, several private equity moguls in the country manage funds exceeding 100 billion. Fang Jifeng stated, Yi Chen, your operations in thermal coal futures have been discussed on forums and short video platforms. The name Life is but a dream has already resonated throughout the financial circle. Yi Chen engaged in extensive conversation with them, and his thoughts gradually crystallized. He needed to establish an investment company as soon as possible and create a private equity fund. In the initial stages, the issue of fundraising appears to be manageable. It suffices to ensure that people recognize him as Life is a dream, although the amount raised may not be substantial at first. Once he achieves fame through a remarkable performance, amassing tens or even hundreds of billions in funding will become a trivial matter. This acceleration in wealth accumulation would be considerable. Currently, as a student, he cannot afford to be at the company every day, hence the necessity to appoint someone to oversee the management. A name surfaces in Yi Chen's mind, Lu Zixuan. Among his acquaintances, only Lu Zixuan possesses formidable management skills. However, given her current commitments to her own company, he harbors doubts about her willingness to join his venture. As a last resort, he considers sacrificing his personal allure for the sake of the company's growth. He also finds Wang Liyun from Wanfeng Securities to be a viable candidate. Her business acumen has proven commendable after 2 interactions. An investment firm does not require a large workforce. A handful of individuals suffices in the early stages. A private equity fund can be effectively managed by just 1 or 2 people. After contemplating these matters, Yi Chen opens a renowned financial forum, where he discovers a post soaring to the top of the trending list. The stock guru Life is a dream shifts to thermal coal futures, earning 500 million in just half a month. Masterful transition from long to short positions. The content elaborates on how, on October 10th, he heavily invested in thermal coal futures by purchasing long contracts. When the price of thermal coal futures surged to nearly 2,000 yuan per ton, he sold at the peak and subsequently bought short contracts. That evening, at 10 o'clock, relevant authorities announced price intervention policies, causing thermal coal futures to plummet. As the price fell to around 900 yuan per ton, Life is a dream exited the market, netting a staggering 500 million in just half a month. He undoubtedly had insider information. Otherwise, how could he have made such precise judgments? The author of the post responded, asserting there was no insider information, only a keen market instinct. Acknowledging others' excellence is not so difficult. Having observed this guru's stock operations, I find his insights razor sharp and his execution impeccable. The prowess displayed in earning 500 million in half a month is truly remarkable. With an initial capital of 350,000 entering the market, he has amassed over 500 million in less than 4 months. How many times has this multiplied? A reply suggests approximately 1,500 times. Dad, please teach me how to make money. I am your long-lost son. The prowess of Life is a dream in both stocks and futures is astounding. I made a 20% profit this month. When will I earn even 1/10 of what the guru makes? Incredible. Does the guru have an account? I wish to follow him. Yes, he commented on my previous post. You can find him there. Yi Chen observes that his account now boasts over 50,000 followers. A significant increase from 0, with new followers accumulating with each refresh. He perceives this surge in followers as advantageous for future fundraising endeavors, allowing him to select quality clients. Eagerly, Yi Chen retrieves his phone and opens his Douyin account. Aptly named Life is a dream. Once his company is established, he can authenticate it as a corporate account, facilitating easier identification. He then accesses his Jianghai City stock account, taking screenshots of his stock and futures returns, and subsequently creates a video to share. This showcases his back-end data, something that others cannot replicate, thereby affirming his identity as the renowned Life is a dream. A search for videos related to Life is a dream reveals numerous financial influencers discussing his achievements. While not trending, the discussions are plentiful, serving to bolster his publicity and enhance his visibility, beneficial for future fundraising when he launches his investment firm. On November 1st, a Monday, after breakfast in the cafeteria, Yi Chen calls Lu Zixuan. Xiao Chen, what's the matter? Lu Zixuan's voice is languid, as if she has just awakened. Sister Xian, are you still asleep? What time will you be at the office? I have some matters I wish to discuss with you. The establishment of the investment company must be prioritized. What is it? Sister Xian, let us meet in person. I'll come to the office shortly. All right, I'll head to the office now. We can meet there. As Yi Chen walks towards the school exit, he contemplates inviting Zheng Manxiu, Tang Yi, Zhao Xiaoming, and Fang Jifeng to join him. They are all second-generation elites from Jianghai City, some with official backgrounds and others with ties to wealthy merchants. Their involvement would significantly ease any potential troubles in the future.